Chapter 1, The Super Rich System. Lin Dong, let us part ways. In a secluded grove by the playground of Jiangnan University, Jiang Shang addressed her boyfriend, Lin Dong. Shang, what have I done wrong? Why must you be so heartless? Lin Dong asked, his voice tinged with agitation. He and Jiang Shang were high school classmates, having been a couple since their senior year. Despite his modest family background, Lin Dong was handsome and academically gifted, a quintessential warm-hearted boy, figure of admiration among his female peers. Jiang Shang, too, was exceptional, regarded as the belle of the class, her academic performance slightly below Lin Dong's yet still commendable. Their relationship had drawn the ire of teachers, who only turned a blind eye after the couple promised to prioritize their studies, vowing to break up if their grades slipped. True to their word, both secured admission to a prestigious university, Jiangnan University, garnering envy from many. However, Lin Dong never anticipated that less than a year into university, Jiang Shang would begin to distance herself, culminating in her demand for a breakup. From the start of the semester, he had sensed a shift in her demeanor during their time together. She appeared distracted and had repeatedly declined his invitations for dates. One Saturday, he even saw her getting into the car of a notorious playboy from their class, yet he comforted himself with the notion that it could merely be a gathering among classmates. But today, Jiang Shang's declaration shattered his hopes. Lin Dong, let's part amicably and cherish our beautiful memories, shall we? Shang, tell me it because of Huang Zhonglan. So what if it is, Shang, Huang Zhonglan is infamous for his playboy ways. Last semester, he even got one of our classmates pregnant. Don't you know? Zhonglan explained it to me. It was merely a mistake after we all got drunk, and the girl initiated it. He compensated her afterward. Shang, don't fall for his lies. He's deceiving you. He's involved with numerous girls simultaneously. Enough, Lin Dong. I'm only here to inform you. Please do not pursue me further. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Shang turned to leave, but Lin Dong grasped her wrist. Shang, listen to me. Huang Zhonglan is truly not a good person. Don't let him deceive you. Did he coerce you? I'm certain he did. You confront him. Jiang Shang forcefully shrugged off Lin Dong's grip. Lin Dong, stop deluding yourself. Zhonglan didn't pressure me. It was my choice. I no longer wish to be with you. After graduation, you'll have to work hard to earn money, buy a house and a car, and live as a slave to loans for a lifetime. I want to enjoy the finer things in life. Do you understand? Do you see this bag? The latest from a luxury brand, costing over 10,000. With you, I could never have such things. Zhonglan can provide what you never could. But Huang Zhonglan is just playing with you. He won't marry you. There are countless girls he has discarded. Lin Dong continued his desperate plea. Lin Dong, it is wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. A voice interjected, and Huang Zhonglan, clad in designer attire, strode over, wrapping an arm around Jiang Shang's waist. Zhonglan, you're here. Jiang Shang leaned against Huang Zhonglan, exuding a demeanor of a delicate bird. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong's heart bled. He realized that further words would be futile once a woman's heart strayed. It is arduous to return. He could not bear to witness their intimate display and addressed Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang, you will inevitably regret your decision today. He turned to leave. Wait, Huang Zhonglan called out to him, then turned to Jiang Shang, saying, Shang, you go ahead. I need to have a word with Lin Dong. Zhonglan, let's go together. I've completely severed ties with Lin Dong. There's nothing left to discuss. Rest assured, it's just a brief conversation. It won't affect our relationship. Fine, but hurry back. You'll be waiting at the school gate. After exchanging glances, Jiang Shang departed. What is it? If you wish to see me wallow in heartbreak, you will be disappointed. There are countless women in the world. Lin Dong, will not hang on to one branch. Though his heart was shattered, Lin Dong's words remained defiant. He could portray his anguish before Jiang Shang, sacrificing his dignity, but he would not allow Huang Zhonglan to witness his despair. Lin Dong, I merely wish to impart a message. Huang Zhonglan stepped closer and whispered in Lin Dong's ear, Jiang Shang has a remarkable figure. I didn't expect that after being together with you for so long, she would still be well. I must take my leave. Shang Shang is waiting for me. I've booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Are you familiar with it? An 8-star establishment. You could never afford a meal there in your lifetime. Huang Zhonglan chuckled heartily as he departed, his laughter echoing behind him. Lin Dong, reeling from Huang Zhonglan's words, felt his mind spiral. He and Jiang Shang had been together for 4 years, and during that time, they had only held hands and exchanged innocent kisses. Each time Lin Dong sought to cross a boundary, Jiang Shang would prevent him, insisting they save the best for marriage. He never anticipated that after just a few days with Huang Zhonglan, she would. At that moment, Lin Dong felt his blood surge, his vision turned crimson, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing blood before collapsing to the ground. When Lin Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. Just as he attempted to rise, a voice echoed in his mind. Jin. Binding the super-rich system. 10%. 30%. 50%. 80%. 100%. Binding of the rich system complete. Immediately, a panel materialized before Lin Dong, visible only to him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 10兆000元. Physique, 15 week. Spirit, 28 average. Skills, freely edible, requires expenditure of rich points. Rich points, 0. Before Lin Dong could fully comprehend, the voice resounded again. Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the super-rich system. This system is uniquely bound to you and cannot be transferred. Should the host perish, the system will cease to exist. Your balance has been linked to the major banks of this world, enabling payment via fingerprint, facial recognition, or retinal scan. System gameplay. Upon spending 1 billion, the host will earn 1 rich point, which can be utilized to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, or elevate skill. Levels. Rules. There is but one rule: the host must never negotiate prices when purchasing items. Those who haggle do not deserve this system. Chapter 2. The 8-star Hotel. As Lin Dong pondered the veracity of this so-called super-rich system, the infirmary doors swung open. A striking woman in her 30s, clad in a white medical uniform, entered. This was the school infirmary's doctor, Chen Xian, 32 years old, married for several years without children. Her husband is a small business owner, yet rumors suggest their relationship is strained. With divorce proceedings underway, whispers circulate within the school that her husband, in pursuit of a partnership with a large corporation, had attempted to drug her during a drinking session, intending for her to spend the night with the company's boss. Fortunately, she discovered his intentions early and seized a chance to escape to the school, remaining there ever since, as she now seeks legal counsel for her impending divorce. Dear student, now that you are awake, you may live. Remember to consume more nourishing foods to replenish your blood and energy. Your health is quite poor, and this cannot continue. Take things a little easier, and do not let anger overwhelm you, Chen Xian said, observing Lin Dong as he opened his eyes and lay in bed. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I understand, Lin Dong replied, rising unsteadily from the bed and exiting the infirmary, still feeling a bit dizzy. Alas, are today's students so infatuated? Chen Xian lamented, then thought of her husband. Back in college, she and her husband had shared a similarly passionate romance. However, last month, he had secretly sabotaged her for the sake of his company's interests, and had committed actions that could have led to dire consequences if she had not discovered it in time. She still could not fathom why he would resort to such deeds. As Lin Dong walked through the campus, he noticed many students pointing and whispering about him, for he had recently gained notoriety. At Jiangnan University, there were many couples who came together and broke apart, yet it was unprecedented for a breakup to result in someone collapsing from blood loss. With Huang Zhanglan's deliberate promotion, within a mere half-day, Lin Dong had become a figure of renown at Jiangnan University, yet Lin Dong was not preoccupied with such matters. Upon exiting the school gates, he felt parched and approached a nearby vending machine to purchase a bottle of mineral water. When it came time to pay, he instinctively reached for the balance on his phone, but suddenly recalled the Super Tycoon system he had just linked. He decided to test its authenticity and opted for fingerprint payment. D. Super Tycoon system successfully processed a payment of 3 yuan. The vending machine dispensed a bottle of mineral water. Is this really possible? Lin Dong murmured to himself as he held the bottle. He then noticed the information displayed on the screen. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 9999999999999997. Physique, 15 weak. Spirit, 28 average. Skills, freely addable at the cost of Tycoon points. Tycoon points, 0. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong suddenly burst into laughter. The Super Tycoon system was indeed real. This meant that from this moment onward, he was wealthier than anyone else in the world. What did the world's richest man matter? What did the Forbes list mean? Combined, all of them could not match even a fraction of his fortune. From now on, Lin Dong resolved to lead a different life. The first 20 years had been too stifling. The following decades would be vibrant, carefree, and elegant. All those who had looked down upon him would be met with a resounding rebuttal. Once Lin Dong regained his composure, he made his way to a nearby 8-star hotel, the Golden Leaf Hotel, intending to have a meal, as he was feeling quite famished. This was the highest-rated and most expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. Previously, when Lin Dong had passed by with Jiang Shang, she had expressed a dream of dining there. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A tall, fair-skinned waitress approached him as he entered dining. Lin Dong replied, How many will be dining? The waitress inquired politely. Just me right this way, sir. She gestured for him to follow. Lin Dong had expected the waitress to lead him straight to the dining area, but instead, she brought him to the front desk. Sir, do you have a membership card? Asked a staff member at the front desk. There were several others nearby, all of whom resembled flight attendants, all of them tall, fair-skinned, and possessing long legs. No, Lin Dong replied, Sir, I apologize, but our food is of the highest quality, all imported from abroad, and any uneaten food is discarded at the end of the day to ensure absolute freshness. Thus, our prices are significantly higher than those outside. Without a membership card, a deposit is required for dining. How can I obtain a membership card? Sir, our hotel offers a membership card. 1 million recharge grants a standard membership, 2 million for a premium membership, and 5 million for a VIP membership. Then sign me up for one, sir. How much would you like to recharge? Let's start with 100 million. Excuse me, sir. I didn't quite catch that. The front desk staff stammered. I said, start with 100 million. Are you certain? Absolutely. Please hold on. Our manager will be with you shortly. The staff member then used a walkie-talkie to call, Manager Zhao, please come to the lobby. She likely thought Lin Dong was there to cause trouble, as he did not appear to be someone who could deposit 100 million for a membership card. Received, came a crisp voice over the radio. Soon after, a stunning woman in her 20s, dressed in a black business suit, approached, it was evident that this woman was on a different level than the other staff members, truly the manager. What seems to be the issue? The attractive manager inquired as she reached the front desk. The earlier staff member whispered a few words into the manager's ear. Sir, is it true that you wish to recharge 100 million for a membership card? The beautiful manager asked Lin Dong. Indeed. Lin Dong affirmed. Are you certain you wish to recharge 100 million? Yes. Which bank will you be using for payment? The manager began to operate the front desk computer. Any bank will do. What payment method? Fingerprint. Very well, sir. Please verify the amount and confirm by placing your finger on the scanner. The manager turned the computer screen toward Lin Dong for him to view the amount. Lin Dong glanced at it. It was indeed 100 million. Then he tapped confirm and placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice echoed from the front desk. Transfer successful. 100 million has been received. In that instant, all 6 or 7 tall wait staff at the front desk, including the manager, collectively gasped in disbelief. Their gazes toward Lin Dong shifted from disdain to admiration, as if they wished to devour him whole.
Chapter 3. Zhao Xian had been the lobby manager at this exquisite 8-star hotel for over 3 years. She had encountered numerous affluent individuals, many worth tens or even hundreds of billions. After all, anyone frequenting this establishment was of considerable wealth. Although the hotel's membership cards were refundable and many large corporations routinely deposited millions for clients, the notion of directly depositing 100 million was unprecedented. Such a person must possess a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Otherwise, they would not dare to engage in such extravagant behavior. While the Forbes list featured celebrities with net worths in the hundreds of billions, Zhao Xian, upon entering this elite circle, realized that countless invisible billionaires existed in the world, likely far more than those accounted for in the Forbes rankings. Most wealthy individuals maintained a low profile, and the young man before her was evidently a concealed billionaire, undoubtedly among the elite. His youth suggested he was a privileged heir from a discreet family. Initially, upon seeing Lin Dong, Zhao Xian held him in disdain. His attire was worth no more than 200. Such individuals were commonplace. However, upon hearing from the front desk that he intended to recharge his membership card with 100 million, she immediately assumed he was merely toying with them. Nevertheless, adhering to her professional decorum, she inquired further and initiated the payment process, secretly hoping for a failure to witness how Lin Dong would extricate himself from the situation. To her astonishment, the payment succeeded. Clearly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Having been exposed to high society, Zhao Xian yearned to penetrate that realm, dreaming of stepping into the upper echelons. While many nouveau riches had expressed interest in her, she held little regard for those boorish individuals, primarily seeking her physical company. From what she had gathered, none of those who had shown interest were genuinely wealthy. They were merely pretenders. She aspired for the attention of true aristocrats, who were predominantly discreet. The young man before her epitomized her criteria: wealthy, unassuming, and youthful. She resolved to cultivate a connection with him, viewing this as her golden opportunity to alter her destiny, bolstered by unwavering confidence in her own allure. Meanwhile, the front desk attendant who had summoned the manager was filled with regret. Had she directly handled Lin Dong's request, the commission would have been hers. Now, she would merely receive a fraction of it. Regaining her composure, Zhao Xian addressed Lin Dong. Sir, may I please see your identification? I will assist you in processing your membership card. Lin Dong presented his ID, having already discerned her insincerity. She hadn't requested his ID until after the transaction, clearly doubting his intention to deposit such a staggering sum. However, Lin Dong was indifferent. He had endured many dismissive glances over the past 2 decades, and this encounter was relatively courteous. In other situations, he may have already been ejected by security. I am a student at Jiang University, and starting today, I will be dining here 3 times daily. Please prepare the finest ingredients for my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If I am unable to come, simply dispose of the leftovers and continue preparing for the next meal, Lin Dong stated. His words sent shockwaves through those present. Dining thrice daily with the finest ingredients would likely cost hundreds of thousands per day. Disposing of food if he did not show up? Such extravagance transcended the mere definition of a wealthy individual. This was the realm of a true magnate. Moreover, he was a student at Jiangnan University. Such wealth at such a young age epitomized the legendary elite. Everyone cast starry-eyed glances at Lin Dong, eager to attach themselves to this towering figure, willing to sacrifice anything for a chance to associate with him. While they did not dare to dream of marrying into such elite circles, any connection with him would be immensely beneficial. At this moment, a mere hint from Lin Dong could see them queuing to share his bed. "Very well, Mr. Lin. We shall fulfill your request," came the prompt reply. After securing the membership card, Lin Dong was escorted to a lavish private room. "Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's finest room. Your meal will be served shortly. Here is my business card. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me directly. I will ensure you receive the highest level of service," Zhao Xian stated, handing him her personal card, distinct from the hotel's standard issuance, reserved for those she deemed worthy. As Lin Dong accepted the card, Zhao Xian deliberately grazed her delicate hand across his, sending a shiver through him. "What soft touch," he mused, captivated by her allure. Before long, an opulent spread adorned the table. Lobsters, abalone, king crab, shark fin, bird's nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar, representing the pinnacle of culinary excellence. Each dish was visually enticing, igniting one's appetite. A bottle of 1983 Lafite accompanied the meal. The lavish feast was surely worth over $1 million. Far more than Lin Dong could consume, but he was unperturbed. He was now in a position where he was rich enough to afford waste. Sampling each dish, he marveled at the 8-star hotel's remarkable quality. "Mr. Lin, how does it taste? Are you satisfied?" Zhao Xian inquired, leaning closer to him, her breath warm against his neck, creating a pleasant sensation. "Delicious. Truly exquisite. I'm very satisfied," he responded. "That's wonderful to hear. Please enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just call for me. I want to intrude on your dining experience," Zhao Xian said, preparing to leave. "Miss Zhao, with such an abundance of food, I cannot possibly eat it all alone. Moreover, enjoying such exquisite ingredients without the company of a beautiful woman feels lacking. Would you honor me by dining with me?" Lin Dong asked. He genuinely found Zhao Xian captivating. Her figure and features were top tier, and her attire accentuated her advantages. The fragrance she exuded stirred something deep within him, and every subtle movement only heightened his desire. Dining with such a stunning woman would undoubtedly be a delight. "Well, Mr. Lin, that may not be appropriate. Besides, I am currently on duty," Zhao Xian hesitated. In truth, she longed to share a meal with him, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to strengthen their connection. Despite her role as lobby manager, she had never tasted many of the gourmet dishes on the table. Yet, she understood that a woman must retain some mystery. The allure of subtlety often surpasses overt seduction. "What's inappropriate about it? If your boss takes issue, simply inform me, and I shall have a word with him. If that fails, I will buy the hotel and appoint you as the owner," Lin Dong declared flamboyantly. "In that case, I shall obey your wishes," Zhao Xian replied, casting aside her reservations and sitting down to pour wine for Lin Dong, mindful of the delicate balance required in this interaction. As for Lin Dong's jest about purchasing the hotel, she merely smiled at the thought. Joking aside, the acquisition of this hotel would undoubtedly require no less than 15 billion. Although she holds Lin Dong in high regard, she does not perceive him to possess such financial prowess. Of course, her belief that Lin Dong lacks this capability does not imply that his family's wealth is similarly limited. Presently, many individuals boast net worths in the tens or even hundreds of billions, yet the majority of their wealth is tied to virtual assets, such as stocks. The truly affluent are those rare individuals capable of liquidating hundreds of billions in cash. Should Lin Dong genuinely purchase the Golden Leaf Hotel and appoint her as its owner, she would wholeheartedly dedicate herself to him, even to the point of sacrificing her life. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Zhao Xian harbors these thoughts. Otherwise, he would have made the purchase without hesitation. After all, what is the fuss? Whether it be 150 billion or 300 billion, we would acquire it. The two enjoyed a delightful meal, filled with laughter and conversation. Chapter 4. Jiangnan International Mansion. Having finished his meal, Lin Dong stepped out of the 8-star hotel. Glancing back at the entrance where Zhao Xian was bowing slightly alongside several attendants. In that moment, Lin Dong felt as if the world had transformed into a realm of beauty. What was Jiang Shan to him? If he wished, he could now assemble a harem of 3,000 beauties. What was next on his agenda? Naturally, it was time to purchase a residence. Lin Dong had long since lost interest in living in the school dormitory. It was a cramped space meant for 4, now occupied by only 2, as the other 2 had moved out to rent places with their girlfriends. The remaining roommate, he had heard, was also deeply involved with his girlfriend and planned to move out soon. Lin Dong had considered renting a place to live with Jiang Shan, but she adamantly refused. The thought that Jiang Shan had already been intimate with Huang Junlang within mere days twisted his heart with pain. If only he had acted decisively before, he cursed silently, now leaving that scoundrel Huang Junlang to reap the benefits. At that moment, his battered second-hand phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from his roommate, Lu Peng. Even though Lu Peng was now living with his girlfriend in a rather unrestrained manner, they had shared a room for over a year, and their bond remained strong. Moreover, since the accommodation fees were tied to tuition, even if one did not reside on campus, the fees had already been paid. Thus, occasionally, they would return to the dormitory for some gaming sessions. Lin Dong answered the call. Dongzi, where are you? The 3 of us are currently in the infirmary. Dr. Chen mentioned you had already left. We've heard about your situation. Please don't do anything foolish. Remember, out with the old, in with the new. Once you feel better, we'll organize a gathering to help you find someone even better. Lu Peng's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. Lin Dong felt somewhat comforted and replied, Da Peng, what are you thinking? How could I do something foolish? Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Really? You're truly all right? Absolutely. I'm just going home to unwind. Think about your loving family and our brotherhood. All right, I'm not that foolish. Take care. At Jiangnan International Mansion, the properties here were the most expensive in Jiangnan province, with an average price starting at 200,000. The location was unparalleled, surrounded on 3 sides by the river, offering breathtaking views. The estate comprised only 6 buildings, each with 38 floors, with the smallest units exceeding 200 square meters and the largest surpassing 1,000. This was indeed a true gathering place for the affluent, where luxury cars filled the parking lot, making anything under $1 million feel out of place. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. Upon entering the lobby, which felt rather spacious, he noticed a few saleswomen scattered about, engaged in conversation, none of whom approached him upon his arrival. The estate had been on the market for 3 years, yet the properties remained unsold due to their exorbitant prices, with even the smallest units costing tens of millions, beyond the reach of most buyers. Initially, there had been considerable interest when the project launched, but over the years, those who could afford it had already made their purchases, leaving only those who could not afford it still lingering. Consequently, most of the original sales staff had departed, and many saleswomen had left with millions in commissions, as a single property could yield vast earnings. Noticing Lin Dong, the seasoned employees discerned from his attire that he was unlikely to be a serious buyer, so they continued their idle chatter, disregarding him entirely. Lin Dong felt somewhat awkward, as it was evident that the individuals chatting were disinterested in him, and with no one at the front desk, he had no one to inquire with. After standing there for a few minutes, a young woman in her mid-20s emerged from the restroom. Cui Jia had just joined the sales team at Jiangnan International Mansion last month, having secured her position through her uncle's connections and a modest bribe. Coming from a small town, she had envisioned making a fortune in such a prestigious establishment, yet after over a month, she had yet to assist a single client. Today, as she exited the restroom, she noticed a young man of similar age standing in the lobby, seemingly neglected by the more experienced staff. She approached him. "Sir, are you here to view properties?" she inquired. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. Cui Jia felt a surge of excitement. Finally, she had a chance to show a property. "What type of unit are you interested in? What options do you have?" Cui Jia proceeded to elaborate on the various available units. The inventory was limited, and after some discussion, Lin Dong settled on a 500 square meter flat on the 22nd floor of Building 3. Taking the key from the front desk, they set off to view the property. As soon as they left, the chatter resumed in the lobby. Him? He here to look at properties? Just look at his attire. He clearly a nobody. Does he even know where he is? Exactly. A single square meter here would be a lifetime of struggle for him. Only a novice like Chui Jia would waste her time on him. He probably hails from the countryside, unaware of the prices here. When he realizes, he'll be utterly shocked. 2 hours later, Lin Dong and Chui Jia returned to the sales hall. They sat on chairs at the edge of the lobby, with Chui Jia preparing a cup of tea for Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, did you find the viewing satisfactory? She asked, sitting across from him. Not particularly. The location of Building 3 isn't ideal. Is there any availability in Building 1? Lin Dong expressed his desire for the best, as he wasn't constrained by finances. Please hold on. I'll check, Chui Jia replied, picking up her tablet to search for information. Mr. Lin, there is only one unit left in Building 1 due to its prime location. It's a large duplex flat occupying the 37th and 38th floors. The crown jewel of Building 1, totaling 1,300 square meters. However, it is rather expensive, and I would advise against it. Oh, may I take a look? Lin Dong asked, eager to view the property without even inquiring about the price. You can, but then let us go. Lin Dong interrupted. Chui Jia hesitated before replying, All right, Mr. Lin, please wait while I fetch the key. As Chui Jia returned with the key, and they prepared to view the property. A seasoned employee in her 30s, still possessing an air of grace, interjected from nearby. Xiao Jia, are you two going to see the crown jewel of Building 1? She had overheard their conversation. Yes, Liu Jie, Hui Jia responded. Xiao Jia, it's not that I'm discouraging you, but properties here aren't something just anyone can view, especially not the crown jewel. The interior was designed by renowned international masters. If anything were to be damaged, who would be liable? Liu Jia, I will be cautious. Xiao Jia, as you have just arrived and are unfamiliar with the intricacies of this industry, possessing keen discernment is paramount. Just look at him. Does he appear to be someone capable of affording property in this area? Sister Liu pointed at Lin Dong without hesitation. Sister Liu, I firmly believe that Mr. Lin is not that kind of individual. Alas, if you choose to disregard Sister Liu's words, that is your decision. However, once you exit, ensure that not a single trace is left behind. Understood? Understood, Sister Liu. After saying this, Chui Jia led Lin Dong straight to the pinnacle of Building 1. Chapter 5. The king of Building 1. As Lin Dong stepped inside, he was utterly astounded. Indeed, it was the king of buildings, adorned in opulence to the utmost degree. Approaching the 3-meter-high, over 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed upon the breathtaking vista before him, feeling an exhilarating sense of being atop the world, surveying all beneath him. Mr. Lin, this is the king of Building 1. The glass in front of you is bulletproof, imported from abroad, with a thickness of 10 centimeters, impervious even to missiles. Its transparency is remarkable, allowing sunlight to flood in without obstruction. The value of this single window exceeds 10 million. Above you, the magnificent chandelier, imported from France, can be adjusted to display over 10 colors. This is the kitchen. This is the bedroom. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the restroom. This is the reception area. This is the entertainment room. The two then ascended to the 28th floor, where a luxurious indoor swimming pool awaited. It could be regularly filled with purified, sterile water, safe enough to drink. After demonstrating this by sipping from a cup of water, Chui Jia intended to assure Lin Dong of its pristine quality. After more than an hour of exploration, as they exited the property, Chui Jia turned to Lin Dong, saying, Mr. Lin, please return to the sales office to rest. I will clean the floor and join you shortly. She prepared to wipe the floor with a towel. No need to clean. I will take this property, Lin Dong declared. Chui Jia's hand trembled upon hearing his words. What did you just say? I said I don't need you to clean. I will take this property. Really? She asked, incredulous. Of course. Lin Dong affirmed confidently. Thank you. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the paperwork? Chui Jia asked, her excitement palpable. Very well. They returned to the sales office, where Chui Jia could hardly believe the reality of Lin Dong's intentions to purchase the property. She calculated that the total price of the apartment was $39,800,000, and her commission would amount to $3,980,000. Having never encountered such wealth before, she realized that this sum could purchase 10 apartments in her small hometown. It was precisely this naivety and her fresh entry into the field that made her believe Lin Dong's words so completely. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed the notion of a seemingly unremarkable individual purchasing a property worth $400 million. Upon their return to the sales office, Cui Jia busied herself preparing the contract and called the manager, who promptly arrived with the finance team. By the time all formalities were completed, evening had descended. Yet, not a single staff member had left, struggling to accept that Cui Jia had indeed sold the king of Building 1. Only after the payment was finalized did they begrudgingly acknowledge the truth, their hearts heavy with envy. For $1 million was no small sum. Just moments earlier, Lin Dong had stood in the lobby for a few minutes, and had anyone approached him then, the $4 million would have been theirs. One employee, Lu Jie, regretted not having seized the opportunity, lamenting her own experience of having spent an entire month catering to a wealthy client just to finalize a contract for a property worth $800,000. In stark contrast, Cui Jia had earned $4 million in merely half a day, a notion that made Lu Jie feel as though she could choke on her own bitterness. Upon exiting Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian, dined at a hotel, and spent over $10,000 on a new smartphone. Discarding his old second-hand device into the trash, returning to the penthouse of Building 1, he recognized that this would be his home for the foreseeable future. He called his university mentor to request a few days of sick leave, aware that rumors of his recent fainting spell had spread among the faculty. His mentor, understanding the situation, refrained from adding any undue pressure. Lin Dong had little desire to return to campus, knowing he would be the subject of ridicule. Tomorrow, he would purchase a luxury car and drive it back to school, a spectacle that would silence any mockery. You, Jiangshan, sacrificed 3 years of our relationship for a bag worth over 10,000. When I arrive in a car worth several million, let us see if you regret your decision. He thought bitterly. Reclining on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong reveled in the comfort that wealth afforded him. He glanced at the interface in front of him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 99999950198641 yuan physique, 15, weak, spirit, 28, average skills, freely increase, requires consumption of wealth points. For without hesitation, Lin Dong allocated all 4 wealth points to his physique, increasing it from 15 to 19. In that instant, he felt a warm surge throughout his body. Years of malnutrition had left him weak, but he now sensed a significant improvement. He felt invigorated and, upon inspection, noticed a newfound muscularity. Such an effect was astonishing. If he were to invest dozens of wealth points into his physique, would he not surpass even Olympic champions? Lin Dong felt as though his life was illuminated with possibilities. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, discovering 2 new friend requests, one from Zhao Xian and the other from Cui Jia. He accepted both. Soon after, a message from Zhao Xian appeared. Lin Dong, have you gone to sleep yet? Not yet. Is there something you need, Sister Xian? Can't I message you if I'm not busy? Of course. How could I ever mind your messages? It brings me joy. Such sweet words, Lin Dong. I have the weekend off. Are you free? I'd like to invite you to go swimming together. Upon reading her message, Lin Dong's imagination conjured an image of Zhao Xian in a bikini, igniting a heat within him. How can one resist such blatant temptation from a beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs? He pondered, ultimately realizing he could not. Thus, he replied, I'm free. How could I refuse an invitation from you, Sister Xian? Then it's settled. See you on Sunday. All right, Sister Xian. Good night, Lin Dong. Good night, Sister Xian. Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of Sunday. After spending some more time on WeChat, he grew weary of the triviality of his social circle. Most of his contacts were merely acquaintances from school, junior high, high school, and college, along with a few relatives. Only a handful of his roommates reached out to check on him. Lin Dong's parents had passed away in an accident when he was under 10 years old, leaving him to live with his second uncle until high school. During the custody battle for him, his 2 uncles and 1 aunt had fiercely contested for his guardianship. At that time, His second uncle and aunt had treated him exceptionally well, leading Lin Dong to believe that life would be good even without his parents. However, once custody was secured, his life took a turn for the worse. He endured frequent beatings and insults, often eating leftovers, resulting in chronic malnutrition. It was only later that he realized their interest had not been in his well-being, but rather in the nearly $2 million compensation his parents had received. Since starting high school at 16, he had received not a single cent from his guardians. Had it not been for the support of his aunt and older cousin, he might have already dropped out. The compensation was supposed to be handed over to him upon turning 18, yet he had yet to see a single penny. His aunt, great-aunt, and uncle had frequently engaged in disputes with his second uncle and aunt over this matter. But what could be done? The money lay in the hands of others, and his aunt had bluntly stated that all those funds had been spent on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong quietly estimated that the total amount spent on him at his uncle's home had likely not exceeded 5,000 yuan, primarily consisting of essential school fees during junior high and perhaps 1 or 2 sets of market clothes each year. Reflecting on this, Lin Dong felt that life was truly frustrating. Chapter 6. Bestowing gifts. Departing from the WeChat interface, Lin Dong launched the Douyin app. In moments of leisure, he enjoyed perusing Douyin. Upon noticing that his followed streamer, Shui Wei'er, was live, he eagerly clicked in. Lin Dong had been an early supporter of Shui Wei'er, having followed her since the inception of her streaming career over a year ago. He could be considered among her initial fans, witnessing her growth from a mere handful of followers to a staggering 50,000. The audience in her live streams had also expanded from a few to a couple of hundred. However, Lin Dong had never bestowed gifts upon her. He simply relished her melodious voice and her enchanting songs. Despite Shui Wei'er's talent, her anonymity persisted, as her streams solely featured her voice without revealing her face. Such an approach on Douyin made it challenging to capture the attention of affluent patrons. After all, how many individuals were genuinely interested in listening to music? Most viewers were drawn to the allure of appearances. Thus, despite her captivating singing, she remained an obscure streamer, neither flourishing nor declining. Due to recent events involving Jiangshan, Lin Dong had not entered Shui Wei'er's live stream for nearly a month. Upon re-entering, he was greeted by the familiar strains of her singing unwavering devotion. The lyrics resonated deeply within him. The sorrow of loving you is something you'll never comprehend. Why must I force myself to embrace everything about you? You have fiercely pushed away my defenses, tightly closing the door while counting my tears. This song evoked a wave of emotion, moistening Lin Dong's eyes. The nature of unrequited love often leads to naught. The dedicated admirer ultimately ends up with nothing. As the song concluded, gifts began to shower the live stream. Albeit modestly, gifts worth only a few or dozens of yuan, with none exceeding 100. Nevertheless, Shui Wei'er graciously acknowledged each contribution. As a small streamer, any gift was a boon. Thank you to Brother Xinu for the gift. Thank you to Brother Gaoshan Lu Shui for the gift. Thank you to Sister Xin for the gift. Feeling financially secure, Lin Dong resolved to gift his beloved streamer. He charged his Douyin account with a substantial amount, 10 million yuan, and began presenting gifts to Shui Wei'er, opting for the most extravagant one, the World Star. As Shui Wei'er continued to express gratitude to her generous supporters, she typically received a few hundred yuan worth of gifts over several hours of streaming, which was already a source of contentment for her. Though not averse to revealing her face, she preferred to maintain her anonymity while in the dormitory, sharing her space with 3 roommates. They dressed casually, and as a music student, she wished to be appreciated for her singing rather than her appearance. Some wealthy patrons had privately messaged her, seeking to meet and support her, but she declined, feeling such arrangements resembled transactions. Although she was in need of financial aid, she was unwilling to compromise her principles. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the live stream. Was this the effect of the World Star? In over a year of streaming, she had never received one, though she had witnessed others being showered with them in different streams. A World Star cost 2,000 yuan, a sum she typically earned over an entire week of streaming. Today, however, someone had gifted her a World Star before she could discern the identity of her benefactor. Another dazzling flash followed, then a third and a fourth. The World Star effects continued to cascade in her live stream. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier. World Star X10. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier. World Star X11. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier. World Star X66. Such an extraordinary sequence of over 66 world stars not only filled the streamer screen, but also garnered attention across the entire Douyin channel. Instantly, numerous viewers flocked to witness the spectacle of a sudden wealthy patron in an otherwise unremarkable live stream. Wow, a tycoon has emerged in this little corner of Douyin. I must see this. The number of viewers surged from 200 to over 1,000, continuing to rise. Thank you, little matchstick brother, for the world stars. Thank you. Thank you. Xue loves you. Shui Weier, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to find words. Yet, the dazzling effects showed no signs of abating. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier, World Star X666. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier, World Star X999. One little matchstick, sent to streamer Shui Weier, World Star X1314. Ultimately, Lin Dong's gifting culminated at the number 1314 as fatigue began to set in. The live stream exploded with activity, the viewer count soaring to an astonishing 100,000. Incredible. The Matchstick Tycoon is phenomenal. Does the Matchstick Tycoon need a follower? What did it mean to receive 1314 world stars? In monetary terms, this translated to over 260,000 yuan, half of which would amount to a staggering 130,000 yuan for her. She glanced at the generous donor, a user named One Little Matchstick, who had followed her for quite some time, but had never gifted before, until today. Without hesitation, Shui Weier sent a private message. Thank you for the gifts. Could I add you on WeChat? Lin Dong, upon receiving her message, promptly shared his WeChat ID. Shortly thereafter, she added him. Thank you for your gifts, little brother. It's nothing. I felt quite embarrassed for not gifting you sooner after listening to your songs for so long. Today, I am to make up for that. Thank you for your support. When you have time, I would love to sing just for you. My name is Li Shuawei. What is your name? I am Lin Dong. Their conversation meandered through trivial matters, with Li Shuawei expressing gratitude in nearly every other sentence. Lin Dong approached the 3-meter-high, floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the enchanting riverside nightscape, vibrant and captivating. He snapped several photos of the scenery with his newly acquired phone and shared them on his social media with the caption, "The riverside night view remains utterly enchanting." Lin Dong rarely posted on social media, but his spirits soared today, prompting him to share. After posting, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, reclining on his luxurious 4-meter-wide bed for a well-deserved rest. While Lin Dong drifted into slumber, many on Douyin found themselves wide awake, particularly the prominent streamers. Despite the top ranks boasting millions in gifts, those funds were often funneled through agencies, leaving them with nothing. The true beneficiaries were the lesser-known streamers. The revelation that a small streamer had received a staggering 260,000 yuan in gifts had sparked intrigue among the big names. They began to investigate Shui Weier's livestream, hoping to entice this newfound benefactor into their fold. Chapter 7. The role of the skills bar. Li Shuawei lay in her dormitory bed, unable to sleep. This evening, her 3 roommates had gone to socialize with the boys in another dormitory. She had feigned illness as an excuse to stay behind, for she seldom participated in such gatherings. After all, her family circumstances were not comparable to those of her peers. They had nearly exhausted their resources to support her admission to the music academy. She would only attend these events when absolutely necessary. Now, she felt truly fortunate for not having gone, as she would have missed out on the generous donation from the illustrious Matchstick benefactor. A single donation of 2.6 million was a rarity, even among prominent streamers, let alone someone of her modest standing. Before she had even finished her broadcast, a guild had already reached out to her, expressing interest in promoting her. They proposed to enhance her visibility by connecting her with 2 relatively well-known streamers, hoping to entice this wealthy benefactor further. With his extravagant nature, there was a possibility he might donate tens of millions in a single gesture. The guild had a keen understanding of the benefactor's temperament. What mattered most to him was face. He could not afford to lose dignity in front of his favorite streamers. Grasping this principle would enable them to encourage the benefactor to shower gifts continuously. However, the guild's ultimate goal was to exploit her, and she would receive nothing in return, perhaps even being forced to share a portion of any earnings. Yet, Li Shuawei declined their offer. She did not wish to ensnare Lin Dong's money in such a manner, especially after being threatened that it would be difficult for her to survive in the streaming world. She was uncertain whether she would regret her decision and questioned whether Lin Dong's interest was merely a fleeting whim. Moreover, she contemplated how to wisely utilize the over 1 million in potential earnings to improve her family circumstances. Thus, it was destined for her to spend a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's WeChat moments were bustling with activity. His post featuring the riverside nightscape had garnered hundreds of comments. The angle of his photograph was impeccable, clearly taken from a residence on the 31st floor or higher of the Jiangnan International Mansion. What is the Jiangnan International Mansion? It is the most expensive property in Jiangnan province, with prices starting at 200,000 per square meter, and even a modest unit begins at 50 million. Lin Dong had posted a photo taken from this location. Comment 1. Lin Dong, where did you steal this image? The angle is impressive. Comment 2. Dongzi, are you working here as a part-time cleaner? Can you introduce me? I might be able to befriend some wealthy locals. Comment 3. Dongzi, are you being kept by a rich woman here? Any connections? I'd rather not work hard anymore. The comments varied widely, yet no one speculated whether Lin Dong had purchased property there. The next day, Lin Dong awoke with the sun already high in the sky. After washing up, he approached the window, gazing at the riverside scenery, feeling as if he were still dreaming. What to do today? All right, he needed to buy a car. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he did not know how to drive. What should he do? Hire a driver? How absurd would it be to buy a sports car only to rely on someone else to drive it? If he enrolled in driving school, it would take at least a month. Lin Dong felt he could not wait that long. Then he remembered that the system had a skills bar where skills could be freely added. He opened the panel. He had acquired another super wealthy point. After spending 10 million last night on Douyin, his total had exceeded 500 million, thus earning him another point. Lin Dong clicked on the plus sign next to the skill points and entered car driving. The system began to load. A few seconds later, he felt an influx of knowledge about driving, a clear understanding of which was the brake, the accelerator, and the clutch, how to start, shift gears, turn, and reverse. It felt as though he had personally driven before, and the clarity was astounding. Lin Dong was exhilarated. This system was truly remarkable. He could hardly wait to try it out with a car in front of him. After exiting the International Mansion, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Just as he reached the entrance, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong thought Zhao Xian was quite impressive, possessing a good sense of propriety. Last night, she had affectionately called him brother, but today she addressed him formally as Mr. Lin. He appreciated her clear boundary between personal and professional. After breakfast, as they exited the hotel, Zhao Xian intentionally leaned closer to Lin Dong and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget our agreement, brother Lin Dong." Her warm breath sent shivers down his spine, and he inwardly cursed, "What a temptress." Lin Dong then spent several hundreds of thousands to refresh his wardrobe. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After replacing his street vendor attire with designer brands, he indeed felt rejuvenated. Coupled with the 4 super wealthy points he had added to his physique, he appeared far more spirited. A stark contrast to the previous day, a true scion of wealth. Had he worn this ensemble when purchasing real estate yesterday, he would not have been left waiting in a lobby for several minutes. Once he was dressed, Lin Dong headed to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. After setting his eyes on a G-Class priced over 3 million, he promptly paid and drove it away. Thanks to his new attire, he encountered no condescending sales personnel, which allowed him to enjoy the satisfaction of a triumphant purchase. Driving his newly acquired G-Class, Lin Dong felt no unfamiliarity, immediately realizing how incredible the system was. However, a pressing issue remained. While he could drive, he did not possess a driver's license. How could he obtain one? It seemed no one in his circle had the capability. Zhao Xian? He believed she could help, as she worked as a lobby manager in a 5-star hotel and likely knew influential people. He drove to the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hotel and called Zhao Xian. "Brother Lin, did you miss me so soon?" Zhao Xian's magnetic voice came through the line. Sister Xian, I need your assistance, Lin Dong stated directly. Whatever you need, just say it. I won't refuse, she replied. Could you come out to discuss it? I'm parked right outside the hotel in a brand new, unregistered G-Class. All right, brother, wait for me. I'll be right out. In less than 5 minutes. Zhao Xian appeared at Lin Dong's car. She settled into the passenger seat and asked, What do you need my help with, brother? I need to get a driver's license. Do you have any connections? Money is not an issue. Lin Dong replied straightforwardly. A driver's license? Zhao Xian was puzzled. How could someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich heir, not have a driver's license at his age? However, since he did not elaborate, she would not pry. That shouldn't be difficult. When do you need it? Zhao Xian asked. The sooner, the better. Then please give me your ID. I'll take a photo. Okay. Lin Dong retrieved his ID and handed it to Zhao Xian. After she took a photo, she sent it to someone and made a call. Hello, sister. I sent you a photo of an ID. Could you have brother-in-law help me get a driver's license as quickly as possible? Okay. Got it. Thanks, sister. And please thank brother-in-law for me. After hanging up, Zhao Xian informed Lin Dong, You can have it by this afternoon at the earliest. Thank you, Sister Xian. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it to you. Forget about that. Since you call me Sister Xian, there's no need to be so formal. All right then, Sister Xian, do you have some time? Would you accompany me to a place? Lin Dong was no longer being formal. My younger brother made plans, and even if he is busy, he must find the time. With that, Sister Xian took her seat, and we set off. Lin Dong started the car and departed from the Golden Leaf Hotel. Chapter 8. Delivering the car, Lin Dong accompanied Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. Upon entering, a beautiful female sales representative approached them. Noticing they had just alighted from a newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and seeing Lin Dong's affluent appearance, she warmly inquired, Good day, sir and madam. Are you here to view some vehicles? Yes, Lin Dong replied. Which model would you like to see? She asked. Is the Porsche 911 available? He inquired. Yes, it is. She confirmed. Please follow me. She led them to the side of a Porsche 911. Currently, we have two in stock, one in red and one in black. Which one would you prefer, sir? Lin Dong casually scanned the vehicles and declared, I'll take the red one. Please prepare the invoice. Huh? The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. You're buying without even a proper look? That's quite extravagant. Isn't it already clear? The red one looks splendid. Lin Dong replied, having never encountered such a straightforward buyer in his tenure at the dealership. Please follow me, she said, leading them to the front desk to discuss the car's specifications. This red Porsche 911 is the latest top-tier sports car, equipped with a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbo engine. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interjected, All right, no need for the details. Just tell me the price. Are there any optional features you would like? She asked. Just the best ones, he replied decisively. Please hold on a moment while I calculate, she said. 2 minutes later, she returned. The total comes to $3,280,000. After completing the payment, they settled onto a sofa in the lobby to await the completion of formalities. Zhao Xian speculated that Lin Dong must have brought her along to assist in driving the car home, as it would be impractical for one person to drive two vehicles. Although she was curious as to why he chose red, she suggested, Lin Dong, the red seems a bit unsuitable for you. Why not opt for the black one? I believe it would suit you better. This isn't for me. It's for you. Lin Dong chuckled. I think you'd look splendid driving the red one. Are you joking, Lin Dong? Zhao Xian exclaimed in surprise. Do I appear to be jesting? This is indeed for you, he insisted. No, that's far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. She swiftly rejected. Xianjia, now that you call me brother, let us not be so formal. You know this amount is trivial for me. It's merely the cost of 2 meals. If you refuse, how can we continue to enjoy our time together? Very well. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian's heart swelled with joy. She currently drove a modest vehicle worth over 100,000, earning an annual salary of about 5 or 600,000. With rent, clothing, and cosmetics consuming half of her income, and a freshly graduated brother still seeking employment, she often sent her remaining funds home. Though she appeared glamorous, her savings were non-existent, making such a luxurious car an unattainable dream. The red Porsche 911 was a model that any woman would covet. As the saleswoman approached them again, having overheard their conversation, her gaze toward Zhao Xian was filled with envy. She too wished for a brother who could gift her a luxury car worth over $3 million without a moment's hesitation. Sir, may I have your identification or ID number to process the insurance and registration? Xianjia, please use yours, Lin Dong suggested. Lin Dong, this. ISNT, quite appropriate. Zhao Xian hesitated. Although Lin Dong claimed the car was a gift, she had thought it was merely for her to drive. Now, with the registration being directly under her name, the realization that the car truly belonged to her left her somewhat dazed. Didn't we agree it was a gift for you? Did you think I was joking? He said. All right then, Lin Dong. Thank you immensely. Zhao Xian finally handed her identification to the saleswoman. About 10 minutes later, the saleswoman returned. Sir, the paperwork is complete. Here are the keys and documentation. You may take the car. Xianjia, here you go. Let us go, Lin Dong said as he stood up to leave. Zhao Xian took the documents and keys and went to drive the car. The two vehicles traveled in tandem on the road. Shortly after setting off, Lin Dong received a call from Zhao Xian. Lin Dong, where shall we head now? She asked. Shall we go to a hotel for dinner? Although I'm not particularly hungry, he replied. I'm not hungry either, Zhao Xian said. Then shall we visit my home? Lin Dong suggested. Sounds good. They agreed. Upon arriving at Jiangnan International Mansion and parking, they made their way to Building 1. Zhao Xian was well aware of the prestigious name of Jiangnan International Mansion, especially given its proximity to her workplace. Whenever she passed by, her gaze was filled with envy, dreaming of living in such a place. Though that dream seemed distant, simply being able to step inside was delightful. Entering the elevator to Building 1, they ascended to the 27th floor. Although Zhao Xian had mentally prepared herself, she was still overwhelmed by the opulence before her. The grand chandelier overhead, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows facing the river, and the sumptuous furnishings, all exuded an air of luxury. Living in such splendor, Zhao Xian thought she would gladly sacrifice years of her life. Please, have a seat, Lin Dong offered, pouring her a glass of water. Lin Dong, your home is truly magnificent. I can only imagine how beautiful the riverside view must be at night, she remarked, gesturing toward the large windows. It's quite nice. If you'd like to see it, you're welcome to visit any time, he assured her. Really? Zhao Xian asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Absolutely. By the way, where are you from, Xianjia? He inquired. I'm from Yunqing and have been working in Jiangshang for 3 to 4 years, she replied. Have you purchased a home in Jiangshang? He asked. Not yet. The housing prices here are so steep. I have no idea when I'll be able to afford one. She lamented. With your salary, securing a mortgage for a home in Jiangshang shouldn't be too burdensome, right? Lin Dong questioned, puzzled. Honestly, my salary isn't that high. I have my parents and brother to support, and with rent, clothing, and cosmetics being significant expenses, I can hardly save any money, Zhao Xian said, her voice tinged with melancholy. Chapter 9. Why don't you move in with me? Why don't you move in with me? Lin Dong suggested unexpectedly. He was aware that he had only known Zhao Xian for 2 days, and such an invitation was rather abrupt. Yet, the words slipped from his lips, accompanied by a faint sense of anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, during his previous relationship with Jiang Shan, he had always been subordinate, rarely voicing his opinions. In contrast, Zhao Xian's demeanor was different. She consistently sought his input, making him feel valued. Every man possesses a trace of machismo, yearning for a partner to defer to him. Zhao Xian's approach naturally put Lin Dong at ease, and he found himself subconsciously drawn to her. Is that okay? Zhao Xian hesitantly inquired. Despite her words, her heart raced with excitement at the prospect of moving in, viewing it as an opportunity to align herself with Lin Dong's promising future. The possibility of him behaving inappropriately did not concern her. In fact, she might even tempt him deliberately. Having been a woman of ambition since childhood, Zhao Xian had turned down many suitors during her time as the belle of the school, including affluent heirs and popular boys. She had never entered into a romantic relationship because she knew precisely what she desired. She aspired to achieve personal fulfillment and alter her family's destiny. Recognizing a profound disparity between what was pre-owned and what was pristine for her future aspirations. Thus, she awaited this moment, believing Lin Dong to be her vehicle for success. She did not yearn to marry someone like him, Such individuals typically wed someone of equal standing. Zhao Xian had positioned herself with clarity, having chosen this path. Marriage was never a consideration. When Lin Dong invited her to live with him, the happiness felt overwhelmingly sudden, leaving her momentarily speechless. What's the harm? I can't possibly occupy such a large space alone. Having someone to converse with will be delightful. Of course, if you have a boyfriend. Then disregard my offer to avoid any misunderstandings, Lin Dong clarified. No, I don't have a boyfriend. To be honest, I've never been in a relationship. I just wondered if it would be an inconvenience to you. Zhao Xin quickly replied, anxious to avoid misunderstandings. Never been in a relationship? That's hard to believe. Lin Dong thought, though he said, it wouldn't be a bother. I enjoy a lively atmosphere. Living alone in this vast house feels a bit empty. If you don't come, I'll invite a couple of friends over to keep me company. Since you said that, I appreciate it. Shall I move in tomorrow? She asked. Agreed. Do you need help? No, I can manage. Besides, I don't have much to bring. All right, you can take a look around now and choose whichever room you prefer on this floor. I reside on the floor above, but if you wish to stay up there, that's fine too. Just remember to lock the door at night, Lin Dong teased. Brother Lin Dong, I'll keep the door open for you downstairs. So feel free to come in whenever you like, Zhao Xian replied with a hint of allure. Enchantress, Lin Dong mused inwardly. Guan Ye, didn't you want to invite me for a swim? You can do so anytime. There's a pool upstairs. Shall we go now? Zhao Xian suggested enticingly. Let us save it for another day. Lin Dong felt utterly outmatched by her charm. Zhao Xian's languid posture and seductive demeanor were overwhelming. As she approached him, bending down to whisper in his ear, she said, Brother Lin Dong, you can invite me anytime. I've already bought my swimsuit, and no one has seen it yet. Flushed with heat, Lin Dong felt an urge to succumb to her temptations, but restrained himself. Standing up to excuse himself, Xianjie, feel free to look around. I'll go upstairs to grab something, and then we can head back to the hotel. He hurried upstairs, overwhelmed by the notion that inviting Zhao Xian to stay was a grave mistake. How could anyone endure such alluring charm on a daily basis? Meanwhile, Zhao Xian remained behind, laughing at Lin Dong's adorableness. She was convinced that he was likely inexperienced. How could such a wealthy heir be so? Yet, doubts crept into her mind about his capabilities. If that were true, what would her advantage be? Upon reaching the top floor and entering his bedroom, Lin Dong flopped onto the luxurious bed, seeking refuge from Zhao Xian's captivating presence. He opened his phone to find over 100 comments on the photos he had posted of the riverside night view. Most were mockeries. He replied to a few close friends, but refrained from mentioning his new residence, knowing no one would believe it. As he browsed through messages, he noticed several from friends. One was from Cui Jia, wishing him a good morning, and another from his cousin Wang Li, who was 2 years his junior and studying in a different city. They had grown close during high school, spending 2 years living at his aunt's house. Wang Li, Lin Dong, where did you take those beautiful photos? Lin Dong replied, they were taken in Jiangcheng. If you like them, come visit during your break, and I'll show you around. Wang Li responded quickly, really? Don't you dare lie to me. Absolutely true. Well, have I ever deceived you? All right then, it's settled. I'll come find you once the break starts. Okay. Wang Li, by the way, Lin Dong, I'm streaming as a host on Whale Live at night. Don't forget to support me. Lin Dong, you stream. Wang Li, come on, Lin Dong, don't be so out of touch. All 4 of us in the dorm are streaming. It's fun, and you can earn some pocket money. Lin Dong, I'll come by tonight to boost your audience. By the way, are you still working part-time? I made over 3,000 last month, and my mom sent me 1,500. I'll transfer 2,000 to you, so you can take Jiang Shanjie out for a nice meal. Lin Dong felt a surge of emotion upon reading this. Although they had seldom met since his 2nd year of high school, when he moved away from his aunt's house, their bond remained intact. Lin Dong, no need for that. You should buy yourself some nice clothes. When you come to Jiangsheng during your break, I have a surprise for you. Wang Li, what surprise? Lin Dong, it's a secret. Wang Li, you're so annoying. I'm not chatting with you anymore. I have class. Bye. Lin Dong, goodbye. Before long, Lin Dong noticed that Wang Li had transferred 2,000 yuan to him via WeChat. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to accept it. Tonight, I will gift you 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. Feeling that the time was right, Lin Dong went downstairs and tossed a set of keys to Zhao Xian. Since he had made a promise, he intended to keep it. If it became unbearable, they could always move out and purchase another place. It was merely a matter of resources, not a lack of them. In his view, until they established a romantic relationship, they should not act recklessly. He wanted to be a responsible man. Then, the two prepared to head back to the Jinya Hotel together. Chapter 10. Mr. Yi at this moment. On the 33rd floor of the Jinya Hotel, in the chairman's office, General Manager Lu Xian stood facing a man in his 30s. The man, lounging comfortably in the chairman's chair with his feet propped up on the desk, was Yi Hong, the chairman of Jinya Hotel and its largest shareholder. Lu Xian, has there been anything noteworthy at the hotel recently? Yi Hong infuriated. He had come to Jiangnan province on business and decided to drop by. Typically, he only visited once or twice a year. Everything is running smoothly, Mr. Yi. Our business volume has steadily increased, showing approximately a 20% growth compared to the same period last year, Lu Xian replied. Excellent, Lu Xian. You have done well. The year-end bonuses will be doubled, and employee bonuses will increase by 50%. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. All right, if there's nothing else to report, you may return to your duties. I merely stopped by for a brief visit and will be leaving shortly, Yi Hong said nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xian spoke up. Mr. Yi, I have something to report. Yesterday, a guest acquired a membership card at the hotel, depositing 100 million. Oh, was under a personal name or a corporate one? Yi Hong's interest peaked. It was under a personal name, and he spent 1.5 million on a single meal yesterday. He requested that the hotel prepare a meal for him every day, insisting on the finest quality. If he's unable to come, the food must be discarded. Does this sound like a nouveau riche to you? How old is he? The records indicate he is 21, seemingly a student at Jiangnan University. 21? A student? Spending 100 million on meals? Have you met this individual? Mr. Yi, I haven't met him. He was attended to by the lobby manager, Zhao Xian, yesterday. Summon Zhao Xian to me, Yi Hong commanded. Yes, Mr. Yi. Lu Xian immediately called into the intercom. Is Manager Zhao available? Please respond. Moments later. A voice crackled over the intercom. Lu General, Manager Zhao went out this morning and has not yet returned. Lu Xian glanced at Yi Hong, then spoke into the intercom. Does anyone know where she has gone? No, she didn't mention it to us. Lu Xian fell silent, turning to Yi Hong. Mr. Yi, I will contact her immediately. Yi Hong replied with an impassive expression. There's no need. We will wait here to see when she returns. Lu Xian, how do you manage your staff when they leave the hotel unannounced during work hours? I apologize, Mr. Yi. It is my oversight. I will strengthen management and rectify the hotel's operations. Lu Xian responded cautiously. At this moment, he felt a surge of frustration. What was Zhao Xian thinking? She usually performed admirably. How could she falter at such a critical moment and cause him to face reprimand? As silence enveloped the room, Yi Hong absorbed himself in his phone while Lu Xian stood still, hoping Zhao Xian would return swiftly. After both returned to the hotel, Lin Dong proceeded directly to the dining room, while Zhao Xian hurried to General Manager Lu Xian's office. She had already been informed at the front desk that Lu was looking for her. Upon discovering the office empty, Zhao Xian took out her intercom and called, Hello, Lu General. I am outside your office door. May I ask where you are? Lu Xian, feeling somewhat apprehensive in the presence of the chairman, finally heard Zhao Xian's voice over the intercom. He replied, Zhao Xian, come to the chairman's office. Upon hearing Lu Xian's request, Zhao Xian felt a jolt of anxiety. The tone in his voice suggested something was amiss. A summons to the chairman's office meant Mr. Yi was present. Having worked at the hotel for over 3 years, she had only seen the elusive chairman during annual meetings. Now he wanted to see her, and she was not even at the hotel during working hours. If the situation was mishandled, her job could be at stake. Zhao Xian hurried to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, standing before the door to the chairman's office, she knocked twice. Come in, a steady voice responded from within. Zhao Xian pushed the door open and saw General Manager Lu Xian standing while Yi Hong sat across from him. Mr. Yi, Lu General, greetings. I am Zhao Xian, she said, closing the door and approaching them, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Hong observed Zhao Xian closely after her introduction. She was strikingly beautiful with an excellent figure, and her professional attire accentuated her feminine charm. He was surprised to discover such a talented woman working as a lobby manager. She seemed overqualified for the position. Manager Zhao, leaving your post during work hours without notice. How did you come to hold the position of lobby manager? Yihong infuriated citerni. Hearing Yi Hong's reprimand, Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The authoritative aura emanating from him was intimidating. Yet she managed to explain, I apologize, Mr. Yi. I left the hotel without permission to accompany a client. Accompany a client? Since when does our hotel require the lobby manager to accompany guests? Is it for the hotel's benefit or your personal ambition to associate with these individuals? Yi Hong's words were sharp and discerning. He understood the motivations of women who aspired to rise above their station, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. It was evident he perceived Zhao Xian as one of those individuals. Initially, he had a favorable impression of her, but upon hearing her explanation, he began to view her through a different lens, associating her actions with those of women who often engaged in dubious conduct. Mr. Yi, you may punish me or even dismiss me, but please do not insult my character. I accompanied Mr. Lin because he wished to purchase a car and needed assistance returning it. Since Mr. Lin is a VIP at our hotel, I felt it was my duty to help. Zhao Xian retorted, her indignation rising. Feeling wronged, Zhao Xian could not accept being perceived as someone who could be easily purchased. At 27 years old, resisting temptation in a world filled with allure was no easy feat, especially for someone of her beauty. Who is Mr. Lin? Yihong infuriated. He is the VIP guest who deposited 100 million yesterday, Lu Xian interjected. And where is he now? He is dining in room 3, Zhao Xian answered. Then let us go meet this esteemed guest and ascertain the truth of your claims, Yi Hong declared, rising from his seat and exiting the office, with Lu Xian and Zhao Xian hastily following in his wake. Chapter 11. Is your hotel for sale? Lin Dong was savoring the finest cuisine in a private room, relishing the pleasures of wealth. These delicacies, once only a figment of his imagination, were now being enjoyed in abundance. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, the door to the room swung open. Lin Dong assumed it was Zhao Xian and called out, Sister Xian, have you come to join me? However, upon turning around, he was met with the sight of a man in his 30s entering, followed closely by Zhao Xian and an older gentleman in his 40s. Lin Dong did not recognize the other two men, but noticing Zhao Xian's slightly distressed expression and her reddened eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Yi Hong, the owner of this establishment. May I inquire if you are satisfied with the ingredients and service here? Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let us know. We shall certainly accommodate you, Yi Hong said courteously as he approached Lin Dong. He was genuinely intrigued by Lin Dong, a young man with the means to spend lavishly. As a businessman, he understood the value of connections. The Golden Leaf Hotel was merely one of his ventures, and he operated several others. There was a possibility of future collaboration with Lin Dong or his family's enterprises. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am quite pleased with everything here. Lin Dong replied. That's wonderful to hear. I understand that you are a distinguished student from Jiangnan University. Truly impressive, Ye Hong complimented. Indeed. However, let's not overstate it. I'm aware of my own capabilities, Lin Dong modestly responded. Mr. Lin, you are too humble. Jiangnan University ranks among the top 5 in the nation, and those who gain admission there are destined to become leaders in their respective fields. Here is my business card. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to reach out, Yi Hong offered, handing Lin Dong a gleaming gold card. Mr. Yi, I would like to inquire about something, Lin Dong said as he took the card. Please go ahead, Yi Hong encouraged. Is your hotel for sale? Lin Dong asked. Huh? Yi Hong was taken aback by the question. The confusion was shared by Lu Xian and Zhao Xian, who stood behind him. Mr. Lin, are you jesting? Yi Hong inquired with a smile. Do I appear to be joking? If your hotel is indeed for sale, I am prepared to purchase it. There is no humor in that, Lin Dong asserted earnestly. Mr. Lin, do you realize that the initial construction cost of this hotel exceeded 10 billion, not including the land? Are you sure you wish to proceed with this purchase? Yi Hong asked, still incredulous. Absolutely. If you're willing to sell, simply provide a price. If not, then so be it, Lin Dong responded. Yi Hong scrutinized Lin Dong, finding it difficult to gauge this young man who was over a decade his junior. Spending $1 billion for leisure was one matter, but directly inquiring about purchasing the hotel was another level entirely. While some could muster several billion in cash, few could command hundreds of billions. Even if Lin Dong's family possessed assets in the thousands of billions, such extravagant spending was uncommon. Could he be an heir from one of those hidden families? Ye honk pondered quietly. Mr. Lin, if you are genuinely interested in purchasing, it is feasible. But I must consult with my fellow board members, as this hotel is not solely mine. However, I must advise you that we require cash, Ye Hong stated. Then please inquire and respond swiftly, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please enjoy your meal. I shall return shortly with an answer, Ye Hong said before departing the private room, followed by Lu Xian. Zhao Xian initially intended to leave, but was halted by Lin Dong's call. Sister Xian, please wait. I have something to discuss with you. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to stay. While work could be forsaken, Lin Dong was a tree worth clinging to. His proposition to buy the hotel had sent a wave of shock through her. This was a matter of hundreds of billions in cash. If Lin Dong truly acquired the hotel, given their recent rapport, he would likely retain her, perhaps even promote her. She sincerely hoped the owner would sell to Lin Dong, and that Lin Dong had the capability to follow through, as she had already secured a position with the owner. If there were no change in ownership, her job security was uncertain. Upon returning to his office, Ye Hong pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message to a small group of 4. Gentlemen, someone is interested in purchasing our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangxing. Should we sell? A response quickly came from a man named Chen Dongshan. Who is it? Such extravagance. Ye Hong replied, a university student named Lin Dong, currently studying in Jiangxing. A university student? Old Yi, are you being fooled? Liang Ye questioned. Can a student truly amass hundreds of billions to buy our hotel? I share the same sentiment. Chen Dongxing added, do I appear to be easily deceived? Ye Hong retorted. At times, yes. Li bin intergested. I'm not joking. I asked seriously, are we selling or not? There are others awaiting my reply. Ye Hong said. That decision rests with you, as you are the largest shareholder, Chen Dongxing stated. Your combined shares exceed mine. Ye Hong commented. If I declare it for sale and you all oppose, I'm left with no options. Is he truly intent on buying? What's his background? Are you certain he possesses such means? Liang Jie probed. Everything points to yes. He just loaded $1 billion onto a membership card for dining yesterday. Ye Hong confirmed. That suggests he is not merely jesting. What sort of individual is he to have such cash on hand? Chen Dongxing mused. It is conceivable he is an heir from one of those hidden families, Li Bin proposed. If he can indeed summon hundreds of billions in cash to acquire the Golden Leaf Hotel, it is likely he belongs to that echelon. They often undergo hardship before eventually taking over parts of the family business. Should we investigate further? Ye Hong suggested. Absolutely not. If this comes to light, you will find yourself in dire straits, Li Bin warned. Is it truly that severe? What kind of world are we living in? You may be overreacting, Ye Hong replied. There are matters you have yet to encounter. Their influence can be quite formidable. Given the chance, I will introduce you to them, Li Bin insisted. I have long wished to witness the prowess of these so-called hidden figures, Liang Jie remarked. Me too, Chen Dongxing added. All right then, shall we decide if the Golden Leaf Hotel is for sale? Ye Hong asked. What price are we considering? Li Bin inwided. He's asked me to propose a figure. Ye Hong responded. And what are you two? Li Bin asked. I am indifferent. You both may decide. We are not lacking in funds, and if this transaction succeeds, I would like to meet this individual. I believe we could sell for 18 billion. The total cost of the hotel was around 12 billion, and we have recouped a significant amount over the years. Selling for 18 billion would yield a decent profit, and I have a promising project we could invest in, Liang Jie proposed. What project? Ye Hong asked. It is still in the works. Once it is finalized, we can arrange a meeting to discuss it further, Liang Jie replied. I find this agreeable. Old Yi, quote him 20 billion. If he negotiates, settle at 18 billion. Any lower, and we simply state it is not for sale. Chen Dongxing advised. Very well, I shall directly offer 20 billion and see how he responds. I will update you shortly. Ye Hong concluded before preparing to descend and present Lin Dong with the quotation. Chapter 12, 2 billion Golden Leaf Hotel, Room 3. Zhao Xian lingered, turning to Lin Dong and inquiring, are you truly intent on purchasing the hotel? Indeed, I wish to buy it, but I fear your boss may not be willing to sell. What is he like? Lin Dong asked. I am uncertain. Chairman Yi rarely visits the hotel. He typically only appears during annual meetings. I have heard he owns numerous other enterprises, with Golden Leaf Hotel being merely one of them. So enigmatic? That could pose a challenge. He likely doesn't lack for funds, Lin Dong remarked. This amount, 2 to 300 billion, is merely a trifling sum? Zhao Xian thought, feeling overwhelmed. Having worked at this premier hotel in Jiangnan for 3 to 4 years, she had cultivated numerous connections and friendships with clients, some of whom possessed fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions. She believed she was inching closer to this elite circle. Yet, Lin Dong's recent revelations shattered that illusion. It turned out she had only glimpsed a mere fraction of this world. In the presence of true billionaires, spending hundreds of billions could be a mere whim. The so-called wealthy individuals she knew paled in comparison to Lin Dong and Chairman Yi, who could effortlessly spend amounts that surpassed their entire net worth. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Zhao Xian gazed at Lin Dong with newfound admiration. He epitomized her ideal man, youthful yet possessing an impeccable aura, casually discussing deals worth billions over a meal, reminiscent of ancient monarchs surveying their domain. If only Lin Dong were aware of Zhao Xian's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. An impeccable aura? A monarch's demeanor? Just 2 days prior, he had been abandoned by his girlfriend over a mere 10,000 yuan handbag, with little more than 1,000 yuan remaining to his name. In this materialistic society, any ordinary individual suddenly bestowed with unimaginable wealth would likely exude a captivating presence, perhaps even more so than he. After observing Lin Dong savoring his meal, Zhao Xian retracted her dreamy gaze and said, "Not necessarily. Every commodity has its price. If you, Lin Dong, offer a high enough bid, Chairman Yi will surely consider selling. He is a shrewd businessman, and maximizing profit is his ultimate goal." Hearing Zhao Xian's analysis, Lin Dong felt a surge of hope. "Come, Zhao Xian, don't stand there. Sit down and have something to eat. If we succeed in acquiring this hotel, I shall appoint you as its manager." Zhao Xian's mind buzzed at Lin Dong's words, nearly causing her to faint. Did he just suggest making her the manager of the hotel after purchasing it? Although she currently held the position of lobby manager, the disparity between that role and that of the general manager was vast. General Manager Lu Xian was the highest-ranking official aside from Chairman Yi and a few other board members. When he was absent, Lu wielded considerable power, earning an annual salary exceeding 10 million. How could she, who earned only a fraction of that, possibly be elevated to such a position? Lin Dong's offer felt surreal. "Are you joking, Lin Dong?" Zhao Xian asked, her head spinning. "Joking? Why does everyone assume I am jesting? As I mentioned earlier, if your boss proves difficult, I shall purchase the hotel and make you the boss. I noticed your eyes were red upon entering. You must have been caught by your boss this morning." Lin Dong stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes brimmed with tears once more. This time, however, there were tears of gratitude and joy, not sorrow. "Lin Dong, we've only known each other for 2 days. Why are you being so kind to me? You gifted me a car, provided me with accommodation in such a luxurious residence, and now you intend to buy the hotel and promote me." Noticing the change in her voice, Lin Dong turned to her. "Zhao Xian, why are you crying?" Just as he was about to say more, the door to the private room swung open. Zhao Xian quickly composed herself and stepped aside as Yi Hong entered, with Lu Xian trailing closely behind. Lu Xian had remained by Yi Hong's side until they reached the chairman's office and now followed him down. He understood the gravity of the situation. The hotel might soon change ownership, and with it, his position could be jeopardized. His current salary amounted to 6 million annually, supplemented by bonuses, and he had enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, discreetly taking advantage of his power over aspiring female staff members. Yet, Zhao Xian had consistently rebuffed his advances. Had it not been for her exceptional capabilities, he would have likely succeeded in removing her from the establishment. At this moment, he could only hope that this transaction would falter. Otherwise, his prosperous days would come to an abrupt end. "Lu Xian, please step outside with Manager Zhao. I need to discuss a matter with Mr. Lin," Yi Hong instructed upon entering. "Understood, Chairman Yi," both Lu Xian and Zhao Xian replied before exiting the room. "Mr. Lin, Are you genuinely interested in purchasing this hotel? Yi Hong asked after taking a seat. Certainly, Chairman Yi. If you're willing to sell, I am eager to buy. Lin Dong responded. Mr. Lin, I have just consulted with several shareholders. If you truly wish to acquire this hotel, here is our offer. Yi Hong gestured with his hand, forming a scissors shape. 200 billion? Lin Dong echoed. Indeed, Mr. Lin. You are aware that this hotel is situated in the most prosperous area of Jiangqing, boasting the highest standards of decor, with profits steadily increasing each year. Acquiring it at this price would be a wise investment, Yi Hong explained. Very well, 200 billion it is. However, I am not well versed in the transfer process. Please coordinate directly with Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here moving forward. Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Only 200 billion. What a trivial matter. He thought to himself. In truth, he had never spent 200 yuan so effortlessly before. Splendid. Since you agree, then it is settled. However, please be advised that the transfer process may be somewhat tedious, possibly taking around a week. As per protocol, you will need to pay a 10% deposit. Should the transaction fail, due to your reasons, the deposit will not be refunded, Yi Hong informed him. Agreed. Yi Hong then pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a voice came through. Hello, Chairman Yi. This is Zhou Wenhua. How may I assist you? The voice on the other end belonged to Zhou Wenhua, the financial director of Golden Leaf Hotel. Director Zhou, please come to room 3, Yi Hong instructed. Certainly, Chairman Yi. I will be there shortly, Zhou Wenhua replied. Chapter 13. From now on, this is yours. 10 minutes later, a knock resounded at the door. Guomin, Lu Xian. You too, Yi Hong beckoned. The door swung open, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian entered the private room together. I have an announcement to make. Mr. Lin and I have reached an agreement. The Golden Leaf Hotel will be transferred to Mr. Lin for 2 billion. Director Zhou will receive a deposit and issue a receipt, and the transaction will be completed within a week, Yi Hong informed the trio. Their reactions varied. Zhou Wenhua appeared nonchalant. Having served as Yi Hong's trusted aide and the hotel as financial director, he welcomed the sale as it would alleviate his burdens. Lu Xian, however, wore a look of despair. Recruited by Yi Hong from a headhunting firm as a senior manager, he found it daunting to seek a comparable position elsewhere. In stark contrast, Zhao Xian was beaming with excitement, her face flushed with joy. Zhou Wenhua provided Mr. Lin with an account number, and Lin Dong promptly transferred 20 billion, constituting 10% of the deposit, in exchange for a receipt. With the deposit secured, the transaction seemed destined for completion, and Yi Hong's gaze towards Lin Dong shifted perceptibly. As per Li Bin's assertions, Lin Dong's ability to procure such a substantial sum of cash to purchase the hotel indicated he hailed from a hidden lineage. Yi Hong knew little about these enigmatic figures, who wielded formidable influence and wealth, and were largely inaccessible to those below a certain threshold. At this juncture, Lin Dong interjected. Boss Yi, I'm still a student and lack the time to manage the handover. You can liaise directly with Sister Zhao. She will be the general manager henceforth. Director Zhou, proceed as Mr. Lin suggests, Yi Hong instructed. Understood, Chairman Yi, he replied. Yi Hong then turned to Lin Dong. Since the deal is settled, we may as well consider ourselves friends. Addressing me as Chairman Yi feels too formal. I am Yi Hong, a few years your senior. How about calling me Brother Yi? Since Brother Yi insists, then you need not call me Mr. Lin. Just refer to me as Brother Lin. Lin Dong chuckled. Excellent, Brother Lin. Should you find yourself in Lake City, do reach out to me. It would be my pleasure to extend my hospitality. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will seek you out upon my arrival in Lake City, Lin Dong replied, recalling that his cousin, Wang Li, was studying at a university there. He might indeed need assistance in the future. Then I shan't detain you further. I must return to Lake City this afternoon. Brother Lin, remember to contact me when you arrive. I still have some connections there. Absolutely, Lin Dong affirmed. Yi Hong departed, accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian, while Zhao Xian remained behind, conscious that she would now serve this exceptionally youthful boss. Sister Xian, the hotel is in your capable hands, Lin Dong said to the remaining Zhao Xian. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I will not disappoint your expectations and will manage the hotel diligently, she assured him. In the chairman's office at Golden Leaf Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were conversing. With the imminent change of ownership, if you wish to remain, I can speak to Brother Lin on your behalf. Even if you cannot secure the general manager position, a departmental role could be arranged. However, Lu Xian was not inclined to accept a demotion. Chairman Yi, if you leave, I too shall depart. I wish to follow you. Lu Xian, I currently have no suitable position for you. How about I arrange for you to receive your annual salary for this year, and you can seek other opportunities? Yi Hong proposed. But Chairman, we have a contract that extends for several more years. You cannot abandon me like this. Lu Xian exclaimed anxiously. Lu Xian, I have stated my position clearly. Do you still not understand? I have been aware of your actions all these years. You have yet to test my limits, which is why I have turned a blind eye. If I were to pursue the matter, the offenses you have committed, while not colossal, are certainly sufficient for a lengthy sentence, Yi Hong cautioned. Lu Xian was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. He had thought his undertakings were discreet and insignificant in the grand scheme of such a lucrative hotel. Chairman Yi, I understand now. I will pack my things and leave immediately. You have worked for me for several years. Go see Director Zhou to collect your salary before leaving, Yi Hong instructed. Thank you, Chairman Yi, Lu Xian said gratefully before exiting the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong contemplated purchasing a sports car. However, after several laps around town, he found nothing to his liking, only mass-produced vehicles, while pricier options required pre-ordering. After acquiring a laptop and some brand-name clothing, he returned to the International Mansion. Reclining on the leather sofa, he checked his system and discovered an addition of 20 luxury points. Host, Lin Dong balance, 99999978925989996 physique, 19, weak, spirit, 28, ordinary, skill, automotive driving technique, beginner, luxury points. 20. His physique had reached 19 points but remained classified as weak. The spirit remained at 28 points, and a new entry for beginner automotive driving technique appeared in the skills section. Lin Dong allocated 11 luxury points to his physique, elevating it to 30 points and upgrading it from weak to ordinary, experiencing a sustained warmth throughout his body. After a minute, the sensation gradually subsided. He then allocated 6 luxury points to his spirit, raising it from 28 to 34 points, leading to a refreshing clarity in his mind. He felt noticeably sharper. The remaining 3 points were dedicated to his automotive driving skill. Upon completing these enhancements, Lin Dong felt a slight perspiration and ascended to the 20th floor. After disrobing, he dove into the crystal-clear swimming pool. What a delight, he exclaimed, swimming several laps before resting at the edge and reflecting. Climbing out, he noticed a large mirror and approached it, astonished by the reflection. Is that truly me? He marveled, unable to believe the transformation. While the previous Lin Dong had been handsome yet slender, the figure in the mirror exuded strength and definition, a far cry from his former self. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "This system is absolutely invincible." Donning a new outfit of brand-name attire, Lin Dong returned to the mirror, where his reflection revealed a strikingly handsome, well-proportioned figure, one who could easily be mistaken for a top-tier wealthy elite. With a flare of confidence, he declared, "Gentlemen, watch over your girlfriends, sisters, and cousins, for I'm stepping out." He laughed heartily. Chapter 14, Bugatti Chiron. As dusk settled, Lin Dong strode into the Golden Leaf Hotel with an air of affluence and confidence. "Good evening, Mr. Lin," greeted 4 enchanting hostesses at the entrance, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Word had spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong was poised to become its owner. Zhao Xian had already begun to assume the responsibilities of general manager, while the previous manager, Lu Xian, had departed. Upon entering the lobby, the 4 hostesses began to gossip among themselves. "Mr. Lin is so young and handsome. Indeed, he is both dashing and wealthy, a veritable dreamboat. Oh, please, Mr. Lin Wunti, give you a second glance. How do you know? What if he prefers someone like me? Uft. Mr. Lin has a penchant for someone like Manager Zhao. Don't you know that consuming the same dish repeatedly can become tiresome? If Mr. Lin ever craves a change, our chance may arise." Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, he was oblivious to their chatter. Upon reaching the lobby, Zhao Xian approached him. "Xianjia, why are you still here? Were you not appointed as the general manager? Haven't you begun the transition?" Lin Dong inquired, puzzled. Mr. Lin, I have already taken over the general manager's duties. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license, Zhao Xian said, handing him a small booklet. Thank you, Xianjia. Please attend to your matters. I will leave shortly after my meal. By the way, could you find out when your sister and brother-in-law are free? I would like to treat them to a meal as a token of gratitude. Certainly, I will inquire with them. I am quite busy at the moment, so I want to accompany you, Mr. Lin. Zhao Xian summoned a receptionist to lead Lin Dong to a dining room before departing. Mr. Lin, please follow me. The receptionist said respectfully. I can manage on my own. You need not accompany me, Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, we have already reserved a private room for you. Allow me to escort you there, the receptionist insisted. Why the change of room? Lin Dong questioned. Mr. Lin, you were a distinguished guest yesterday, thus assigned to room 3. However, today you are the chairman. And the chairman's exclusive room is room 1, she explained. Very well, lead the way, Lin Dong conceded without further hesitation. After dining, Lin Dong wandered around Jiangqing. Although night was approaching, the city was vibrant, with many shops remaining open until midnight. However, he failed to locate his coveted sports car. After inquiries, he learned that limited edition vehicles were sold out almost immediately upon release and were not available at dealerships, only at elite car dealerships at exorbitant prices. Contemplating his connections, Lin Dong realized that Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel, might be of assistance. He promptly called him. Lin, is that you? Have you arrived in Hu City already? Yi Hong's voice resonated through the phone. Brother Yi, I'm still in Jiangqing. However, I have a favor to ask. I wish to purchase a globally limited sports car. Do you have any leads? Lin Dong inquired. Ah, you have a penchant for collecting limited sports cars too? Naturally. What man doesn't he love cars? Ye Hong Chocolate. You've come to the right person. I co-own a dealership specializing in high-end second-hand cars. Indeed, Yi Hong had partnered with friends to establish a dealership, but they exclusively dealt in top-tier models, dismissing anything below 10 million. That is splendid. Please see if you can find something suitable for me, Lin Dong urged. Lin, I have a limited edition Bugatti Chiron from 3 years ago. Only 8 were made globally. Its initial price was 60 million, but due to its rarity, it now hovers around 80 million. What do you think? Yi Hong offered. Sounds great. Do you have any photos? Send me a couple so I can take a look, Lin Dong requested. I'll send this shortly. I believe this car would suit you perfectly. Arriving at Jiangnan University in this vehicle will certainly make a statement. Ye Hong exclaimed it. Indeed, you understand me well. I will transfer the funds to you directly. Lin Dong replied. Are you coming to Hu City to drive it, or shall I arrange for it to be transported? Yi Hong asked. I'll come by during the May Day holiday. I have some matters to attend to in Hu City then, Lin Dong said, planning to visit his cousin, Wang Li, and enhance her standard of living. Without delay, Lin Dong transferred 80 million to Yi Hong, viewing money merely as a number at this point. With the sports car secured, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. He opened his newly acquired laptop, downloaded the Whale live streaming platform, and registered an account under the name One Little Match. He had never used the platform before, primarily due to lacking a computer. Whale Live is the largest streaming platform for computers, while Douyin dominates the mobile sector, together controlling 80% of their respective markets. Entering his cousin Wang Li's live stream room, Lin Dong noticed it was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was enthusiastically engaging with her audience. As he entered, Wang Li was expressing her gratitude to viewers for their gifts, which were modest in value, mostly around 10 or 20 yuan. Lin Dong glanced at the leaderboard, where the top contributor had barely exceeded 10,000, and the second place was a mere few hundred. Lin Dong thought it necessary to remind her during his visit that her brother was now a billionaire, and such expressions of gratitude seemed rather trivial. He would want our audience to think less of him. He loaded his account with 10 million yuan, preparing to shower Wang Li with gifts. Initially considering a few million, he decided against it, fearing it might overwhelm her. He resolved to wait until May Day to provide her with a more substantial financial boost, ensuring she could inform their aunt without raising suspicions about his newfound wealth. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the gift. Thank you, Little Star, for the gift. Thank you, Senior Brother, for the supercar. I truly appreciate it. Bumli exclaimed. As Lin Dong watched, a user named Senior Brother gifted her a supercar, which cost 200 yuan each. This Senior Brother was the top contributor. Lin Dong sent a comment. Little sister, call me brother, and I'll help you take the top spot. In the dormitory at Yunhu University, Wang Li was live streaming and thanking her viewers. One comment caught her attention. Is it true that you can help me take the top spot? She asked eagerly. Absolutely, Lin Dong replied, continuing to send gifts. Then I shall thank you in advance, Firewood brother, she said cheerfully. At that moment, the top contributor, senior brother, commented, Who are you, mate? Trying to take my top spot? Let us see if you have what it takes. Lin Dong chose not to engage and instead opted for the most expensive super rocket. Launching one little match sent a Super Rocket X1 to the live streamer. Are you following? Senior brother sent a Super Rocket X1 to the live streamer. One little match sent a Super Rocket X2 to the live streamer. One little match sent a Super Rocket X3 to the live streamer. One little match sent a Super Rocket X66 to the live streamer. Each super rocket cost 2,100 yuan, and sending 66 had already amounted to over 100,000. The top contributor, senior brother, had followed suit but hesitated to continue. The live stream's popularity surged, as sending 66 super rockets would broadcast advertisements across the entire channel. Comments flooded the screen. Wow, a big shot. Wait a minute. I feel like I recognize this one little match. ISNT, he the super influencer from Douyin? Last night, he gifted 2,600,000 in an hour. Is it really him? I can't believe he is here. A true big shot, making a grand entrance with 66 super rockets. Is he really that impressive? I had never heard of it before. It has only recently emerged, primarily in some small live streaming rooms. So that is how it is. Chapter Femton, Han Shiyun. Lake City, Yunhu University Female Dormitory. Wow. Lily, who is this? So extravagant? Could it be another senior who has a crush on you? Indeed. Far more generous than Zhou Sudong, who claimed to like you. We gave him your live stream ID, and he only gifted you over 10,000. But this senior, known as Little Matchstick, is quite generous. Wang Li was equally perplexed. She had no acquaintance with someone named Little Matchstick. Yet the individual entered her stream and immediately gifted over 100,000. She had only recently begun live streaming, attracting supporters primarily from her school, mostly her classmates. Zhou Sudong was her senior and the top contributor in her stream, pursuing her relentlessly. Girls, should I add him as a friend? Banlin Kidat. Streamers typically add affluent individuals as friends to retain their generosity, ensuring a continuous stream of gifts. It is rumored that some streamers even go so far as to meet these wealthy patrons in person, making certain sacrifices to maintain their support. Lily, don't pay him any mind. It's just over 100,000. Our Lily is worth far more than that. If he truly wishes to pursue you, he will certainly reveal himself at school. Lin Dong had indeed paused after gifting over 100,000, not out of reluctance to spend, as he could easily gift billions without a second thought, but rather to avoid overwhelming the young lady. Perhaps a visit to Lake City during the May Day holiday would be more prudent. After bestowing his gifts, Lin Dong exited the stream without revealing his identity, casually browsing through other streams on Whale Live. Whenever he encountered a streamer of interest, he would contribute another wave of 66 super gifts. After an hour of exploration, he had gifted over 1 million, repeatedly making headlines. Under the username Little Matchstick, he had garnered a modest following on Whale Live. Many small streamers eagerly awaited the presence of this benefactor, knowing that his entrance would instantly bring a surge of gifts and traffic to their streams. After browsing for more than an hour, just as Lin Dong prepared to step away from his computer, he noticed the words New Areas in the upper right corner. Clicking it, the interface shifted, displaying a series of new streams, likely nearby, many possibly in Jiang City. He selected a popular stream and was astonished to find that the streamer was none other than Han Shiyun, one of the 3 most beautiful women at Jiangnan University. Han Shiyun was a figure of great admiration, not only for her beauty but also for her myriad talents. Her alluring dance at the freshman gala had captivated more than 80% of the male students. Consequently, she remained a topic of discussion, rumored to have flirtations with several wealthy suitors, yet none succeeded in winning her heart. Huang Junlang was among them. These affluent suitors competed fiercely, presenting imported delicacies, designer clothes, and luxury handbags, with one particularly wealthy heir gifting her a luxury sports car worth hundreds of thousands. This was true prowess, skillfully navigating the affections of numerous wealthy suitors without yielding easily, thereby igniting their competitive spirits and desires for conquest. Being both extraordinarily talented and stunningly beautiful, Han Shuyun attracted a vast audience, with thousands currently viewing her livestream. Lin Dong's entrance caused quite a stir in the stream, especially after his recent generous gifting of over 172 million, elevating his account to a level exceeding 100. On Whale Live, gifts facilitated leveling up. A contribution of 10,000 resulted in a level increase, with no upper limit, and the higher the level, the more extravagant the entrance. Upon entering the stream, he immediately ranked first, with the second highest contributor only at level 120. "Welcome, little matchstick brother." Han Shuyun's voice resonated as he entered, foregoing pleasantries and launching into another wave of 66 super gifts. "Thank you, little matchstick brother, for the generous gifts. Would you prefer to listen to a song or watch a dance?" Han Shuyun inquired, eager to keep this benefactor engaged. "Wow, the matchstick boss has arrived." The matchstick boss is incredible. Regardless of which stream, his entry guarantees 66 super gifts. Worship the matchstick boss. After chasing you for so long, I've finally found you. Does Boss Matchstick need a lackey? Countless comments flooded the screen. At that moment, another affluent individual entered the stream, his level surpassing Lin Dong's, reaching 298, instantly relegating Lin Dong to second place. This newcomer, known as Lang Lang, sent a comment that shimmered in gold due to his high status, capturing the audience's attention. "Shuyun, I just surpassed the top contributor. Will you truly go on a date with me?" "Yes." "Junlang, if you manage to take the top spot tonight, I will go on a date with you tomorrow," Han Shuyun replied with a soft, melodious voice. The audience erupted in excitement. "Who is this? Is the goddess going to be snatched away?" "That's our school's wealthy handsome, Huang Junlang. His family is incredibly affluent." It appeared that Huang Junlang was determined to win Han Shuyun's heart tonight, having spent considerable resources in pursuit of her, and now he seemed poised to make headlines. Lin Dong initially intended to leave, but upon witnessing this, he felt a surge of indignation. Huang Junlang, already entangled with Jiang Shan, dared to pursue Han Shuyun and attempt to usurp the top spot for a date? Unthinkable. This situation must be disrupted. Tonight, he would collect some interest, with plans to recover the principal later. Huang Junlang had pursued Han Shuyun for so long, spending significant sums, yet had achieved nothing. However, he had not been outright rejected, which only heightened his desire. Han Shuyun undeniably evoked a potent response in men, igniting their primal instincts. His family was well known in Jiang City, boasting a fortune exceeding 10 billion, allowing him to spend lavishly, earning a reputation as a wealthy handsome. Throughout his university years, he had never failed to win over a woman he fancied through sheer expenditure. Yet with Han Shuyun, all his efforts had been in vain. After months of spending tens of thousands without even a touch, he found himself frustrated. However, this only fueled his desire for conquest. Tonight, regardless of the cost, he was determined to win Han Shuyun's affection, not only to satisfy his own desires, but also to outshine his rivals. As for Jiang Shan, their dalliance had grown stale, and if she were willing to overlook things, he might indulge a bit longer. Competing for Han Shuyun's affection, she would do well to step aside. Chapter 16. The contest for the top spot. During this period, Han Shuyun was in a rather dismal mood. Although her family was of modest means, her parents had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to nurturing her since childhood, especially given her innate talent for performing arts. From junior high to high school, she had always been the center of attention at her school. Even upon entering university in Jiangcheng, she quickly became the object of admiration. She had been skillfully navigating the affections of several affluent suitors, who lavished her with extravagant gifts in a bid to win her over. Some even offered lavish gifts, such as luxury BMW sports cars, which she hesitated to accept, opting instead for clothing and bags that she could sell at a profit. These items were quickly disposed of, yielding her a considerable sum. Eventually, she conceived the idea of live streaming, enticing her admirers to shower her with gifts during her broadcasts. Within a few months, she amassed over 1 million in gift revenue, which delighted her beyond measure, as it proved far more lucrative than her previous sales. However, she recently noticed a waning interest from her suitors, with 2 or 3 already having shifted their affections to others. Most disconcertingly, one of her primary supporters, Huang Junlang, had also begun courting someone else. Rumor had it that he had been seen frequently with Jiang Shan at the Jinya Hotel, instilling in her a profound sense of urgency. She realized that this arrangement could not last much longer. After all, no one was foolish enough to continue investing so much in her without receiving tangible benefits in return. Thus, she resolved to send a signal to her admirers that whoever secured the top position on her leaderboard tonight would earn a date with her. As it stood, Huang Junlang was already present, and she awaited the arrival of Zheng Yong. With both of them in attendance, she was certain that the evening would be profitable. Upon hearing Han Shiyun's intentions, Huang Junlang prepared to seize the top spot. He noted that the total gift amount for the leading position was 780,000, contributed by Zheng Yong. Currently, he held the second position with nearly 400,000 in gifts, meaning he only needed to contribute an additional 400,000 to claim the top spot, provided Zheng Yong did not arrive. Just then, Zheng Yong SID, braving the world, entered the live stream, instantly pushing Huang Junlang down. Shiyun, I'm here, Zheng Yong announced in the chat. Welcome, Yong Ye. Thank you for your support. Han Shiyun replied. Tonight, I'm fully prepared to win you over, Zheng Yong declared confidently. Huang Junlang interjected. Shiyun is waiting for you. I'm still here. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Zheng Yong retorted, while Huang Junlang dismissed him with arrogance. Despite their bravado, both felt a growing anxiety. Their backgrounds were similar, and neither was naive. Continuing this rivalry could lead to mutual destruction. Yet the allure of Han Shiyun's delicate form and enticing voice spurred them on like a shot of adrenaline. Without further ado, they both opted to launch super rockets. Half an hour later, the live stream was nearing a frenzy, with the audience exceeding 100,000. Countless impressive messages flooded the screen. Han Shiyun was elated, never having anticipated such generosity from both men, each having gifted over 2 million. This surge could potentially net her over 3 million in revenue, a figure that was almost unfathomable. However, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong soon began to realize that if they continued to escalate their spending, the outcome might not be as favorable as they hoped. If they were to secure Han Shiyun's affection, it was one thing. But if they failed, the financial loss would be infuriating. Unlike an auction, once gifts are given, they cannot be reclaimed. Huang Junlang called Zheng Yong. After a brief silence, he stated plainly, Zheng, I'm willing to spend 5 million to win Han Shiyun. If you exceed that, I'll withdraw and you can refund my gifts. Zheng Yong paused before responding. If you transfer 3 million to me, you won't compete for Han Shiyun. If not, we'll continue this battle. After some consideration, Huang Junlang agreed, fine. I'll transfer you 3 million. But you must not have any further contact with Han Shiyun. Deal, came Zheng Yong's reply. Huang Junlang promptly transferred the funds. Despite their reckless behavior, individuals of their status typically honored their word. Huang Junlang calculated that, to ascend to the top position, he needed to contribute nearly 400,000 more. In total, he had already spent over 6 million on Han Shiyun. Even though his family was wealthy, parting with such a considerable sum was still painful. Yet, he believed securing Han Shiyun would justify the expense. The moment Zheng Yong received the 3 million, he exited the live stream, leaving his gifts at 1314. The viewers were bewildered, having witnessed an intense competition suddenly dissolve with one party's withdrawal. Huang Junlang seized the opportunity to send another 200 rockets, surpassing Zheng Yong and claiming the top position. Shiyun, I am now in the lead. Zheng Yong has conceded and left. I will be waiting for you tomorrow night. The live stream erupted into chaos. Oh no, a date. We all know what that implies. My heart is breaking. Please, my goddess, don't go. It's inevitable. The big spender has made his choice. It seems another goddess is destined to fall tonight. In an instant, the chat was filled with a cacophony of reactions. Huang Junlang relished this outcome, as it signified his claim over Han Shiyun. Yet she found herself perplexed. She could not fathom why Zheng Yong had exited so abruptly. Having assessed both men's backgrounds, she knew they were nearly equal. Her initial plan had been for them to become so embroiled in competition that their gifts would align, allowing her to date both simultaneously. She believed that such an arrangement would prevent either from acting inappropriately. However, Zheng Yong's sudden exit disrupted her scheme. Although she had received over 5 million in gifts, the prospect of a solo date with Huang Junlang now posed potential complications. With a resigned sigh, Han Shiyun accepted the unforeseen turn of events. Her once flawless plan had unraveled, but she found solace in the considerable gift earnings she had amassed. Chapter 17. Record-breaking tomorrow. I await your call. The melodious voice of Han Shiyun resonated in the live stream. The chat room erupted in chaos. Oh no, my goddess. My heart aches to the point of suffocation. Another divine being is about to depart from us. Huang Junlang's enormous golden barrage once again illuminated the screen. Ha! Shiyun, tomorrow I shall ensure you have a splendid night. Yet, amidst this facade, Huang Junling's thoughts were less than noble. He had invested over 6 million and was determined to keep her in bed for 3 days. Lin Dong sensed that the moment was ripe and sent a prominent message. As he too was a high-level user. I heard that if you surpass the top rank, you can invite the host? He inquired. Firewood Master, please save our goddess. Others chimed in. Indeed, Firewood Master. Rescue her from the clutches of the demon. What nonsense! If Firewood Master surpasses the top rank, the goddess will belong to him. Then I too wish for Firewood Master to dethrone the top rank. The chat was filled with ordinary messages flying about. I just want to ask the host, if one surpasses the top rank, can one invite you? Lin Dong pressed on. Yes. Han Shiyun replied. Good. Lin Dong ceased his chatter and launched a rocket. A small firewood, sending a super rocket to host Han Xiao X1. 10 minutes later, a small firewood, sending a super rocket to host Han Xiao X666. Half an hour later, a small firewood, sending a super rocket to host Han Xiao X1314. An hour later, a small firewood, sending a super rocket to host Han Xiao X2520. 2 hours later, a small firewood, sending a super rocket to host Han Xiao X5200. The onlookers were bewildered. Huang Junlang was stunned. Han Shiyun was equally perplexed. The popularity of the live stream had surged to over 300,000. 5,200 super rockets. What a staggering concept. That amounted to more than 10 million. This was the largest single influx of gifts since the inception of Whale Live. Chairman Chai is magnificent. Chairman Chai is formidable. Chairman Chai is awe-inspiring. Chairman Chai, you are my idol. Chairman Chai, I wish to bear your children. Countless messages of admiration flooded the screen. At this moment, Huang Junlang felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Over 6 million had just evaporated, leaving him empty-handed. He was seething with rage. Grabbing his phone, he called Jiang Shan, seeking an outlet for his frustration. The call connected. Hello. Junlang, what is it? Why are you calling me so late? Jiang Shan's voice came through the line. Shan, come out immediately. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Huang Junlang commanded over the phone. Junlang, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can't we discuss this tomorrow? Jiang Shan replied. I said come out now. Huang Junlang gritted his teeth. But there are no buts. Get out here immediately. If you don't, you know the consequences. He ended the call with a decisive click. On the other end, Jiang Shan had just been roused from sleep by Huang Junlang's call. After a brief exchange, she was left startled by his tone. Hesitating for a moment, she slowly got out of bed, careful not to wake her roommate, as she fumbled to get dressed. When she was with Lin Dong, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. Lin Dong had truly loved her, always considering her needs. Whenever she mentioned hunger, regardless of the hour, he would promptly deliver food to her dormitory and call her afterward. He had never spoken to her in such a manner. Moreover, Lin Dong had always respected her boundaries. After 4 years together, he had refrained from crossing any lines simply because she expressed uncertainty about their readiness. However, since being with Huang Junlang, things had drastically changed. Initially, he had treated her well, showering her with gifts, but once he had her, his true nature surfaced. Last month, he had even forced himself upon her during her time of need, showing no regard for her well-being. Now, at 2:30 in the morning, She was being coerced into meeting him, his desires clearly taking precedence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears began to stream down Jiang Shan's face. She lamented her own foolishness, her naivety, and her yearning for superficiality. Her roommate and close friend, Zhu Yan, awoke to the commotion and noticed Jiang Shan's distress. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yan asked, rubbing her eyes. Nothing. Yin, you should go back to sleep. I'm just a bit hungry. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate to take me out for food, Jiang Shan replied. Zhu Yan sensed something was amiss in Jiang Shan's tone. Given that there were only the two of them in the dorm, she turned on the light and saw Jiang Shan sobbing while dressing. Zhu Yan hurried over and embraced her. Shan, what is wrong? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No, not at all. What do you mean not at all? I can see it's true. Shan, I've told you before, Huang Junlang is not a good person. I warned you to keep your distance. But you didn't listen. Now look where you are. Yan, fine. Still trying to deceive me. I've noticed you've cried in the night on multiple occasions. Shan, I truly don't understand. Lin Dong loves you so deeply. Why did you choose Huang Junlang? Just because he has money? Yin, please stop. Shan, leave Huang Junlang. Go back to Lin Dong. He is the one who truly loves you and can bring you happiness. Huang Junlang is merely seeking novelty. He has had at least 10 girlfriends over the years. All tossed aside after a few days. It's too late. Everything is beyond repair. Jiang Shan could no longer contain herself and broke down in Zhu Yan's embrace. A few minutes later, after her tears subsided, Jiang Shan pulled away from Zhu Yan and resumed dressing. Zhu Yan stopped her, saying, Shan, it's very late. Don't go out. Whatever it is, let us discuss it tomorrow. Yin, that is impossible. Junlang is still waiting for me at the school gate. If I don't go out, he will abandon me. If he abandons you, so be it. What is the big deal? But I'm pregnant with Junlang's child. If he leaves me, what will I do? Jiang Shan cried. Shan, you. Zhu Yan sighed, uncertain of what to say, and withdrew her hand from stopping Jiang Shan. After dressing hurriedly, Jiang Shan rushed out towards the school gate. Meanwhile, Han Shiyun was flushed with excitement. Thank you, Chairman Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. Chairman Chai, I adore you. Moi. She then sent a friend request to Lin Dong. Once they connected, Han Shiyun messaged him, Chairman Chai, let us exchange WeChat. Here, that's my phone number. I await your notice tomorrow. The two successfully added each other on WeChat. Chapter 18. Are you Lin Dong? The next day, Lin Dong languorously awoke around noon. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Hello, Chairman Lin, greeted numerous staff members as he walked through the hotel. Following a delightful lunch, Lin Dong retreated to the chairman's office for some rest. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Guomin, Zhao Xian entered. Chairman Lin, the handover of the hotel has commenced. Will you be available? Sister Xian, as I mentioned, I shall not interfere with the handover matters. You may take the lead. Just notify me when payment is due. Understood. I shall not disturb your rest any further. By the way, I will be moving in tonight. I'll ensure the door is left open for you. Without waiting for Lin Dong's response, Zhao Xian exited the office. Goodness, yet again I've been flirted with. Lin Dong muttered to himself, seated in his chair while scrolling through his phone. He opened WeChat and saw a message from Lu Peng. Dongzi, when will you return to school? Perhaps tomorrow, Lin Dong replied. Dongzi, I have something to tell you. You must brace yourself. Go on. Huang Junlang, that scoundrel, posted a picture of you passed out from blood loss on the campus network along with some of your exploits. You're now quite famous. Send it to me. Moments later, Lin Dong received the image from Lu Peng. Indeed, it was a photo of him unconscious in a small grove. That rascal. Last night, he merely collected a small interest. Just wait until I find a way to make him suffer, Lin Dong thought bitterly. After a brief while on his phone, he sent a message to Han Shiyun. 6 o'clock this evening, Golden Leaf Hotel. Just report your name upon arrival. Okay, Chairman Chai, I look forward to our meeting. Han Shiyun replied. Although Han Shiyun was currently in class, she had been attentively monitoring her phone all day, anxious not to miss a call or message from Lin Dong. This esteemed figure, in contrast to the half-hearted, fickle rich second-generation heirs like Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun yearned to engage with a true magnate like Lin Dong. She was indeed eager to meet someone capable of casually spending over 10 million. Upon seeing Lin Dong's message, she promptly replied, though she felt a tinge of apprehension. What if she encountered a grotesque, rotund individual? She secretly hoped Lin Dong would be a genuine, sophisticated gentleman of means. Han Shiyun was well aware of the Golden Leaf Hotel's reputation. Being the only 8-star establishment in Jiangnan province, it was renowned among Jiangnan University students, with meals costing tens of thousands. She had yet to dine there, but she believed many affluent heirs would gladly invite her if she wished. The afternoon swiftly passed. At 5:30, Han Shiyun arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, clad in snug jeans and a fitted blouse. One must admit, she possessed the confidence that warranted admiration. It was no wonder so many wealthy heirs surrounded her, utterly enthralled. Having danced since childhood, she had developed an angelic face and a devilish figure. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a server approached her. "Good evening, miss. Are you here for accommodation or dining?" "Hello, my name is Han Shiyun. I have an appointment," she replied politely. "Miss Han, please follow me." The server led Han Shiyun to the private room number 1. Having received word that Chairman Lin was inviting a Miss Han Shiyun to dinner. Upon entering the room, she found it empty. Taking a seat, she felt a flutter of nerves. Moments later, the door creaked open. Han Shiyun's heart raced as she looked toward the entrance. A young figure stepped inside. "Are you Lin Dong?" Han Shiyun asked, rising uncertainly. "Hello, Han Class Malta. I am Lin Dong. I never imagined you would recognize me. It seems I have become quite notable at school." Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. "You truly are Lin Dong?" she asked again, incredulous. "Indeed. Are you the one who gifted over 10 million worth of tokens last night? Does it not seem plausible? How could this be? If you're Lin Dong, how could?" Han Shiyun stammered, astonished. In recent days, Lin Dong had indeed garnered fame at Jiangnan University, albeit not for pleasant reasons. His exploits were circulating on WeChat and the campus network. His girlfriend of 4 years had been taken by another, leading him to a state of shock, resulting in his fainting. With images attached. If this individual were truly Lin Dong, how could he have been abandoned? It seemed more likely he would be the one to steal away another's partner. Han classmate, it's a long story. Please, take a seat, and let us dine while we converse." As Han Shiyun sat, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong, struggling to reconcile the figure before her with the rumors swirling around campus. Shortly thereafter, the door opened again, and dishes began to arrive, filling the table with a lavish feast. "Chairman, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy, and feel free to call for assistance if needed," the newly appointed manager announced before departing. Chairman? Or just Lin Dong? It seemed peculiar for a server to address a patron by name. Thus, it must be Chairman Lin. But why was he addressed as such? Han Shiyun pondered with intrigue. "Han classmate, let us eat. You must be famished," Lin Dong suggested, pouring her a glass of red wine. Gazing at the opulent spread before her, many of which she had only ever seen on television, Han Shiyun selected a dish to sample. It was indeed delectable. No wonder it was an 8-star hotel. As they enjoyed their meal, Han Shiyun could no longer contain her curiosity. "Lin Dong, is it true that the person circulating in school rumors is you?" "Indeed it is," Lin Dong replied. "How can this be? It is not implausible. My dear Han, I once believed that love should remain untainted by external factors, which is why I concealed my identity. Alas, the outcome speaks for itself." Now it dawned on her. He had been feigning modesty. Who, in their right mind, would part ways with such a magnate? "Your former girlfriend is Jiang Shan?" "Yes." "Chairman Lin, do not be disheartened. Letting go of one tree opens the door to an entire forest awaiting you," Han Shiyun consoled. "Indeed, it's rather bearable. After being spurned, I have come to terms with it. Why not leverage my advantages?" Chairman Lin makes a valid point. "However, I kindly request you keep today's events under wraps. I am accustomed to a low profile. In return, how does complimentary dining fare for you whenever you visit?" "Complimentary? Ah, I nearly forgot to mention. I am the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel." Han Shiyun was left speechless. Chapter 19. Returning to school as Han Shiyun exited the Golden Leaf Hotel, she remained in a state of bewilderment. The rumors circulating at school regarding the seemingly ordinary Lin Dong revealed him to be a concealed powerhouse. Who would dare to believe it? He was, after all, the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. What is the worth of the Golden Leaf Hotel? 100 billion? Or perhaps 200 billion? Yet, it appeared that in Lin Dong's eyes, the hotel was of little significance. How much wealth did he truly possess? 1,000 billion? Or 2,000 billion? Even more absurd was the fact that such a magnate had been spurned by Jiang Shan. Han Shuyan knew the two were members of the school's dance club. While they were not particularly close, they were acquainted. If Jiang Shan were to discover Lin Dong's true background, she would surely regret her decision, having traded a sesame seed for a grand airplane. Since Lin Dong requested her to keep his identity a secret and wished to maintain a low profile, she would honor that request. After all, it meant that no one would contest her claim to Lin Dong. She had resolved to draw closer to him. Streaming live was likely out of the question. The moment she went online, she would undoubtedly face ridicule, as the chat room could be brutally candid. To most, she had already become Lin Dong's confidant. But in truth, nothing had transpired between them beyond shared meals. Han Shuyan had no desire to endure public humiliation. With over 7 million in gift revenue, she could upgrade her family's living situation. By aligning herself with Lin Dong, she need not fear financial instability in the future. After dining, Lin Dong drove around Jiang City for a while, purchasing some ordinary clothing in preparation for his return to school the following day. Discretion was the better part of valor. Upon returning to the international mansion, he found Zhao Xian had already moved in and was tidying up the place. Lin Dong chose not to disturb her and proceeded upstairs. The next day, Lin Dong rose early. After freshening up, he descended the stairs to find Zhao Xian ready for work. "Good morning, Sister Xian." "Good morning, Mr. Lin. Why are you up so early today?" "Sister Xian, I'm still a student. I haven't attended classes in 3 days. Today I plan to return to school. Let us go together then." In a pair of contrasting vehicles, they departed the international mansion and arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong made his way to school on foot. He opted not to take his luxury car, as the Golden Leaf Hotel was merely a 10-minute walk from the campus. Additionally, the ostentation of the luxury vehicle seemed excessive. Many wealthy students drove cars worth 3 to 4 million, and he had seen 2 or 3 of the same model as his. He intended to wait until his limited edition Bugatti returned before making a grand entrance. For now, he wished to remain inconspicuous. Upon entering the school, the halls were bustling with students, as the events surrounding Lin Dong had reached a fever pitch after 3 days of speculation. Most students gazed at him with curiosity. Female students were somewhat reserved, smiling subtly before whispering amongst themselves once he had passed. Male students, however, were less discreet, openly discussing him in his vicinity. "Isn't that Lin Dong?" "It seems so. I heard he coughed up a lot of blood in the woods 3 days ago. I thought he'd be hospitalized for at least 10 days, but he is back already. His health must be remarkable. He probably didn't lose much blood. The photos didn't show much on the ground. You don't understand. Such emotional turmoil can be quite damaging. He could have easily met his end. Is it really that serious?" Lin Dong must be quite resilient. Lin Dong feigned ignorance, continuing his walk to class. He felt powerless. Confronting them was not an option, and taking on 3 opponents alone would be folly. He decided to bide his time. Once he had his Bugatti, he would dazzle them with his presence. Entering his classroom, he found most of his classmates already seated, their curious gazes fixed upon him as he took a seat. Lu Peng and a few others approached him, their camaraderie evident from their shared history of living together during their first year at school, proudly dubbing themselves the 4 rascals of Jiang University. "Hey, Dongzi, are you all right?" Lu Peng inquired. "I'm Fine. Why does it seem like you all expect me to be on the brink of despair?" Lin Dong replied, "That's a relief. We were afraid you'd be down and out, which would tarnish the reputation of the 4 rascals," said Fan Biao, one of the group. "It's just a woman. In this day and age, it's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but 2-legged women are everywhere," chimed in another rascal, Zhou Wenhua. "Enough about that. Do I look like someone who has troubled?" Lin Dong asserted. Good. Tomorrow night, we're organizing a gathering. I've already arranged everything. I'll let you know the details tomorrow afternoon. It's been a while since we all got together," Lu Peng stated. "Why the need for a gathering?" "Let us just hang out," Lin Dong responded. Lu Peng leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry. Our gathering isn't with students from our school, but rather from Jiang Media University. Their art students are far more appealing than the girls here. How do you know students from the media university? Lin Dong asked. My new girlfriend is from there. What do you think? Lu Peng replied proudly. Already moved on? That's quite fast. It's because of fickle rich kids like you that I, a mere commoner, am left with nothing, Lin Dong teased. Hey, don't compare me to Huang Junlang. I'm in it for the emotions. He's just throwing money around. Look at how devastated anyone is after breaking up with me. We part amicably, and I never pursue married women, Lu Peng retorted. Seems like there's little difference. Lin Dong countered, anticipating another rebuttal from Lu Peng. All right, I was just joking. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be there. Thanks for the invite. That's more like it. The group returned to their seats as the morning class passed by. As lunch approached, the homeroom teacher entered and announced, May Day is just around the corner. This year, like previous years, each class must prepare a performance for the May Day Arts Gala. Has anyone volunteered yet? The teacher surveyed the room, but no one raised their hand. If no one volunteers, I suppose we'll have Su Yingxue perform a piano solo again. However, since she performed last year, it would lack novelty. How about we have someone collaborate with Yingxue, one to sing and the other to play piano? Does anyone believe they can sing well? No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than Ding Wei, the class monitor, stood up to volunteer. Teacher, I'll do it. As the class monitor, I should lead by example. As soon as he spoke, the class erupted in derisive laughter. It was evident to all that something was amiss. He hadn't taken the initiative to volunteer earlier, yet now, for a duet with Su Yingxue, he claimed it was his duty to lead. Su Yingxue was one of the school's three goddesses, renowned for her aloof demeanor, with suitors often lining up around the school track to pursue her. Unlikahan Shiyun, who accepted gifts from anyone only to resell them at a lower price. Su Yingxue would toss any gift she received directly into the trash without a second glance. Chapter 20. Whispers abound after Ding Wei was the first to sign up. Several other boys expressed their desire to partner with Su Yingxue. However, in the end, the homeroom teacher decisively chose Ding Wei. After all, he was the class monitor and held a certain status in the eyes of the teacher. Yingxue, Ding Wei, you have a few days left to practice. I do not expect you to win any accolades, but you must not bring shame upon yourselves. The homeroom teacher stated before departing from the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Is Lin Dong here? The voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Isn't that one of the three school goddesses, Han Shiyun? Someone gasped. Did she just say she's looking for Lin Dong? No way. Han Shiyun. Whom are you searching for? A classmate inquired. I'm looking for Lin Dong. Han Shiyun replied. Seriously, she's really looking for Lin Dong? Everyone turned to stare at Lin Dong, who found himself under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes. With no choice but to comply, he stood up and walked outside. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to Han Shiyun and said, Let us go. He then led the way, with Han Shiyun obediently following behind. Once Lin Dong and Han Shiyun left, the classroom erupted in chatter. Wow! After just 3 days, Lin Dong has managed to win over one of the three school goddesses? Did you see? Han Shiyun was following him like he was the center of her universe. Come on, pinch me and tell me this isn't real. Be gentle. Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. Wait, what was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend's name? A classmate asked. I think it was Jiang Shan. Wasn't Jiang Shan taken by Huang Junlang? And Huang Junlang is one of Han Shiyun's two protectors. Lin Dong is impressive. What a clever move. You take my girl, and I'll be your goddess. This retaliation is so fierce. Huang Junlang must be seething. At that moment, the three members of the four rascals exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, The third one is incredible. Su Yingxue, meanwhile, gazed on with curiosity. As one of the three school goddesses, Han Shiyun was accustomed to mingling among the wealthy elite, never having been seen alone with anyone for fear of sparking misunderstandings. Yet now, she was specifically seeking out Lin Dong. Did this mean he was her chosen one? What could possibly draw Han Shiyun to Lin Dong? Su Yingxue found herself puzzled. Lin Dong seemed to possess an enigmatic quality beyond his outward simplicity. At that moment, Su Yingxue felt a burgeoning curiosity towards him, unaware that this curiosity was the beginning of her own descent. Lin Dong led Han Shuyun to the playground behind the school. It was lunchtime, and only a few couples lingered there. "Speak up, Han Shuyun, what brings you here?" Lin Dong inquired. "Can I come to see you without a reason?" Han Shuyun retorted. "Well, you could have sent me a message or called. Why come directly to the classroom?" "Lin Dong, I'm here to assist you. Don't mistake my goodwill as something insincere." "Oh, assist me with what?" Lin Dong asked, intrigued. Han Shuyun pondered before responding. "Think about it. After the embarrassing incident a few days ago, whenever you appear, people will whisper, 'Look, that's Lin Dong, whose girlfriend was stolen,' leaving him furious and fainting from anger. But now that I've come to see you, when you show up, the gossip will shift to whether we're actually together. Which scenario do you think reflects better on you?" Lin Dong considered her words and realized the truth in them. "Well then, I owe you my thanks, Han Shuyun." "No need for thanks. I haven't yet thank you for showering me with gifts to keep me from dating Huang Junlang and treating me to lavish meals every day. However, Han Shuyun, aren't you worried about damaging your reputation?" "It's fine. Who asked me to owe you?" Han Shuyun replied nonchalantly. As they continued their stroll on the playground, engaging in trivial conversation, the news of Han Shuyun's visit to Lin Dong spread rapidly. The school was small, and with the involvement of one of the three goddesses, the gossip traveled at lightning speed. The three rascals played a significant role in this, as modern communication made it easy for information to circulate. The most widespread version of the story claimed that 3 days prior, Huang Junlang had taken Jiang Shan from Lin Dong, leaving him furious and fainting from the ordeal. Yet, just 3 days later, Lin Dong had managed to win over Han Shuyun, the goddess Huang Junlang had pursued for months. Huang Junlang felt as though he had been slapped across the face. Many initially doubted the truth. How could Han Shuyun, pursued by so many affluent suitors, possibly be with a loser like Lin Dong? However, as they witnessed Lin Dong and Han Shuyun walking out of the school together, reality set in for everyone. Lin Dong had intended to simply wander the playground with Han Shuyun before parting ways, but recalling that it was lunchtime, he naturally invited her to join him for a meal. Han Shuyun, of course, accepted, and they exited the school together. This scene did not go unnoticed, particularly by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Huang Junlang, upon seeing Lin Dong and Han Shuyun leave together, nearly lost his temper and charged at them, but ultimately restrained himself. He realized that acting out would only further humiliate him. Imagining how easily Lin Dong had captured the heart of the goddess he had spent millions trying to win over, Huang Junlang's emotions were tumultuous, akin to what Lin Dong had felt 3 days prior upon being dumped. With a frustrated motion, he stormed back to his dorm, devoid of appetite, leaving Jiang Shan standing alone, feeling desolate. Jiang Shan watched as Lin Dong and Han Shuyun laughed and conversed while departing the school, her heart heavy with sorrow. The place beside Lin Dong had always been hers, yet she had pushed him towards another. Some lessons in life are only learned through loss. Her relationship with Huang Junlang was fraught with caution, always fearful of upsetting him, while with Lin Dong, it had been he who walked on eggshells around her. The shift in her status from princess to servant illuminated the sacrifices Lin Dong had made during their 4 years together. Yin Yin was right. She may never find someone who loved her as deeply as Lin Dong did. Yet, everything had changed irrevocably. She had buried her own happiness with her own hands. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Shan turned and walked away. Chapter 21. The malevolent capitalists. After their meal, the two took a brief respite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Naturally, Lin Dong rested in the chairman's office, while Han Shuyun occupied a presidential suite, though with Lin Dong as the chairman. There was no need for her to spend any money. When afternoon classes commenced, they returned to school together. Their outing for a meal had consumed 2 to 3 hours, provoking much speculation among their peers. The afternoon swiftly passed. As Lin Dong wandered through the campus, he observed that, as Han Shuyun had predicted, the glances directed at him had transformed from disdain to envy and jealousy. Upon returning to the Golden Leaf Hotel, he entered through the main door, where 4 tall attendants bowed and greeted him as usual, exclaiming, "Good day, Chairman Lin." Upon entering the lobby, the newly appointed manager hurried over, also bowing and saying, "Good day, Chairman Lin. There's no need for such formality. We are all colleagues. Please, Continue with your duties. I can manage on my own. Lin Dong remarked to the new manager. Of course, Chairman Lin, he replied. Lin Dong then stepped into the elevator, disappearing from the lobby. Unbeknownst to him, seated in the designated guest relaxation area was a captivating woman who had been observing him intently. Sun Siyu had been sitting there for over an hour. She was a third-year student in the performance department at Jiangnan Media University. Typically, students in her department would begin leveraging their connections during their third year to secure roles in films, thus laying the groundwork for their post-graduation careers. While her classmates secured various roles, with two even landing the position of second female lead and gaining some notoriety, Sun Siyu had not received any roles throughout her third year, not due to a lack of beauty, as her appearance and figure were exceptional, even among her peers in the performance department. The reason for her lack of roles was her steadfastness. She refused to compromise her principles to appease so-called directors and investors. Moreover, her financial situation allowed her this luxury. Her parents, while not wealthy, had established a business with assets amounting to several million. Thus, she had never lacked for money, which enabled her to maintain her dignity rather than sacrificing it for a role, unlike some of her less fortunate classmates who would go to great lengths, even compromising their integrity for a mere opportunity. At the beginning of her third year, a director had indeed expressed interest in her for a third female lead role, but it came with the condition of dining with the investors. Naively, she thought little of it, just a meal. However, during the dinner, the director and investors incessantly toasted her, all of which she declined. Unexpectedly, one of the so-called investors placed his hand on her thigh. The outcome was her dousing him with a glass of water, which infuriated the director, who threatened to blacklist her. Since then, few directors had approached her for roles. Today, however, she received a call from a renowned director, offering her a second female lead in a film with over $100 million in investment, but requiring a face-to-face meeting to discuss details. After some contemplation, she decided to attend the meeting. Yet, upon arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she had not received any further communication, leaving her to wait in the lobby. Lin Dong's entrance caught Sun Siyu's attention. As he walked in, the four attendants bowed to him, though she couldn't hear their words from a distance. Their respectful demeanor was unmistakable. Throughout her hour in the relaxation area, she had observed numerous guests come and go, but none had elicited such deference from the staff. Thus, Sun Siyu surmised that Lin Dong either possessed an extraordinary background or was the heir to a significant stake in the hotel. Yet, this speculation bore little relevance to her. She was merely curious and continued to await the call. About 30 minutes later, her phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang, where are you?" "I have arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel," she inquired upon answering. "Miss Sun, my apologies for the delay. Please come directly to room 1501. I am waiting for you." The director's voice echoed through the phone. "Director Xiang, is it possible to discuss matters outside?" Sun Siyu proposed. "Miss Sun, you must understand that the topics we are discussing are confidential. If this information leaks, the investors might withdraw their support," he replied. "Director Xiang, I believe it would be more prudent to converse in a private room. No one would know either way," she countered. "Miss Sun, you need to grasp the importance of this project, an investment exceeding $100 million. The second female lead is a pivotal role, and many are vying for it. I've exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity for you. If you choose not to come, I may have to reach out to others," he warned. "Then feel free to contact someone else." "Goodbye," she replied, ending the call. What a joke. She was no naive newcomer. The sun was nearly setting, and entering that room might jeopardize her safety. After hanging up, Sun Siyu grabbed her bag and left the hotel, hailing a taxi back to campus. She would not sacrifice her integrity for a mere second female lead role. Not in a million dreams. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, in room 1, the most luxurious presidential suite, sat Director Xiang Chun, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s, dressed as a secretary. Following Sun Siyu's abrupt termination of the call, Director Xiang's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "With your reputation in the industry, how could anyone dare to refuse you? They must not wish to remain in the business," the stout, affluent, middle-aged man remarked. "Mr. Yu, this girl is still inexperienced and doesn't comprehend the industry's norms. She likely has some family money, which is why she hasn't fully committed to this path," Director Xiang explained. "Oh, Still a novice? That's splendid. If you can secure her, I will increase my investment by an additional 20 million, Mr. Yu replied. Mr. Yu, that might be challenging. As you just witnessed, she is quite resolute. Director Xiang expressed his concerns. Then let's simply offer her the lead role. Let us see if she can resist such temptation, Mr. Yu suggested. However, the lead role has already been assigned to Yao Shui. A sudden change might provoke dissatisfaction, Director Xiang cautioned. Contracts have yet to be signed. She can be replaced at any time. What can she do if she is unhappy? Mr. Yu retorted nonchalantly. I will do my utmost to persuade her, Director Xiang conceded. Not just your utmost. Make it happen. Chapter 22. The gathering at this moment. Chun Xiang's mind was a tempest of frustration. These avaricious capitalists, in their relentless pursuit of personal gain, were once again meddling. They expected a third-year student who had yet to graduate and had never acted in a play to assume the role of the leading lady in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million. Moreover, they insisted that a top-tier actress take on the supporting role. If word of this leaked, the fans of Yao Shui would undoubtedly unleash their wrath. If the lead actress possessed commendable acting skills, she might achieve instant fame. However, if her performance faltered, the film would be doomed. The investors would suffer losses, and the ensuing public outcry would inevitably lead to him bearing the blame. Though he cursed Yu Qinghai in his heart, he maintained a facade of servility, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will find a way to make this work." In this era, wealth equates to power. Despite having a modest reputation in the industry, he was not yet in a position to disregard the capitalists. Such privilege belonged to esteemed directors, whose mere intention to create a film would attract a swarm of leading actors and actresses. Countless investors would eagerly approach them, vying to finance their projects, knowing that the choice of director would determine significant profits and soaring stock prices. Capitalists are courteous only to those who can generate wealth for them. Chun Xiang aspired to ascend to such heights, dreaming of becoming a director of that caliber. The following afternoon, Lu Peng informed Lin Dong that the evening's gathering would take place at the Golden Leaf Hotel, urging him to arrive early. Lin Dong sent a message to Zhao Xian, instructing her to inform the others to treat him as an ordinary guest upon his arrival. He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. After his afternoon class, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel well ahead of time, waiting in the chairman's office while the other three guests were busy showering and changing. Sun Si had also arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, though this time it was not to meet any directors. Rather, it was for a dinner invitation from her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend. The four stood at the entrance of the hotel, awaiting Lu Peng's arrival. Min, is your boyfriend really treating us here? We only joked about it yesterday. Perhaps we should choose another place? Her roommate Chun Lan inquired. Upon hearing that Zhang Min's new boyfriend wanted to treat them to dinner and that they were free to pick the location, they had casually suggested the Golden Leaf Hotel, never expecting him to actually choose that venue. Lan, it's fine. Trust my judgment. If he can't even afford a meal, how could he be worthy of being Zhang Min's boyfriend? Zhang Min replied. Min, it seems your boyfriend is quite impressive. He must be from a wealthy family. I envy you. Ask him if he has any single friends from affluent backgrounds to introduce to us. Another roommate, Zheng Yun, chimed in. Although he is treating us, he'll bring along a couple of his roommates, so you can see if anyone catches your eye, and I'll help you play matchmaker, Zhang Min responded. Are any of his friends wealthy like him? I hope they aren't all just poor losers, Chunlan remarked. That is something I'm not too sure about. Zhang Min replied. Yun, you shouldn't always be on the lookout for rich boys. Finding a promising partner is also a good option. Sun Si interjected. See, you're in a different situation. Your family is wealthy enough. If all else fails, you can always inherit your family's vast fortune. We can't compare. Jianlan Vito. Just remember, for people like us, the best outcome is to find a wealthy partner who cherishes us. Becoming a star is fraught with challenges and may lead to nothing in the end. Don't be so pessimistic. It's not pessimism, it's reality. For students without connections, how often do we get roles without having to endure meals, drinks, or even worse? And even then, we may not achieve fame. Thus, Sun Si found herself unable to counter their claims, for Zheng Yun's words rang true. Without her family's support, she would likely be in a similar predicament as them. Before long, Lu Peng arrived in a BMW X7, accompanied by the other two guests. There they are. The four ahead. Did you see them? Lu Peng pointed out. Wow, they're clearly from a higher echelon than us. Indeed, they are from the performing arts department. One of them could easily overshadow our class, save for Su Yingxue, especially the tallest one. She is nearly on par with Su Yingxue, absolutely goddess level. As Lu Peng honked the horn twice upon reaching the Golden Leaf Hotel as parking lot, Zhang Min exclaimed, "My boyfriend is here. Let us go." Seeing Lu Peng's car, Zhang Min and her roommates approached. After a brief introduction, the group of 7 entered the hotel and were escorted to the reserved private room. Once seated, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. "Hey Dongzi, where are you?" "We're in room 46. Hurry over. You're the last one we're waiting for." "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Lin Dong replied. "Apologies, I was delayed by something. You all go ahead and order whatever you like." Lu Peng informed the girls. After receiving the call, Lin Dong descended the stairs and contacted Zhao Xian, instructing her to arrange for a complimentary meal for room 46 under the pretense of a hotel promotion. Soon enough, Lin Dong arrived at room 46. "Sorry for the delay," he said apologetically as he took a seat. As the dishes began to arrive, everyone started to eat. Aside from Lu Peng and Lin Dong, the remaining 6 were dining at the venue for the first time and praised the food profusely. They ordered standard fare, unlike Lin Dong, who was accustomed to the finest delicacies. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Sun Si felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she recalled that he was the same individual who had been greeted by the staff yesterday at the Golden Leaf Hotel. What a coincidence it was, just yesterday. She thought they would never cross paths, and now they were dining together. Though she was curious about Lin Dong's background, she hesitated to ask, aware that they were still strangers. After their meal, Lu Peng suggested heading upstairs to sing karaoke, and everyone unanimously agreed. As an 8-star hotel, the Golden Leaf offered an array of dining and entertainment options. However, when it came time to settle the bill, they were informed that the hotel was running a promotion, and their table had been randomly selected for a complimentary meal. Overjoyed, they realized the savings amounted to several tens of thousands, and with more activities planned, they could easily reach a bill of 100,000. They joked that Lu Peng should treat them again in the future, to which he readily agreed. Lin Dong merely smiled in silence. Sun Si suspected something was amiss. No hotel would offer a full waiver like that, especially not one of this caliber, which could easily absorb a $10,000 loss. She was convinced that Lin Dong held a significant position within the hotel. However, since he chose not to reveal his status, she saw no reason to expose it. Chapter 23. Hello, my name is Sun Siyu. Under the guidance of the waiter, the group arrived at the KTV section. Upon entering the private room, everyone began to let loose. The dim lighting, coupled with a few drinks, led Lu Peng and Zhang Min, the couple, to retreat to a corner, engrossed in their own world of affection. The sudden display of their romance caught everyone off guard. Yet no one paid much attention and began to enjoy their own activities. The 3 beautiful women took turns singing, while the 2 other gentlemen, excluding Lin Dong, were preoccupied with their phones. Lin Dong, seated on the sofa, felt a tinge of boredom. He contemplated leaving but thought it might seem rude. He settled instead on appreciating the lovely voices of the ladies. It must be said that although they were performing arts students, their singing was quite impressive. As time passed, when the ladies took a break, Lu Peng seized the microphone and declared, "Today, we are grateful for the presence of these 3 lovely ladies." He then pointed to Lin Dong and continued, "This is my brother Lin Dong, who is currently single. Ladies, if any of you are without a boyfriend, feel free to exchange contact information and perhaps get to know each other better. My brother is truly devoted when it comes to relationships." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was Lu Peng praising him or mocking him? It was true that he had been devoted, to the extent that after a breakup, he had nearly collapsed in despair. Those unfamiliar with him might take it as a compliment, but those who knew him well would certainly find it humorous. Lu Peng seemed to have indulged a bit too much in drink. After Lu Peng's announcement, he eagerly awaited the ladies' reactions. He had learned from Zhang Min that none of the 3 women had boyfriends, which was why he had orchestrated this moment. The tallest among them, Sun Siyu, was likely out of Lin Dong's league. A goddess of her caliber would be unattainable even for a seasoned flirt like himself. Nevertheless, he believed he might have a chance with the other 2. Recently, Lin Dong appeared to have undergone a transformation. He seemed more robust and exuded a newfound confidence. No longer the timid individual he had been when with Jiang Shan. At first glance, he was indeed quite presentable. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, however, were entirely unfazed by Lu Peng's words. They had discerned that among their dormitory group of 4, Lu Peng was the sole wealthy heir, while the others were decidedly less affluent. Their arrival in Lu Peng's car had made this abundantly clear. What rich heir would ride in someone else's vehicle? It was laughable to think that a true scion would be concerned about saving gas money. Although Lin Dong had joined later, his attire, consisting of bargain bin clothing, hardly suggested wealth. Despite Lin Dong's handsome appearance, they were unimpressed. Beauty alone did not fulfill their aspirations. After all, they were students from the Jiangnan Media University as Performing Arts Department. They had encountered countless attractive individuals, and Lin Dong would merely be considered average among them. They had no desire to squander their youth on someone like him. While they remained unresponsive, Sun Siyu was intrigued by Lin Dong. She found it curious that someone of apparent significance was masquerading as an ordinary person, managing to conceal his true nature even from his roommates. Sun Siyu wished to alert her roommates that the wealthy heir they dreamed of was right before their eyes, and they remained oblivious to his presence. They had once stood before a mountain of gold, but treated it as if it were mere refuse. She was eager to see her roommates' reactions upon learning Lin Dong's true identity. Would they feel regret or dismay? For those who aspired to be with a wealthy heir, it would surely be infuriating. Very well. If you want to approach him, I shall. Sun Siyu resolved, rising from her seat and walking over to Lin Dong. Extending her right hand, she said, "Hello, Lin Dong. I am Sun Siyu, a third-year student from the Jiangnan Media University as Performing Arts Department. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can become friends and get to know each other better." As her words echoed in the room, an abrupt silence fell. Lu Peng nearly dropped the microphone in disbelief. The goddess Sun Siyu was showing interest in Lin Dong? Who would have believed it? The other two gentlemen simultaneously recalled that just yesterday, the goddess Han Shuyun had sought out Lin Dong. Was it possible that Lin Dong possessed some enchanting charm that drew goddesses to him? Was the first instance merely coincidence? What a second? Would there be a third or fourth? Had he, after being spurned, experienced a turn of fate? Lin Dong, too, was momentarily taken aback. Since acquiring the system, it seemed his romantic prospects had become overwhelmingly abundant. First Zhao Xian, then Han Shuyun, and now Sun Siyu, all of them at the goddess level. Which one should he choose? Only children make choices. He desired them all. Regaining his composure, Lin Dong stood and replied, "Hello, Sun classmate. It is a pleasure to meet you as well." They exchanged a brief handshake, followed by their phone numbers and WeChat information. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. The group assumed it was the waiter, but instead, a short and stout middle-aged man entered, followed by director Chen Xiang, who had arranged to meet Sun Siyu the previous day. Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai had come to accompany two investors, but upon spotting Sun Siyu and her classmates, Yu Chenghai instructed his secretary to follow them, intending to see which room they entered. Once the investors were settled, he made his way to the KTV room. Upon entering, Chen Xiang introduced himself, saying, "Hello, students. I am Chen Xiang." He then introduced the short and stout man beside him. "This is Mr. Yu from Xin Yuan Entertainment. We are here primarily to meet you all. You must be students from Jiangnan Media University. We have come to your university to scout for roles in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million. Would you mind joining us for a drink?" As Chen Xiang finished speaking, Yu Chenghai eagerly approached Sun Siyu and said, "You must be Sun Siyu. I am Yu Chenghai from Xin Yuan Entertainment. It is a pleasure to meet you. I believe you possess great charisma and will be perfect for the leading role in a film that our company is investing in." Yu Chenghai gazed at Sun Siyu, his eyes sparkling with admiration. She was stunningly beautiful and exuded a captivating aura, standing taller than him, forcing him to slightly look up to speak with her. He had a penchant for women taller than him. Height mattered little when his bulky frame could easily overshadow them. This only intensified his desire to conquer her. He was determined to win her over. "I appreciate the offer, but I am not interested in acting in your film," Sun Siyu replied calmly. Understanding the sudden appearance of Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai, Sun Siyu realized that the previous day's meeting was likely arranged for Yu Chenghai's sake. The sight of his short and stout figure filled her with distaste. She would rather face any ordeal than accompany such a man. The prospect of a leading role held no allure for her. Sun classmate, you may not be aware, but our film has a budget exceeding 100 million, with the potential for additional investment in post-production. We have also secured the popular actress Yao Shui for the supporting role. If you accept this film, you could achieve overnight fame. Yu Chenghai continued to entice her. However, Sun Siyu remained unfazed. Meanwhile, her friends Zheng Yun and Chen Lan were utterly captivated by the prospect. A leading role? With Yao Shui as a co-star? This could undoubtedly launch their careers. After all, who in the performing arts did not yearn for fame and recognition? Often hindered by a lack of opportunity? I truly have no interest, Sun Siyu reiterated, unwavering in her resolve. Mr. Yu, I am interested. Zheng Yun eagerly interjected. Mr. Yu, I'm interested too. Chen Lan chimed in, rushing forward. Due to her boyfriend, Liu Peng's presence, Zhang Min refrained from approaching, fearing that her hard-won relationship with a wealthy heir might end in disaster. Yu Chenghai held little interest in Zheng Yun and Chen Lan. He had lost count of the number of women of such caliber he had encountered. He signaled to Chen Xiang to intervene. However, Sun Si did not grant them the opportunity, addressing Zhang Min directly. Min, I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. She then turned to Lin Dong, asking, could you accompany me for a short distance? Oh, certainly, Lin Dong replied eagerly, having been eager to depart and now possessing the perfect excuse. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed together. Chapter 24. Great Luck and Prosperity. Dinner tonight, Lin Dong and Sun Siyu departed, leaving Yu Chenghai alone in the private room, his expression somewhat grim. Ever since he assumed the role of general manager at Xinyu Entertainment, he had not encountered such an ungracious woman in quite some time. With a woman who showed no interest in entering the entertainment industry and remained impervious to persuasion, Yu Chenghai found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan flanked him on either side, toasting him eagerly, as they were genuinely keen on securing a role. Among the trio of mischief makers, aside from Liu Peng, who continued to act as he pleased, the other two began to curry favor with Chen Xiang, a director of modest renown, who held considerable weight in the eyes of Fan Biao and the others. Thus, a group of individuals engaged in drinking, each harboring their own motives. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Sun Siyu descended in the elevator. Suddenly, Sun Siyu inquired, Lin Dong, is this hotel owned by your family? Huh? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. There's no need to concoct excuses. I know you must have a profound connection with this hotel, Sun Siyu continued. I'm not hiding anything, and I have no idea what you're talking about, Lin Dong retorted. Lin Dong, hotels never waive charges for events. It would be an amount of at least 100,000. What you did was excessive. A discount would have sufficed. What does the hotel's policy have to do with me? Your denial doesn't matter, but you must recognize that a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. The waiver was undoubtedly your instruction to the hotel, and it must have come from a significant figure there. Once Min and the others return, we'll analyze who wields such authority. Lin Dong found her rather impressive. Her intellect seemed almost too sharp. To deduce the identity behind a mere waiver was a talent worthy of a detective. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Siyu had observed how the staff had bowed and scraped upon his arrival the previous day, leading her to her conclusion. All right, Sun, you win. The waiver was indeed my doing, Lin Dong conceded, realizing he could not evade the truth. And what is your relationship with this hotel? Sun Siyu inquired, curiosity piqued. As you mentioned, this hotel belongs to my family. A young heir? One could say so. Impressive. Lin Dong, I never imagined you to be a super-rich second generation. Son, you're no slouch either. You've turned down offers from directors and investors for the leading female role. That pales in comparison to your status as a super-rich heir. She replied as they exited the hotel. Son, would you like a ride home? Lin Dong asked at the entrance. Of course. Do you expect me to take a taxi? Sun Siyu replied, her tone nonchalant. With a resigned shrug, Lin Dong retrieved his luxury vehicle and drove Sun Siyu back to Jiangnan Media University. After dropping her off, he returned to the international residence, where Zhao Xian was already asleep. Lin Dong guessed that Zhao Xian must have been exhausted after the hectic hotel handover. After showering, he sprawled on his bed and opened his laptop, logging on to Whale Live. Neither Han Shiyin nor his cousin Wang Li was streaming. He aimlessly browsed, noting that his level was quite formidable, over 1,100. Achieving a level above 1,000 granted one the title of king. He casually clicked on a gaming stream, entering a room where a 5-clawed golden dragon swirled across the screen, followed by the proclamation, "The king has arrived." The entrance was nothing short of spectacular, causing the chat to erupt with excitement. Wow, the legendary Mr. Chai has appeared. Welcome, Mr. Chai. The streamer, a charming young lady named Jasmine, was engaged in a game of Survival Island. Upon noticing Lin Dong's king-level status, she found a corner to crouch, then stood up, fingers delicately poised, and softly declared, "Welcome, Mr. Chai, to my stream. I am honored." The streamer's endearing manner made Lin Dong chuckle. Indeed, money could charm even the most stubborn of souls. He decided to send a message in the chat. "Little Jasmine, focus on the game, and if you secure a victory, I'll gift you 666 super rockets in celebration." Jasmine's eyes sparkled with delight at Lin Dong's message, knowing that a successful game would be worth more than 100 or even 1,000 typical victories. She hurriedly resumed her position in the game, exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Chai. I will do my utmost to win." The audience quickly joined in with their enthusiastic messages. "Mr. Chai is incredible. Mr. Chai is majestic. Mr. Chai is indeed extraordinary." Jasmine skillfully maneuvered her character. Her gameplay was commendable, typically winning 8 out of 10 matches. However, the fear of failure loomed large. Losing would mean forfeiting over 1 million in gifts, adding to her anxiety. As she skillfully eliminated opponents, Jasmine felt a wave of relief when only 3 adversaries remained. However, disaster struck when a grenade landed nearby. She leaped to the side, but was too late. With a deafening explosion, Jasmine was eliminated, her hopes of receiving gifts vanishing in an instant. Stunned, she sat before the screen, unable to find words as the chat echoed her despair. Seeing her distress, Lin Dong, who found her skill satisfactory and was feeling a bit restless, sent another message. "Little Jasmine, how about we play a round together?" Finally snapping back to reality upon seeing Lin Dong's message, Jasmine eagerly replied, "Sure. Where are you, Mr. Chai? I will come find you." They entered a game together, parachuting into a valley to gather equipment and arm themselves. Jasmine stayed close to Lin Dong, offering him any superior gear she found. Lin Dong, though admitting his skills were lacking due to infrequent play, accepted her generosity. Fortuitously, they encountered no formidable opponents in this match, culminating in Jasmine leading Lin Dong to their first victory. Though Lin Dong's gameplay was novice level, shockingly, no one in the chat criticized him. Instead, they praised his performance. Who would dare insult someone of such stature? A figure capable of showering millions in gifts in a live stream was surely not to be trifled with. In high spirits, Lin Dong decided to shower Jasmine with gifts. "A small firecracker for you, Jasmine, a Super Rocket X1. As the stream progressed, the gifts continued. "A small firecracker for you, Jasmine, a Super Rocket X666. Just when everyone presumed it had ended, "A small firecracker for you, Jasmine, a Super Rocket X888. Finally, the count settled at 1,314, valued at over 2 million. The most expensive gaming companion on Whale Live had emerged, with a single match of Survival Island netting over 260,000 in gifts. Jasmine added Lin Dong as a friend, inviting him to reach out whenever he wished to play again. Chapter 25. A drastic change at home due to the impending May Day holiday. This weekend was devoid of rest. The May Day Cultural Gala was set to take place the day before the holiday. During this time, Lin Dong continued with his regular routine of dining and attending classes. As time passed, the fervor surrounding the Lin Dong incident gradually waned. Nevertheless, he had become something of a celebrity within the school. The transfer of ownership of Jinya Hotel had been completed, and Lin Dong had officially become its proprietor, successfully expending 180 billion to acquire 180 God points. After utilizing 40 of these points to enhance both his physique and mental acuity to 50 points, he decided against further augmentation, sensing little distinction between the levels of 45 and 50 points. Achieving 50 points positioned both his physique and mental state within a robust category. He refrained from spending the remaining 140 points, reserving them for any skills he might require in the future. On the eve of the May Day holiday, Lin Dong found himself free of classes in the afternoon, opting to rest in his dormitory in preparation for the evening's cultural gala. Jiangnan Media University had already commenced its holiday, with students gradually departing for home. Sun Si was busy organizing her belongings in her dormitory, preparing for her journey home when her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her mother calling, prompting her to quickly engage in conversation. However, after concluding the call, Sun Si was left in a state of bewilderment. Her mother implored her not to return home for the time being and transferred 100,000 yuan to her, advising her to conserve her funds. Instinctively, Sun Si sensed that something was amiss within her family. After persistent inquiries, her mother tearfully divulged that their family business had collapsed, leaving them in substantial debt. Their house was now under the watchful eye of creditors, and should she return, she would undoubtedly encounter these debtors. Currently, they were forced to seek refuge at her grandparents' home. Her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and had visibly deteriorated, refusing any attempts at consolation. To Sun Si, her father was her world, but now that world had crumbled before her eyes. She struggled to comprehend how their family, which had thrived in business for so many years, could suddenly face bankruptcy. She felt an urgent need to return home and clarify the situation, fearing that if she delayed, she might never see her parents again. Having hastily packed a few essentials, Sun Si hurried home. Her family resided in Yangcheng, not far from Jiangcheng. A train ride would take just over half an hour, while a bus journey would require only 2 to 3 hours. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' house, dusk was approaching. She took a moment to compose herself before knocking on the door. No response. She knocked again, still met with silence. Could it be? No, that was impossible. A tremor of anxiety coursed through her as she quickly retrieved her phone and dialed her mother's number. "Mom, I'm back. I'm right outside Grandma's house. Please open the door," she exclaimed anxiously. "Is that you, Si? Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Her mother's weary voice echoed through the phone, bringing a sense of relief to Sun Si, despite its fatigued tone. At last, the door swung open. Upon seeing her mother, Sun Si could no longer contain her emotions and embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. After a moment of shared sorrow, they entered the house, only to find it eerily empty. "Mom, what on earth is happening? Where's Dad? Where are Grandma and Grandpa? Where's my little sister?" Sun Si inquired, her heart racing. "Your grandparents and little sister were taken by your uncle. Your father has locked himself in his room and won't come out. Si, you must go and persuade your father. He hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate," her mother urged. Upon entering the room, Sun Si found a man sitting there, smoking. She struggled to reconcile this man, whose hair had turned nearly entirely gray, with her father. He had once been so vibrant, having risen from rural origins to establish a prosperous life in the city, earning the admiration of their entire family. Yet, the man before her now appeared utterly defeated, looking far older than his 40-some years. "Dad!" Sun Si cried, tears streaming down her face. He did not respond, continuing to smoke in silence, moving from one cigarette to the next. "Mom, what happened? Why has Dad changed like this?" Sun Si turned to her mother, desperation in her voice. "Sigh, your father was deceived. His partner absconded with all the company's funds and fled abroad. Since your father is the legal representative of the company, all loans and debts are in his name, including some high-interest loans. The shock was so great that he aged overnight," her mother explained. "Why? How could this happen? How could our once happy family descend into such chaos?" Sun Si sank to the floor, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just months earlier, when she had left home, their family had been filled with warmth and harmony, her father still the towering figure in her life. Her mother had been the chatty, nurturing matriarch, and their family had been so fortunate. How had everything unraveled so swiftly? Chun Tulian knelt down to embrace her daughter, her eyes dry yet pained, having shed too many tears in recent days. She did not blame her husband. She understood the burden he bore. The fault lay with the cunning deceivers who had orchestrated this downfall. See, your father and I cannot overcome this hurdle. If anything were to happen to us, you must take care of your sister. You are now an adult and must assume responsibility for her well-being. Do you understand? Chun Sualian instructed. Hearing her mother's words sent a shiver through Sun Si. Mom, please don't do anything rash. I beg you. It seemed her mother did not hear her plea. Continuing, but do not worry too much. Your father and I have saved a little money with your uncle. Although it's not much, it should suffice for your needs. Mom, please don't do anything foolish. There must be a way. There has to be. However, you'll need to move to a place where they cannot find you. Many of these creditors are high-interest loan sharks, and I fear for your safety and your sister's, her mother cautioned. Mom, can we just repay the debts and resolve everything? Sun Si suddenly thought of Lin Dong, the young master of Jinya Hotel, whose family was undoubtedly wealthy. If he could lend her the money, it might save her family from ruin. She could repay him later or even become his mistress if necessary. In that moment, Sun Si felt that she would do anything, even if it meant associating with someone like Yu Qinghai, who was short and unattractive, as long as he could help her family through this crisis. In her heart, nothing was more important than her family. Oh, foolish child, while repaying the debts might seem like a solution, we cannot manage to do so. Your father and I have exhausted every avenue. We have sold what we could and borrowed what we could, yet it has only been a drop in the bucket. Chapter 26. Is 100 million enough? At Jiangnan University, thousands of students are seated neatly on the playground, eagerly awaiting the start of the May Day literary evening. The event commences with speeches from school leaders, followed by students showcasing their talents, singing, dancing, performing skits, delivering comic dialogues, and conjuring magic tricks. However, at this moment, Lin Dong is not among the audience. He has been summoned back to the classroom by the homeroom teacher, along with the entire class, leaving everyone perplexed. The teacher then explains that due to Ying Xue feeling unwell, she cannot perform on stage. He asks if anyone can play the piano as a substitute, assuring them that it does not need to be a flawless performance, just something to get by. All eyes turn to Su Ying Xue, whose once rosy complexion has turned pale. After a prolonged silence, with no volunteers, the teacher adds, "Whoever takes on this task will have my full support for any future leave requests." This statement stirs interest among the students, but playing the piano is a delicate skill that not everyone can confidently perform after only a few days of practice. Lin Dong, feeling a surge of determination, considers seizing the opportunity for his convenience in the future. He uses his points to add piano skills to his repertoire and enhances his proficiency from novice to expert. Soon, a wealth of knowledge floods his mind. With newfound confidence, Lin Dong stands and declares, "Teacher, I will give it a try." His classmates, including the usual trio of troublemakers, Su Ying Xue and the homeroom teacher, gaze at him in disbelief. Could Lin Dong really play the piano? The teacher hesitates, asking, "Do you really know how to play?" Lin Dong replies, "Yes. I'll learn while working part-time." The teacher probes further, "Can you play a complete piece?" Lin Dong affirms, "Absolutely." Well then, the teacher concedes, since no one else volunteered. "Go ahead. Just remember, aim for no mistakes rather than perfection." At this moment, Ding Wei stands up, feigning discomfort. "Teacher, I don't feel well either. Let Lin Dong go alone." He would rather not accompany Lin Dong and risk embarrassment. The classmates stifle laughter at Ding Wei's exaggerated display. The teacher, recognizing the act, chooses not to expose him and asks Lin Dong, "Can you manage on your own?" "Yes." Lin Dong deeply eagerly. He prefers to perform solo, finding collaboration uninteresting. However, feeling that a solo piano performance might lack variety, he spends additional points to elevate his skills in songwriting, composition, and singing to an expert level. With everything in place, the students return to the playground to enjoy the program, while Lin Dong awaits his turn backstage. In Yangcheng, at Sun Siyu's grandmother's home, she earnestly addresses her parents. "Dad, Mom, one of my classmates is the heir to the Jinya Hotel, the 8-star hotel, the most luxurious in Jiangnan province. If he helps us, we could overcome this crisis." Sun Siyu strives to instill hope in her parents, believing that as long as there is a possibility, they will not give up. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weiqing finally turns to look at her and her mother, his expression softening. As a resident of Jiangnan province and a former wealthy businessman, he is well aware of the Jinya Hotel's reputation, having once hosted an important client there. The hotel is valued at no less than 15 billion. If what his daughter says is true, it might indeed help them through their difficulties. Really? Sun Weiqing asks, his voice almost hoarse. This is the first time he has spoken in 2 days. Yes, truly. Sun Siyu replies, her tears drying as she feels a glimmer of hope. However, Sun Weiqing's skepticism surfaces again. Even if he has the means, why would he help us? You're merely classmates. We own nearly 100 million. Can you truly borrow that much? 100 million? Sun Siyu is taken aback by this figure. She had initially thought they might owe a few million. And considering Lin Dong's affluent background, she assumed he would not mind such a sum. Yet, the reality of 100 million is daunting. Can he really produce such a large amount of cash? She wonders. Perhaps his family could, but as a student, it is unlikely they would allow him to lend such a sum to someone he has only recently met. What to do? What to do? She cannot let her parents see her despair, especially after having kindled a flicker of hope in them. Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he is my boyfriend. We have been together for 6 months, but I was afraid you would think I was too young to tell you. Sun Weiqing and Chen Suolian are momentarily stunned, their last doubts evaporating. They find it no surprise that their daughter has found such an exceptional boyfriend. They have absolute confidence in her choices. Yet, Sun Weiqing harbors a nagging suspicion. Is she merely trying to comfort herself with a fabricated story? Perhaps, he thinks, prompting him to say, then call him now and see if he can lend you the money. Sun Siyu's heart races, and she replies, Dad, let us wait until tomorrow. You should eat something first, and I'm hungry too. As a seasoned businessman, Sun Weiqing senses his daughter's subtle shift in demeanor. He sighs internally, recognizing this as merely a stalling tactic. At this moment, Chen Suolian interjects, Siyu, just call him. If you can borrow the money, your father can prepare accordingly. If not, we still need to ensure you and your sister are taken care of, or your father and I will never find peace. With no other option, Sun Siyu retrieves her phone and dials Lin Dong's number, feeling despondent, yet hoping for a miracle. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong waits backstage for his turn when his phone suddenly rings. He glances at the screen and sees it as Sun Siyu. Curiosity piqued, he answers, Hello, Sun. Is there something you need? Hearing Lin Dong refer to her as Sun, Sun Weiqing's hopes diminish further. No man would refer to his girlfriend in such a formal manner. Yet Sun Siyu is oblivious to this detail. Lin Dong, are you free right now? I need to talk to you. Lin Dong checks the program ahead of him, noting that several performances remain, and steps into a quieter area. What is on your mind? Lin Dong, I want to borrow some money. Lin Dong is taken aback. Borrow money? Isn't her family well off? Why would she approach him for financial assistance? How much? He inquires. 100 million. How much? Lin Dong thinks he must have misheard, repeating his question. 100 million. What do you need to borrow such a substantial sum for? Lin Dong inquired. Lin Dong, my family's business has failed, and we are deeply in debt to loan sharks. If we do not repay them, our family will be ruined. I beg you for your assistance. I promise to repay you gradually. Sun Siyu's choked voice emanated from the phone. Loan sharks? Such a perilous matter could endanger lives. Lin Dong's mind conjured the image of her rejecting that so-called chairman use illicit advances. If he were to refuse her now, it would not be long before she might become a plaything for such individuals in her desperate quest for financial relief. Very well, let this be a rescue of a girl on the brink of moral downfall. Would 100 million suffice? Lin Dong asked. Chapter 27. The boy, is 100 million enough? This undoubtedly was the most melodious phrase that Sun Siyu had ever heard in her life. As it pulled her family back from the precipice of despair, Sun Weiqing and Chen Suolian exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their daughter's boyfriend was indeed a man of profound mystery. To him, 100 million seemed trivial. This amount was unimaginable even at the peak of their family's prosperity. Yet, here was a person who could effortlessly produce such a sum. How could such an extraordinary individual be their daughter as boyfriend? They felt an overwhelming sense of joy for their daughter, for someone capable of providing such financial assistance must genuinely care for her. Enough. Enough. Thank you, Lin Dong. At that moment, Sun Siyu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. From the afternoon until now, she had been taut with anxiety. Finally, she could relax and release her pin-up emotions. Please send me your account number, and I shall transfer the funds shortly. Lin Dong's voice resonated through the phone. All right. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. After ending the call, Sun Siyu sent her account number to Lin Dong and then noticed her parents were gazing at her intently. Father, Mother, what is the matter? Siyu, is Lin Dong truly your boyfriend? Yes. Otherwise, why would he lend out 100 million so casually? That makes sense. When we bring him home, so we can express our gratitude. When he has time, he is usually quite busy. Well, when he is available, you must definitely bring him home for us to meet. All right. Mother, please go prepare dinner. I'm already quite hungry. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from Sun Siyu's phone. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100 million. All three were momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief simultaneously. Although Lin Dong had promised to lend the money, the weight on their hearts would not lift until the funds were confirmed. Now that the money had arrived, their family-esque crisis had been averted. Chun Tilian joyfully went to prepare dinner, while Sun Weicheng emerged from his room, where he had been for 2 days, sipping some milk before heading to take a shower. Sun Siyu sat on the living room sofa, reflecting on the day's events. She could hardly fathom what would have transpired had Lin Dong not intervened. Her parents might have borne the entire burden, perhaps even departing from this world. She and her sister would have ended up in a desolate place, living in solitude. Lin Dong had saved her parents, her sister, and indeed, their crumbling family. Thus, she resolved that from this day forth, her life would belong solely to Lin Dong. Whenever he needed her, she would be there. When he did not, she would vanish. Whether as a lover or a servant, it mattered not. She was determined to follow Lin Dong. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong awaited his turn to perform. Little did he know that Sun Siyu was harboring such thoughts, lending out 100 million, only to be burdened with expectations. At that moment, the host's voice rang out. Due to the poor health of our next performer, Su Yingxue, we now invite Lin Dong to present a piano solo. As the host concluded, a commotion erupted in the audience. Wait, how did it become Lin Dong? Where's my goddess? They switched performers? Does Lin Dong even play the piano? Hey, Lin Dong, why don't you show us how you spat blood that day? I could use some tips. My girlfriend is about to break up with me. Laughter and chaos ensued, but upon taking the stage, Lin Dong paid no heed to the raucous crowd. He approached the piano, microphone in hand, and addressed the audience. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Lin Dong, and tonight I will present an original song titled The Boy. I hope you enjoy it. Sitting before the piano, he steadied his emotions, envisioning how to perform, as if he had practiced countless times. His fingers began to dance across the keys, the notes floating gently into the ears of the audience. Wow, not bad. This is quite impressive. Lin Dong can really play the piano. He has quite the hidden gem. Then, Lin Dong's voice resonated through the hall. Once by chance, we fell in love in an era devoid of hesitation. We thought we understood, hence the love was exhilarating, hands entwined without release. The steadfastness of the heart and the future, unforgettable is your love, yet the conclusion remains unchanged. I cannot keep you, nor could he offer you a future of hope. Anave boy. As the first half of the song concluded, silence enveloped the vast audience. Soon, the second half began. Your care, always by my side, opened in secluded places. I wish to ask, do you still feel sorrow? Like lying under the sun by the sea, like colors brushed with intent, bringing forth your smile, your courage. Unforgettable is your love, yet the conclusion remains unchanged. I cannot keep you, nor could he offer you a future of hope. Anave boy. I miss you right now. I miss you every time I wander. All regrets do not equate to the future. All love ultimately cannot escape the pain. No need to start anew. Now, I merely wish for the pain to arrive swiftly. After all, there is no opportunity to begin again. P.S. Consider this book as a parallel world. The song is The Boy by Liang Bo, the champion of the voice of China. If interested, you may wish to listen. As the song concluded, the audience remained in profound silence. Was it not astonishing? Indeed, no one had anticipated Lin Dong would deliver such a heartfelt performance. with lyrics, composition, and execution resonating deeply. Many who had experienced similar sentiments found their eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Shan leaned against her friend Zhu Yan, sobbing uncontrollably. The song penned by Lin Dong encapsulated their shared past. The he and she in the lyrics referred to Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yan, observing her weeping friend, sighed inwardly. Such an exceptional and devoted man. Yet she had chosen to part ways with him for a scoundrel. She was clearly unworthy of him. Suing Xue sat below the stage, gazing at Lin Dong with a dazed expression. This man, with whom she had shared 3 years of school, seemed entirely enigmatic to her. His piano skills, vocal abilities, and talent in songwriting were undoubtedly top tier. Most importantly, the profound lyrics reflected his own experiences. Exceptional men, much like fireflies in the night, are always captivating. Suing Xue wondered if Lin Dong had been spurred to reveal this hidden side of himself after their breakup. How many more secrets did he possess? Her curiosity only deepened. Han Shiyun felt a sense of gloom. She was not at all surprised by Lin Dong's exceptional talent. What a jest! Would such a prodigy lack depth? Yet, hadn't Lin Dong claimed to embrace humility? Is this his interpretation of modesty? Now, it seems he will undoubtedly attract a plethora of competitors. While she generally regards others with indifference, the presence of Su Yingxue, who shares a class with Lin Dong, instills a sense of urgency within her. No, she must seize the opportunity to win Lin Dong's favor while he remains somewhat enigmatic to others. Otherwise, she risks missing this golden opportunity. The music teachers at the school gazed at Lin Dong as if he were a rare gem, astonished that such a gifted musician had gone unnoticed. It was unclear who initiated the first round of applause, but soon a thunderous ovation erupted from the crowd, reverberating like a tempest. Lin Dong rose, bowed to the audience, and gracefully exited the stage. This evening, he was destined to be the most resplendent man in the room. Chapter 28. Lake City, a coastal metropolis, boasts a level of development surpassing that of the inland Jiang City. At this moment, Lin Dong finds himself aboard a flight from Jiang City to Lake City, resting with his eyes closed. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful and statuesque flight attendant is gently massaging his shoulders. He is seated in the opulent first-class cabin, which not only offers private compartments and an array of exquisite culinary delights, but also features one-on-one service from a charming stewardess. The quality of service is exceptional, and the price is exorbitantly high, approximately 50 times that of economy class, making it an experience reserved for the affluent. Mr. Lin, would you like some food or water? Lan Xin Ingui, continuing her matcha. Having been at it for nearly an hour, her hands are beginning to feel sore, yet Lin Dong remains silent, prompting her to inquire if he wishes for refreshments. As a top-tier flight attendant in first class, Lon Xin's role is distinctly different from those serving in business or economy class. They provide personalized service to first-class passengers, enjoying a more relaxed work environment and significantly higher salaries. The requirements for this position are stringent, as those who can afford such luxury are undoubtedly wealthy individuals. Lon Xin has only been in this position for less than a month. Her predecessor left to enjoy a life of luxury with a wealthy partner. The turnover in their line of work is considerable, for one can never predict when a colleague might leave for a life of affluence. Consequently, many aspire to secure a position on the next flight. Upon entering training, they sign a lengthy contract, entailing substantial penalties for early resignation, as this compensates the company for their training expenses. Nevertheless, each year, numerous attendants depart, some finding success while others face hardship. Lan Xin, however, has no aspirations of securing a wealthy benefactor. She merely wishes to cherish her current position. Mr. Lin? Lon Xin calls again, noticing his lack of response. Lin Dong is blissfully asleep. Mr. Lin? She continues, yet he remains unresponsive. Realizing he has drifted off, she breathes a sigh of relief, ceasing the massage, gently closing the cabin door behind her. Half an hour later, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lon Xin's voice once again reaches Lin Dong's ears, pulling him from his slumber. Mr. Lin, we have arrived in Lake City. So soon? He yawns, inquiring. You have been asleep for over an hour, she replies. Thank you, Miss Lon. Lin Dong expresses his gratitude. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's our duty, she responds. Lin Dong stretches briefly before disembarking, carrying nothing but his phone. Upon exiting the airport, Lin Dong stands at the roadside, having previously contacted Yi Hong, who promised to pick him up but had yet to arrive. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Mr. Lin. Turning, he sees Lan Xian, now dressed in her flight attendant uniform, pulling a small suitcase. Hello, Miss Lan. He replies. Are you waiting for a friend, Mr. Lin? She asks. I'm planning to take a taxi, he admits, intending to head directly to Yi Hong's company. Taking a taxi? Lan Xian queries, perplexed that someone who can afford first class would opt for a cab. Coincidentally, I'm also planning to take a taxi back to my hotel. Where are you headed? Shall we share a ride? Just as Lin Dong contemplates declining her offer, another voice interjects. Lan Xian, is this your boyfriend? A flight attendant, slightly older than Lan Xian, approaches, dragging her suitcase. Li Jia, please don't misunderstand. This is Mr. Lin, who is seated in my section on the flight. Lan Xian clarifies. Lan Xian, be cautious when choosing a partner. Some individuals merely enjoy the allure of first class to deceive newcomers like you. Several of our colleagues have fallen victim, losing both their trust and resources, Li Jia warns. Li Jia, it's not what you think. I know, young ones like you tend to seek handsome partners. But as you grow older, you'll realize that looks cannot sustain you. It's essential to find someone practical, kind, and wealthy. Trust me, Li Jia won't steer you wrong. Lin Dong glances at the heavily made-up Li Jia, thinking to himself, what is wrong with this woman? Is she experiencing a midlife crisis? Here I am, simply waiting for a taxi. Why am I being subjected to this? Just as he contemplates a retort, a rumbling sound interrupts, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Look, that car is stunning. Wow, what a sleek supercar. I dream of owning one. Two dazzling supercars pull up behind the Land Rover. The doors swing open, and Yi Hong steps out, striding directly towards Lin Dong. Apologies, my brother Lin. I was delayed. Here is your car key, Yi Hong says, tossing Lin Dong a key. Lin Dong catches the key and embraces Yi Hong. Brother Yi, you need to have gone through the trouble to pick me up. Let's not be formal here. Cool, me. Let us check out your car. It's been 3 years since I bought it, and it has barely clocked 300 kilometers. It's as good as new, Yi Hong says, placing an arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong approaches his Bugatti Chiron, running his hand along the sleek surface, feeling its exquisite texture, more pleasurable than caressing a woman. It's absolutely magnificent. So stylish. Driving this back to school will surely turn heads. Brother Yi, this car is truly remarkable. I adore it. As long as you like it, let us get in. I'll take you somewhere to celebrate. Then I shall follow your lead today, Brother Yi. At that moment, a similarly flashy sports car pulls up and a person exits, handing Yi Hong another set of keys. Yi Dong, here is your car key. Xiao Li, take a taxi back to the company, Yi Hong instructs. Yes, Yi Dong. As Lin Dong stands beside his Bugatti, preparing to get in, he notices Lan Xian still standing in astonishment by the roadside. Miss Lan, where are you headed? May I offer you a ride? Lin Dong asks. Mr. Lin, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll just take a taxi. She replies. Get in. Lin Dong insists, climbing into the driver's seat of the Bugatti. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Xian steps forward and takes the passenger seat. Once inside, Lin Dong calls Yi Hong to inform him he'll be dropping someone off first. It turns out they are headed in the same direction, and Yi Hong leads the way. The two stunning supercars roar to life, disappearing into the distance from the airport. Sister Li gazed at the retreating supercar, her expression somewhat grim, primarily due to the swift slap of reality that had just struck her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. As she looked at her affluent boyfriend, whom she had once held in high regard, she suddenly found him lacking in allure. Nearby, several flight attendants had also witnessed the recent spectacle. Did you see that? Lan Xian got into that supercar. Did anyone manage to take a picture? Quickly, let's find out what kind of car it is. I've never seen it before. I took a photo. I'm searching for it now. Oh my goodness. This is the latest limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 units released globally, and its original price was $60 million. What? 60 million? That's outrageous. There's something even more astonishing. The 60 million was the release price 3 years ago, and it has now skyrocketed to 80 million. My heavens. Lin Dong has only been here for a month. And how did she encounter such a young, handsome, and incredibly wealthy tycoon? Why can't I be that fortunate? Chapter 29. Welcome to SCC. Lin Dong escorted Lin Dong to her hotel before following Yi Hong to the Lakeside Club. This club is the most exclusive venue in Lake City, situated at the center of an artificial lake. Beyond its picturesque scenery, it boasts a golf course and a racetrack, catering to the leisure of the affluent. Yi Hong led Lin Dong to the golf area, where a group of 7 or 8 young men and women were engaged in light conversation, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. Outside, a man and a woman were playing golf, with the man embracing the woman from behind, guiding her hands as if teaching her the sport. Allow me to introduce my brother, Lin Dong, who is currently studying at a university in Jiang City, Yi Hong announced to the group in the lounge. He then turned to Lin Dong, saying, "These individuals are members of our SCC." The others glanced at Lin Dong, but did not regard him with much importance. Given his youth, "Old Yi, did you gather us here just to introduce this Lin Dong?" inquired a young man, approximately 25 years old, named Wang Chong. Like Yi Hong, was an intermediate member of SCC. Within the SCC, membership levels reflect a hierarchy. Higher tiers signify greater capabilities, which generally discourages lower-ranked members from opposing their superiors. However, since both he and Yi Hong shared the same rank, he felt no need for decorum and spoke freely. "Wang Chong, the purpose of today's gathering is primarily to witness my exercise of intermediate membership privileges, as I invite Lin Dong to join our SCC." The group was taken aback by Yi Hong's declaration, casting a few discerning glances at Lin Dong. It was a rare privilege for Yi Hong to utilize his intermediate membership to extend an invitation, considering that each intermediate member is allowed to invite only one individual, a coveted opportunity that some would pay exorbitant sums for, often exceeding 10 million, without success. Why would Yi Hong bestow his singular chance upon this young man? What was his background? A man in his 30s then remarked, "Since old Yi is directly exercising his intermediate membership privilege, Lin Dong shall henceforth be one of us at SCC. Come, Lin Dong. Please add me and send me your ID number. I will report it to headquarters. Your membership badge will be ready in 3 days, and I will also provide you with an introduction to our SCC." He then took out his phone, requesting Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong was somewhat bewildered, entirely oblivious to the significance of SCC and the implications of joining. Nevertheless, since it was Yi Hong's invitation, he complied. The two exchanged contact information, and Lin Dong sent his ID number, subsequently receiving a document in return. Upon examining it, Lin Dong discovered that SCC was merely an abbreviation for the full name, Magu City Supercar Club. The headquarters are located in Magu City, with branches in several major cities. Lin Dong noted that Jiang City was included, yet all the listed cities seemed to be in the south, with none from the north. Originally, SCC was established to facilitate gatherings and races for car enthusiasts. However, it has since evolved into a highly organized society, forming a premier social circle among the elite. Members not only enjoy recreational activities such as racing, horse racing, and golfing, but also engage in business discussions, fostering mutual growth and resource sharing. Many nouveau riches aspire to penetrate this circle, eager to connect with its elite, yet opportunities are scarce. Wealth alone does not grant entry. The criteria for joining are stringent, requiring 3 conditions. First, ownership of a supercar valued at over 100 million. This is relatively manageable. Second, an individual must possess personal assets exceeding 1 billion or belong to a family with assets surpassing 10 billion. This, too, is not overly challenging. Third, a recommendation from an intermediate member or higher is essential. This last condition is the most difficult. If anyone were to release a membership opportunity, it would incite a frenzy among the nouveau riche. Although officially, these spots are not for sale, the reality may differ. SCC memberships are categorized into 4 levels: ordinary members, intermediate members, advanced members, and core members. Ordinary members lack the right to recommend others, while intermediate members may recommend 1 individual. Advanced members can recommend 3, and core members face no limits. Those who ascend to the core level are typically influential figures and part of SCC's management. Elevation in membership status necessitates contributions to the SCC. The SCC hosts numerous racing competitions and gatherings annually to enhance camaraderie among members. After perusing the document, Lin Dong recognized the potential for valuable connections through Yi Hong. Had it not been for Yi Hong's guidance, he would have remained oblivious to such exclusive circles, despite any amount of wealth. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Yi Hong's rationale for utilizing his singular invitation was rooted in Li Bin's assertion that if Lin Dong could summon 2 billion to acquire the Golden Leaf Hotel, he was undoubtedly a direct descendant of a concealed aristocratic family. Yi Hong had neither encountered nor recognized any members of such families, who are notoriously enigmatic and operate in the shadows. Naturally, Yi Hong was eager to forge connections with such individuals. "Brother Lin, I will need you to present proof of assets," Yi Hong stated. "As for the asset verification, there is no need. I recently sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiang City to Brother Lin, who now holds a 100% stake." The other attendees were taken aback by this revelation. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel is quite renowned, and its acquisition would require at least 2 billion. To possess the means to purchase a hotel for that amount implies an underlying wealth of at least 5 billion. Clearly, Lin Dong's family was not to be underestimated. "Does your family operate in the hotel industry?" Wang Chong inquired, presuming that Lin Dong's family acquired the Golden Leaf Hotel to monopolize the market in Jiang City, questioning who would spend 2 billion merely for a hotel. He no longer viewed Lin Dong with disdain. Instead, he perceived an opportunity for camaraderie. "Not quite. I simply found the cuisine to my liking and the location convenient for my studies, which is why I bought it," Lin Dong replied. This revelation left everyone, except Yi Hong, in stunned silence. He had purchased an 8-star hotel for 2 billion solely because he enjoyed the food? That was 2 billion, not merely 2 million. The individuals present were seasoned SCC members. Although most were ordinary members, they were far from the typical nouveau riche. Yet, never had they encountered someone willing to spend 2 billion merely to satisfy their palate. Brother Lin certainly has a fine sense of humor. Wang Chong chuckled. Lin Dong merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. It seemed that no one would believe him, even if he told the truth. Chapter 30. Yao Shui. Before long, Lin Dong's membership registration with SCC was completed, and he had become an ordinary member. In fact, for those who were internally recommended to join SCC, the process was merely a formality, as no one would squander a precious quota on someone who did not meet the criteria. The exclusive membership badge for SCC would be dispatched from headquarters in 3 days. Although Lin Dong felt that the status of an ordinary member was somewhat beneath him, the description merely stated that contributions to SCC were necessary for advancement, without clarifying what those contributions entailed. Thus, Lin Dong inquired, "Brother Yi, what sort of contributions are required to elevate to intermediate membership?" "What's this? My young brother has just joined and already wishes to ascend?" Ye Hong replied, "I was merely curious. The description does not specify how one makes contributions to SCC. In truth, the transition from ordinary to intermediate membership was relatively attainable. By participating earnestly in various activities over a few years, one could easily achieve intermediate status. Are there no alternative methods?" Lin Dong pressed. "The simplest and quickest way is to donate 10 billion. You'll automatically upgrade to intermediate membership," Yi Hong stated. Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy at the prospect, as he was currently at a loss for how to spend his wealth, with only 100 godly points remaining. The potential of these godly points was indeed formidable. It would be wise to accumulate them for unforeseen needs. And what if I wish to attain advanced membership? Is a monetary donation acceptable? How much would be required? "Young brother, are you truly considering a donation?" Yi Hong asked, somewhat incredulous. "In truth, there is no necessity. A higher membership simply confers more privileges. Spending such vast sums is not worth it. I find it quite worthwhile. Problems that could be resolved with money are hardly problems at all," Lin Dong declared with an air of sophistication. The others around him nodded in agreement, impressed by his boldness. While advancing from ordinary to intermediate requires 10 billion, the leap from intermediate to advanced demands a staggering 100 billion. "Are you still inclined to donate?" "Absolutely," Lin Dong affirmed. "You truly intend to donate? Truly?" In the end, Lin Dong indeed spent 110 billion to become an advanced member of SCC. At that moment, not only the other members, but even Yi Hong could not help but wonder if Lin Dong had lost his senses. Even if he were an heir of a hidden aristocratic family, 110 billion was an astronomical sum. Many publicly traded companies were not valued that highly. Few individuals present could muster 100 billion, and even those who would be depleting their resources. Yi Hong, being one of the wealthiest in the vicinity, recognized that 110 billion represented nearly 1/5 of his assets. However, much of his wealth was tied up in investments or fixed assets, and he would struggle to produce 100 billion on demand. How many individuals still toiled for a meager salary? 110 billion set aside for personal use would surely be more gratifying. The consensus among the onlookers was that Lin Dong had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Dong reveled in the addition of 110 godly points to his collection. As the others contemplated ways to approach Lin Dong and cultivate a relationship with him, a man's agitated voice echoed from a nearby golf practice area. "Damn it, you think I owe you something?" This was followed by a woman's muffled sobs. The group quickly rushed over to pull the man back. He continued to curse as he was restrained. "Do you believe I won't ruin your reputation tomorrow?" The woman approached, and Lin Dong recognized her. Wasn't she the famous star Yao Shui? Just days earlier, he had heard Mr. Yu mention wanting to cast Yao Shui as the second female lead in a film, with Sun Siyu as the lead, only for Sun Siyu to turn it down. He hadn't anticipated encountering the glamorous celebrity so soon. However, she did not appear as radiant as on television. The left side of her face was swollen and red, evidently from a recent slap. Lin Dong had once admired Yao Shui, who starred in numerous dramas and films, earning the moniker The Killer, as he himself was at the time. Witnessing his former idol in distress, Lin Dong felt a pang of disillusionment. Indeed, those who sparkled in the eyes of the underprivileged often served merely as tools for the whims of the powerful. Having been wronged, slapped, and still needing to ingratiate herself, little did she know that Lin Dong had ascended to a position of influence himself. Yao Shui gently cupped her swollen cheek with her left hand, softly weeping in distress. She felt wronged. The man had groped her, and, when she merely sought to stop him, he had retaliated with violence. Yet, she dared not leave, for her manager had cautioned her that provoking these influential figures could spell the end of her career, not only for her, but also for the company backing her. Thus, she remained, hoping to appease him. "Yin Yong, can you please calm down?" Yi Hong interjected, furrowing his brow. "Old Yi, this is none of your business. So what if I touch her a bit, and she pretends to be innocent? I tell you, Yao Shui, if you don't make amends tonight, I'll ensure you're utterly disgraced by tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Mr. Yin," Yao Shui whispered. "Apologies mean nothing. You'd better make amends tonight. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. Did you hear me?" "Mr. Yin, are you asking for a beating?" Yin Yong rose again, preparing to slap Yao Shui once more. Yao Shui stood frozen in fear, but this time the blow did not land. Lin Dong could no longer stand idly by, watching his former goddess endure such humiliation. He stepped in front of Yao Shui, catching Yin Yong's hand before it could strike her. Yin Yong was taken aback, surprised that someone dared to intervene. "Who the hell are you? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Do you have a death wish? Yin Yong, is it? You're a coward for preying on women. Whatever happened to your manhood?" Seeing tensions escalate, Yi Hong quickly interposed himself between the two. "Zanzong, Lin Dong, we're all on the same side here. Let's not act rashly. Who the hell is he to me? Do I know him?" Yin Yong scoffed. At that moment, someone whispered in Yin Yong's ear. His previously grim expression gradually morphed into a smile. "Ah, it's you, Lin Dong. My apologies, my apologies. We're all on the same side here. If you fancy this young lady, I'll gladly let her go," Yin Yong declared generously. Someone had informed him that Lin Dong had just spent 110 billion to elevate his membership status from ordinary to advanced. As a mere intermediate member himself, he could not afford to offend someone of higher standing. Such a lavish expenditure had never been witnessed in SCC's history. While 2 instances of 10 billion upgrades to intermediate status had occurred, a direct upgrade to advanced membership through such a sum was unprecedented. Seeing Yin Yong relent, Lin Dong chose not to pursue the matter further. The group settled down, engaging in casual conversation, primarily directed at Lin Dong as they sought to build rapport with him. Yao Shui remained poised behind Lin Dong, silently observing. Chapter 31. The Peril of My Cousin on This Day. Lin Dong spent his time at the Lakeside Club, engaging in lively conversations until evening when he finally parted ways with the others. Upon exiting the club, he drove his limited edition Bugatti Chiron, accompanied by his former goddess, Yao Shui, towards the Sheraton Hotel where she resided. Lin Dong intended to drop Yao Shui off at her hotel before seeking out his cousin, Wang Li. In the car, Yao Shui expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. If it weren't for him, she would have been in dire straits, either succumbing to Yin Yong or facing disgrace the following day." She had no doubt about Yin Yong's capabilities. Even her boss feared him. As she slightly turned her head to gaze at Lin Dong's profile, she found herself entranced. His looks, physique, and character were all of exceptional caliber, not to mention the formidable background that even Yin Yong feared. Such a man shone like a star in the night sky, dazzling wherever he went. She pondered what kind of woman could possibly match such excellence, perhaps only one of equal stature. Yao Shui could only conceal her infatuation deep within her heart. "It's nothing. Just a small favor, Miss Yao." "In truth, I quite enjoy your films," Lin Dong replied. "Really? Mr. Lin, you genuinely like my movies?" Yao Shui exclaimed, surprised. She had not anticipated that someone of Lin Dong's stature would take notice of her, leaving her feeling somewhat flattered. Lin Dong was taken aback. Was it really necessary to be so astonished? After all, she was a rising star, one of the four little flowers. Was it strange for him to enjoy her films? There were plenty of admirers at school. Not only did they enjoy her movies, but there were also 2 posters of her in swimsuits adorning his dorm room, though he dared not disclose that. "I truly do enjoy them," he affirmed. "Which of my films do you like the most?" Yao Shui inquired. "I like," Lin Dong began, but his phone rang, interrupting him. He pulled over to the side of the road, glancing at the caller ID. It was his cousin Wang Li. "Hello, Wang Xiaomei. I've arrived in Lake City and will come to find you shortly." "Brother, I'm at the Golden Splendor KTV. Hurry, I think I've been drugged. My head feels so dizzy." Wang Li's weak voice echoed through the phone. Lin Dong's heart raced, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Send me your location immediately. I'm on my way." "Hang in there." He turned to Yao Shui and said, "Miss Yao, I'm afraid I have an urgent matter to attend to. You can head back on your own, can't you?" Yao Shui noticed his anxiety and replied, "Mr. Lin, please take care of your business. My place is just ahead. I can walk back." "Thank you, Miss Yao. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Lin Dong said as he accelerated away from the curb after Yao Shui exited the vehicle. He sped off, adding a few skill points to his driving ability, enhancing his skills to a level of mastery. Yao Shui watched him disappear into the distance, disappointment creeping into her thoughts as she muttered to herself, "Not even a contact number left, claiming to treat me to a meal. Such insincerity." However, the relief of her crisis being averted quickly restored her spirits. Donning sunglasses and a hat from her bag, she made her way to the Sheraton Hotel. At Golden Splendor KTV, in the private room, Wang Li had locked herself in the restroom while calling Lin Dong. She had initially come to the KTV with a few friends for a night of relaxation, but unexpectedly encountered several seniors from her school. Their gathering rapidly swelled from a few to a dozen, most of whom she did not know. After much deliberation, her friends decided to leave, but they were repeatedly obstructed by the group of men, who were significantly more numerous and intimidating. Eventually, they were allowed to leave only after agreeing to drink a toast. After downing her drink, Wang Li began to feel dizzy and weak, realizing she had been drugged. Seizing the moment, she retreated to the restroom to call Lin Dong, hoping he would arrive soon, for the consequences of delay were too dire to contemplate. As Lin Dong navigated through the city towards Golden Splendor, he was frustrated by the slow pace of traffic. Anticipating a 20-minute journey, he worried whether Wang Li could hold on that long. He decided to call Yi Hong. "Hello, Lin, what's up?" Yi Hong's voice came through. "Brother Yi, do you know the owner of Golden Splendor? Can you get in touch with him?" Lin Dong urged anxiously. "Golden Splendor? Sure. Wang Chong is the owner. You just need to reach out to him." Yi Hong began, but Lin Dong ended the call, lacking the time for a lengthy explanation. He dialed Wang Chong next. "Brother Wang? Listen, my cousin is in a private room at Golden Splendor and has been drugged. I'm on my way there, but it'll take me 20 minutes. I'm not sure she can hold out that long. Can you send someone to look after her?" Upon hearing the seriousness of the situation, Wang Chong assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will ensure your cousin is safe. She won't come to any harm." After hanging up, he immediately contacted the manager of Golden Splendor, instructing him to send security to the designated room. Just after Lin Dong finished his call with Wang Chong, Wang Li called again, panic lacing her voice. "Brother, where are you? Hurry, they're knocking at the door. Don't be scared, Xiaomei. Help is on the way. Just hold on for 2 more minutes. Only 2. He reassured her. "I'm so scared. Please hurry." Suddenly, the restroom door was forcibly flung open. "What's taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you," came the voice of a stranger. I don't know you. Get away," Wang Li cried out, and the line went silent. "Damn it," Lin Dong cursed, his anger flaring. Wang Li was like a little sister to him. He had stayed with her family for 2 years, and they had treated him with utmost kindness. If anything were to happen to her, how could he face her family? How could he forgive himself? All he could do was hope that Wang Chong would keep his promise. Chapter 32. The rescue. Upon hearing his sister Wang Li's piercing scream over the phone, Lin Dong could no longer contain himself. Despite the heavy traffic, he immediately activated his overtaking mode. One car after another was left in his wake, and on several occasions, he narrowly avoided collisions, thanks to his exceptional driving skills. At the luxurious KTV, in the private room labeled D, Su Wanli was knocking on the bathroom door. Wang Li, who had just entered, had yet to emerge, and the effects of the drug should have already taken hold. He was prepared to force the door open. The thought of possessing such a prime student like Wang Li filled him with excitement. The elaborate scheme he orchestrated today was all for this very moment. After several knocks yielded no response, Su Wanli grew impatient and kicked the door open. Seeing Wang Li on the phone, he swiftly approached, snatched the phone from her, and hung up, then grabbed her by the arm, pulling her out. As he dragged Wang Li from the restroom, he noticed others in the room were already taking advantage of their targets. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Wanli embraced Wang Li from behind. Under the influence of the drug, she was weak and powerless to resist. Even without it, how could she contend with an adult man? Despair washed over her. Once in the private room, she observed her friends being accosted by men, some with hands already beneath their clothing. Though their minds remained clear, their bodies were devoid of strength, leaving them at the mercy of others. Wang Li could foresee the grim fate awaiting them. The man who had pulled her out now held her tightly from behind. She struggled with all her might, but it was futile. At that moment, the door to the private room was violently flung open. A group of over 20 security guards, armed with electric batons, stormed in. "Everyone freeze. If anyone dares to move, I'll make sure your heads bloom," boomed Li Hu, the manager of the KTV, as he entered. The room fell silent, everyone paralyzed with fear. "Who is Miss Wang Li?" "Liungria inquirat." I am, Wang Li exclaimed, breaking free from Su Wanli's grasp, eager to rush to Li Hu, whom she believed to be the person Lin Dong had sent for her rescue. However, after a couple of steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. "Quickly, help Miss Wang to the sofa," Li Hu commanded the nearby security guards. The 2 guards closest to Wang Li hurriedly assisted her. Confronting Su Wanli, Li Hu said, "You got quite the audacity to employ such tricks on my territory, and to involve a friend of the big boss." Su Wanli, 30 feet, fell to his knees before Li Hu, slapping his own face as he pleaded, "Master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me. We've dined together. My father is Su Zhongtian." He was genuinely frightened. Though Li Hu was merely the manager of the KTV, he was notorious for his ruthlessness. His connection to the enigmatic owner of the establishment only heightened his authority. Wang Li is a friend of the big boss, Su Wanli thought, realizing he had sealed his own fate. He felt as though his days of ease were numbered. Not only would he face the consequences, but his father would also suffer. Li Hu observed Su Wanli, who was kneeling and continuously slapping himself. In years past, he would have dealt with such insolence through violence. However, since aligning with the boss, he had learned that sometimes brute force does not resolve issues. As a person in power, resorting to violence was the most primitive approach. He preferred to wield influence, background, and strength to subdue others, much like the man kneeling before him, who prostrated himself at the mere mention of his name. "You all come here too," Li Hu commanded the others. They approached tremulously, kneeling in a line beside Su Wanli, also beginning to slap their own faces. Su Wanli dared not challenge this master who, let alone the others. Minutes later, the faces of those on the ground were swollen, blood trickling from their mouths, yet they did not dare to cease. Should Master Hu decide to intervene personally, the consequences would be far graver than mere slaps. All right, that will suffice for now, Li Hu declared. Thank you, Master Hu. Thank you. They breathed in relief. At this moment, Lin Dong arrived. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 30 or so security guards brandishing electric batons, while several individuals knelt in the center, their faces swollen and bloodied, and his sister sat on the sofa. Sister, brother, Bumli Kriya, her eyes welling with tears upon seeing Lin Dong. He rushed to embrace her, whispering, It's all right. It's all right. You must be Mr. Lin. Li Hu acknowledged Lin Dong. Yes, I am Lin Dong. Thank you for rescuing my sister. There's no need for gratitude, Mr. Lin. In my establishment, such incidents warrant an apology to you. Liungria raplia kurtosli. This was a person of great importance, and he could not afford to be negligent. How shall we deal with these individuals? Liungria inkirat. Gesturing to those still on the ground. The kneeling men dared not breathe, acutely aware of Lin Dong's formidable status. He cast a glance at them, his earlier rage subdued now that Wang Li was unharmed. Sister, how do you wish to handle them? Lin Dong asked. Brother, I just want to leave here quickly. Wang Li weakly replied. Then let Wang Chong deal with it, Lin Dong said, helping Wang Li to her feet in preparation to leave. Brother, those are my roommates. Can we take them with us? Wang Li asked. Of course. The three roommates replied in unison. Then let us go together, Lin Dong said, supporting Wang Li as they headed out, with her roommates following closely behind. After their departure, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call. Is the matter resolved? Wang Chong asked. Yes, it's handled. Mr. Lin has left, and his sister is unharmed, Li Hu responded. Well done. However, Mr. Lin requested that you deal with these individuals before leaving. What's their background? Seems to be the second generation of some small-time bosses. Get them locked up, and handle their families as you see fit. Understood, boss. Chapter 33. Confrontation with cousin upon exiting the KTV, Lin Dong, accompanied by Wang Li and her three roommates, discovered that the sports car could only accommodate 2 passengers, leaving 3 without a seat. Ultimately, Lin Dong led the group to a nearby hotel. Initially, he intended to secure separate rooms for each of them, but the girls, fearful and reluctant, insisted on sharing. Consequently, Lin Dong booked 2 suites, one for himself and the other for the 4 young women. After arranging their accommodations, Lin Dong retreated to his room for a refreshing shower. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the events that had transpired, still somewhat shaken. Thankfully, his cousin was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have felt a burden of guilt for a lifetime. Had he not joined SCC today and met Wang Chong, the situation might have been considerably more troublesome. With this realization, Lin Dong came to understand that, given his ample wealth, it would be prudent to invest in friendships by spending generously. After all, having more friends could open up new avenues of support when needed. Once he had come to this conclusion, Lin Dong dialed Wang Chong's number. Lin, I hope your cousin is all right. Wang Chong inquired over the phone. She is fine, and I truly appreciate your help today, Brother Wang. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. You're too kind. I bear some responsibility as well. Considering it was under my watch that your cousin faced such distress, Wang Chong replied. This isn't your fault. It's just that she was too unsuspecting. By the way, Brother Wang, if you have any projects that require funding, feel free to approach me. I will gladly invest without involving myself in management, merely as a shareholder. Wang Chong felt elated upon hearing Lin Dong's words, as this was precisely his intention in befriending Lin. Knowing that Lin Dong had the audacity to donate $110 billion to SCC to elevate his membership status indicated his considerable wealth. Such affluence belonged not to ordinary aristocrats, but to the highest echelons of society and large financial conglomerates. Cultivating a relationship with someone of Lin Dong's caliber could only yield benefits. Since Brother Lin holds me in such high regard, I do happen to have a project in mind. Tomorrow evening, the Lakeside Club will host a charity gala. Let us discuss it then, shall we? Sound good. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Wang Chong hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. A second-tier actress, who was giving him a massage, inquired, "What has put you in such a good mood, young Master Wang?" "I encountered a financial benefactor. Shouldn't I be pleased?" The actress was momentarily taken aback. For her and others in her circle, Wang Chong was indeed a financial deity. Who could possibly be the benefactor to someone like him? Such matters were beyond her reach. After concluding his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong reached out to Yi Hong, similarly informing him to seek his assistance for future investments. Yi Hong extended an invitation for the charity gala as well. In another suite, the four young women had finished their showers and were slowly regaining their composure. Although the recent ordeal had left them somewhat anxious, their youthful spirits prevailed. They lay in bed, gossiping once more. "Lily, was that person who saved us really your cousin?" "Yes. What do you think? Isn't he impressive?" "Not just impressive. He is practically a god. Didn't you say your cousin had a rough childhood with absent parents and an unsympathetic uncle? He lived with you for 2 years, right?" "That is true. But did you not see how the general manager treated him with utmost respect, calling him Mr. Lin? And those scoundrels kneeling before the manager, slapping themselves? Your cousin must have many secrets. I don't know what is going on. I'll ask him tomorrow. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend?" "Yes. Her name is Jiang Shan. They started dating in high school." "Why, do you fancy my brother? Hoping to be my sister-in-law?" "Get lost." The following morning, after Wang Li's roommates had departed for school, she turned to Lin Dong. "Brother, I have something to ask you. I know you have many questions. Let us find a quiet place to talk," Lin Dong replied, guiding Wang Li back to the parking lot of the opulent establishment. "Get in the car," he said, unlocking the door of his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Li stared at the magnificent vehicle, momentarily bewildered. "Brother, is this your car?" she stammered. "Indeed. Now hop in," Lin Dong urged, taking his place in the driver's seat. "Oh, okay." Wang Li climbed into the car, still in a daze. Lin Dong drove Wang Li to the seaside. Throughout the journey, the car garnered nearly universal admiration, with passers-by stealing glances and keeping their distance, even at red lights. They both sought a tranquil spot by the water, leaning against the railing as the sea breeze brushed past them. "Wang Xiaomei, I know you have many questions." "Feel free to ask," Lin Dong said, gazing at the distant horizon. "Is that car really yours?" "Bang Li Kidat." "Yes, I just purchased it yesterday here in Lake City. My visit was twofold, to see you and to acquire this vehicle." "How much did it cost?" 80 million. "How much?" 80 million. "Where did you get such a sum? Did you rob a bank?" "If I had robbed a bank, I wouldn't be here chatting with you. Besides, which bank could be robbed for 80 million? Then where did the money come from?" "I earned it." "How did you earn it?" "That is a long story, and I can't explain it all in one go. Just know that I haven't engaged in any illegal activities. You should be aware that your brother is now genuinely wealthy." "Does Mom know?" "No. Who else knows? As of now, only you." "Really? So, how much are you planning to pay me for keeping quiet?" "Whatever amount you desire." "You're lacking sincerity." The two engaged in conversation for quite some time. Despite the long interval since their last meeting, they felt no estrangement. That day, Lin Dong took Wang Li on a shopping spree through Lake City's grand shopping centers, acquiring numerous luxurious garments and cosmetics. Wang Li was unreserved, knowing that her brother would naturally indulge her as his sister. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Dong, driving the Bugatti Chiron, arrived at the Lakeside Club. No one dared to obstruct the entrance of such an extravagant vehicle. After parking, they boarded a yacht to reach the central gathering point. Upon arrival at the lakeshore, several yachts awaited to ferry guests. They casually chose one, and the captain steered the yacht towards the lake's heart. Leaning against the yacht's railing, Lin Dong gazed into the crystalline waters, internally remarking on the extravagant enjoyment of the affluent. "Brother, why have you brought me here?" Wang Li's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I'm taking you to a gathering, where you'll meet a couple of people. In my absence from Lake City, you can turn to them for assistance. One of them is the owner of the opulent establishment." Chapter 34. The charity gala. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. After disembarking from the yacht, they were escorted by a server to the second floor of the building. "Please," the server exclaimed as he opened the door to the grand hall on the second floor and gestured for the two to enter. As they stepped into the hall, they were instantly transported into another realm. The expansive hall, at least 5,000 square meters, was opulently decorated, illuminated by dazzling lights, and filled with hundreds of guests mingling in small clusters. A multitude of strikingly attractive and tall servers weaved gracefully through the crowd, offering drinks and delicacies. It was Wang Li's first experience in such an extravagant setting, and she felt a twinge of anxiety as she gently tugged at Lin Dong's sleeve. "Do not be afraid. Relax, and feel free to take whatever you desire," Lin Dong reassured her with a pat on the back. Though he too felt a pang of nervousness, he quickly reminded himself that as the world's richest man, he had no reason to feel anxious. Together, they ventured deeper into the hall. As Lin Dong casually passed by a server, he took a glass of wine and savored a sip, finding it delightful. Wang Li, however, remained more reserved. "Lin, you finally arrived," Wang Chong exclaimed, approaching them with a drink in hand. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Li, who studies at university in Lake City. I hope you can look out for her," Lin Dong said. "Lin, you need not say that. Your cousin is as good as my own," Wang Chong replied warmly, handing Wang Li a gilded business card. "Thank you, Brother Chong." "Feel free to explore, cousin. Take whatever you fancy, as if you were at home. I will discuss some matters with your brother," Wang Chong said, leading Lin Dong to a private room on the third floor. Upon entering, they found two individuals already seated. A gentleman in his 40s with a refined demeanor, and a woman in her 30s, elegantly made up and exuding the charm of maturity. "Lin, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Xiao Jie and Ms. Tang Ling. This is my brother, Lin Dong, the fourth shareholder I brought along," Wang Chong introduced briefly. After shaking hands with both, Lin Dong took a seat as Wang Chong began outlining the project details. Simply put, Wang Chong had secured a diamond mine in a foreign country, which he had personally inspected and deemed of excellent quality. The total investment was estimated to be between 15 to 20 billion. Wang Chong intended to invest 5 billion for a 40% stake, while the remaining 60%, amounting to 100 billion, would be raised. Due to the need for various permits and connections, he aimed to secure a larger share. Hence, Lin Dong and his companions would contribute 100 billion for 60%. Xiao Jie and Tang Ling would each invest 25 billion for a 15% stake. The remaining 30% would total 50 billion. "Lin, if you find this insufficient, we can seek another shareholder. I assure you, this mine is a newly discovered gem," Wang Chong stated. "Insufficient? I find it rather minimal," Lin Dong replied. "Very well. I shall invest 50 billion for a 30% stake." "Agreed. I will send the documentation shortly. Now let us toast." Meanwhile, Wang Li, having been left to her own devices, began to explore the hall and gradually relaxed, enjoying her solitude. She soon found herself captivated by the dessert station, unable to resist sampling each delightful pastry. "Oh, this is so sweet. This one is so crunchy. This one is so fragrant. This is so soft," she exclaimed, eagerly trying each treat and piling her plate high. Suddenly, she spotted someone and hurried over. "Are you Yao Shui?" Yao Shui was engaged in conversation with an industry veteran when the voice interrupted her. She turned to see a young girl in her 20s. "Hello, I am Yao Shui. Wow, you are really Yao Shui. I adore your films. May I take a picture with you? My doormates and I are huge fans," Wang Li exclaimed with delight. "Thank you for your support. I will strive to make more excellent films," Yao Shui replied, and after taking a picture together, she departed. Wang Li eagerly shared the photo on her social media, captioning it, "Guess who this is?" She then pocketed her phone and continued her search for more celebrities. Isn't that the popular star Wang Kaixian? Oh, and isn't that the diva Lung Qingxiu? In the hall, a young woman, one hand clutching a pastry and the other holding her phone, was on a quest to capture selfies with the stars. Almost every celebrity obliged her, as the guests that evening were all prominent figures in Lake City. Although this young lady appeared somewhat naive, one could never be certain of her connections. Wang Li was exhilarated as she collected several selfies with famous personalities, envisioning how envious her classmates would be upon her return to school. Bung Li. While engrossed in her phone, a voice broke her concentration. She looked up to see a heavily made-up young woman clinging to the arm of a portly older man. "Wang Minjun?" Wang Li inquired, recognizing her classmate, but unsure due to her heavy makeup. "It truly is you. How did you manage to get in here?" This is the most prestigious gathering in Lake City. I see. You must be working part-time as a server, Wang Minjun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. I came with my brother. Bumli raturta. Your brother? Is he a security guard here? He must have lost his job to allow you in so carelessly. Wang Minjun scoffed. Do not speak ill of my brother. Vang li iklimet, her temper fredering. Min, why not introduce this lovely lady? The older man beside Wang Minjun prompted. This is my classmate Wang Li. Wang Minjun reluctantly introduced, fully aware of the man's intentions. Are you, Bang Li? The older man extended his hand for a shake. Wang Minjun, is this your father? Wang Minjun. Older man. The question ignited a firestorm of anger between the two. Wang Li, if you utter another absurdity, I swear I will silence you. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun fumed. The older man spoke up. Wang Li, if you apologize now and share your contact information, promising to meet me when I call, I will let this slide. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled, but your brother's job will be at stake as well. Clearly, he took Wang Minjun's earlier words to heart, believing Wang Li's brother to be part of the security team. Chapter 35. Conflict boyfriend? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, I misspoke. Primarily, Wang Minjun had always carried herself like a privileged heiress at school. She was often seen with designer handbags, high-end clothing, and was chauffeured in luxury vehicles. Who could have imagined she would choose such a partner? It was utterly repulsive. Yet, a mistake is a mistake. Who asked you to speak ill of my brother? I shall not apologize. With that, Wang Li prepared to turn away. However, she was unexpectedly detained by Wang Minjun, who seized her arm. Once she had a grip on Wang Li, Wang Minjun began to shout loudly, "Where are the organizers? Where are the organizers? This person has snuck in, indulging in food and drink while seeking out celebrities for photographs, flaunting them afterwards. Is anyone going to intervene? I have not." Wang Li protested, struggling to free herself. Their altercation attracted the attention of onlookers, and soon, a crowd began to gather. After all, it was rare to witness such a disturbance in a place like this. It piqued everyone's curiosity. At that moment, a staff member from the organizing committee approached them. What is happening here? The staff inquired. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and declared, it's her. She sneaked in to eat and drink and is now pestering celebrities for photos. Miss, please present your invitation. The staff instructed Wang Li. The organizers had reserved the Lakeside Club for this charity gala, and practically every influential business owner in the city had received an invitation. Invitations were to be shown upon entering the venue. Yet due to the impressive car driven by Lin Dong, no one had dared to stop them. I don't have an invitation, Wang Li exclaimed, nearly in tears, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon her. See, I told you she was here to mooch. Wang Minjun boasted, her arrogance palpable. Security, security, the staff called out. Before long, several security personnel arrived. Please escort this young lady out, the staff instructed the guards. As the guard approached, two voices echoed simultaneously. Wait. One belonged to the renowned diva, Lung Qingqiu, and the other to one of the rising stars, Yao Shui. She is my temporary assistant, and I brought her here, Lung Qingqiu stated. Yes, I can vouch for that, Yao Shui added in support. Lung Qingqiu indeed held a fondness for the lively and charming Wang Li. Seeing her isolated and helpless stirred her compassion, prompting a desire to assist the girl. To her, it was merely a small gesture. Meanwhile, Yao Shui, recalling her own fortunate encounter the previous day, felt compelled to help Wang Li as well. With two prominent stars vouching for her, the security personnel hesitated to act. At that moment, a man standing beside Wang Minjun spoke up. Ladies, do not take all the credit for this situation. There are consequences to your actions, Zhang Shuqing stated, fully aware of the two celebrities' identities. However, as a billionaire businessman, he regarded them merely as entertainers, insignificant in comparison to his stature, despite their fame among the general populace. Wang Minjun interjected, "You're talking nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate and still a university student. How could she possibly be your assistant? Besides, she clearly stated that her brother brought her here, and he must be one of the security guards. Miss, may I ask your brother's name?" The staff member inquired. My brother's name is Lin Dong. Bumli Ruplia. Her voice tinged with indignation. Lin Dong? Is there anyone here by that name? The staff asked the security personnel. They exchanged glances and replied no. Upon hearing Wang Li mention her brother's name, Yao Shui felt a jolt of recognition. Could it be the same Lin Dong who had rescued her yesterday? Just as she prepared to speak up, Wang Li continued, "My brother was just taken away by a man named Wang Chong. They said they were going to discuss business, and I think they went upstairs." Wang Chong? The crowd gasped in unison. In Lakeside City, there was only one prominent figure by that name, the heir of the Wang family. He was among the elite in the city. If her brother was negotiating with Wang Chong, he could not be of low status. The staff and Zheng Shuqing began to panic. Wang Chong was not someone they could afford to offend. In Lakeside City, he was notorious. If he considered you a friend, he would be loyal to the end, but if you were his enemy, he would stop at nothing to obliterate you. Many small business owners had fallen victim to him, their enterprises ruined by his machinations. Thus, a saying circulated in Lakeside circles: even if you cannot become Wang Chong's friend, you must never become his enemy. As Zheng Shuqing contemplated this, he broke into a cold sweat. His several billion in assets would be nothing more than a mere trifle in Wang Chong's eyes, capable of bankrupting him in an instant. Just then, Lin Dong and Wang Chong descended the stairs after concluding their business discussions. Lin Dong scanned the room, not spotting Wang Li at first, but noticing a crowd gathered in the center. He hurried over to part the crowd, only to find his cousin, Wang Li, being held by a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li appeared distressed, attempting to break free, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little sister," Lin Dong called out. "Brother." Upon hearing her brother's voice, Wang Minjun instinctively loosened her grip, allowing Wang Li to escape and rush into Lin Dong's embrace. It's all right, Lin Dong comforted her. "What happened?" Wang Chong inquired, stepping forward. At the sight of Wang Chong, Zheng Shuqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. The staff wiped the sweat from their brow, quietly relaying the events to Wang Chong. "Who is he?" Wang Chong asked, pointing at Zheng Shuqing. "Wang Chong. This is Zheng Shuqing, the owner of Shangyun Real Estate," a bystander chimed in. "Mr. Zheng, I give you 3 days to completely vacate Lakeside City. Otherwise, I will take matters in my own hands after the deadline," Wang Chong declared. "Wang Chong, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was all her doing." "She is to blame," Zheng Shuqing exclaimed, slapping Wang Minjun across the face. She fell to the ground, stunned by the blow. Zheng Shuqing immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. To be ordered out of Lakeside City in 3 days felt like a death sentence. He may have a net worth of several billion, but he did not possess that amount in cash. If he had, he could easily leave and thrive elsewhere. However, his wealth was tied up in fixed assets. Selling them off hastily would result in significant losses. Furthermore, he was currently involved in a project with substantial investments already made. Leaving now would incur losses. In the end, he might find himself transformed from a wealthy businessman to a penniless debtor, with several lovers and 2 illegitimate children depending on him for support. Chapter 36. Tracking. "I do not wish to repeat myself," Wang Chong stated with an expressionless face. Zheng Shuqing, who was already despondent, suddenly heard a voice ringing in everyone's ears. "Wang Chong, are you bullying someone again? Ye honk while kidding. Ye save me. We've collaborated before. I am Zheng Shuqing from Shangyun Real Estate." Zheng Shuqing grasped at this opportunity as if it were a lifeline. If there was anyone in Lake City who could save him, Yi Hong was undoubtedly one of them. As the second young master of the Yi family, he was initially merely the secondary heir. However, he had managed to turn the tables and was now competing fiercely with his older brother, leaving the elders of the family uncertain about whom to designate as the successor. In the end, they decided to allocate funds for both to develop independently for 10 years, with the more accomplished one being chosen as the heir after that period. 5 years had already passed, and it was said that Yi Hong had firmly secured the upper hand. "Old Yi, I am not the one bullying. He's the one harassing Lin's younger cousin. What do you propose we do?" Wang Chong pointed at Lin Dong. Yi Hong indeed noticed Lin Dong holding a young woman. "Oh, you dare to bully Lin's cousin? You possess quite the audacity," Yi Hong inquired of Zheng Shuqing. "Huh?" Zheng Shuqing was still in a daze. "Wang Chong, how do you intend to handle this?" I instructed him to vacate Lake City within 3 days. 3 days? That is far too long. I believe 1 day should suffice. As soon as Yi Hong finished speaking, Zheng Shuqing fainted. Faced with the two powerful figures of Lake City, he had lost all hope of recovery, succumbing to a sudden surge of blood to the head. Throw him out and call for an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, so be it. If he does regain consciousness, inform him that what he said tonight remains in effect. Wang Chong instructed the staff. Yes, young Master Wang. Several security guards carried Zheng Shuqing out, and Wang Minjun was also escorted away. With the matter resolved, the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward Lin Dong, intrigued by his association with the two powerful figures in Lake City. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yao Shui felt a surge of joy. She had initially thought her status might prevent her from seeing Lin Dong again in this lifetime. To her surprise, having just parted ways yesterday, she encountered him once more today. In fact, she had harbored expectations upon her arrival. Today, while everyone is present, I wish to clarify that Lin Dong is my brother. His cousin is also my cousin. Henceforth, in Lake City, should anyone dare to bully her, do not blame Wang Chong for lacking compassion. Wang Chong proclaimed loudly to the crowd. And I too. Yi Hong added. Thank you, brothers. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. Given that Yi Hong was over 30 and Wang Chong at least 26 or 7, Lin Dong felt calling them brothers was advantageous. Lin, no need to be courteous. All right, everyone disperse. The crowd gradually began to leave. Yao Shui approached Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Miss Yao, greetings. At this moment, Wang Li had also regained her composure and glanced between Lin Dong and Yao Shui, asking, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Yes, Sister Yao Shui. Thank you for your help earlier, as well as Sister Qing Xiu. Cold Qing Xiu, who had been preparing to leave, approached upon hearing Wang Li call her name. No need for thanks, little sister. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. You are too modest, Mr. Lin. Both stars replied in unison. Jiang City, Jiang'an International Mansion. Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the gates. Unbeknownst to her, a taxi followed closely behind. Inside the taxi, besides the driver, sat a young man and woman. Driver, what place is this? The young man asked. Young man, this is the affluent area of Jiang City. I cannot enter. I can only take you this far. That'll be 50 yuan, the driver replied. So expensive? The young man inquired. I've been waiting for over half an hour. ISNT time worth something? All right then. Thank you. Driver. The pair paid and disembarked, arriving at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as they approached to take a closer look, they were stopped by the security guard. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry and leave. This is not a place for you. Brother, may I ask whose red Porsche just went in? The young man asked. Whose? Of course, it belongs to the owner. Is it yours? Hurry and get lost. The property prices here must be quite high, right? Kid, are you from a remote area? Let me tell you, the price per square meter here starts at 200,000 and a house begins at 50 million. Do you think it's expensive? So costly? Is it possible someone could be renting here? Are you out of your mind? Would someone spend 50 million to buy a house just to rent it out? Besides, anyone who can afford to live here wouldn't bother with rent. Okay. I'll leave now. Thank you, brother. The young man and woman departed, seeking a more affordable inn to stay in. Once inside their room, the girl spoke up. Zhao Yang, can't we just go find your sister directly? The young man, Zhao Yang, was Zhao Xian's younger brother, while the girl, Feng Miao, was his girlfriend. However, their relationship faced opposition from Feng Miao's family, as her family was from the town, while Zhao Yang's was from the countryside. They had secretly run away to seek refuge with Zhao Yang's sister, Zhao Xian. Upon arriving, Zhao Yang discovered that Zhao Xian had deceived their family. Zhao Xian claimed that making a living in the city was challenging, requiring rent and expenses. However, Zhao Yang was taken aback to see his sister driving a luxury car and living in a lavish mansion. Wait, let me call my parents first before we go. I've always feared my sister. Only my parents can handle her. I'll call my mother now. Zhao Yang took out his phone and began to dial. You little rascal, where have you run off to? Hurry and come back. A middle-aged woman's furious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Mom, I'm in Jiang City now, and I'm not coming back. The young man replied. You little brat, you've eloped with someone's daughter, and they're looking for you. Hurry back. Mom, Listen to me. I've found my sister. She is quite wealthy now, driving a car worth millions and living in a mansion worth tens of millions. You should come and see. Are you out of your mind? Thinking about money? Mom, really, I'm not lying. Yesterday, I was at my sister's workplace and saw her leave in a car worth millions. And then, the voice on the phone asked. Then I couldn't catch up. Today, I took a taxi and waited at the entrance, and I saw my sister enter a community. I asked the security guard, and the price per square meter there starts at $200,000, which is enough to buy a house back home, with each unit costing at least $50 million. Are you serious? You didn't mistake someone else for her, did you? Why would I lie? I know my sister well. All right, your father and I will come over first thing tomorrow morning. This girl only sends back $20,000 each month, yet she is living extravagantly in the big city. Chapter 37. Snail meow meow. Why don't you call your parents and invite them to come tomorrow? After Zhao Yang finished his call with his mother, he turned to Feng Miao. Why would I invite them? To drag me back home? They never agreed to us being together in the first place. You're being foolish. Your parents oppose our relationship because your family is from the town while mine is from the countryside, and we aren't as affluent. But once they see how wealthy my sister has become, they surely won't object anymore. That we could be together openly. Feng Miao pondered for a moment and found Zhao Yang's reasoning compelling. Thus, she called her parents. Her mother immediately scolded them both, but assured that they would come the next day. Zhao Yang lay on the bed, holding Feng Miao, and said, Meow meow, we won't go back anymore. We will stay in Jiangcheng. I'll have my sister buy me luxury cars and mansions. Imagine us driving around in luxury cars every day. Will your sister really buy you those? Feng Miao questioned, a hint of disbelief in her voice. I'll ask her. She probably won't. But if my parents ask her, she will definitely comply. Didn't you see I had them come over directly? Don't worry. My parents are always on my side. Since childhood, I have been the one to receive everything good. I'm the only child in our family, and to them, my sister exists to serve me. I want to drive the kind of car your sister has. It's so beautiful. I dream of it. All right, I'll buy you one then. Each of us will have our own. The two of them indulged in their dreams of a beautiful future, gradually drifting off to sleep. In Lake City, at the Lake Heart Club, the charity auction for the evening had commenced. All attendees were seated in the grand hall on the first floor. The host on stage was the renowned Rao Shaoqing from the provincial television station. Esteemed guests, good evening. Welcome to the third charity auction held in Lake City. This is a day filled with love, care, warmth, and harmony. A day that showcases the philanthropic spirit and dedication of individuals from all walks of life. After the host finished her speech, a video began to play on the big screen. The video depicted the struggles of students in remote mountainous regions, who often had to trek for 2 to 3 hours just to reach school. Each day, they spent 5 to 6 hours commuting. The conditions at the school were dismal, with desks and chairs donated by the students' families, all in a state of disrepair. Many students had parents who had left for work, leaving behind elderly grandparents and young siblings at home. These young children had to shoulder household responsibilities, mastering cooking and laundry. They yearned for education and dreamed of stepping out of the mountains to see the world beyond. As the video concluded, Rao Shaoqing continued, Tonight, all proceeds from the auction will be donated to the children depicted in the video, allowing them to have new schools, desks, chairs, backpacks, and clothing. Next, the first item for auction was introduced, a song by the renowned singer Lung Qingxiu. Let the bidding commence. There is no starting price. Feel free to bid as you wish. 100, 000, 150, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000. All right, VIP number 17 has bid 500, 000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Lin Dong glanced at his paddle, number 7, and raised it effortlessly, declaring, I bid 5 million. Upon hearing this, many turned their heads towards Lin Dong, curious about this mysterious benefactor. 5 million. VIP number 7 has bid 5 million. Is there a higher bid? 3, 2, 1 sold. Please welcome Lung Qingxiu to perform her new song. As Lung Qingxiu took the stage, she was astonished that her song had fetched such a staggering sum, even though she would not receive a penny of it, as all funds were to be donated. Nonetheless, she felt elated, knowing she could contribute to the children featured in the video. After Lung Qingxiu finished her performance, The second auction item was a painting by a master artist, which ultimately sold for 800,000, despite its actual worth being no more than 100,000. Given that everyone was there to donate, such inflated prices were to be expected. One by one, items were auctioned off, but Lin Dong refrained from bidding again until it was Yao Shue's turn. She auctioned a dance, which Lin Dong acquired for 5 million as well. Lin Dong's character was such that he believed in reciprocating kindness. Since they had helped his cousin Wang Li that night, he felt it necessary to give them face. Soon, the auction neared its conclusion. As the final charitable item was sold, the entire event was about to wrap up. At that moment, Lin Dong raised his paddle and spoke up. "Host, I would like to donate a song." Rao Xiaoqing, who was preparing to deliver closing remarks, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Dong's paddle raised. Having already spent 10 million that evening, she felt it was only fitting to grant him this moment. "Mr. Lin is ready to donate a song. Does anyone wish to place a bid?" "Zhao xia guing in gui." May I buy it myself?" Lin Dong asked. "Buy it yourself?" "Yes. Since Mr. Lin wishes to buy it back, let us all enjoy his performance. How much are you willing to bid to buy back your song?" 1 billion. What? Rao Xiaoqing stuttered in disbelief. "I bid 1 billion to buy back my own song." Upon hearing this, not only was Rao Xiaoqing shocked, but the hundreds of guests below, except for Yi Hong and Wang Chong, were equally astonished. Buying back your own song for 1 billion? That's equivalent to a direct donation of 1 billion. It seemed Lin Dong had never made an appearance in Lake City before. Not only was he close to the wealthy scions Wang and Yi, but he also pledged over 1 billion in donations. His generosity was indeed boundless. Lin Dong took a seat at the piano. "Tonight, I present this song titled Snail, hoping that one day the children in the video can also have their own sky." With that, he began to play. The gentle melody flowed from the piano. "Should I cast aside this heavy shell to find where the blue sky lies? With the gentle breeze, I float softly, no longer feeling the pain of my wounds. I will climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to gently gaze upon its face. A small sky holds grand dreams. This heavy shell wraps a gentle longing. I will climb step by step, soaring forward on a leaf at the highest point. The small sky flows with tears and sweat. One day, I shall possess my own sky. P.S. Let me reiterate, this is a parallel world. A parallel world. A parallel world. Important things are worth repeating thrice." As Lin Dong finished his song Snail, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video, much like the snail in Lin Dong's lyrics, longed to escape their mountains and find their own sky. "Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself?" a member of the audience inquired. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. "Mr. Lin, you are incredibly talented and so handsome." Yao Shui gazed at Lin Dong on stage. Her eyes filled with admiration. He was the man she revered. Lung Qingqiu watched Lin Dong in astonishment, realizing that this man was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 38. Returning to Jiangcheng at dawn the next day, Lin Dong escorted Wang Li back to school, transferring a hefty sum of 100 million to her account, allowing her to spend freely and informing her to let her aunt and uncle know subtly. He then set off in his Bugatti Chiron towards Jiangcheng. The distance from Huqing to Jiangcheng was nearly 1,000 kilometers, and Lin Dong drove straight back. A luxury car is indeed a luxury for a reason. Its superior performance is justified by its price. Coupled with Lin Dong's exceptional driving skills, the Bugatti Chiron glided effortlessly in the overtaking lane throughout the journey. As he traveled back to Jiangcheng, Lin Dong reflected on the events of the past 2 days. From his cousin's perilous encounter at the Golden Splendor to the humiliation faced at the charity gala, it was all resolved thanks to Wang Chong. Despite possessing boundless wealth, he realized he had nothing of tangible value beyond his finances. Relying solely on others to resolve his issues was not a sustainable strategy. If Yi Hong and Wang Chong were to discover his lack of a substantial background, they might covet his wealth. This was a distinct possibility, compelling him to enhance his own strength and establish his own power base. With his infinite financial resources, forming a faction would be simple. The challenge lay in finding individuals who would be utterly loyal to him. This would require time, yet establishing a force was imperative. Next, he needed to bolster his own capabilities. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that his godly wealth points remained at 200. This indicated that the 100 million he donated last night, along with the 100 million transferred to his cousin Wang Li today, did not yield any additional points. It seemed that gifting money did not increase his points. Purchases were necessary. However, the 110 million donated to SCC had indeed increased his points. And acquiring a premium membership thereafter confirmed that monetary donations could be beneficial, provided one received something of value in return. His physique and mental acuity were rated at 50 points, categorized as strong. Since his physicality had been elevated from 18 to 50 points, Lin Dong felt confident that his body was on par with those who regularly engaged in physical activities. He pondered whether elevating his physique to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points would grant him superhuman abilities. This remained to be explored. Enhancing his mental acuity would sharpen his senses and clarify his thoughts, which was equally essential. Lastly, he examined his skill set. Currently, he possessed 5 skills: automobile driving, composition, lyric writing, singing, and piano playing, all rated at 10 points. Marked as proficient, given that the skill set could be expanded at will. He wondered if he could acquire the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Worth a try, he thought. Thus, Lin Dong pulled into a service area to test if he could add the 18 dragon-subduing palms to his skills. If successful, it would be remarkable. He was thrilled at the prospect of becoming the world's foremost martial artist. He entered the skill into the panel. The display indicated a detection process. It seemed there had never been such a situation during previous skill acquisitions. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind. After system evaluation, it has been determined that the skill 18 dragon-subduing palms does not exist in the host's world. Addition failed, deducting 10 godly wealth points. Damn, I knew it would work. Novels are indeed just fiction. Lin Dong reluctantly accepted the reality. Just as he was about to continue his journey, he felt his car jolt forward slightly. Lin Dong paused, perplexed. Had he just been rear-ended? He quickly exited the car to investigate. Indeed, a BMW had collided with the rear of his Bugatti Chiron. Upon inspection, he realized he was parked in the service area, so the fault lay with the other driver, right? What bad luck. Not only did he lose 10 godly wealth points, but his newly purchased Bugatti had also been rear-ended. Upon closer examination, he felt relieved. The damage was not severe. Hey, how did you park? Do you not realize this is a roadway? A woman in her 30s stepped out and shouted at Lin Dong. Miss, I parked within the service area. You should bear full responsibility for the collision. Lin Dong retorted. Full responsibility? You clearly parked haphazardly. You should be the one at fault. Just because you drive a sports car doesn't make you special. It could very well be rented or borrowed. Look at what you've done to my precious car. I'm telling you, if you don't compensate me today, you 1T get to leave. Initially, Lin Dong thought it was a minor issue and considered letting it go, but encountering such an arrogant individual changed his mind. Fine, he thought. He would rather report it to the authorities. The woman's loud voice attracted a crowd of onlookers. It was the May Day holiday, and with many vehicles on the road, the sight of a Bugatti Chiron being rear-ended drew numerous spectators to the service area. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? It starts at 30 million, and just a scratch could cost hundreds of thousands to repair. Is it really that expensive? The BMW that hit it must be fully liable. They probably can't even afford to pay for the damage. Luxury cars really are a burden. I'll keep my distance next time. Hey, what are you all talking about? Lin Dong interjected, realizing the woman was arguing with everyone around her. Soon, the authorities arrived on the scene. After assessing the situation and reviewing the service area footage, they determined the BMW was at fault. Suddenly, the woman fell silent. Miss, since it has been ruled that you are entirely at fault, I must inform you that my car is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 in the world. The official price is 60 million, and it has now appreciated to 80 million. Given the damage to the rear, repairs will start at $1 million. How do you intend to compensate me? As Lin Dong finished speaking, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 80 million? Just a minor scratch could lead to repair costs starting at $1 million? It was a revelation that shattered their understanding of the world. What? $1 million to start? Impossible. You're trying to swindle me. I'm swindling you? You can search it on your phone to verify. The woman quickly pulled out her phone and, upon discovering the price, faltered. I have no money. I have no money, but I have a life. Now, she was acting like a scoundrel. Truly unbelievable. Miss, if you have no money, that is acceptable, but I will apply for compulsory enforcement. Your house and car will be auctioned off, and you'll be detained for 10 to 15 days. How does that sound? The woman was so frightened that she could scarcely respond. Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen, and the crowd reveled in her discomfort. Brother, please don't arrest my mom. I beg you. I'll apologize on her behalf. When I grow up and earn money, I'll repay you, okay? Lin Dong turned to see a 5 or 6-year-old girl tugging at his pants. Little one, is she your mother? Lin Dong pointed at the woman. Yes. Is she good to you? Yes. Does she ever hit you? Mom only hits me when I'm naughty. When I'm good, she doesn't. Your mother owes me a lot of money. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I'll study hard, earn money when I grow up, save a bit, and then repay you. Do you have any money on you? I do. The little girl pulled out a 10-yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Lin Dong. I only have this much. Lin Dong took the 10 yuan, stood up, and walked towards his car, muttering, some people are really living life as if they were dogs. He opened the car door, started the engine, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he vanished from sight. Wait, are you really letting go of over $1 million just like that? The world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. Hasten back and bring forth a daughter. In such a case, one need not compensate for colliding with luxury vehicles. Chapter 39. Arrival in Jiangsheng. Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 back to Jiangnan International Mansion after finishing work. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she was unexpectedly stopped by someone. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her parents and younger brother, Zhao Yang. But who were the 3 other individuals accompanying them? How had they come to be here? Zhao Xian hurriedly exited her vehicle, exclaiming, Dad, Mom. Zhao Yang, what brings you here? Oof. How would we know you were living extravagantly in the city with luxury cars and mansions while we toil away at home? Her mother, Li Chunying, retorted. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else use it? Can we please find a place to talk? Do you have somewhere to stay? I could book you a couple of rooms at a hotel. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay here. Don't think I'm unaware. Your brother has been watching you for days, and you stay here every night. Li Chunying insisted, pointing at Jiangnan International Mansion. Mom, this place belongs to my boss. I can't take you in. Nonsense. What boss? I see a boyfriend. Otherwise, what boss would lend you a car and let you live in his property? You've forgotten your family now that you have a boyfriend. Do you believe I want to discipline you right now? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taizhu, said, raising a wooden stick to strike her. Zhao Xian was taken aback by her father's sudden aggression. She felt a sharp pain in her arm, tears welling in her eyes. She felt so wronged. Over the years, she had scrimped and saved for her family, paying for her brother's college tuition and living expenses. Each month, she sent home 2,000 yuan, and all her earnings over the years had gone back to her family, only to be met with violence and scorn. However, what could she do? They were her parents and younger brother. Eventually, with no other option, she led the 6 of them into the mansion. Zhao Xian thought about how Lin Dong had gone home for the May Day holiday. He likely wouldn't return for a while. Upon entering the room, everyone was astounded. The luxury of the house was beyond anything they had seen on television, yet here it was, vividly before their eyes. Feng Miao's family was equally speechless. Realizing they had underestimated their circumstances, thinking they were better off than Zhao Yang's family from the countryside. Now they felt like frogs in a well. Looking at Zhao Yang, they found him less annoying. With such a sister, how could he not thrive? Sis, this place is magnificent. The decor, the view, it's even more splendid than what we see on TV. Zhao Yang exclaimed, standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He pondered what it would feel like to live here every day. The space was so vast that he and Feng Miao could easily reside here together. As they regained their composure, initial awkwardness faded, and they began to think of this as their daughter Zhao Xian's home, which made it feel like their own. Zhao Xian then asked, Dad, Mom, what brings you to find me? Speak up. Zhao Taizhu pointed at Feng Miao and her parents, saying, This is Feng Miao, your brother's girlfriend, and these are her parents. We've discussed helping your brother with his marriage. You just need to provide 500,000 yuan for them to buy a house and a car. Zhao Xian was so incensed she nearly laughed. Her father, a lifelong farmer, was asking for 500,000 yuan? Did he even understand how much that was? It was undoubtedly Zhao Yang's idea. I don't have that much money, Zhao Xian asserted. Then how much are you willing to contribute? Zhao Taizhu inquired, realizing that 500,000 was indeed excessive. A suggestion from Zhao Yang. I want to contribute a single cent. What? Are you asking for another beating? Zhao Taizhu shouted. Even if you beat me to death, I want to give you a cent. You ungrateful girl. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? I'm telling you, you must contribute. Zhao Taizhu scolded, pointing his finger at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, You've always favored him since childhood, just because he is your son? Any treats go to him. I pay for my own college tuition with my hard-earned money. Have you ever contributed a dime? When I needed to go to college and the family had no money, I borrowed it. I scrimped and saved to pay it back. And you have no idea how I suffered during that time. I fainted at work due to malnutrition. After my job improved, I sent every penny home after keeping just enough for myself. What more do you want from me? And you rascal, you've squandered your education. You have no gratitude whatsoever, and now you demand 500,000 as if I were an ATM? I'm telling you clearly, from today onward, I want to give you a single cent. Zhao Xian had held in her frustrations for too long. Being the daughter, she had never been recognized by her family, regardless of how well she performed. Even when she aced her exams, her parents offered no acknowledgement. Conversely, Zhao Yang could be mischievous, yet they always sided with him. If he complained, she was guaranteed a beating. Eventually, when she got into college, her family's refusal to support her nearly led her to drop out. They would say, What is the point of a daughter getting an education? She'll get married eventually, so why not start working to help the family sooner? Thankfully, a teacher supported her, allowing her to work while studying, which enabled her to complete her education. And now, they had come demanding 500,000 for her brother's wedding. Where was she supposed to find that money? Although she had received a promotion, Lin Dong hadn't yet mentioned a raise. Her outburst left everyone in the room stunned, especially Li Chunying and Zhao Taizhu, who had always regarded their children as obedient. They were taken aback by her sudden defiance. No matter what, if you refuse to give us money, we'll stay here and leave. Li Chunying threatened, playing the stubborn card. Since that's the case, let me be honest with you. This house is a favor for my boss because he felt sorry for me. Do you know how much this place is worth? Zhao Xian said, pausing for effect before continuing. 400 million. 400 million? Good heavens. They couldn't fathom how much that was. Likely enough to purchase an entire street in their town. Zhao Yang had claimed his sister's house was worth at least 50 million, but they had dismissed it as impossible. Yet, it turned out even 50 million was an understatement. Do you know what 400 million means? Everything here could buy a house back home. If you don't leave, I will. And when the security catches you for trespassing, don't blame me. Stealing in such a high-security community could land you a sentence of 8 to 10 years. Zhao Xian declared, rising to leave. Stop. Are you trying to rebel against me? Zhao Taizhu stood up, ready to strike Zhao Xian, but was restrained by Li Chunying. Dad, you've always called me an ungrateful girl. I'm your daughter. I'm not even worth as much as a beggar outside. Zhao Xian said through her tears. Zhao Yang was also taken aback. He had thought that by summoning their parents, he could secure whatever he wanted from Zhao Xian, as it had always been. However, the situation was unfolding in an unexpected direction. Siswi, don't say a word. You think bringing mom and dad here guarantees you a free ride? How old are you now? Should you be earning your own money for marriage? Zhao Xian dismissed them and stepped outside. The others, coming from a small town, quickly followed her, fearing the repercussions of being caught and imprisoned for years. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance, the doors suddenly swung open from the outside. Chapter 40. 10 million gift. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Jiangcheng, the night had already fallen. Had it not been for some delays along the way, he would have arrived much earlier. Dragging his weary body back to Jiangnan International Mansion, he opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Zhao Xian. Her eyes slightly red, preparing to head out. What's wrong, Sister Xian? Are you going out? He inquired, noticing several individuals behind her. Zhao Xian's heart tightened upon seeing Lin Dong. Hadn't he gone home for the May Day holiday? Why was he back so soon and at this hour? Lin Dong, sorry. These are my family members who came to visit from our hometown. I just brought them here to rest for a bit. and I'll take them away shortly, Zhao Xian said somewhat nervously. She feared that Lin Dong might be displeased, considering this was a property worth 400 million. It would surely be uncomfortable for him if she allowed others in while he was away. But where are you going so late? There are plenty of rooms here. It's not as if you can accommodate them, Lin Dong questioned. In truth, Zhao Xian was overthinking it. A house is meant for habitation. After all, there were several rooms downstairs that would suffice for their stay. Lin Dong didn't he perceive any issue with it. No, I've booked a hotel for them. Lin Dong, I'll just... Zhao Xian began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Taizhu. You must be this girl's boyfriend, right? Since you're already living together, you should formalize things. You're a big boss. Our family may be humble, but we expect the proper customs to be observed. Our demands are modest. A dowry of 10 million, and a house and car for your brother in Jiangxing. It doesn't have to be extravagant. If you can afford such an expensive house, this request should not be excessive, right? Lin Dong was taken aback. This girl? Did he mean Zhao Xian? What kind of father addresses his daughter this way? He seemed to be assuming that Lin Dong was Zhao Xian's boyfriend. Yet considering that they lived together to outsiders, it could easily appear as cohabitation. It seemed impossible to clarify this matter. However, was he truly selling his daughter with a dowry of 10 million and a house and car in Jiangxing? Lin Dong remained silent, casting a glance at Zhao Xian. He noticed her chest heaving dramatically, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at her father, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, Dad. What are you talking about? What am I saying that's incorrect? You're already living together. Isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you ever find a husband? How will we hold our heads high in front of our fellow villagers? Zhao Taizhu retorted. Uncle. I'm merely Sister Xian's employer, not her boyfriend. Lin Dong could no longer contain himself. Employer? Who lives with their subordinates? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Zhao Taizhu pressed. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. This was turning into a scandal he never intended to create. He figured any explanation would fall on deaf ears, so he chose silence. Dad, I'm begging you to stop. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Zhao Xian cried out to her father. Sister, Dad is helping you. Zhao Yang interjected, clearly enjoying the situation. Since their father had opened the door for a house and car in Jiangxing, it was certain that things were moving in that direction, and the 10 million dowry would undoubtedly end up in his hands. With that, he would be a person of means, car, house, savings. Why would he need to work? The Feng family, consisting of 3, was equally exhilarated. If Zhao Taizhu's wishes were fulfilled, they would wholeheartedly approve of this marriage. A 10 million dowry along with a house and car in Jiangxing would certainly enhance their standing back home. Zhao Xian observed the expressions of her parents and brother, feeling no remorse for her suffering or her desperate pleas. They were clearly motivated by money. Had Lin Dong been impoverished, they would have found every means to force her to break up. Now that they recognized Lin Dong's wealth, it felt as though they were attempting to auction off their daughter. To them, it seemed that money was all that mattered. Perhaps her existence as their daughter was inconsequential. In that moment, it dawned on Zhao Xian. From the moment she was born, she had been viewed as a mere tool by her family. She regretted her past naivety in sending them money, believing that was where her roots lay. At this moment, she realized she was nothing more than a mayfly, unanchored and adrift. Her heart felt cold, both in temperature and in spirit. Zhao Xian ceased to speak and turned to enter the elevator. All she desired was to escape this place. Lin Dong sensed something was amiss and hurried after her, squeezing into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. The remaining Zhao Yang and others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Ultimately, they decided to leave. After all, this was someone else's home, and they were genuinely intimidated by Zhao Xian, fearful of being mistaken for thieves. Chapter 41. Limits in a Park in Jiangxing. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat beside a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences over the past 20 years, while Lin Dong listened in silence. Lin Dong, am I foolish? I give them whatever they want. If I don't have it, I borrow it, and then I save diligently to repay, Zhao Xian asked after finishing her story. Xianjia, you are not foolish. Rather, you are too sentimental. The more you give, the more they come to expect it, Lin Dong responded thoughtfully. Perhaps you're right. However, I have decided that after living for them for the past 20 years, I wish to live for myself in the years to come. Lin Dong, let us invite uncle and aunt to the hotel for dinner tomorrow. They have traveled so far. I should extend my gratitude. If you need financial assistance, feel free to take it from the finance department. I will support whatever decision you make. Lin Dong said. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian cried as she leaned against him. She had expected Lin Dong to look down on her because of her family situation, but was surprised to find he harbored no disdain. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong had lost his parents at a young age and had endured a life not much better than hers at his uncle's home. However, he had a caring aunt and younger cousin, while Zhao Xian had no one. He felt a deep sympathy for her. Guan Ye cried out, "You'll feel better once you do." Lin Dong gently patted her back. Zhao Xian sobbed in his embrace for about half an hour before finally sitting up, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she noticed her tears had soaked Lin Dong's shirt. Lin Dong, I'm sorry for wetting your clothes. It's nothing. Guan Ye, let us head back. The two returned to Jiangnan International Mansion, only to find that Zhao Yang and the others had already left. Lin Dong, I'll go look for them, Zhao Xian declared, attempting to head out. But Lin Dong stopped her. Guan Ye, didn't you say you want to live for yourself from now on? You must learn to say no. If you go looking for them now, it will only embolden them further. Besides, they are adults. Nothing will happen to them. All right then. Good night, Lin Dong, Zhao Xian replied, retreating to her room. She believed Lin Dong's words held merit. If she wanted to live for herself, she needed to learn to refuse. Lin Dong lay on his bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong balance. 99999686546254665 physique. 50 strong mentality. 50 strong skills. Driving, 10 proficient. Piano, 10 proficient. Singing, 10 proficient. Lyric writing, 10 proficient. Composition, 10 proficient. Wealth points, 190. He contemplated swiftly enhancing his abilities. Resolutely, he allocated 50 wealth points to his physique. Instantly, his physique score surged from 50 to 100. In that moment, Lin Dong felt a rush of heat coursing through his body. As if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, it was an exhilarating sensation. This feeling persisted for a full 5 minutes before subsiding. He felt as if he had just emerged from water, entirely drenched. Taking his time, Lin Dong then added another 50 wealth points to his mentality. His mind felt hazy, akin to having consumed too much alcohol. He closed his eyes and lay still. After a few minutes, Lin Dong felt his clarity returning. He opened his eyes. My vision seems significantly enhanced. He had previously been slightly nearsighted, yet now he could see a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling, even distinguishing which of its legs was moving. How remarkable! Lin Dong quickly checked the panel again. Host, Lin Dong balance. 999968654625465 physique. 100 limit mentality. 100 limit skills. Driving, 10 proficient. Piano, 10 proficient. Singing, 10 proficient. Lyric writing, 10 proficient. Composition, 10 proficient. Wealth points, 90. Both his physique and mentality had reached 100, yet it appeared he had hit a limit, as the plus sign had vanished. Did this mean he could no longer improve? It was inconceivable. Had he truly reached a plateau so quickly? What would he do with all this wealth in the future? Increase his skills? He couldn't even enhance the 18 dragon-subduing palms, let alone anything else. Forget it. He would ponder this later. He sensed that this system was not as simplistic as it seemed. Lin Dong rose, feeling sticky. He approached the edge of the pool. Xian Jie must be asleep by now. Not bothering any longer, he stripped off his clothes and jumped into the pool. What a refreshing sensation. After swimming a couple of laps and cleansing himself, Lin Dong emerged and examined his body. There were no noticeable changes, nor any particularly prominent muscles. Yet, he felt an explosive power within him, believing he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Chapter 42. Donglai International the next morning. In the office of the chairman at Jinya Hotel. Xian, I am preparing to establish an investment company named Donglai International, but I find myself pressed for time. I need a trustworthy individual to help me build a team, and I hope you can assist me. President Lin, I fear I may not be capable. Zhao Xian replied hesitantly. She yearned to accept the challenge, but was apprehensive about her own abilities potentially hindering Lin Dong's important venture. Xian, You are more than capable. You should not confine yourself to this modest hotel. You ought to explore the vast world beyond. Then, I shall give it a try. Embrace this opportunity with confidence. The greatest support I can offer you is unlimited financial resources. If you find someone suitable, we shall recruit them. If others offer 1 million, we shall offer 5 million or even 10 million. We need not shy away from expenditure when it comes to talent. Excellent. What shall I set forth? The sooner, the better. Then I shall depart tomorrow. Very well. Summon your parents. Let's share a meal together. After the events of the previous night, Lin Dong sensed a transformation in Zhao Xian. Once optimistic and cheerful, she was now evolving into a resolute businesswoman. Truthfully, Lin Dong still preferred the previous version of Zhao Xian, who occasionally offered him subtle temptations. Yet, one cannot escape the inevitability of change wrought by experience. Meanwhile, in a modest inn where Zhao Taizhu and his family resided, they gathered together, awaiting Zhao Tieju's decision on how to proceed. Father, what shall we do today? Zhao Yang infuriated. What to do? We shall go directly to her hotel and confront her. But what if my sister refuses to see us? Refuse? After all these years of raising her, now that she enjoys a better life, she wishes to deny me as her father? I shall create a scene at her workplace until she cannot hold her head high before her colleagues. Indeed, we shall proceed with that plan. That stubborn girl thinks she can abandon us now that she has gained some independence. It will not be that simple. Li Chunhua chimed in. The Feng family remained silent. Yet they hoped Zhao Yang could secure Zhao Xian's assistance, as it pertained to their daughter's future happiness. As they prepared to head to Jinya Hotel, Zhao Xian's call came through, inviting them to dine at the hotel. Father, it seems sister has relented. Our prospects for a house and car are looking bright. Zhao Yang exclaimed joyfully. Li Chunhua shared in the excitement, as Zhao Yang's success would also benefit her. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu smiled and remarked, Look at your aspirations. Your brother-in-law is a substantial businessman, residing in properties worth billions. He cannot manage such a vast hotel alone. Did you not mention your sister as a manager? Have her arrange a position for you. Yes, my sister is the general manager. Aside from her husband, she holds the highest authority. She can certainly secure a job for me and for Miao Miao as well. Have your sister arrange a managerial position for you and a financial role for Miao Miao, thus ensuring your brother-in-law does not stray with his newfound wealth, while you both support your sister a little. Li Chunhua suggested. With that, the group merrily made their way to Jinya Hotel. Upon arrival, they were guided to a private dining room where Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated, and the table was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes. Gazing at the splendid array of delicacies, the guests felt their mouths water. Only emperors could dine on such fine cuisine. I never imagined I would have the chance to partake in such a feast. Uncle and aunt, having traveled such a distance, I extend my hospitality today. Please enjoy yourselves. If the food is insufficient, do not hesitate to inform the kitchen for more, Lin Dong offered graciously. Thank you, brother-in-law, Zhao Yang said as he took his seat and began to eat, with the others soon following suit. This lobster is divine. Miao Miao, you must try some. Father, mother, do indulge in this lobster as well. What a colossal crab. Mother, this is an emperor crab. It is quite expensive, costing thousands for a single one. What is this? It is dark and melts in the mouth. It is exquisite. That is caviar, even more expensive. And this is abalone. I do not recognize this either. This is even tastier. As the group savored the meal, Lin Dong stood up and said, Uncle and aunt, please enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. If you require more food, please have Xian notify the kitchen. Brother-in-law, do not let us detain you. Zhao Yang replied with his mouth full. Lin Dong departed, aware that Zhao Xian had matters to discuss with her family, and he wished not to interfere with her decisions. Regardless of her choices, he would offer his unwavering support. After Lin Dong left, Zhao Xian finally spoke. Once you have finished eating, please tidy up and return home. I will ensure to send money back each month. Sister, I do not wish to return. Please arrange a job for me here. Zhao Yang implored. Zhao Xian contemplated his request, recognizing that if Zhao Yang could maintain steady employment, it would be beneficial. Then, please provide me with your university diploma, and I will assess which position suits you. Zhao Yang fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Xian's unwavering gaze bore down on him, evoking a sense of dread within him. Although he had feared Zhao Xian in the past, it had never felt as daunting as it did at that moment. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he stammered, Sister, I actually did not attend university. Oh, you did not attend university? What about the funds I scrimped and saved to send you? Zhao Xian took a deep breath, pressing. Well, I lost some money gambling and, in desperation, lied to you about being accepted into university. Zhao Yang confessed, trembling. So, your entire family conspired to deceive me? While I toiled and sacrificed my health to save money. You squandered it on gambling debts? Sister, we had no choice. The creditors threatened that if the debts were not repaid, they would take my hand. Mother and father felt compelled to deceive you. Zhao Yang pleaded. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but I have changed. I have not gambled since. I can attest to that. Yang has indeed reformed. Li Shunhua interjecta. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to temper the fury boiling within her. Chapter 43. Managing People and Finances. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to quell the anger simmering within her. Fine. You can start as the most junior server. Sister, I refuse to be a server. Arrange for me a managerial role and provide Meow Meow with a position overseeing finances. This way, we can prevent my brother-in-law from squandering money and chasing after frivolous affairs. I assure you, I will report his every move truthfully, as Mother said. Let us support you. Zhao Yang boldly declared. Zhao Xian was taken aback, both amused and infuriated. Managing people? Overseeing finance? Supporting oneself? Was this an attempt to undermine Lin Dong? Did they truly believe they could take control of the hotel in the future? It was remarkable how far their imaginations could stretch. Do you have any idea how much revenue this place generates in a month? Do you even know how much your meal cost? She retorted. Let me enlighten you. Your meal alone amounted to 1 million. The monthly revenue here approaches 10 billion. Do you believe you are capable of managing such sums? As her words echoed in the air, silence enveloped the table. Everyone ceased eating, gazing at her in disbelief. 1 million for a single meal? That seems utterly preposterous. Zhao Yang stammered, swallowing hard. Your meal totaled 1 million, Zhao Xian affirmed. For a moment, they were rendered speechless. After the initial shock wore off, Li Chunhua remarked, The hotel earns this much each month. It seems you have a keen eye for business. We certainly have no intention of returning now. After toiling for most of our lives, it's time we enjoyed some comforts. Since you are so affluent, you should purchase a house and a car for Yang without delay, allowing him to settle down and marry soon, Zhao Taizhu added. Zhao Xian looked at her family in dismay, all of them sharing the same mindset. She felt a deep sorrow for being born into such a family. Initially, she had hoped to assist her relatives as much as possible, but now she longed to escape their presence, wishing never to see them again. Please continue your meal. I need to step out for a moment, she announced before rising to leave. Her heart was heavy with disappointment. Her hard-earned money was being squandered to cover their gambling debts. Today, they demanded something from her, and tomorrow they would ask for even more. They would never be satisfied, never know gratitude, only ever want to take. She truly did not wish to see them any longer. The others resumed their meal, unwilling to waste the lavish spread worth over 1 million. Zhao Xian made her way to the chairman's office, where Lin Dong was idly scrolling through his phone. Sister Xian, why are you back so soon? Lin Dong, I want to leave right now. I cannot bear to see them any longer. Zhao Xian exclaimed. Leave now? What about them? Should I give them some money? Lin Dong inquired, sensing that Zhao Xian's family must have said something hurtful to provoke such a reaction. Since she had made her decision, he resolved to support her. Absolutely not. If you do that, they will never stop. They will always want more, she insisted. Then we shall disregard them? Yes. No need to concern ourselves with them. If they cause a scene at the hotel, simply report them. A couple of days in detention will bring them to their senses. Very well. Sister Xian, where shall your first destination be? To the Magic City. It is a world-class metropolis with a concentration of talent. I also have a college roommate there who can assist me. Excellent. I wish you a safe journey. And upon your return, I shall host a celebration in your honor. Thank you, Lin Dong. Unbeknownst to Zhao Taizhu and the others, Zhao Xian had already departed for the Magic City. They had indulged themselves to the point of fullness. Yet they were unwilling to part with the extravagant feast that had cost $1 million, stubbornly lingering at the table for a full 3 hours. Chapter 44. The silent departure. After a few individuals finished their meal, they exited the private room and were escorted to the chairman's office by a waiter. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang infuriated. Please, do not call me brother-in-law. I have told you, my relationship with Xian is strictly professional. We have never crossed any boundaries. And I am still a university student. How could I possibly be your brother-in-law? Lin Dong replied. The group exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It had been acceptable to call him that during dinner, but now it seemed inappropriate. Boss Lin, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked again. Your sister has already left. After you finish eating, you should head home, Lin Dong responded. Left? We need to find her, Zhao Yang exclaimed. When I say left, I do not mean she has merely departed the hotel. She has left Jiangchen. Here is Xian's resignation letter. You may read it for yourselves, Lin Dong said, handing a piece of paper to Zhao Yang. Resigned? The group was startled, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yang took the letter and indeed found it to be a resignation from Zhao Xian. Boss Lin, why did my sister resign? Well, Xian felt that working here would only subject her to your incessant entanglements, and she could not meet your demands, so she chose to leave, Lin Dong explained. Where did my sister go? I am unsure. It seems she has gone to stay with a college roommate, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, Li Chunhua hurriedly took out her phone, searching for Zhao Xian's number and dialing it. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry. It's over. Utterly finished, Li Chunhua sank down onto the floor. You little rascal must be in cahoots with that wretched girl to deceive us. I tell you, if she does not show herself, we shall remain here, Zhao Taizhu said angrily, glaring at Lin Dong. Old man, do not vent your anger here. Your daughter left of her own accord. I did not force her out. It was you who drove her away. What does that have to do with me? If you continue to make a scene, it will be your fault, Lin Dong retorted calmly. I do not care. If she does not come out, I will stay here indefinitely. After all, the food and drink are splendid. Zhao Taizhu remained unmoved. Old man, when Xian was still here, I treated you to the best food the hotel had to offer, a feast worth millions. But now that she has left, I no longer see the need to be courteous. If you continue your tantrum, I might just call the authorities, and you could end up in prison for a year or so. Do not blame me for your disgrace, Lin Dong said leisurely. Indeed, Lin Dong's words struck fear into them. In their eyes, he was a significant figure. Do not try to intimidate me. I have lived many years and am not easily frightened, Zhao Taizhu declared. Despite his words, his trembling voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Old man, how could I possibly be trying to frighten you? I know a bit about Xian's situation. You claim to have raised her, yet how did the disparity become so vast? If you had shown even a modicum of concern for Xian, she would not have left like this. I saw her leave in tears, and she said she had repaid your kindness after all these years and wished to never see you again. You may find it exceedingly difficult to locate her in the future. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Taizhu gasped, nearly fainting. Li Chunhua rushed to support him. Zhao Yang's mind was similarly engulfed in a haze, his dreams of a bright future shattered. Feng Miao's parents pulled her away, unwilling to accompany Zhao Tieju's madness. What if they ended up in trouble? Miao Miao, Zhao Yang called. Feng Miao turned back, looking at him with pity. What are you still looking at this useless person for? You had such a good opportunity and drove Zhao Xian away. Now look, you have gained nothing. With your abilities, when will you ever afford a house or a car? Come, let us return. You must not associate with him anymore. Your mother will introduce you to someone better. Feng's mother scolded. In that moment, Zhao Yang felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were equally consumed by rage and frustration. If Zhao Xian truly changed her contact information, how would they ever find her? Over the years, Zhao Xian had sent money home every month, and they had grown accustomed to it, having not labored in a long while. In the village, they were the envy of others, boasting a good daughter who provided for them without toil. What would they do if that source suddenly dried up? Would they return to the days of hard labor from dawn until dusk? How would the villagers perceive their family? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, the elderly couple deeply regretted their past decisions. Life at home had been so pleasant. They could have spent their days playing cards and taking leisurely strolls. All because of Zhao Yang, this troublesome boy. Were it not for him, they would still be living comfortably at home. Now they had lost everything. The couple did not reflect on their harsh treatment of Zhao Xian throughout her upbringing. Instead, they lamented their decision to heed Zhao Yang and leave their hometown. Of course, they were correct in thinking that if they had remained at home, Zhao Xian's monthly contributions would not have diminished. Lin Dong quietly observed the family's spectacle from the sofa. He could have offered them money to leave, even if they demanded a fortune, but he had no desire to do so. Given their family background, it was indeed a miracle that Zhao Xian had not succumbed to degradation. Lin Dong genuinely admired her. Zhao Xian was a woman of substance and beauty, rivaling the most esteemed goddesses of Jiang University, and exuding an allure that was even more potent due to her maturity. Working at the prestigious Golden Leaf Hotel, she interacted with influential clients. If she truly wished to earn money, it would come easily to her. Oh man, if you still do not believe me, you may come to the hotel entrance every morning to watch for Xian's arrival. However, do not disrupt the hotel's operations. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. That is all I have to say. You may leave now. The group departed, despondent and lost. Lin Dong was indifferent to whether they would return home immediately or continue to wait. Nonetheless, some lessons are only learned through the pain of loss. Once they have experienced the absence of Xian's support and endured a period of decline, perhaps they would finally appreciate her value. Author's note: these chapters primarily depict the transformation of Zhao Xian from a lively, optimistic individual into a poised, aloof businesswoman, marking her evolution into Lin Dong's invaluable partner in his future global business empire. Buckle up. The protagonist is about to take flight. Chapter 45. Truly unable to return in the afternoon, Lin Dong registered a company named Donglai International Investment Company, Limited, with Zhao Xian serving as the general manager. The Genie Hotel was also included under its umbrella. However, it remained merely a shell for now, awaiting Zhao Xian to recruit various talents to help the company flourish. The following day, upon arriving at the Genie Hotel, Lin Dong discovered the Zhao family huddled in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. Unsurprisingly, they still clung to hope. Lin Dong chose to ignore them and entered the hotel. The morning passed leisurely. During that time, Lin Dong received a package from the SCC headquarters, containing a prestigious membership badge, which was essentially a ring inscribed with the SCC emblem. Just as he was about to leave, he received an unexpected phone call from Zhu Yan, a close friend of Jiang Shan. She informed Lin Dong that Jiang Shan had suddenly collapsed and was currently in the hospital. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. What did Jiang Shan's collapse have to do with him? She had already ended their relationship. Shouldn't she have called Huang Junlang instead? Though he intended to disregard it, he found himself unable to shake off the thought. He decided to go after all, as she had been a significant part of his life for 4 years. It would at least provide him with some closure. Driving to the hospital Zhu Yan had mentioned, Lin Dong stopped to buy some fruit along the way. Arriving in his limited edition Bugatti Veyron naturally drew a crowd, causing quite a stir at the fruit stand. The owner was overjoyed, selling more than the usual daily amount in no time, resulting in an abundance of fruit for Lin Dong. As he strolled through the hospital corridors, he suddenly overheard voices coming from a nearby medical room. "Doctor, please, save my mother. I beg you." "Sir, our hospital is not a charity. Without money, how can we treat her? Just treat her first. I will find a way to pay. To be honest, your mother's condition is severe. Even if we operate here, the success rate is low. You should consider a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. The chances would be better there." "Doctor, how long can my mother survive without surgery?" "If she does not undergo surgery, she likely has 3 months left. If the surgery is successful, she could live for another 10 years, but if it fails, she may not last even 3 months. As Lin Dong passed the medical room, he casually glanced inside. A man in his 30s was desperately pleading with a doctor, who appeared to be around 50, to save his mother. Lin Dong chose not to engage. Such tragedies unfolded daily. A lifetime of hard work could vanish in an instant due to a serious illness. Entering the room, Zhu Yan had specified. Lin Dong found Zhu Yan seated beside the bed, where Jiang Shan lay pale and frail, while a doctor was conducting an examination. Lin Dong placed the fruit on a chair. Upon seeing him, A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Shan's ashen face. She must have known Zhu Yin had informed him. Lin Dong remained stationary. Once the doctor completed the examination and turned around, he remarked, "You must be the patient's boyfriend. You young folks truly amaze me. The patient is 3 weeks pregnant and in such a weak state. If this continues, it will adversely affect the fetus's development. If you do not wish to keep the child, you must wait until her health improves before considering an abortion." Pregnant? The doctor's words struck Lin Dong like a thunderclap, causing a piercing pain to surge within him. For years, a full 4 years, countless days and nights spent delivering food to Jiang Shan beneath her dormitory, and the joy he felt when he could buy her gifts with his hard-earned wages. They had cried, laughed, and fantasized about a future together, envisioning a family with adorable children. Yet, he had never anticipated such a conclusion. After 4 years together, he had never crossed her boundaries, only to discover she was now pregnant with another man's child. What a bitter irony. Was their 4-year relationship truly so cheap, even less valuable than a trendy handbag? Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong replied, "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Hearing the news of her pregnancy shattered the remnants of hope in Jiang Shan's heart, rendering her already pallid face even more ghostly. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a sound. Zhu Yin, taken aback by the turn of events, had hoped to reconcile her friend with Lin Dong, believing he still loved Jiang Shan. She had witnessed their every sweet moment together, yet this scene had not been anticipated. With the doctor gone, silence enveloped the room until Jiang Shan finally broke it, saying, "Lin Dong, I'm sorry. There is no need for apologies. Everyone has the right to choose. Since you have chosen this path, I wish you well. Lin Dong, I truly am sorry. If it weren't for my vanity and accepting Huang Junlang's gifts, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to his gathering, nor would I have been taken advantage of after drinking too much. By the time I awoke the next day, it was too late," Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely, Lin Dong felt no surge of emotion upon hearing her explanation. He had anticipated anger and a desire for revenge against Huang Junlang, yet he felt none. Was it merely drunkenness? Perhaps there were other factors at play. Just days earlier, his cousin Wang Li had faced a similar situation. But if Jiang Shan had been resolute, how could Huang Junlang have had the opportunity? Ultimately, their 4-year relationship had lacked the necessary strength. Jiang Shan's thoughts had strayed, and even without Huang Junlang, another would have likely emerged. "Very well. Since you are fine, I will take my leave." Lin Dong did not wish to linger. He was eager to depart. Jiang Shan was taken aback by his reaction. There was no fury directed at Huang Junlang, nor was there sorrow for herself, only an unsettling calmness. After 4 years, she realized she no longer understood the Lin Dong before her. As Lin Dong exited the room, he silently whispered Jiang Shan, "Farewell," thus marking the end of their 4-year relationship. From this moment forth, Jiang Shan would be a part of his past. In the room, the sound of Jiang Shan's uncontrollable weeping filled the air, yet it no longer concerned him. Chapter 46. Xiao Pejun as Lin Dong emerged from the hospital. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Everything had come to an end. In that instant of complete release, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just as he drove out of the hospital gates, a voice pierced the air, shouting, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Lin Dong quickly pulled over and exited the vehicle, spotting a young man sprinting towards him, clutching a wallet. A woman in her 30s trailed behind at a distance. "Get away! Get away! Do you want to die?" The young man yelled, brandishing a dagger in his other hand. Lin Dong was about to test the limits of his enhanced physical capabilities when a shadow darted past him with incredible speed. Turning to look at the thief, he was astonished to see the young man pinned to the ground by a strong hand. Despite his struggles, he could not escape the grip that felt like an iron claw. A master. That was Lin Dong's immediate impression. His senses were heightened, attuned to the powerful aura emanating from the stranger who had just rushed by. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man as Xiao Pejun, the one who had been pleading with the doctors for his mother's life in the hospital. Xiao Pejun emerged from the hospital, anxiety palpable in his demeanor. His mother's illness was grave, and the prospect of affording treatment loomed over him like a dark cloud. For years, he had worked as a mercenary abroad, amassing a fortune that he had intended to use to provide a better life for his family upon his return. However, tragedy struck during what was supposed to be their final job, leaving only 3 of the 12 mercenaries alive after an ambush. Upon returning home, the 3 of them made a pact to share their earnings with the families of their fallen brothers, as they were the fortunate ones who made it back, while their comrades remained forever in foreign lands. Unexpectedly, his mother's illness escalated rapidly, and without immediate surgery, they would miss the critical window for treatment. Where could he possibly find such a substantial sum of money? As the old saying goes, a penny can't thwart a hero, and now he faced an even greater financial hurdle. What to do? After years abroad, his closest companions were the 2 who had returned with him, but they too hailed from impoverished backgrounds, who would willingly risk their lives for money. They returned with nothing to show for their sacrifices. Surely, they were struggling to make ends meet as well, and seeking their assistance would yield negligible results. The moment he stepped out of the hospital, he heard shouts about a thief. Instinctively, he rushed in to subdue the criminal with ease. Holding the thief down, he rendered him powerless despite his desperate writhing. Soon, the victim came running, reclaiming her stolen wallet from Xiao Pejun's grasp. "Thank you, big brother," she exclaimed gratefully. "Not at all. Please call the police." Xiao Pejun replied. "Yes, of course." The woman promptly dialed for help. A few minutes later, the authorities arrived and took the thief away. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely, even offering him money from her wallet, which he declined, stating that his actions were not motivated by financial gain, regardless of his current needs. Just as he prepared to leave, a figure blocked his path. He maneuvered left, only to find the figure there as well. He tried right, but the obstruction followed. After several attempts, he realized this was intentional. "Youth, may I inquire about your intentions?" "Siu po yun est, gazing a Lin Dong." "Good sir, shall we find a place to converse?" Lin Dong suggested. "I believe we are unfamiliar with each other. I can offer financial assistance for your mother's medical care. However, do not misunderstand. I merely happened to witness your plea for help while visiting a friend in the hospital," Lin Dong clarified. Siu po yun scrutinized Lin Dong closely. Having danced on the edge of life and death for years, he sensed a subtle threat emanating from the young man. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how this youth could evoke such a feeling. It was rare for anyone, even in the mercenary circles abroad, to instill such apprehension within him. They found a nearby park, relatively empty due to the early hour. "May I ask your name?" Lin Dong inquired. "I am Xiao Pejun," he replied. "Brother Xiao, I understand your urgent need for funds to save your mother. I can arrange for her to receive the finest medical treatment, utilizing the best facilities and medications. However, regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. What say you?" Xiao Pejun regarded Lin Dong, who met his gaze resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Siu Po Yun replied, "Agreed. However, my commitment will solely be to ensure your safety and will not involve any illegal activities." "Deal." Lin Dong extended his hand. Xiao Pejun reciprocated, their hands clasping in agreement, heralding the beginning of a remarkable journey. Chapter 47. Sparring Brother Xiao. My name is Lin Dong. You may refer to me as Lin Xiao from now on. Lin Xiao, please do not call me Brother Xiao. Simply call me Pejun. Very well, Pejun. I wish to engage in a sparring session with you. Lin Dong had long sought an opportunity to test his own prowess. Ever since reaching the limits of both his physical and mental capabilities, he found his senses heightened and an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through his body. "Please, Lin Xiao," Pejun replied, eager to ascertain the true capabilities of this young man who posed a slight threat to him. The two positioned themselves several meters apart. Lin Dong relied not on technique, but on his acute senses and explosive power. He summoned the strength within himself, allowing it to saturate his entire being. In that moment, Lin Dong exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Pejun felt an overwhelming pressure, stunned by the intensity. Yet he too emanated a fierce aura forged from years of navigating the precipice between life and death. With a powerful push from his legs, Lin Dong launched himself toward Pejun, delivering a punch aimed directly at him. As this was merely a sparring match, Lin Dong employed only 50% of his strength. lacking a clear understanding of his own capabilities. As Pajun sensed the formidable force rushing toward him, he was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully react, Lin Dong's fist struck him, forcing him to quickly cross his arms defensively. The impact reverberated through him, sending Pajun staggering back several meters before he could regain his footing. Lin Dong halted at the very spot where Pajun had stood, grimacing as he shook his slightly aching right hand. Meanwhile, Pajun stared at his reddened and swollen arm, astonished. Lin Dong's strength exceeded his wildest expectations. Initially, he had considered Lin Dong a minor threat, dismissing him due to his youth, for he appeared to be no older than 20. How could someone of such tender age, even with rigorous training from childhood, possibly compare to someone like himself, who had spent years on the battlefield? Thus, he had harbored a degree of contempt for Lin Dong. However, the force of Lin Dong's punch had indeed sent him reeling, and the pain in his arm was undeniable. He realized he had underestimated Lin Dong. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and he remained unaware that Lin Dong had only exerted 50% of his strength. How would Pajun feel if he knew this? Pajun, how was that punch? Lin Dong inquired, shaking his hand to alleviate the lingering discomfort. Lin Xiao, you are the first person of your age I have encountered with such remarkable strength. I am truly impressed, Pajun replied. The first among my peers? So there are those stronger than me, albeit older? Lin Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Pajun's appraisal. Was there truly someone stronger than him? Did this imply he could never surpass them? Am I to remain unassailable even while possessing such extraordinary abilities? It seems I must delve deeper into my system, he mused. Pajun, let us proceed. We must assist Aunt in transferring to a different hospital to expedite her surgery, allowing you the peace of mind to remain by my side. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Po Yun exclaimed excitedly. Lin Dong inquired within the SCC group in Jiangnan province if anyone had connections with the higher-ups at the first hospital. Responses came swiftly. A person named Lu Chun added Lin Dong as a friend and provided him with a phone number to contact the hospital's director. When Lin Dong called, he explained his intentions, and the director responded courteously and warmly, assuring Lin Dong that they would arrange for expert consultations at the earliest convenience. Upon arriving at the first hospital that afternoon with Pajun and his mother, they were greeted by a team of over 10 specialists awaiting their arrival. Are you Mr. Lin? Greetings. I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome. We will do our utmost to assist the patient, the director said. Thank you, Director Lu. Lin Dong replied gratefully. Mr. Lin, it is our duty, the director assured him. Following this, the team of specialists conducted a series of examinations on Pajun's mother. The conclusion was clear. Surgery was imperative and could not be delayed, for each passing day would increase the risks involved. Thus, the hospital scheduled the surgery for the following day. In the deluxe ward of the first hospital, Pajun expressed concern. Isn't this esteemed hospital going to cost a fortune? Mother, do not worry. I have resolved the financial matters. You need only focus on your recovery, he reassured her. I no longer wish to undergo treatment. Save that money for your future wife. You're over 30 and still without a spouse. Look at the boy next door. His son is nearly in junior high. Mother, please recover swiftly. I promise to bring home a wife and give you a healthy grandson. All right? All right, but you must keep your word. My greatest wish in this life is to hold my grandson. As Pajun exited the hospital room, he wiped away the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. He felt he had let his parents down throughout his life. He could not allow his mother to leave this world with regrets. Chapter 48. The Gathering the following day. Xiao Pajun's mother's surgery was a resounding success, performed by the foremost medical professors from Jiangnan province, with the hospital assigning 2 senior nurses for her care. Lin Dong entrusted the Banshee to Xiao Pajun, who commenced his duties, discreetly safeguarding Lin Dong from the shadows. Zhao Yang and his family split into 2 groups. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua stood guard at the hotel entrance, while Zhao Yang remained vigilant at the entrance of the Jiangnan International Mansion. It seemed they were reluctant to depart in disgrace, and bereft of Zhao Xian's financial support, their future appeared bleak. Lin Dong paid them no mind, curious to see how long they could endure. At the very least, they deserved a profound lesson. Good news also arrived from Zhao Xian. Lured by the prospect of substantial financial gain, Interest in Donglai International had emerged, and discussions were underway. As an investment firm, Donglai International's foremost priority was to recruit a formidable team of lawyers, negotiation specialists, and evaluators. Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to expedite the process, emphasizing that financial expenditure was inconsequential, as he was on the verge of collaborating with Wang Chong, and he hoped the newly recruited personnel would prove advantageous. As evening descended, they gathered at the luxurious Jinsha Entertainment City in Jiangsu. Zhang Min accompanied Lu Peng to a class reunion organized by those who had remained at school during the holiday. With some early returnees also in attendance, though Sun Si was notably absent due to family issues requiring her attention. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng along, for he was a wealthy heir and quite dashing, embodying the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome archetype, which fueled her desire to showcase him. Upon entering an expansive private room, approximately 20 to 30 young adults were already present, a mix of both genders. All were strikingly attractive, a testament to their enrollment in the performance department of the Communication University, where looks were paramount. The arrival of Zhang Min and Lu Peng drew the attention of the crowd, as Zhang Min was considered one of the more exceptional individuals in her class. Zhang Min, who is this? Care to introduce? A classmate inquired. Zhang Min seized the moment, stating, "This is my boyfriend Lu Peng, a student at Jiangnan University. His family operates a small business, with assets around several tens of millions." Wow. Zhang Min, you've snagged a tall, rich, and handsome one. I envy you. Min, I never thought you'd quietly advance ahead of us. You're fortunate. Upon graduation, you can relish the life of a wealthy wife while we must continue striving. Surrounded by envious remarks, Zhang Min felt a surge of pride, relishing the admiration and envy directed at her. Hello, everyone. Liu Peng, Min es boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of her. I'd like to raise a toast to you all, Lu Peng proclaimed, lifting a large glass of beer from the table and downing it in one go, earning him widespread applause from the female attendees. However, the males cast glances of discomfort at Lu Peng, feeling a twinge of jealousy at having one of their own snatched away by someone from another institution. After a brief introduction, the group resumed their revelry, singing and dancing. Lu Peng quickly grasped the vibrant atmosphere of the KTV, resembling that of a miniature gala, as everyone expressed themselves exuberantly, leaving little opportunity for him to shine. He hesitated to join in, fearing embarrassment, feeling outclassed by the professionals around him, and instead opted to remain a spectator on the sofa, fortunate that Zhang Min stayed by his side. After a while, Zhang Min excused herself to the restroom. Lu Peng continued to applaud the budding stars, immersing himself in the performance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Min hurriedly re-entered the room, grabbing Lu Peng's arm, exclaiming, "De Peng, we must leave at once." "What is wrong, Min?" Lu Peng inquired, sensing her agitation. "Quickly, we'll discuss it outside," she urged, her urgency palpable. As they prepared to exit, the door swung open abruptly, and a group of men in black surged in. The lights flickered on, halting all activity as the uninvited guests entered. "Who the hell just slapped me?" A bald man, clearly menacing, inquired as he stepped into the room. His imposing figure was adorned with bizarre tattoos, and he exuded an air of intimidation. Silence engulfed the room. No one dared respond, the students paralyzed by fear. The bald man soon spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, advancing towards them. He seized Zhang Min's hair, yanking her towards him, prompting a scream from her as she was pulled into his grasp. "You're the one who dared to slap me, right? Damn it. It's the first time in my life I've been struck like that. What do you have to say for yourself?" He hissed menacingly in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng was taken aback, but quickly regained composure, asserting, "What are you doing? Let Min go, or I'll call the police." He reached for his phone, but before he could dial, a henchman kicked him onto the sofa, winded and gasping, his phone flying into a pile of students. Several timid girls shrieked in terror, and the rest of the group stood frozen, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Chapter 49. Brothers in Peril. The bald man seized Zhang Min by her hair, casting a glance at the others in the private room and inquiring, "You are all with her, aren't you? This little girl just slapped me. What do you suggest I do about it?" "It was you who touched me first," Zhang Min cried out. "I touched you because I deemed you worthy. Ask around." How many women would want my attention? I have no interest in you. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with no one daring to speak up. However, a female classmate, hidden behind the crowd, quietly picked up Liu Peng's phone. She typed a brief message, "Emergency in room 47, Golden Sands," and sent it to a random contact before stealthily returning the phone to its original place. At that moment, Liu Peng began to regain his composure. He looked at the bald man and said, "So you're the one they call Brother He? I apologize on behalf of men. How much will it cost to let her go? Name your price." Liu Peng recognized the precariousness of their situation. Despite their numbers, most were females, and if a fight broke out, he feared they would be the ones on the receiving end. Moreover, he was uncertain if anyone else would dare to intervene, as the fear on their faces was palpable. "Are you this girl's boyfriend?" the bald man asked. "Yes," Liu Peng replied firmly. "Very well. I see you are quite reasonable. Just hand over $1 million, and I will let you go. Otherwise, this girl is quite a catch. I could have some fun." The bald man laughed heartily. "Brother He, $1 million is excessive. We are merely students and cannot possibly raise that amount. If you release men, I am willing to offer 100,000. 100,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The bald man squinted at Liu Peng. "That is all I have. I hope you can show some mercy and let us go." Liu Peng's plea stemmed from his reality. Despite being the son of a wealthy family, his parents' business was not substantial, and his high expenses left him with little savings. This 100,000 represented his living expenses for the upcoming month, but he felt compelled to act for Zhang Min's safety. "Fine, 100,000 it is. Transfer the money now," the bald man commanded. He was astonished at the wealth of today as students. He had merely mentioned $1 million in jest, expecting to negotiate down to a more reasonable sum. Receiving a direct promise of 100,000 was unexpected and would suffice for his indulgences. Relieved by the bald man's agreement, Liu Peng thought that he could always concoct an excuse to acquire more funds from his parents later. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone for the transfer, Zhang Min's voice pierced the air. Bastard! Stop!" Liu Peng's anger flared, and in a moment of rage, he grabbed a nearby bottle and charged at the bald man, smashing it against his head. At that instant, the bald man's grip on Zhang Min slackened as he clutched his bleeding head in agony. Several men in black quickly apprehended Liu Peng, pinning him to the ground, while the students from Media University stood frozen in shock, having never witnessed such a scene. Zhang Min, taken aback, felt a mix of surprise and gratitude that Liu Peng had dared to come to her rescue. As she saw Liu Peng being subdued, she attempted to assist him, but was caught by the recovering bald man. He loomed over her, blood dripping down his face, creating a terrifying visage. "You really have guts, kid. In this city, you're the first to dare to strike me. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will I show my face again?" Lift his head. "You don't like seeing your girlfriend being bullied, do you? Open your eyes and watch how I handle her." One of the men in black yanked Liu Peng's hair, forcing him to face the bald man, who resumed his advances on Zhang Min. She struggled against him, only to be met with a series of harsh slaps that left her dizzy and compliant. Soon, her jacket was torn away, revealing her undergarments. Stop! I'll give you money. 1 million. Liu Peng's heart shattered as he fought against his captors, desperate to rise but held down firmly. The bald man disregarded Liu Peng's cries, continuing his inappropriate actions toward Zhang Min. Just moments prior, in the restroom, he had been emboldened by alcohol and had touched her, an act he had committed many times before without consequence. However, the slap from Zhang Min had ignited his anger, prompting him to follow her to this location. As he held the now submissive beauty, the bald man leaned in to kiss Zhang Min's lips. Chapter 50. An opportunity to call for help. Lin Dong reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, when a sudden message interrupted his reverie. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was from Liu Peng. The message read, "Room 47 at Fuli Jinsha is in danger." Startled, Lin Dong immediately sprang to his feet. Liu Peng would not send such a message without cause, prompting him to consider calling for clarification. However, reasoning that Liu Peng had opted for a text, it was clear he was currently in a precarious situation. Thus, he contacted Xiao Pejun, instructing him to come out immediately. Without delay, Lin Dong hurried down his car and set off towards Fuli Jinsha. En route, he met up with Xiao Pejun, and the two hastened to their destination. Soon, they arrived at Fuli Jinsha, where a server guided them to room 47. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, he was confronted with a horrifying scene. A bald man, bloodied and menacing, was assaulting a woman. Lu Peng lay restrained on the ground, held down by several men in black, one of whom was viciously yanking his hair and forcing his head upward. Lu Peng's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the bald assailant. In the corner of the room, a group of 20 to 30 young men and women watched the unfolding chaos. Lin Dong's entrance momentarily stunned everyone in the room. The bald man ceased his assault on Zhang Min, Lu Peng's girlfriend, and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where you are barging in?" It was then that Lin Dong recognized the woman being attacked was indeed Lu Peng's girlfriend. Such a despicable act, forcing Lu Peng to witness this humiliation, was nothing short of psychopathic. Instead of responding to the bald man's taunts, Lin Dong calmly declared, "Pajun, this is your domain now." "Yes, young master," Xiao Puyun replied. Stepping forward, "You're asking for death. Everyone attack." The bald man bellowed, grabbing a bottle and charging at Xiao Pajun. With a resounding crash, the bald man barely made contact before he was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling in agony. In less than 30 seconds, all 8 or so of the men in black, along with the bald man, lay incapacitated on the floor, emitting cries akin to a slaughterhouse. With the threat neutralized, Lu Peng scrambled to his feet and quickly removed his jacket, draping it over Zhang Min's shoulders. Lin Dong approached Lu Peng, patting him on the shoulder, and asked, "Are you all right, Peng?" "I'm fine, thank you, Dongzi," Lu Peng replied. "That's a relief," Lin Dong responded before turning to the bald man, placing his foot on his face and squatting down to inquire, "You dare to harm my brother and harass his girlfriend? What do you have to say for yourself?" The bald man, struggling under Lin Dong's foot, stammered, You're finished. I'm with Chun Lu Yi. If you touch me, there won't be a place for you in Jiangsheng." "Oh, such bravado. I am eager to meet this Chun Lu Yi. Get up and call him here," Lin Dong commanded, releasing the bald man. The bald man scrambled to his feet, glancing at Xiao Pajun behind Lin Dong, fear evident in his eyes due to the latter's formidable presence. "Hurry up and call," Lin Dong urged. Trembling, the bald man retrieved his phone and made the call, informing the person on the other end about the chaos at Fuli Jinsha, claiming he had been attacked, and urging them to send reinforcements due to the strength of the assailants. Lin Dong paid no heed to the bald man's lies. He simply needed to ensure help would arrive. "Kid, Lu Yi will be here soon. You're doomed," the bald man boasted, emboldened by the impending arrival of Chun Lu Yi. "Who has to say who will meet their end?" "Let us head to the lobby and wait," Lin Dong replied, leading the way downstairs. In the lobby of Fuli Jinsha, Lin Dong sat confidently in the center, with the bald man beneath his foot and Xiao Pajun standing guard behind him. Surrounding them were the incapacitated forms of over 10 security personnel. The manager of Fuli Jinsha stood among the onlookers, astonished by Xiao Pajun's strength, as the security guards fell as if struck down in one swift motion. Numerous spectators, including a group from the media university, remained transfixed by the spectacle. Curiosity filled the air as they observed Lin Dong. He adorned himself with a ring exclusive to SCC's elite members, having summoned all SCC members in Jiangsheng to Fuli Jinsha in his capacity as a senior member. This was a privilege reserved solely for elite members. Only those of equal standing could refuse, while intermediate and junior members lacked such an option. The collective energy of Jiangsheng's SCC members gathering was unprecedented. It remained to be seen whether Chun Lu Yi could withstand it. Chapter 51. Chun Liuji, whose real name is Chun Sheng, gained considerable fame in Jiangsheng over a decade ago through his formidable fists. Known as Chun Liuji due to his 6 fingers on his left hand, his reputation has only grown with time as he ruthlessly consolidated the underground forces of Jiangsheng. People began to refer to him as Master Lu, and the name Chun Liuji gradually faded from memory. Few dare to address him directly by that name anymore. Today, Chun Liuji received a call from his subordinate, Hype, urging him to bring men to the luxurious golden sands, where chaos had erupted. How audacious of anyone to create a disturbance in his territory, let alone assault Hype. This individual must be new to Jiangsheng. While Hype may not be his most capable aide, he still commands a small group. To have overpowered him indicates significant strength. Chun Liuji gathered over 100 men and proceeded towards luxurious golden sands. It had been some time since he personally intervened in a matter. He felt he needed to shake off the rust. Upon arriving at the entrance, he led the way, followed by his entourage. Entering the grand hall, Chun Liuji was taken aback. A young man sat at the center, flanked by a middle-aged man, while Hype lay beneath the young man's foot. Scattered across the floor were more than a dozen security personnel, with a crowd of wealthy patrons observing the spectacle. It had been years since Chun Liuji had faced such humiliation. This was more than just a slap in the face. It felt like an affront to his very existence. With so many witnesses, if he failed to resolve this situation today, his standing in Jiangsheng would be irreparably damaged. Chun Liuji advanced a few steps, positioning himself about 7 or 8 meters from the young man, Lin Dong. His followers entered behind him, forming a formidable presence. The onlookers, witnessing the sudden influx of individuals, began to discreetly slip away, fearing for their safety. However, many bolder souls remained, inching toward the hall's perimeter. In a confrontation between 2 individuals and over 100, regardless of Xiao Pejun's demonstrated strength, the odds were not in their favor. At that moment, Lu Peng quietly whispered to Zhang Min before stepping into the central hall. Standing behind Lin Dong, Zhang Min attempted to detain Lu Peng, urging him not to intervene, but recognizing that Lin Dong had acted to protect them, she withdrew her hand, anxiously observing the scene. Young man, do not act so impulsively. Every action bears consequences, Chun Liuji cautioned Lin Dong. Liuji, help me. Hype cried from beneath Lin Dong's foot. Yours, master? Are you aware that your dog is causing chaos? Lin Dong replied, ignoring Chun Liuji's admonition and instead addressing Hype. My dog may cause havoc, but I handle it myself. If anyone dares to act, I will break their hands. Chun Liuji retorted, exuding an air of authority. What matters is that you have harmed my men. You shall not leave this hall unscathed. With that, Chun Liuji charged at Lin Dong. His iron fists were not mere embellishments. Despite his long absence from the fray, he maintained a rigorous training regimen. Although his skills had diminished slightly from their peak, they remained formidable. Today he had to subdue Lin Dong with overwhelming force, or he would lose all face in Jiangsheng. As Chun Liuji moved, Xiao Pejun, standing behind Lin Dong, also sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself before Lin Dong to intercept the incoming blow. Chun Liuji, closing in on Lin Dong, found himself confronted by Xiao Pejun, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Astonished by the speed of his opponent's reaction, Chun Liuji recognized that he was up against a true master. Impressive, Chun Liuji thought. He had fought his way through many skilled opponents to earn his reputation as the foremost figure in Jiangsheng's underground world. He unleashed a punch aimed at Xiao Pejun. Xiao Pejun sidestepped, mentally preparing himself before delivering a counterstrike. The 2 fists collided in midair, creating a thunderous sound. Xiao Pejun staggered back slightly, while Chun Liuji was forced to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. The astonishment grew within him as he observed Xiao Pejun's minor setback compared to his own significant retreat. This individual was extraordinarily strong. Chun Liuji prided himself on being unmatched in Jiangsheng, save for a few hidden masters among the prominent families. Yet this man, who could withstand his blow and push him back, was clearly not an ordinary foe. As he pondered the identity of his opponent, it dawned on him that Xiao Pejun was likely an outsider, a formidable figure from beyond Jiangsheng. Nevertheless, he was determined to assert his dominance on his own turf. You are indeed formidable. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially when you must protect your master. Let us see how you manage this. Chun Liuji thought, preparing to leverage his numerical advantage to subdue Lin Dong. Just as he was about to act, Xiao Pejun dashed forward with incredible speed, catching Chun Liuji off guard and seized it by the throat with a grip like iron. You! Chun Liuji barely managed to utter a word before being silenced, his eyes wide with terror as he stared into the face of his formidable opponent. Master Lu! Master Lu! His subordinates attempted to intervene, but were halted by a gesture from Chun Liuji. He understood that any exertion of strength from Xiao Pejun could spell disaster for him. Lin Dong approached Chun Liuji, stating, "So you are Master Lu. Your dog bites someone, yet you wish to break the hand of the victim. I am curious to see what your reliance is, your 100 subordinates or your misguided confidence in your own abilities." At that moment, a tremendous roar of machinery echoed from outside the hall. Chapter 52. The mysterious figure as the largest entertainment venue in Jiang City. The grand lobby of Luxurious Sands is immensely spacious. The deafening roar of massive machines reverberates throughout the hall. Suddenly, a custom-made Aston Martin drives in, followed by a second and a third. Ultimately, 12 limited edition sports cars, each valued at no less than 10 million, roll into the venue, leaving the onlookers in awe. Typically, one might hardly catch a glimpse of even a single luxury vehicle, yet today, 12 arrive simultaneously. Lu Chun, the young master of the prominent Lu family in Jiang City, emerges from the first sports car. He is also the leader of the SCC in Jiang City and a senior member of the organization. Though his status does not necessitate his presence, he was informed a couple of days ago that another senior member of the SCC had appeared in Jiang City. As the leader, it was imperative for him to meet this new member. Coincidentally, Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members today, thus prompting his arrival. The 12 cars belong to 12 individuals, 10 men and 2 women, all in their 20s and 30s, who collectively represent a significant portion of Jiang City's power. Ordinary citizens may remain unaware of their identities, but those who have reached a certain echelon understand the formidable influence they wield. In the eyes of the common folk, Chun Liuji, the so-called supreme figure of Jiang City's underworld, seems to be a colossal entity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he is merely a pawn employed to draw attention, while the true powerhouses operate discreetly in the shadows. Lu Chun leads his companions toward Lin Dong, and the atmosphere is thick with anticipation, as if they can foresee an impending clash of titans. "Brother Lin, might I request a favor from you?" Lu Chun addresses Lin Dong directly. Contrary to expectations of a dramatic confrontation, the anticipated clash does not materialize, and all eyes are on Lin Dong to gauge the unfolding events. Lin Dong studies Lu Chun, recognizing him as the sole senior member of the SCC in Jiang City, and recalls that he is the one who facilitated the surgery for Po Jun's mother at the first hospital. Po Yun, Lin Dong calls out. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Pejun releases his grip on Chun Liuji. Gasping for breath, Chun Liuji turns to Lu Chun with reverence, exclaiming, "Young Master Lu." A resounding slap echoes through the once quiet hall, catching everyone off guard. "Apologize to Brother Lin." Lu Chun chastises Chun Liuji. "Young Master Lu, I slap." Lu Chun delivers another blow to Chun Liuji's face. The reality of the situation dawns on Chun Liuji. He realizes who Lu Chun is, the heir of the foremost family in Jiang City. His position as the so-called leader of the underworld is largely sustained by the support of the Lu family. In a sense, he is merely a dog unleashed to attract attention. To earn Lu Chun's camaraderie, one must be of equal stature. It seems that he has offended someone of significant consequence today. He hastily bows to Lin Dong, saying, "My apologies, young Master Lin. Liuji was blind to your greatness and has offended you. I ask for your forgiveness and hope you will not hold this against me." A person of substance knows when to yield. Chun Liuji's rise to prominence is not without justification. It is a rare feat for a middle-aged man, especially one who publicly commands respect in Jiang City's underworld, to grovel before a young man barely in his 20s. Lin Dong, however, disregards Chun Liuji's apology and addresses Lu Chun. "Since Brother Lu has spoken, let us conclude today's matters here. Brother Lin, you are magnanimous. Do express your gratitude." Chun Liuji quickly interjects, "Thank you, young Master Lin." "Thank you. Let's go, Brother Lin. We should find a place to enjoy a drink." Lu Chun invites. "After you, Brother Lu." The two ascend to the upper levels of Luxurious Sands, followed by a throng of SCC members. As they depart, Lin Dong pats Lu Peng on the shoulder, instructing him to return ahead. The manager of Luxurious Sands rushes forward to guide them. The crowd of daring onlookers, along with over 100 of Chun Liuji's subordinates, remain bewildered, caught in a state of disbelief. Is it truly over? They ponder. What happened to the anticipated clash of titans? the so-called #1 in Jiang City's underworld, Chen Luji, has been struck twice and is now forced to bow an apology? Many stare at Chen Luji, incredulous. Aren't you the boss of Jiang City's underworld? Why do you appear so feeble? To be struck and yet apologize? Only a select few are privy to the underlying truths, while the rest find their perceptions irrevocably altered. He Pai lies on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, fearful that Chen Luji may exact retribution upon him. Had it not been for him, Chen Luji would not have suffered such a monumental loss of face today, and soon word of this incident would spread throughout Jiang City. The esteemed figure of the underground world will become fodder for gossip and ridicule. Of course, such discussions would occur only in hushed tones. Zhang Min and her classmates gaze at Lin Dong's retreating figure, struggling to comprehend the surreal nature of the situation, yearning to inquire about Lu Peng's insights into Lin Dong's true identity, yet unsure how to broach the subject. Lu Peng, too, is in a state of shock. He and Lin Dong were roommates during their freshman year, with their bond being the strongest among their group of 4. He never imagined Lin Dong harbored such a formidable identity. It appears he must seize an opportunity to inquire further. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun and Chen Lan exchange glances, each reflecting regret in the other's eyes. Had they forged a connection with Lin Dong during the social event orchestrated by Zhang Min, they might now be navigating Jiang City with ease. The chance encounter with someone of such stature, once dismissed by them, now feels like a lost opportunity. In a luxurious private room, within luxurious sands, 2 young men engage in conversation. Huang Li, I appreciate your hard work over these past years. Young Master Qin, you are too kind. Serving you has been my honor. Upon your return to Kyoto, I shall host a grand welcoming feast in your honor. Thank you, young Master Qin. Huang Li responds, brimming with excitement. Few are privileged to receive such an honor from young Master Qin. By the way, how is Mingwei faring? In response, young Master Qin. Miss Mingwei is doing quite well. Just then, a knock resounds at the door. Enter. A middle-aged man in his 40s steps inside. Young Master, over a dozen SCC members have gathered downstairs. Oh, do you know the reason? It appears a senior member has issued a summons. Lu Chun? No. Another senior member has emerged in Jiang City. Do not concern yourself. The SCC is merely a motley crew, aside from a few core individuals and select senior members. The rest are inconsequential. Understood, young master. The middle-aged man exits the room. Huang Li, investigate this new senior member of the SCC in Jiang City. Yes, young Master Qin. Chapter 53. Qin Jun of the Qin family, led by the manager of the luxurious Golden Sands, Lin Dong and Lu Chun, along with their companions, arrived at the opulent top-floor private room. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng, this place not only offered entertainment for guests, but also provided quiet spaces for business discussions. Come, Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. These are all members of our Jiangcheng SCC. This is my younger sister, Lu Xiaoxiao. This is Hu Yu, and this is... Lu Chun introduced each member of the Jiangcheng SCC to Lin Dong. With Lin Dong's extraordinary mental acuity, he memorized the names with a single introduction. The 12 individuals present were not the entirety of the SCC. 3 others were absent as they were not in Jiangcheng. Lin Dong observed the attendees. Lu Xiaoxiao appeared to be a typical rebellious youth, likely around 17 or 18 years old. Hu Yu seemed to be of a similar age, but her heavy makeup suggested a different demeanor. Did the scions of these prominent families not attend school? After all, who would accept such attire? Unbeknownst to him, the school was owned by the Lu family, and no one dared to intervene. May I inquire about your current endeavors in Jiangcheng, Brother Lin? I don't believe we have met before, Lu Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the others perked up, eager to hear Lin Dong's response. Gaining the status of a high-ranking member was no small feat. The notion of simply spending 100 billion to ascend to such a status was unfathomable. It was an unprecedented occurrence since the SCC's inception. Even investing 10 billion for a mid-tier membership was a rarity, with only a couple of individuals having achieved it. Few in attendance could produce 100 billion in cash. What could one accomplish with such an amount? Investing in projects or purchasing land and buildings would surely be more rewarding than merely acquiring a high-ranking membership for the sake of vanity. Unless one had an exorbitant surplus of wealth, such actions would be deemed imprudent. If Lin Dong had recently arrived in Jiangcheng, then his position as a high-ranking member suggested formidable backing. This would inevitably lead to a reshuffling of power dynamics among Jiangcheng's factions, compelling them to listen attentively. The pie of Jiangcheng was finite, and the sudden arrival of a newcomer seeking a slice would undoubtedly diminish the portions of others. Even Lu Chun considered this possibility. Prior to Lin Dong's appearance, he was the only high-ranking member of the SCC and the esteemed heir of the Lu family, wielding considerable influence. If Lin Dong indeed harbored intentions to penetrate Jiangcheng, the uncertainty surrounding his background necessitated caution. Brother Lu, I am currently attending university in Jiangcheng. However, I also own an investment company. If anyone requires funding, feel free to reach out to me. I only invest for equity and do not partake in management. Lin Dong replied. Interest peaked among the attendees. Was this not akin to receiving a monetary gift? Was such an opportunity genuinely available? What types of projects are you interested in, Brother Lin? Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chen expressed his intrigue. I am open to any project. I do not have particular preferences, Lin Dong responded. Let us arrange a time to discuss this further. He promptly received several friend requests, as they were eager to accept someone willing to invest. No one doubted Lin Dong's capabilities. Becoming a high-ranking member of the SCC was no trivial matter. However, a lingering curiosity persisted among them. Could it be that Lin Dong was merely feigning generosity to gain their favor before pursuing his own ambitions? If that were the case, collaboration would require careful consideration. In truth, Lin Dong simply wished to spend his money rapidly, amassing points to explore any new features within the system. At that moment, Lin Dong assured everyone, rest assured, I have no intention of encroaching upon Jiangcheng, nor do I wish to partake in its affairs. I merely wish to distribute some funds among you. If you're concerned, we can specify in the contract that I will not engage in management, regardless of my equity stake. Brother Lin, you jest. Lu Chun replied with a hint of awkwardness, as he too had entertained similar thoughts. Lin Dong smiled, but chose not to respond. Since achieving his mental peak, Lin Dong's sensory perception and intellect had heightened, allowing him to sense the unease among those present. Thus, he chose to address their concerns directly, confident that no one would refuse a monetary offer. Since Brother Lin has clarified his intentions, we shall not be pretentious. Jiangcheng has enjoyed stability for many years, and we hope to avoid any disturbances. Your understanding is appreciated. Understood. I reiterate, I only invest and do not engage in management. I have no designs on Jiangcheng. Should you need funding, feel free to contact me anytime. Excellent. In that case, on behalf of all members of Jiangcheng SCC, I extend a warm welcome to you. We hope for abundant opportunities for collaboration in the future. The atmosphere was jubilant as many with projects in need of funding began to introduce themselves to Lin Dong. As he had indicated, no one would turn down financial support. Lin Dong, however, was merely seeking to exchange funds for points. At the height of their discussions, Xiao Paijun entered, quietly whispering a few words to Lin Dong. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong frowned and addressed Lu Chun. Brother Lu, Paijun mentioned that there are experts entering and exiting the adjacent room. Experts? What kind of experts? Lu Chun inquired. Experts who are not easily subdued, at least not weaker than Paijun, Lin Dong replied. Oh, Lu Qian posed, glancing at Xiu Po Yunya. The moment he laid eyes on him, he sensed an overwhelming aura. Given that Paijun was capable of easily subduing Chun Lu Ji, his strength likely rivaled that of Lu family's two uncles. Thus, he immediately surmised that Lin Dong might be a vanguard sent by a prominent family to establish a foothold in Jiangcheng. However, now that Lin Dong had clarified his intentions, it seemed unlikely he genuinely sought to enter Jiangcheng. The emergence of another formidable expert raised questions. When had such powerful figures begun to proliferate in Jiangcheng? Lu Chun felt compelled to investigate further. The presence of such talent posed a significant threat, and it was essential to uncover their origins, especially since Jiangcheng was the Lu family's territory. Let's go, Brother Lin. We shall proceed together to make their acquaintance. Lu Chun declared as he stood and led the way, casting a knowing glance at Lu Xiaoxiao. The group arrived at the door of the adjacent room, only to be met by a middle-aged man who blocked their path. Xiao Paijun stepped forward, confronting the man directly. The tension in the air was palpable, as both exuded an aura that left the SCC members feeling breathless, with the exception of Lu Chun and Lin Dong. Lu Chun called out from the entrance. Which esteemed guest has graced Jiangqing? I, Lu, would like to extend my hospitality. Soon, a voice emerged from within. Shan Shu, let them in. The man, referred to as Shan Shu, pushed the door open, allowing Lu Chun and the others to enter. Inside, two young men occupied the room. Lin Dong glanced over and was startled to recognize one of them as Zhou Huili, the president of Jiangnan University's Student Council and the campus heartthrob. The other young man, whom Lin Dong did not know, appeared to be a few years older than Zhou. Shan Shu stood behind the ladder. Might I ask for your name and purpose in Jiangqing? Lu Chen inquired. Who I am and where I am going do not require a report to young Master Lu. The man retorted, evading the question. While I may not concern myself with your affairs elsewhere, your presence in Jiangqing does warrant my attention, Lu Chen asserted. You have quite the audacity, young Master Lu. Listen closely. The young man stood up and walked to Lu Chen, articulating each word with clarity. The Qin family of Kyoto. Qinzheng. The Qin family of Kyoto. Qinzheng? Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. Is he not one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Kyoto Tea Party? Qinzheng? Chapter 54. The tiger ranking master upon hearing the name of Qinzheng. One of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea clan, the members of the SCC behind Lu Chen stared in astonishment at the young man facing Lu Chen. The Kyoto Tea clan and the SCC of Magic City have always been arch rivals. The SCC was established specifically to counter the expansionist ambitions of the Kyoto Tea clan. The two factions are like oil and water, one a venerable power rooted in the north, the other a burgeoning force asserting its dominance in the south. The 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea clan are legendary figures, and it was unexpected for them to appear before them. Oh, it appears that young Master Lu is acquainted with me. I had thought that the Kyoto Tea clan had lost its allure for you, Qinzheng remarked. Qinzheng, as one of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea clan, what brings you here unannounced? Lu Chen inquired, recovering from his surprise. He was indeed taken aback. The 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea clan hold a status equivalent to the core members of the SCC. However, he felt no fear. Not only was this the territory of the SCC, but it was also the domain of the Lu family. No matter how powerful the opponent may be in the north, this was the south, Jiang City, where even dragons must kneel. Young Master Lu, I, Qinzheng, do not require your permission to go wherever I please. You lack the qualification to dictate my movements. Moreover, if I had any ulterior motives, would I come here with just one companion? Qinzheng replied, not wishing to escalate the situation. After all, he was on enemy territory and had only brought one person with him. Otherwise, given his status as one of the 8 kings, he wouldn't bother explaining himself to Lu Chen, who was not of sufficient rank. He had come to Jiangbei province for business and had merely stopped by to inquire about the whereabouts of Shangwan Mingyue through Zhou Huili, never expecting to run into Lu Chen. Had it not been for this encounter, he might have already departed. Shangwan Mingyue was the 3rd miss of the hidden Shangwan family. Both the Shangwan and Qin families were keen on uniting their families through marriage. Shangwan Mingyue had come to Jiangnan province for her studies, while Zhou Huili was sent by Qinzheng to monitor her and assist in warding off any suitors. Qinzheng's woman was not to be eyed by anyone else. Qinzheng, regardless of your intentions, I hope you will leave Jiang City at once. Otherwise, even if you are one of the 8 kings of the Tea clan, I, Lu Chen, shall test your mettle today, Lu Chen declared. Qinzheng chuckled. It had been a long time since he had been threatened in such a manner, especially by a senior member of the SCC. If he were to leave now, word would spread, undermining his standing in the Tea clan and his position as one of the 8 kings. He had intended to grant Lu Chen some face, hoping for a dignified exit for both sides, but Lu Chen's lack of respect left him no choice. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Young Master Lu, I have already shown you sufficient courtesy, but if you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me for bullying you. The Lu family is merely a small clan in a single city, hardly worthy of my concern, Qinzheng retorted. Indeed, my Lu family may not compare to your Qin family, but today I shall ascertain the true strength of the legendary 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea clan. Lu Chun exclaimed, his voice laced with fury as he repeated the word good thrice to convey his indignation. The audacity of Qin Zheng to underestimate the Lu family could not go unchallenged. Otherwise, others might come to believe the Lu family was an easy target. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 family guardians from the Lu family. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao called out. Young Master Lu. The 2 guardians greeted. Uncles, please step in to uphold the honor of the Lu family, lest some think that we lack support, Lu Chen implored. Of course, young master. The 2 guardians replied in unison. Uncle Shan, go entertain them. Qin Zheng instructed the middle-aged man behind him. Understood, young master. Uncle Shan responded, stepping forward. The 2 guardians of the Lu family advanced as well, while the onlookers retreated to provide ample space. Boom! The 3 engaged simultaneously, their fists and feet colliding, producing a sound akin to an explosive shockwave, showcasing their formidable prowess. Uncle Shan effortlessly absorbed the attacks from the 2 guardians of the Lu family. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their blows echoed, and Uncle Shan remained firm, while the 2 guardians of the Lu family were forced back several meters. The disparity in strength was evident. Lu Chun watched in astonishment as his 2 guardians struggled against Uncle Shan. Uncle Shan, end this swiftly, Qin Zheng urged from behind. Yes, young master, Uncle Shan responded. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. Nodding in agreement, they launched simultaneous attacks on Uncle Shan from opposite sides. One aimed high and the other low. Their years of cooperation ensured their combined strength exceeded the sum of their parts. Uncle Shan stood his ground. As their attacks neared, he suddenly exerted force, blocking the low sweep while delivering a powerful punch that collided with the other guardian's fist. Crash! The guardian was sent flying, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. What? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Moments ago, they had only been pushed back a few steps, but now one had been sent flying. Had the opponent concealed his true strength? The remaining guardian, stunned by the display, did not anticipate Uncle Shan's ability to fend off the low kick while simultaneously injuring his companion. By the time he attempted to retreat, it was too late. After sending one guardian flying, Uncle Shan turned and delivered a kick that struck the other guardian. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed as the second guardian was sent into the corner. Had he not instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest at the last moment, he would have sustained severe injury. Instead, his arms were now fractured. Uncle Lu, Uncle Ali, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to assist the fallen guardians. Are you a master of the tiger ranking? The injured Uncle Lu asked as Lu Chun helped him up. Uncle Shan did not respond, but instead returned to Qin Zheng's side. Chapter 55, The Clash of Masters. The Tiger List Master's Lin Dong was taken aback. This term was entirely new to him. The SCC members present, excluding Lin Dong, were all visibly shaken. This was a realm beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Some might have dismissed it as mere fiction from novels or television dramas, believing that such rankings were nothing but figments of imagination. However, in the global underworld, there exists but one true list. Those who earn a place on this list are the elite of the elite. The Tiger List is one such prestigious ranking. How about it, young Master Lu? Your family's sole expert, old Master Lu, is already in his 70s. ISNT, if one day he were to pass, would your family maintain its current prestige? Qin Zheng teased with a sly smile. Qin Zheng, how my family fares is not for you to concern yourself with. Today, you will leave something behind, for I, Lu Chun, am not someone to be trifled with, Lu Chun retorted, drawing a gun and aiming it at the man behind Qin Zheng, rather than at Qin Zheng himself. He dared not confront Qin Zheng directly. The Qin family was a venerable clan of deep-rooted heritage, far beyond the comparison of the Lu family. Should Qin Zheng be seriously harmed, or worse in Jiang City, the Lu family might very well vanish in an instant. His intent was merely to teach Qin Zheng a lesson, not to inflict severe harm. If he did nothing today, and word got out that the upper echelons of the T faction in Kyoto were parading around his doorstep, while he, as a senior member of the SCC in Shanghai, remained silent, he would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC, forever losing the opportunity to elevate himself within its ranks. Qin Zheng was indeed correct. His grandfather was in his 70s and his health was declining. Yet, There was not a single member of the Liu family capable of shouldering the family's legacy. Only by becoming a core member of the SCC could he hope to reverse the family's decline. Thus, despite knowing of Qin Zheng's affiliation with one of the 8 kings of the Tea faction in Kyoto, he chose to confront him head-on, a display intended for the eyes of the SCC's core members. Should he fail, at least it would demonstrate his courage to stand against the Tea faction's elite rather than being seen as a coward. Success would undoubtedly bolster his case for advancement within the SCC. As long as he could detain the man behind Qin Zheng, he would consider it a victory. However, upon seeing Liu Chun aim his weapon at the man behind Qin Zheng, Lin Dong's expression shifted dramatically, the levity of his demeanor replaced by a grave seriousness. There existed an unspoken agreement between the Tea faction and the SCC to refrain from using firearms during conflicts. Liu Chen's audacity to aim a gun at them was a blatant violation. "Young Master Liu, are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Lin Dong inquired. But Liu Chen offered no reply. "Liu, don't." Liu, standing beside Liu Chun, urged him to reconsider. He wished to convey that the masters of the Tiger list no longer feared such rudimentary firearms. However, it was too late. For the sake of his family, Liu Chen hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot silenced the entire room. The man who should have fallen was nowhere to be seen. "Po Yun," Lin Dong suddenly exclaimed. His senses heightened to their limits. He perceived that the man had effortlessly evaded Liu Chen's bullet and was now charging toward Liu Chun with lethal intent. Standing closest to Liu Chun, Xiao Pejun reacted swiftly to Lin Dong's shout, positioning himself between Liu Chun and the oncoming threat. Having dodged the bullet, the man surged forward with a deadly glare, daring to threaten the young master. "You shall die." Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated through the room, far louder than the preceding gunshot. The sheer force of their confrontation generated a shockwave that resonated within the enclosed space. The majority of onlookers, lacking any background in combat, clutched their ears in pain, only a few able to endure the intensity. The two figures collided and were instantly propelled backward. The man retreated several steps, while Xiao Pejun stumbled back, inadvertently knocking Liu Chun to the ground. "Brother!" Liu Xiao rushed to assist Liu Chun, who, upon rising, coughed up blood. The sheer force of the clash between two Tiger List experts was such that even a mere collision had inflicted internal injuries upon him. "Brother, why are you bleeding? Are you all right?" Liu Xiao asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao, I am mifine," Liu Chun replied, though his complexion was ashen. Regaining his composure, he cast a grateful glance at Lin Dong. Had it not been for Lin Dong's timely intervention, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. As he reflected on the incident, he realized his impulsiveness. Qin Zheng had struck a nerve, igniting his rashness. Even if he had managed to kill the man, it would have shattered the rules that governed both factions. Furthermore, he could not bring himself to kill Qin Zheng. Yet Qin Zheng could easily take his life, a stark reminder of their disparate statuses. Qin Zheng watched as the man staggered back, while the so-called Pejun also retreated. He was taken aback. He finally acknowledged Lin Dong, who had been shadowing someone capable of holding their own against the man. "Who might you be?" Qin Zheng inquired. "I am Lin Dong, a senior member of the SCC," Lin Dong replied. "So, you're the newly appointed senior member of the SCC in Jiang City?" Qin Zheng asked. "Will you stand in my way? If young Master Qin chooses to leave now, I shall not impede you," Liu Chun interjected. "However, it is laughable that you would dare to point a gun at me, the first to do so in my life. I shall ensure he pays for this transgression." Qin Zheng was genuinely incensed. As the heir of the Qin family, one of the 8 kings of the Tea faction, he could not abide by the affront of being threatened by a mere SCC member. Then there is nothing more to discuss. "Liu Chun, I shall make my move." "Uncle Shan, unleash your full strength," Qin Zheng commanded. Uncle Shan, without a word, rushed toward Xiao Pejun unfazed. Xiao Pejun met him head-on. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows, the room filled with the cacophony of their fierce combat and the explosive sounds generated by their forceful strikes against the air. Aside from Lin Dong, even the elite fighters Liu and Li struggled to perceive the rapid movements of the two masters. The average onlooker could only witness two blurred figures entangled in combat. The prowess of the Tiger List masters was beyond their comprehension. Boom! Another exchange sent both combatants reeling back, revealing minor injuries, with blood trickling from their lips. Qin Zheng was genuinely astonished. Uncle Shan was a formidable force even within the Qin family. Yet here, in this small Jiang city, he encountered an equally matched opponent. The duel had persisted long without a definitive victor, and Uncle Shan had been wounded. Lin Dong remained fixated on the battle, prepared to intervene should Xiao Pejun find himself at a disadvantage. During their last spar, Lin Dong had only exerted 50% of his strength to push Xiao Pejun back several paces. He now pondered the potential impact of unleashing his full force. Observing the fierce battle between the two masters of the Tiger rankings, he too felt a surge of eagerness. The two esteemed combatants stood quietly a mere 10 meters apart, seemingly preparing for their final, decisive strike. Chapter 56. A mutual destruction. Xiao Pejun and Uncle Shan stood 10 meters apart, both astonished by each other's formidable prowess. Yet, the unmistakable fighting spirit radiated from them. Finding an evenly matched opponent was no easy feat, especially one that favored such aggressive tactics. Growing up in the Shaolin Temple, Uncle Shan mastered its true teachings before joining the military. However, due to his reclusive nature, he offended influential figures and was ultimately rescued by the elder of the Qin family, thereafter joining them. Tasked with protecting the young master of the Qin family, Uncle Shan's strength was undoubtedly acknowledged by them. On the other hand, Xiao Pejun had long danced on the precipice of life and death, surviving for years amidst the chaos of foreign battlegrounds, returning alive through more than mere fortune. Both warriors were known for their ferocious styles, delivering blows that landed with bone-crushing impact, eschewing any notion of evasion. Consequently, they bore minor injuries, yet to them, these were trivial matters. Now, both were adjusting their states, gearing up to unleash their ultimate techniques. The atmosphere in the private room fell into a heavy silence. Lin Dong initially considered intervening, but upon meeting Xiao Pejun's gaze, he suppressed that urge. His keen instincts sensed the exhilarating fervor coursing through Xiao Pejun. His blood was boiling with anticipation for this clash, a yearning to transcend his limits. Uncle Liu and Uncle Li, esteemed protectors of the Liu family, were also intently observing the duel of the two top-tier fighters, recognizing the rare opportunity before them. Both were elite practitioners, a mere step away from entering the prestigious Tiger rankings, yet that step loomed like an insurmountable chasm, perhaps forever beyond their reach. They hoped that witnessing the confrontation between these two masters might ignite a spark of inspiration, propelling them to further heights. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the assembled SCC members gazed in disbelief at Xiao Pejun, who stood resolutely in the center of the arena. They had not anticipated such formidable strength from him, and the implications regarding Lin Dong's background became increasingly daunting, altering their perceptions of him. Suddenly, both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Two fleeting shadows surged towards one another at lightning speed, converging in a heartbeat. As they met, Uncle Shan drew upon his inner strength, channeling it through his palm with a thunderous shout, "Mighty Vajra palm!" Simultaneously, Xiao Pejun clenched his right fist close to his chest, unleashing all his power with a single, decisive strike, mentally invoking Tiger Cannon Fist. The collision erupted with a thunderous boom, echoing like celestial thunder, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. The sheer force of their encounter generated a tremendous shockwave, overturning the tables and chairs where Qin Zheng and Zhou Huili had been seated, creating the sensation of being caught in a tempest. Then, two muffled groans resonated as both Xiao Pejun and Uncle Shan were propelled backwards by the rebound force. Lin Dong rushed forward, placing a hand on Xiao Pejun's back to mitigate his staggering momentum, while Qin Zheng caught Uncle Shan as he flew back. Once they regained their footing, both warriors expelled a mouthful of blood, their breaths ragged. The intensity of their clash inflicted severe damage on one another, and it would likely take weeks for them to recover fully. "How do you feel, Pejun?" Lin Dong inquired, supporting him. "I'm fine, young master. However, I may not be able to protect you for a while," Xiao Pejun replied. "That is of no concern. First, focus on healing, Lin Dong instructed. On the opposite side, Uncle Shan attempted to speak, but was silenced by Qin Zheng. Uncle Shan, rest. I will handle things from here. He assisted Uncle Shan to a safe corner before stepping into the center of the room. Lu Chun, do you think someone will save you today? Qin Zheng declared, his aura suddenly radiating with intensity as he unsheathed a soft sword, its cold gleam cutting through the air. Before Lu Chun could respond, Qin Zheng vanished from sight. Young master, be careful. Both Uncle Lu and Uncle Li shouted in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Qin Zheng's assault commenced. Although initially only at the pinnacle of first-class strength, Uncle Lu and Uncle Li had just sustained grave injuries, significantly diminishing their power. A mere exchange saw them swiftly sent flying by Qin Zheng's 2 strikes, blood blooming upon their bodies. Without pausing, Qin Zheng charged towards Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao, thrusting his sword at Lu Chun. As the blade neared, Lu Chun closed his eyes, surrendering to fate, but Lu Xiaoxiao, in a desperate act, pushed him aside, placing herself in the path of the lethal strike. No, Lu Chun cried, eyes wide in horror. How could she sacrifice herself for him? The thought was unbearable. The sword tip halted mere centimeters from Lu Xiaoxiao, not due to a change of heart from Qin Zheng, but because 2 fingers had intercepted it. Those fingers belonged to Lin Dong. The astonished eyes of Qin Zheng widened in disbelief. How could Lin Dong, a first-class master, effortlessly halt his blade with just 2 fingers? Young Master Qin, this ends here, Lin Dong stated calmly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Uncle Shan interjected, Young Master, we must leave. Uncle Shan, Qin Zheng attempted to protest. Leave. Uncle Shan emphasized with a tone that brooked no refusal, his expression conveying an urgency that startled even Qin Zheng. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from Lin Dong that evoked a sense of dread within him. Never had he witnessed Uncle Shan speak so gravely, leaving Qin Zheng momentarily speechless. Chapter 57. A snap to shatter the sword at this moment. Qin Zheng found himself in a tumultuous conflict of emotions. Should he leave? As the eldest scion of the Qin family and one of the 8 kings of the T faction, his pride was at stake. Yet, he had never witnessed Uncle Shan speak to him in such a tone before. Having been by his side for many years, Uncle Shan would certainly not wish him harm. What to do? To depart or to remain? Qin Zheng cast a glance at the gathering in the private room. Aside from Lin Dong, who wore an indifferent expression, the others appeared visibly shaken. The climactic duel among the elite of the Tiger List was indeed exhilarating, igniting deep admiration and yearning within him. He felt compelled to stay. Even if he could not vanquish Lu Chen today, he must impart an unforgettable lesson. Retreating now would not only diminish his pride, but also impact his mindset. Having reached the pinnacle of first-rate mastery, he recognized that to ascend to the ranks of the Tiger List, one must possess unwavering resolve. Most importantly, he harbored a firm belief that no one dared to take his life, nor could anyone seriously injure him. As the distinguished heir of the Kyoto Qin family, he exuded confidence and assurance. No one in Jiang City could withstand the wrath of the Kyoto Qin family. Not the Lu family, nor any other clan could contend with their might. Hadn't he observed that even when Lu Chun wielded a gun, he only dared to point it at Uncle Shan, not at him? This exemplified the advantages of a formidable background. He could eliminate others, yet others dared not eliminate him. Having contemplated this crucial aspect, Qin Zheng exerted all his strength, thrusting the sword towards Lu Xiaoxiao's body. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the blade remained utterly motionless. How could this be? How was it possible that his full force could not overcome the mere pressure of 2 fingers? Uncle Shan recognized that Qin Zheng had no intention of leaving. As he sought to protect him, he hoped the name of the Qin family would wield sufficient deterrent power to dissuade any brutal actions. Please, show mercy, young master. The Qin family would be eternally grateful. Uncle Shan implored hastily. Lin Dong disregarded Uncle Shan's plea and addressed Qin Zheng coolly, young Master Qin. It appears you are still reluctant to relent. With that, the 2 fingers that had been gripping the sword's tip suddenly released, swiftly overlapping and gently flicking the sword's tip. A crisp sound resonated throughout the private room. It was the sound produced by rapid vibrations, sharp and piercing, echoing in the ears of those present like countless needles. The tremor transmitted through the sword rendered Qin Zheng's right arm numb, as if it were no longer his own. He instinctively relinquished the sword's hilt. In that instant, the blade could no longer withstand the intense vibrations, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. All present were left in shock, including the two Tiger List experts. Lin Dong stood calmly beside Lu Xiaoxiao, who had her eyes shut, her delicate face contorted in distress. Qin Zheng, standing 2 meters away, cradled his right arm in pain, surrounded by a carpet of soft sword fragments. As he gazed at the remnants strewn about, Qin Zheng's astonishment knew no bounds. This was a weapon crafted from cutting-edge technology, an ultra-alloy capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay, now reduced to shards by the flick of a finger. The sheer might of this individual was beyond comprehension, instilling genuine fear within him. How could someone so young possess such power? What sort of formidable family stood behind him? Uncle Shan, disregarding his own grievous injuries, broke free from Zhou Huili's support and swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Zheng. Zhou Huili stood rooted, watching Lin Dong with a dazed expression. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Dong, he felt an uncanny familiarity, yet could not place where he had encountered him before. It wasn't until Lin Dong introduced himself that Zhou Huili recalled the rumors circulating at school about the young man who had been abandoned by his girlfriend, collapsing and coughing up blood in a grove by the Jiang University playground. He even had some photos and accounts of Lin Dong saved on his phone. Despite the striking resemblance, the same name, similar age, the aura emanating from Lin Dong was entirely different. He suspected they were two distinct individuals, yet the coincidence seemed too improbable. Thus, it dawned on him that this was indeed his fellow student, Lin Dong, the one who had suffered heartbreak. Now, however, he stood before them, exuding an air of nonchalance that even made Qin Zheng seem insignificant. "Young Master Qin, shall we continue?" Lin Dong inquired. He made no further move, his sole intention being to save Lu Chun, who had assisted him in the past, especially as they belonged to the same organization. He could not bear to witness his comrade's demise. Moreover, he had no desire to make an enemy of Qin Zheng, although he felt his own strength was considerable. He acknowledged the depth of experience still lacking in himself. Additionally, there was no profound enmity between them. Qin Zheng sought to eliminate Lu Chun, not him. If someone genuinely wished to harm him, Lin Dong believed he would not hesitate to retaliate, disregarding their background. Such was the transformation brought about by strength. Qin Zheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong across Uncle Shan. He struggled to comprehend how Lin Dong, younger than himself, possessed such formidable prowess. Perhaps a realization struck him, offering a potential explanation for everything. With this thought, Qin Zheng felt a sense of clarity. Only they could cultivate such exceptional talent. However, this matter required prompt reporting back to the T faction. Their adversaries were beginning to emerge, and some had already aligned themselves with the SCC. A concerning development for the T faction. "Uncle Shan, Huili, let us depart." Zhou Huili quickly stepped forward to support Uncle Shan, and the three exited the private room together. As Qin Zheng reached the door, he turned back to Lu Chun, saying, "Lu Chun, I hope when we next meet, fortune favors you as it does today." He then addressed Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, our paths shall cross again." With that, the trio departed. Inside the private room, with the exception of Lin Dong and Xiao Pejuan, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. The presence of such a legendary figure from the Kyoto Tea faction's 8 kings had exerted immense pressure on them all. Subsequently, the way they regarded Lin Dong transformed, shifting from disdain upon their initial meeting to deep respect and admiration. Having stood toe-to-toe with one of the 8 kings and emerging victorious, Lin Dong had successfully rescued the young Master Lu. Such a remarkable feat would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the SCC in Modu. Wherever a strong individual tread, respect followed. "Brother Lin, your act of saving us today shall never be forgotten by my sister and me. If you require anything in the future, simply call upon us, and Lu Chun shall not hesitate to assist. And I too, I shall not shy away, should you need anything in Jiang City. Just mention my name, Lu Xiaoxiao," she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting back to her spirited self. Brother Liu, you are too kind. Chapter 58. On the tiger list in the vehicle, Qin Zheng sat in the back with Uncle Sean, while Zhou Huili drove at the front. Normally, it would be Uncle Sean behind the wheel, but due to his severe injuries, Zhou Huili had taken over the driving responsibilities. Their destination was Jiangbei province. Uncle Sean, what level has Lin Dong reached? Qin Zheng inquired, eager to understand the strength of someone younger than himself. Young master, I cannot discern his true abilities. Just a hint of his aura sends chills down my spine, and I'm unable to replicate his skill of snapping a sword with a mere finger. I suspect he is at least at the pinnacle of the tiger list, if not beyond. Uncle Sean pondered before responding. Above the tiger list? How is that even possible? Qin Zheng asked in astonishment. Young master, you must understand that there are always those more talented than oneself. Some individuals possess extraordinary gifts. When I was at Shaolin, I encountered a disciple whose prowess rivaled that of Lin Dong. Uncle Sean explained patiently. Do you think I have a chance to reach such heights? Qin Zheng asked. Young master, you have considerable talent. With diligence, you can certainly attain it. Uncle Sean encouraged. But by the time I reach their level, how much further ahead will they be? This time, Uncle Sean remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. There exists a distinction among individuals. Some are born with advantages that others can never hope to achieve. Some possess exceptional talent, effortlessly ascending to great heights with minimal effort, while others lack such gifts and find themselves stagnant despite their relentless toil. Thus, he struggled to find an answer, recognizing that while Qin Zheng had some talent, it paled in comparison to that of true prodigies. Young master, I am acquainted with Lin Dong. Zhou Huili, the driver, interjected. Oh, you know him? Qin Zheng asked. Indeed. He is a student at Jiangnan University. Zhou Huili confirmed. A student at Jiangnan University? Qin Zheng echoed. Yes. Zhou Huili then shared various rumors about Lin Dong and showed Qin Zheng pictures saved on his phone. So he is intentionally keeping a low profile at school? Qin Zheng inquired. That seems to be the case. Zhou Huili replied. Fascinating. A person of such formidable strength, yet chooses to remain inconspicuous. Even when his girlfriend was taken from him, he appeared unfazed. What sort of person is he? Lin Dong had escorted Xiao Pejun to the first hospital. Despite the late hour, numerous hospital authorities awaited their arrival, likely informed in advance by Lu Chen. After a comprehensive examination, no significant issues were found, only some internal injuries requiring a period of rest. Lin Dong arranged for Xiao Pejun to be hospitalized near his mother's ward, allowing him to visit her frequently. Although they could have been placed in adjacent rooms, Xiao Pejun chose to keep a distance to avoid worrying his mother about his injuries. Po Yun, focus on your recovery. Spend time with your mother and don't think about anything else. Once you and your mother are discharged, settle in Jiangqing. I will take care of everything for you, Lin Dong assured him in the hospital room. Thank you, young master. During my hospital stay, I can call my two brothers to take my place. They've been through thick and thin with me abroad, and their skills are nearly on par with mine. Xiu Po Yun responded. These two individuals were brothers who had faced life and death alongside him. Xiao Pejun wished to assist them as well. When they returned, they had given all their earnings to the families of their comrades who remained abroad, who were undoubtedly struggling. Being able to follow someone like Lin Dong while continuing to fight alongside his brothers was the best outcome. Oh, you have such brothers? Bring them over quickly, as many as you can. I will provide them with the best treatment, Lin Dong urged. The more skilled allies like Xiao Pejun, the better. Money was no object. There were 3 of us who returned from our journey. The others remain abroad forever, Xiao Pejun said in a somber tone. My condolences, Lin Dong said. Petting Xiu Po Yun is showed. Young master, I am fine. We have all clawed our way back from the brink of death. There is nothing to be despondent about. That's good to hear. Have him come by tomorrow. Yes, young master. By the time Lin Dong returned to the Jiangnan International Mansion, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After a quick shower, he lay down and glanced at his phone, which was inundated with messages. Son Siyu, Lin Dong, when are you free? My parents would like to invite you to dinner to express their gratitude. Lin Dong, no need. It was no big deal. Shortly after sending that, Son Siyu replied again. Son Siyu, it may not seem significant to you, but it is a monumental matter for our family. Lin Dong, all right. However, I won't have time in the next few days. Let's wait until next week. Sun, see you. Okay, I will await your call. After finishing his conversation with Sun Siyu, Lin Dong opened a message from Lu Peng. Lu Peng, Dongzi, are you alright? Thank you for today. If you had T shown up, I don't know what would have happened to Min Min and me. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 at Fully Jinsha? Lin Dong, Mifine. I'm already back and preparing to rest. Didn't you send me a message saying you were in danger at room 47? Lu Peng, I didn't send you anything. Besides, I didn't know you were hiding your skills so well. Based on your previous performance, calling you over would have meant death for us. So, when will you explain yourself to us? Lin Dong was taken aback. Lu Peng hadn't sent him a distress message, who then had used Lu Peng's phone to contact him. Check this out. Lin Dong sent a screenshot of the message he received from Lu Peng's phone. Lu Peng glanced at the time and said, "That message must have been sent by a classmate of Min Min S. At that moment, I was kicked and my phone flew away. I should thank her, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Dong, Da Peng, you should comfort Zhang Min well. She must have been terrified today. Let's have a meal together sometime, and I'll explain everything." Lu Peng, you don't need to tell me that. I was just in the same bed with her. Now I'm off to take a shower. Lin Dong, damn. You scoundrel. Da Peng, don't be envious, bro. Once you win over Han Shiyan, you can do the same. All right, I'll stop talking. Min Min is back from her shower, and I need to make my move. I'll express my gratitude properly another day. Lin Dong tossed his phone onto the bed, too exhausted to respond to anyone else. He had had quite the day. He would deal with everything tomorrow. Chapter 59. Changes brought by strength the following day. Lin Dong awoke to find it was already midday. After rising and refreshing himself, he headed to the Golden Leaf Hotel for a meal, taking the opportunity to pack some highly nutritious food for Xiao Peijuan and his mother before making his way to the first hospital. As Lin Dong approached the hospital, two men in their 30s entered Xiao Peijuan's hospital room and began conversing with him. "Boss, what happened to you? Who could have harmed you so severely?" One inquired. "Indeed, you've rarely sustained such grave injuries, even amidst the hail of bullets. Given your physical resilience, you'll need at least a month to recover. What is this? Are you two planning to avenge me?" Xiao Peijuan responded. "Please, you can't even handle it yourself. If we went, we'd just be delivering vegetables." Another retorted. "Who the hell said I couldn't handle it? It was mutual destruction, understand? He is not in any better shape. I bet he is lying in bed, just like me." "Seriously injured? Who did this? Where can we find him? We'll take care of him. Get lost. By the way, how have you been lately?" Xiao Peijuan asked. "Don't mention it. I lack education, just brute strength. Back home, that is of no use. I can only earn a living moving bricks at the construction site, but it's more stable than abroad. At least I can sleep soundly." "I'm in a similar situation," the other man replied. "If we had taken that last job, all 12 of us would be just fine." Xiao Peijuan's voice grew somber. "Boss, it was a unanimous decision among us. We all wanted to return home, afford a car, buy a house, and marry. It's just unfortunate that fate has been unkind to us brothers." At this point, a heavy silence enveloped the three men, a shared burden weighing upon them. Just before their planned return home, 9 out of their 12 brothers had perished. Only the 3 of them returned, and upon their return, they distributed every penny they had earned over the years to the families of the fallen. After a moment, Xiao Peijuan spoke again. "Now that you're here, don't go back. You'll waste your skills. What can we do? Conditions here are much stricter than abroad. Any lapse in attention could land us in jail." One of them questioned. "I'm currently working with Lin Xiao. He is attending university in Jiangxing. I'm primarily tasked with ensuring his safety. While I recover, you'll take my place. Lin Xiao has assured me that he will offer you the highest treatment." "Really? Protecting a client's safety is our forte, and the domestic situation is much safer than abroad. It should be relatively easy. How much does Lin Xiao pay per month?" "I can earn 8,000 moving bricks at the construction site. I won't settle for less." "You're thinking too highly of it. You think it's like abroad? This job is far less taxing than construction. The pay will certainly be lower." Another interjected. "At the very least, it should be 5,000. You two are so short-sighted. Let me tell you, the car Lin Xiao has provided for me is worth millions. He won't be concerned about your petty salaries. It starts at a minimum of 10,000. "Really? Then I want to be going back. When will you introduce us to Lin Xiao?" "Perhaps in the afternoon." P.S. likely resting now. I'll give him a call then. As the three continued their conversation, Lin Dong entered the room. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Pajuan exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to be stopped by Lin Dong. Take it easy, Pajuan. I brought you some food. These two must be your brothers, right? Lin Xiao. Allow me to introduce them, Xiao Pajuan said, presenting his two brothers who had returned from abroad. One, slightly taller, was named Yu Bing, while the other, somewhat shorter, was named Wei Yong. Both possessed a robust presence, exuding strength in their every movement, a true manifestation of explosive power. Please rest, Pajuan. I'll take them out for a meal to welcome them, Lin Dong suggested. Lin Xiao, we can manage on our own. You don't need to trouble yourself. Yu Bing replied. Since you're here, you'll follow my lead. You two accompany Lin Xiao, Xiao Pajuan insisted. Lin Dong drove a Mercedes G-Class, taking the two men to the luxurious Fuli Jinsha, with Lin Dong and his Bugatti Chiron leading the way. Due to Xiao Pajuan's injury, he had left his Bugatti behind. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong skillfully followed Lin Dong's car. For those who had been mercenaries abroad for years, driving was second nature. They could maneuver anything from cars to tanks. Guobing, it seems our boss has indeed made the right connections. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly affluent. That car he drives must be worth tens of millions, and he treats people well, even personally delivering food to our boss, Wei Yong remarked. Absolutely. We must perform well to uphold our boss's honor, Yu Bing replied. Of course. Lin Dong led them to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon seeing the lavish decor, both Yu Bing and Wei Yong were taken aback. Despite their years abroad, they had only seen such opulence in war-torn countries, making such establishments seem unattainable. Lin Xiao, we can just find a casual place to eat. No need for such extravagance, they suggested. Not at all. This is my establishment. In the future, whenever you have free time, your meals and accommodations will be covered here, Lin Dong assured them. You own this place? We'll be eating and staying here from now on? They stared, astonished, at the 8-star hotel before them. After a sumptuous meal, both men felt a sense of fulfillment. They had never experienced such exquisite cuisine throughout their lives. Later that evening, Lu Chun called Lin Dong, requesting his presence at Fuli Jinsha. Upon arrival, Lin Dong found He Pai and Chun Lu kneeling in the private room. As he entered, they repeatedly bowed their heads, pleading, Lin Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I won't dare again. Thud, thud, thud. They continued to bow, their foreheads bleeding from their fervent apologies. Lin, I leave these two to your discretion. Do as you see fit, and I'll handle the aftermath, Lu Chun stated, rising before exiting the room. Lin Dong observed the two in silence. This was the transformation brought about by power. If he were still an ordinary university student, how would the fate of Lu Peng and his girlfriend have unfolded? Lin Dong summoned Lu Peng and Zhang Min. Upon arrival, Zhang Min instinctively felt a twinge of fear, while Lu Peng rushed to He Pai, unleashing a flurry of punches. The room echoed with He Pai's agonizing cries. He had been unable to contain himself, witnessing his girlfriend being mistreated. Had Lin Dong not intervened, he would have carried the trauma for life. Ultimately, Lu Peng's assault left He Pai hospitalized with multiple fractures before he ceased. Chun Lu remained untouched, although he was He Pai's support. He had no direct involvement in the matter. He was merely another target for Xiao Pajuan. Chapter 60. Huang Junlang's provocation. Thus, the May Day holiday came to a close. On the first day of school, Lin Dong strolled through the campus of Jiang University. Wow, isn't that the piano prince, Lin Dong? If he sings Boy for Me just once, I would gladly be his girlfriend. Dream on. There's no way that Lin Dong would ever be interested in someone like you. What if he actually prefers girls like me? He must certainly be drawn to someone like me. Lin Dong cast a fleeting glance at the two who had just spoken, involuntarily shivering at the sight. One weighed 180 pounds, while the other was riddled with acne. Hastily, he quickened his pace towards his classroom, aware that numerous others were whispering about him along the way, most of whom belonged to the same unfortunate category as those two. The girls at this school were indeed incomparable to those at the Communication University. They paled in comparison by several notches. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that most of his classmates were already seated. They regarded Lin Dong with peculiar gazes, a testament to his astonishing performance at the May Day Gala, where he had not only composed and written the lyrics, but also played and sung his own song. The key point was that the song was exceptionally melodious. Lin Dong scanned the room and felt a slight relief upon spotting Su Ying-shua. Finally, someone who wasn't intimidating. Settling into his seat, the morning slipped away. In the afternoon, during elective classes, Lin Dong was coaxed by his roommates, Lu Peng and others, to the indoor basketball court. Previously, he had often joined them, as he relished the exhilaration of hearing his classmates cheer. Of course, the most significant motivation was that Jiang Shan enjoyed watching him play. Although that was merely a figment of his imagination. Given his skills, he could only partake in casual games with Lu Peng and his friends. He was far from good enough to participate in class-level competitions due to his lack of talent. Despite his nearly 1.8-meter height, his physique was too slender, lacking strength, and a mere shove would send him stumbling back several steps, compounded by the absence of practice. However, that was in the past. Now, Lin Dong's physical condition had reached its peak. He stood firm, and no one could easily push him around. The four of them began to form teams on the court, 2 against 2, with Lu Peng and Lin Dong on one side, and Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao on the other. Lu Peng was a member of the school's basketball team. Although merely a substitute, he was not someone just anyone could compare to, thus he had to drag along Lin Dong, the novice, to ensure a fair game. Lin Dong primarily took on the role of serving the ball. After a while, it became evident that it was Lu Peng against 2 opponents. While the four were engrossed in their game, Huang Junlang arrived with a few companions. Due to the limited number of indoor basketball courts, everyone was vying for space. Although the outdoor courts were plentiful, the afternoon sun made them uninviting, and few would willingly endure the heat. Typically, if someone occupied a court, others would refrain from challenging them, unless they teamed up to play, in which case, if the other party disagreed, they would have to leave. This, of course, was the usual scenario. There were a few privileged individuals at the school, however, who could simply arrive and have others yield the court to them. For instance, the student council president, the illustrious Zhou Huili, was someone no one dared to oppose. Huang Junlang had yet to reach such heights. As Lin Dong stood outside the three-point line serving, Huang Junlang and his group approached nearby. One of them called out loudly, "Huang, I heard you got Jiang Shan pregnant. Is it true? What do you think? She's so fragile. Just a few times, and she's already pregnant. What a hassle." Huang Junlang replied with a sigh. "What are you planning to do about it? Are you going to marry her?" "Marry? Not a chance. What do you expect me to do? Just give her a few thousand to get rid of the kid." "Huang, you're amazing. That Lin Dong was with Jiang Shan for so long, and she never got pregnant, yet you managed it in just a few days. Let me be honest with you. Jiang Shan was still a virgin when we got together. I don't like picking up someone else's worn-out shoes." "What? A virgin? Does that mean Lin Dong is incapable?" "How would I know? But it's quite possible." Laughter erupted from a group. Their loud conversation drew the attention of those around, rekindling memories of Lin Dong's recent fainting incident. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan was walking nearby, with Zhu Yan, overhearing their remarks, her face turning pale and tears welling in her eyes. Lin Dong turned to glance at Huang Junlang, who was defiantly staring back. Lu Peng and others arrived as well. "Huang Junlang, I can't control what you say, but if you dare mention my name again today, I will make you leave on your knees. Do you believe me?" Lin Dong said coolly, genuine anger simmering within him. He could care less about Huang Junlang's remarks concerning Jiang Shan. That was her choice. However, to publicly declare him incapable in front of so many people was utterly intolerable. Huang Junlang was about to respond when he noticed Jiang Shan's pale face and red eyes fixed on him. "Huang Junlang, have you no humanity? How much suffering has Jiang Shan endured because of you? How dare you speak of her like that in front of others?" Zhu Yan exclaimed, her face filled with fury. At that moment, Huang Junlang felt somewhat embarrassed. He had previously made Lin Dong faint from anger in the woods. Seeing Lin Dong here, he aimed to provoke him again, hoping to embarrass him in front of an even larger audience. After all, Lin Dong had the audacity to walk with Han Shiyun, and he should be prepared for retaliation. Yet, he had not anticipated Jiang Shan's presence behind him. "Huang Junlang, why you treat me this way? When we were together, you spoke of eternal love, of marriage after graduation, and now Just a few days later, Jiang Shan sobbed, looking at him. Huang Junlang found himself in a precarious position. There was no way he could apologize to Jiang Shan in front of everyone. How could he maintain his reputation as a prominent figure at Jiang University? Thus, he steeled himself and declared, Jiang Shan, I'm bored with you now. You just want more money, right? How much do you want? Just tell me, and I'll give it to you. In front of so many people, he couldn't afford to lose face. If necessary, he would spend a bit more money afterward to buy her some clothes or bags to placate her. Jiang Shan was taken aback by Huang Junlang's words. She was at a loss for how to respond, and, in tears, turned to flee. Huang Junlang, you are nothing but a beast, Zhu Yan shouted before hastily pursuing Jiang Shan. Chapter 61. Bullfighting. Jiang Shan and Zhu Yan have departed, yet the atmosphere remains charged with arrogance. On Lin Dong's side stand 4 individuals, while Huang Junlang's cohort comprises 5, among whom is a towering figure, the starting center of the school basketball team, standing at nearly 6 feet and weighing no less than 250 pounds. At first glance, it appears that Lin Dong's faction is at a disadvantage. The onlookers, ever eager for drama, continue to incite the two parties, as spectators often do. However, a brawl on a university campus is a significant affair, having crossed Jiang University's threshold of tolerance. Except for Lin Dong, who remains unfazed, the others dare not breach this boundary. Even Huang Junlang, a wealthy heir, is cautious. Should he be expelled, not only would his source of funds be severed by his father, but he might also face physical repercussions. The standoff persists until a suggestion arises for a 3v3 basketball showdown as a means to resolve their conflict, arguably the most fitting solution on the court. Huang Junlang promptly agrees, seeing it as an opportunity. On Lin Dong's side, only Lu Peng is a viable competitor, being a bench player on the team. The remaining 2 are of mediocre skill, and Lin Dong's abilities are hardly worth mentioning. Huang Junlang, confident in his team, boasts of the starting center's prowess, asserting that victory is all but assured. Lin Dong, what do you say? Are you man enough to accept the challenge? If you're too scared, we can play 3 against 4, Huang Junlang taunts. Don't fall for it, Dongzi. He's just trying to provoke you. With the gorilla present, we don't stand chance. Lu Peng whispers anxiously. Lu Peng, though not one to easily concede, recognizes the formidable presence of Yang Shu, the starting center, whose dominance during practice sessions is well known. Half a game of bullfighting seems futile against him, given his size and endurance. Huang Junlang, noticing Lu Peng's attempts to dissuade Lin Dong, interjects, Lu Peng, stop whining like a coward. Why not let Yang Shu sit this one out? Let us settle it without him. Lu Peng retorts. Without Yang Shu? I might as well fight you with my hands tied. A coward is a coward. If you lack the guts, then just leave. Huang Junlang scoffs. Before Lu Peng can respond, Lin Dong interjects, all right, let us do this. Dongzi, Lu Peng exclaims, alarmed. Don't worry, Da Peng. I can handle this. Lin Dong asserts confidently. His past lack of basketball prowess does not define his current capabilities. Quietly, he enhances his skills to a proficient level, fueled by his exceptional physicality. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lin Dong has become almost a cheat code on the basketball court. Lin Dong, remember your words. A gentleman's promise is hard to retract, Huang Junlang declares. Indeed, Huang Junlang. How shall we compete? Lin Dong inquires. Since it's a competition, there must be stakes. How about this? The loser must shout, I am a loser, 3 times in front of the entire school during the broadcast tomorrow, followed by hosting a banquet at the Golden Leaf Hotel to apologize. What do you think? Huang Junlang proposes. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest, Lin Dong replies nonchalantly. Dongzi, Lu Peng attempts to voice his concerns, but is interrupted by Lin Dong. Don't worry, Da Peng. Just do your best. All right. The rules are simple. 3v3 bullfighting. The first team to score 10 points wins. 3-pointers count as 2. Is that acceptable? Huang Junlang confirms. Absolutely. Lin Dong affirms. By the way, will you field 3 or 4 players? Huang Junlang playfully asks. 3. Lin Dong responds assertively. This is your choice. Don't blame us for taking it easy on you. The news of the impending 3v3 bullfighting match spreads quickly, igniting excitement among the students. The stakes, public embarrassment, and financial liability are considerable, as hosting a banquet at the Golden Leaf Hotel could cost thousands. Soon, the gymnasium buzzes with an increasing crowd, with some students even skipping classes to witness the spectacle. Lin Dong's classmates flock to support him, while others come merely to see him falter. Wow, isn't that one of the three goddesses, Han Shiyun? I can't believe she's here, someone exclaims. You might not know, but I've heard rumors that Han Shiyun is involved with Lin Dong. Another responds incredulously. Is that even possible? I saw them leave campus together. Isn't Huang Junlang pursuing Han Shiyun? It seems Lin Dong has beaten him to the punch. Rumor has it Huang Junlang first stole Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan. And in retaliation, Lin Dong won over Huang Junlang's unattainable goddess. Unbelievable. Look, ISNT that suing Shua? Another shouts. Wow, indeed. Now, with only Shangwan Mingyuan missing, do you think she'll show up? Probably not. She's not one for crowds. As the teams prepare, Lin Dong fields Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua, opting to observe their performance before joining in. Huang Junling's team consists of himself, the imposing Yang Shu, and a loyal sidekick. The referee, another member of the school team, signals the start of the game. Lu Peng initiates the ball, expertly maneuvering it while keeping his body low, dribbling past Huang Junlang. With a sudden burst of speed, he accelerates to the right, but Huang Junlang swiftly blocks his path. Lu Peng then makes a quick stop, switching to his left hand and darting left. Huang Junlang fails to keep pace, allowing Lu Peng to penetrate the key. Just as Lu Peng leaps to score, an enormous shadow looms before him. Yang Shu springs up, ready to block the shot. Thinking quickly, Lu Peng passes the ball to the open Fan Biao at the wing. With no defender in sight, Fan Biao takes the opportunity to leap and score, putting Lin Dong's team ahead 1-0 to thunderous applause. Good shot. Well done. Cheers erupt from the crowd, while Huang Junlang's expression darkens. As the second ball begins, Huang Junlang takes possession, dribbling flamboyantly to the crowd's delight. However, his attempts to evade Lu Peng are thwarted. He steps in for a mid-range jumper, but the ball clangs off the rim. Just as everyone prepares to rebound, a hand thrusts the ball back into the net. Yang Shu, displaying his undeniable prowess, executes a putback dunk. Unbelievable. Go Gorilla. Dunk it again. The crowd erupts in various cheers as the score evens at 1-1. Chapter 62. The basketball prodigy following his initial lesson, the mighty gorilla, Yang Shu, remained steadfast and unperturbed by Lu Peng's tactics. He positioned himself firmly within the paint, refusing to leap easily. Consequently, Lu Peng and his two companions found themselves at a standstill, too intimidated to venture into the restricted area and relegated to shooting from the perimeter. Unfortunately, their shooting touch was woefully lacking that day, with multiple attempts yielding not a single basket. With Yang Shu guarding the paint, Huang Junlang was afforded limitless opportunities to fire away. Despite his low shooting percentage, he benefited from the presence of someone to secure the rebounds. Yang Shu single-handedly dominated both offensive and defensive boards, leaving Huang Junlang under no pressure whatsoever. The score quickly escalated to 2-8, with Lin Dong's team managing only 2 points while Huang Junlang's team had already amassed 8. A mere 2 more points for them would clinch victory. At this juncture, Lin Dong was set to enter the game. If he delayed any longer, Huang Junlang could potentially seal the match with a 3-pointer. Lin Dong signaled the referee to call a timeout. During the break, Lu Peng and his companions returned to their bench. Sore Dongji. My shooting touch is off today. I can't seem to sink anything from the outside. Lu Peng expressed his regret. We're not faring any better, chimed in Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua. Not to worry. I'll take on this responsibility. Just give it your all. I'll step onto the court first. Those who are fatigued can take a breather, Lin Dong reassured them. I'll sit out, Zhou Wenhua declared. All right, Wenhua, you take a rest. As the timeout concluded, Lin Dong led Lu Peng and Fan Biao back onto the court. Wait, we're substituting? ISNT that the guy from the May Day Gala, who sang boy. What's his name, Lin Dong? Can he even play basketball? Ding Wei scoffed loudly. Ever since the May Day Gala, Ding Wei had harbored resentment towards Lin Dong, a previously unnoticed underachiever who suddenly rose to fame as a piano prince. It should have been his moment in the spotlight alongside Su Yingxiu. Yet it had been Lin Dong who garnered the accolades. Ding Wei's remarks sparked discontent among many classmates. Ding Wei, it's one thing not to cheer for your own classmates, but it's quite another to rain on their parade. You're still the class monitor. One classmate retorted. Exactly. This reeks of envy. Lin Dong is far more talented than you. Not only does he write his own lyrics and compose, but he can also perform. Several female classmates defended Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong had become an idol for many girls in the class. They had only recently noticed how charming and charismatic he had become since the gala. Presently, Lin Dong had amassed a considerable fan base at Jiang University. Su Yingxue watched Lin Dong enter the court with curiosity, eager to see what else he could do. Han Shiyun also observed him, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Huang Junlang regarded Lin Dong's arrival with contempt. Lin Dong, remember noon tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I'll be eagerly awaiting your self-assessment. You big loser. The match was far from over. Do you honestly believe you have a chance to win? You can't possibly think your mere presence will turn the tide, right? You're overestimating yourself. Lin the big loser, Huang Junlang derided. We'll see after the game. Lin Dong replied, unperturbed. He preferred to let his skills speak for themselves. Empty words were of little consequence. The more one spoke, the harder the slap of reality would sting. The game resumed. The ball was now in Lin Dong's possession. He stood beyond the three-point arc, passing the ball to Lu Peng, then motioning for a return pass. As Lu Peng prepared to drive, he reconsidered and returned the ball to Lin Dong. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Dong raised it with his right hand above his head, facing off against Huang Junlang's sidekick, who clearly underestimated him. With hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, the crowd held its breath in anticipation of Lin Dong's next move. With a swift motion, Lin Dong pushed the ball forward. What on earth? Is this how you play? Is it a shot? Was the collective thought of everyone present, including those on the court who had already rushed to the basket in anticipation of a rebound. Yet, 3 seconds later, the crowd was left in stunned silence. The basketball swished cleanly through the net. Lin Dong's team. 4. Huang Junlang's team. 8. Did that just go in? Can you believe it? No way. That must be a fluke. Despite their disbelief, the score stood as it was. Lin Dong, keep it up. You're so cool. Do it again. Some of Lin Dong's fans began to cheer enthusiastically. The game continued. Huang Junlang now had possession of the ball. Lin Dong approached to defend, while Lu Peng ventured into the paint to match up against the gorilla, Yang Shu. Don't think that just because you got lucky with one shot, you can alter the outcome. Allow me to demonstrate what real basketball is, Huang Junlang proclaimed, showcasing an array of flashy dribbling moves. Lin Dong remained casually positioned before Huang Junlang, refusing to adopt a defensive posture. You're provoking me, huh? You'll soon learn the consequences, Huang Junlang declared, suddenly accelerating past Lin Dong on his right. Lin Dong showed no reaction. Huang Junlang beamed with triumph as he approached the paint, preparing to leap for a layup. Huh? Where's the ball? My ball? Where did it go? Huang Junlang spun around, only to find Lin Dong standing beyond the three-point line, holding the ball in the same position as before, pushing it once again. Another clean swish. Lin Dong's team. 6. Huang Junlang's team. 8. That first shot was luck. But what about the second? The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, a true master. How did he steal that ball? Did anyone catch that? I didn't see it. It was like a blur, and suddenly Huang Junlang lost the ball. Who was it that said Lin Dong couldn't play? This guy is definitely a pro. Huang Junlang, his face darkened with frustration, continued to handle the ball. This time, he refrained from speaking, opting for a more straightforward approach. He dribbled calmly, ready to pass the ball to Yang Shu for a strong finish under the basket. However, before he could secure the ball, a gust of wind swept past him, and his hands were left empty. Lin Dong snatched the ball from Huang Junlang, crossing the three-point line and casually tossing it toward the basket. Another clean swish. Lin Dong's team. 8. Huang Junlang's team. 8. In that moment, the arena fell silent. Everyone was in awe. 3 consecutive three-pointers, all swishing through the net. This was no mere stroke of luck. Lin Dong was undoubtedly a master in disguise. Huang Junlang called for a timeout. There was no choice. If Lin Dong made another three-pointer, it would spell doom for his team. They needed to strategize on how to contain Lin Dong. Chapter 63. I can dunk too. Huang Junlang called timeout, deliberating on how to restrict Lin Dong. In Lin Dong's team's resting area, the atmosphere was lively. All right, Dongzi, you've been hiding your skills too well, one of his teammates exclaimed. Yeah, when you were playing with us, you weren't taking it seriously. Do you look down on us? Lu Peng and others teased Lin Dong, astonished by his prowess. Although Lu Peng was aware of Lin Dong's enigmatic identity, he anticipated his exceptional basketball skills. Not all, guys. I've just had a breakthrough recently. Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. How could he explain this? Should he reveal that he had acquired a remarkable system that allowed him to learn anything effortlessly? Would they even believe it? In the audience, Han Shiyun watched Lin Dong take a break, preparing to bring him some water. Before she could move, she noticed several girls rushing to offer him drinks. She could only puff her cheeks in frustration, sitting there in a huff. Lin Dong, you're so handsome. Here, have some water, one girl exclaimed, running onto the court with a bottle. Drink mine, drink mine. Before Lin Dong could react, more girls approached him with bottles. Lin Dong, I admire you so much. Could you write me a song? I already have a title in mind. Girl. Lin Dong was suddenly surrounded by numerous girls, while Huang Junlang stood with a few men, lacking any admirers. Despite Huang Junlang's wealth, as a bona fide rich second generation, his reputation was far from stellar. He was known for being arrogant and a playboy. Seeing Lin Dong's popularity, Huang Junlang felt a surge of irritation and quickly motioned to his teammates to return to the court, signaling the referee to resume the game. The match continued, and Huang Junlang prepared to pass the ball from beyond the three-point line. Yang Shu, the towering player known as Gorilla, abandoned his post under the basket to receive Huang Junlang's pass. He bent down, dribbling with his right hand, gearing up to drive toward the basket. With his height and weight, he was practically assured of success. Lu Peng found himself being pushed back step by Yang Shu, unable to counter the overwhelming physicality. He could only desperately defend himself, but it was futile. Soon, he was forced under the basket. Yang Shu leaped, gripping the ball with his right hand, preparing to dunk it over Lu Peng. What a great play! Huang Junlang shouted. This shot was a guaranteed score, in terms of dominance under the basket. Yang Shu reigned supreme at Jian University. Just as Yang Shu soared to slam the ball into the hoop, a figure suddenly appeared before him, swatting the ball out of his hand. The unexpected presence was none other than Lin Dong, who had been vigilantly observing Yang Shu's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to block. To the astonishment of everyone familiar with basketball, the starting center of Jian University's team, nicknamed Gorilla, had been denied. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Did Lin Dong really just block Yang Shu's powerful dunk? Am I seeing things? This is incredible. The chatter filled the arena as Lin Dong's previous 3 consecutive three-pointers hadn't evoked such awe. The crowd merely cheered. However, this block left them utterly shocked. To dare challenge Yang Shu and succeed was nothing short of extraordinary. Enthusiastic cheers echoed throughout the gymnasium. Lin Dong, go for it. Lin Dong, I love you. Various cries surged in unison. Huang Junlang appeared utterly dejected. Yang Shu landed on the court, still in shock. He couldn't believe he had been blocked, especially on Jian University's home ground. Even representing the school in external competitions, he had never faced such humiliation beneath the basket. Confronting Lin Dong, who was nearly a head shorter than him, Yang Shu uttered the first words he had spoken since entering the court. Lin Dong, you are impressive, yet his tone was laced with palpable anger. Lin Dong shrugged in response. You're not bad yourself. Before sprinting to the three-point line to receive the ball, leaving Yang Shu with a mix of emotions. As the ball fell after Lin Dong's block, it landed near Fan Biao. Lin Dong caught the ball pass to him, and Huang Junlang immediately closed in, denying him any chance to shoot. Lin Dong feinted left and right, but Huang Junlang remained glued to him. In reality, Lin Dong could have taken a shot. Huang Junling's defense posed little obstacle. However, he yearned for a more spectacular victory. What I say, dunk? I could do that too. Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Peng before swiftly maneuvering around Huang Junlang. Lu Peng returned the ball to Lin Dong, and without Huang Junlang in his way, Lin Dong charged into the paint. What is Lin Dong up to? Isn't he known for his sharpshooting? Why is he driving inside? The audience murmured. Perhaps he wanted to dunk as well. But who could dunk over Yang Shu? Moments ago, Yang Shu had been blocked by Lin Dong. Yet Lin Dong seemed undeterred. He dashed into the key, leaping high like an eagle, his right hand poised to strike the ball from above. The entire gymnasium held its breath, fixated on Lin Dong. Yang Shu watched Lin Dong approach, determined not to let him perform a dunk over him, especially after being humiliated by the earlier block. As Lin Dong leapt for the dunk, Yang Shu jumped in response, attempting to swat the ball from Lin Dong's grasp. But unlike before, the basketball did not fly away. Instead, both players found themselves in a fierce contest, the ball wedged between their hands. Many spectators captured this moment on their phones. Witnessing a pinnacle of athleticism, Lin Dong, unfazed, exerted a slight additional force with his right hand. Yang Shu struggled to maintain his ground. Lin Dong's strength propelled the ball, and with a resounding thud, it slammed into the hoop. Yang Shu withdrew his hand just in time, realizing he could no longer thwart Lin Dong's attempt. He feared that if he didn't T-pull back, Lin Dong's force could injure him. To his astonishment, Lin Dong was far more powerful than he had anticipated. As Lin Dong's body collided with his, Yang Shu felt an overwhelming force push him backward, causing him to lose balance and fall. Lin Dong landed gracefully, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 64. The Birthday Feast. A spectacular event. The crowd was left in utter disbelief as Yang Shu was astonishingly dunked by Lin Dong. How could Lin Dong, standing at merely 1.8 meters tall and weighing over 100 kilograms, manage to send flying Yang Shu, who towered nearly 2 meters and weighed around 260 to 270 pounds? This was a complete upheaval of everyone's expectations. Yang Shu lay on the ground, dazed and confused. Not only had he been blocked, but he had also been dunked. He felt utterly humiliated and found it hard to muster the courage to rise. Huang Junlang stood nearby, his eyes wide with shock. A deafening cheer erupted from the audience. Following his title as the Piano Prince, Lin Dong had now earned the moniker of the Basketball Prince. The next shot held no suspense. After intercepting the ball, Lin Dong effortlessly turned his back to the basket and executed a graceful behind-the-back shot. The basketball swished through the net, bringing the score to Lin Dong's team 11, Huang Junlang's team 8. Did Lin Dong truly shoot without even glancing at the basket? This was beyond comprehension. In the previous game, he had successfully landed 4 three-pointers and a thunderous dunk. What was even more baffling was that he had thrown the last three-pointer without looking at the hoop. The match concluded, and Lin Dong's name echoed once more throughout Jiang University. That evening, Huang Junlang hosted a modest banquet at the Golden Leaf Hotel, serving the cheapest dishes available. Lin Dong and his companions did not mind, as they were simply grateful to have something to eat. The following afternoon, Lin Dong shouted 3 times in the broadcasting room, "I'm a novice at this," eliciting a wave of laughter from the entire student body. Huang Junlang felt utterly humiliated, and his resentment towards Lin Dong only grew, as he constantly schemed for revenge. The days passed in an unremarkable manner until the weekend arrived, when Lin Dong promised Sun Si that he would accompany her home. A promise made was a promise kept. On Thursday, while attending class, Lin Dong received a text message from Han Shurian. "Lin Dong, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal." Lin Dong pondered for a moment. With no other commitments, he decided to accept. It would be impolite to refuse a goddess's invitation. He replied, "Sure, just let me know the location, and I will be there tomorrow." Han Shiyun responded, "It's a deal. No backing out. I'll provide the location tomorrow." Lin Dong replied, "Okay." The next day, Lin Dong received a call from Han Shurian, directing him to a restaurant next to the luxurious Golden Sands. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiang City, the surrounding restaurants were plentiful. Dining there would allow for immediate entertainment afterward. How delightful. Lin Dong drove his Bugatti to the luxurious Golden Sands and parked at the entrance. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was taken aback by the large crowd. 3 substantial tables filled with at least 20 people. Even Huang Junlang and his flashy companions were present. "Lin Dong, you just dined with us a few days ago. What brings you here again to mooch?" Huang Junlang seized every opportunity to taunt Lin Dong. "Huang Junlang, are you still sore from losing a few days ago? Perhaps we should have a rematch sometime?" Lin Dong retorted. This ISNT school, who would compete in basketball here? Besides, today is Shiyun's birthday, and you didn't even bring a gift. What are you here for? Lin Dong genuinely hadn't realized that it was Han Shiyun's birthday. Had he known in advance, he would have avoided coming. Primarily because he disliked mingling with people like Huang Junlang, most of whom he barely knew. Enough. You two, stop arguing. It's my birthday today, so we should all sit down and enjoy the meal, Han Shiyun interjected, silencing Huang Junlang's taunts. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. You are all my closest friends, and I appreciate your support during my time at Jiang University. Let us raise a toast. Han Shiyun declared as she lifted her glass and downed a beer. Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses in celebration. The feast continued, but Huang Junlang was seething with anger. As the recently celebrated male idol of Jiang University, Lin Dong naturally attracted the attention of many female admirers, who frequently approached him to propose toasts. Lin Dong, feeling a bit shy, accepted every offer. Strangely, despite his previously poor tolerance for alcohol, where 2 beers would send him reeling and liquor was entirely off limits, today he felt no effects at all after consuming so much. Could it be a benefit of enhanced physical condition or an acquired immunity to alcohol? After the meal, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun's loyal companions, led the group to a private room in the luxurious Golden Sands, which they had reserved in advance. Lin Dong had initially intended to slip away, but Han Shiyun had ensured he had no chance to escape. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by the sight of a towering 21-layer birthday cake, a testament to Han Shiyun's 21st birthday. Wow, I've never seen such a massive birthday cake before. It's so romantic, exclaimed the many girls present. What do you think, Shiyun? I personally arranged for this cake. Huang Junlang inquired. Thank you, Junlang. Han Shiyun expressed her gratitude. And I too worked hard to secure this private room. The luxurious Golden Sands is the finest entertainment venue in Jiang City, and without connections, one cannot reserve such a large room. Zheng Yong chimed in, eager for recognition. Thank you as well, Yongge. Han Shiyun replied promptly. Make a wish quickly. Han Shiyun closed her eyes to begin her wish. Since everyone had just eaten, after making her wish, she pushed the cake aside to be enjoyed later. At that moment, Huang Junlang presented a box to Han Shiyun. Shiyun, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a simple gift for you. I hope you will accept it. Han Shiyun took the box. Quickly open it. Let us see what young Master Huang has gifted you, urged the girls, intrigued by the identity of the giver. Encouraged by her friends, Han Shiyun opened the box to reveal a stunning crystal necklace. This crystal necklace was carefully selected by me. Do you like it? Huang Junlang stated. As Han Shiyun lifted the necklace, a receipt fell out of the box. Huang Junlang had intentionally done this to showcase the necklace's value, inciting envy among the onlookers. Wow, this crystal necklace costs 280,000. That's exorbitant. Let me see. Wow, it's true. Young Master Huang is incredibly generous. The majority of those present were left in astonishment at the extravagant gesture. Chapter 65. The unmasking Huang Junlang felt a sense of pride. This time, he had truly invested heavily. Over the past few days, Jiang Shan had ignored him, and despite buying her numerous gifts, he could not win her over. Eventually, out of frustration, Huang Junlang threw 50,000 yuan at Jiang Shan, urging her to terminate the pregnancy, and they parted ways. After all, he had played the game long enough. Once the novelty wore off, it was time to seek a new target. His gaze shifted towards Han Shiyun, a captivating flower whose fragrance was known to all, yet none could possess her, stirring a yearning within him. He had already spent millions on Han Shiyun, and relinquishing her without a fight was unthinkable. He felt compelled to claim her at least once. For someone of his affluent background, a few million was still a considerable sum, leaving him financially constrained for a time, having concocted various excuses to extract money from his parents. At that moment, Zheng Yong interjected, Huang, gifting a necklace is rather tasteless. I assent to it. Shiyun, come, take a look at this gift I have for you. With that, Zheng Yong presented a beautifully crafted box to Han Shiyun. Upon opening it, she discovered a car key for a BMW. What? A car? Her roommates and classmates were utterly envious, fantasizing that if such a gift were offered to them, they might even end up in bed that very evening. Shiyun, I noticed you weren't fond of the last car I gave you, so I've upgraded to a convertible BMW Z4, far more stunning than the previous one. Meanwhile, Huang Junling's pride was overshadowed by Zheng Yong's gesture, leading him to angrily retort, "Zheng, what did you say last time? You accepted 3 million from me, promising never to compete with me for Han Shiyun again. Are you now disregarding your word?" Huang Junlang revealed their previous agreement regarding the ranking competition. What? Zheng Yong actually accepted 3 million from Huang Junlang and then vowed to cease pursuing Han Shiyun? How could this happen? Isn't he a second-generation rich kid? It seems he is merely a pretender, while Huang Junlang is the real deal. A murmur spread among the onlookers, causing Zheng Yong's expression to shift from pale to flushed. He anticipated Huang Junlang would expose this matter, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "Huang, you dare bring up the competition? You were the one who feared you couldn't best me, which is why you offered me 3 million. In the end, when I withdrew, you didn't even claim the top spot. How utterly humiliating." Zheng Yong shot back. "You accepted the money, and a man ought to keep his promises. Unless you admit you're not a man. I agreed not to contend for Han Shiyun, but if I don't act now, she may end up with that loser Lin Dong. Haven't you seen them dining together? This is merely your own failure. I'm competing with Lin Dong, not with you, and I never considered you a rival." Huang Junlang was momentarily silenced by this retort. Lin Dong, meanwhile, was bewildered, wondering why he was being dragged into this conflict. It was evident that both Huang and Zheng were equally despicable. "Enough of your bickering. Today is my birthday. Can you show me a little respect?" Han Shiyun interjected, bringing their argument to a halt. She continued, "First, I want to thank you both. But your gifts are far too extravagant. I cannot accept them. Please take them back." "I'm sorry. Shiyun, I genuinely wanted to give this to you. You shouldn't feel burdened," both men replied earnestly. "Listen to me," she insisted. "I didn't invite you here to receive gifts. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your care and to clarify that I already have someone I like. Therefore, I ask that you refrain from gifting me in the future. Let us be ordinary friends, shall we?" Han Shiyun summoned her courage to speak. This resolution came after much contemplation. During the previous ranking competition, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had showered her with over 10 million in gifts, from which she received over 7 million in shares. She used those funds to purchase a new home for her family, a car for her parents, and gifted them 1 million yuan. With 3 million remaining for herself, her initial desire was to provide her family with a better life, a dream unexpectedly realized. Thus, her yearning for money diminished, and she no longer wished to be caught in the crossfire between Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. She feared that one day they would confront her about her choices. After all, she was merely a girl from an ordinary family, unable to withstand any harsh retaliation. Hence, she decided to clarify everything on her birthday, also to demonstrate to Lin Dong her intentions. The one she claimed to like was indeed Lin Dong. "Shiyun, you must be joking." Huang Junlang stammered in disbelief. "Shiyun, don't jest like that. My heart can't bear such a blow." Zheng Yong echoed, both unable to accept this new reality. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned. Han Shiyun had audaciously rejected the lavish gifts from Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, attempting to draw a line between them. Was Han Shiyun out of her mind? With such formidable protectors, countless girls at school would envy her. "I am not joking. Everything I said is true. Can we please just be ordinary friends?" Han Shiyun spoke softly. Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's unwillingness to accept this fate. Since Han Shiyun had made such a declaration in front of so many, it was evident she was serious. They realized they had become mere backup options, having devoted so much time and effort to Han Shiyun, only to find someone else had beaten them to it. Zheng Yong felt relatively better, having spent less in their rivalry. Huang Junlang, however, was infuriated, having squandered millions, now facing the prospect of losing it all. In a fit of rage, Huang Junlang's face contorted. "Han Shiyun, tell me, who is that man? I will deal with him," he demanded furiously. "Junlang, please don't act this way. We can still be good friends," Han Shiyun pleaded, fearful that he would not let go and acutely aware of her own moral shortcomings after accepting so much from them. "Han Shiyun, don't try to deceive me. I spent so much on you. You cannot just cast me aside. What will it take for you to release me? She countered. If you want me to let you go, it's simple. Spend a month with me, and I will release you. Impossible. Han Shuyun replied, without a moment's hesitation. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Han Shuyun, in this city, you will not escape my grasp. I will have you. No woman I desire has ever eluded me, Huang Junlang declared, his true nature unveiled now that the mask had slipped. And me, Han Shiyun, since you're being so callous, do not blame us. Zheng Yong joined in. I have also spent a significant amount on you. If you wish to cut ties completely, you must at least accompany me for half a month. Otherwise, I will team up with Huang, and you will find no place in this city. Chapter 66. Are you talking to me? Han Shuyun stood helplessly in place. She had anticipated that the situation would not resolve itself easily. Yet she never imagined that Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong would utter such words. The people around began to sense that something was amiss. Being close friends of Han Shuyun, they naturally rallied to her side. Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong, what are you trying to do? I warn you, don't go too far. Otherwise, we will report you. One of Han Shuyun's roommates declared. Yes, don't act recklessly. We will report you to the school, and you could be expelled, another voice chimed in. Get lost. This is none of your business. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too. Huang Junlang shouted at the girl who had just spoken. She was taken aback, startled by Huang Junlang's sudden transformation. She hesitated to speak further. After all, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong were wealthy heirs from Jiangcheng. At that moment, Han Shuyun began to sob. Being a girl, she couldn't hold back her tears in the face of such threats. Crying, "Want to help, Han Shuyun, to resolve this matter. You must accompany us for a month and a half. After that, we promise not to trouble you again. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to move in Jiangcheng. Think carefully." Huang Junlang continued his intimidation. With tear-filled eyes, Han Shuyun looked toward Lin Dong. He was her only hope. She knew a bit about Lin Dong's background. The real owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel was no ordinary person. At the very least, the families behind Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong could not compare. Lin Dong could no longer bear to watch. "Gentlemen, is it not a bit excessive to threaten a woman in such a manner?" he remarked calmly. The behavior of these two wealthy heirs reminded him of the experiences his cousin Wang Li had faced in Huqing. Had no one intervened for Han Shuyun today, her fate would have been uncertain. "Lin Dong, this is none of your concern. You'd best keep silent. You're hardly capable of being a hero, saving the damsel in distress," Huang Junlang retorted. "Heroic deeds aside, I cannot simply stand by," Lin Dong replied. "And what can you do about it?" Huang Junlang sneered. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open slightly. A small head peeked in, glanced around, and upon seeing Lin Dong, pushed the door open fully and entered. "Lin Dong, there you are. I saw your car outside and knew you must be here. I searched several rooms to find you." A girl with an extravagant hairstyle, large earrings, and a heavily made-up face entered. Behind her followed 5 or 6 similarly dressed individuals, all around the ages of 16 or 17. "Xiao Xiao, who is this? Why did you search for so long?" one of her companions asked. "This is my brother," Lu Xiao Xiao replied. "Your brother? I had no idea you had a brother. You don't know him. He is practically like a real brother to me." As they conversed, Huang Junlang, already fuming, exploded at the sudden appearance of the group of girls. "Who let you little girls in here? Get out," he bellowed. Lu Xiao Xiao, confused, pointed at herself and asked, "Are you talking about me? Who else would I be talking about? Get out now. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Huang Junlang barked. "You don't know who I am?" Lu Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "Who are you? Why would I care? If I knew someone like you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Look at your outfit. You dress like a thug. How did your parents raise you? Or do you have a life, but no one to support you?" Huang Junlang mocked. Lu Xiao Xiao turned to Lin Dong and asked, "Is this your friend?" "No," Lin Dong replied carefully. "That makes things easier," Lu Xiao Xiao said, then turned back to Huang Junlang. "You think you're so impressive. What is your name?" Huang Junlang was about to respond when someone stepped forward from behind Lu Xiao Xiao and pointed at her, stating, "This is Lu Xiao Xiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. Have you heard of the Lu family in Jiangcheng? There is only one Lu family here." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged amused glances, watching Huang Junlang intently. How dare he insult the second young lady of the Liu family? This was bound to be entertaining. Liu Xiaoxiao, the second young lady of the Liu family in Jiangshan? Zheng Yong's mind bust. He quickly backed away, retreating into the crowd. Huang Junlang was terrified. He did not want to be in this predicament. The Liu family was a top-tier aristocratic family in Jiangshan. His background was utterly insignificant in comparison. It was said that the second young lady of the Liu family was a force to be reckoned with. And indeed, she was the very girl standing before him. His heart raced as he recalled how close he had been to supporting Huang Junlang moments ago. Had he spoken up, he would have been in grave danger. Initially, Huang Junlang seemed confused, but gradually, fear spread across his face, transforming into sheer terror. The second young lady of the Liu family? Was she not the infamous troublemaker of Jiangshan? What had he just said? He had threatened to teach her a lesson on behalf of her parents? Huang Junlang felt his blood pressure rising, his head spinning. Why are you silent? Weren't you going to teach my parents a lesson? And say, I have a life, but no one to support me? Liu Xiaoxiao pressed. In a panic, Huang Junlang fell to his knees, bowing his head as he stammered. Liu second young lady, I apologize. I was blind and offended you. Please, grant me mercy and forgive my transgressions this once. Just moments ago, he had been so confident, yet now he struggled to form coherent sentences. This scene left everyone present bewildered. Just moments ago, Huang Junlang had exuded confidence, yet now he was groveling on the ground. Who was this young girl? What power did her name hold to instill such fear in him? And why did she call Lin Dong brother? Chapter 67. Huang Junlang's downfall. The individuals present were taken aback by Liu Xiaoxiao, the unconventional young girl. A mere name had rendered Huang Junlang so terrified, indicating that he was no ordinary character. Lin Dong, what is his name? Liu Xiaoxiao inquired. His name is Huang Junlang. I believe his family is from Jiangshan. He is quite influential, a veritable second-generation wealthy heir. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Having offended Liu Xiaoxiao, Huang Junlang was undoubtedly doomed without needing any intervention from Lin Dong. A second-generation wealthy heir? Liu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. She then turned to her companions behind her, asking, Do any of you know someone named Huang in our circle? No idea. Not familiar. Never heard of him. Her friends simultaneously shook their heads. Liu Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Junlang and said, You haven't even entered the Jiangshan social scene. How can you claim to be a second-generation wealthy heir? Kneeling on the ground, Huang Junlang hurriedly replied, Yes. Miss Liu is absolutely right. I am not a second-generation wealthy heir. I am just an ordinary person. Please, show mercy and spare me. Spare you? Do you know that I, Liu Xiaoxiao, have never been insulted like this in my life? You dare to discipline me on behalf of my parents? You claim I have no life and no one to support me? You want me to leave? My grandfather, my parents, and my brother have never spoken to me like that. Liu Xiaoxiao exclaimed furiously. It is my fault. I spoke thoughtlessly. I apologize, Huang Junlang said, beginning to slap his own face in panic. He was genuinely terrified. If the Liu family targeted him in Jiangshan, his days of comfort would be over. His family's wealth could vanish in an instant, leaving him with nothing. Han Shiyun had also ceased her tears, watching the scene in astonishment while glancing at Liu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong. She realized that the crisis of the day had been averted. Huang Junlang had offended a significant figure and was now like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself, let alone concern himself with her. However, she felt a twinge of regret that Zheng Yong had escaped. Zheng Yong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had avoided the danger of being dragged down with Huang Junlang, thanks to his quick reflexes. Despite Huang Junlang's self-inflicted slaps, they did little to assuage Liu Xiaoxiao's wrath. Sisters, let us go. Beat him, Liu Xiaoxiao shouted as she charged at Huang Junlang, accompanied by her friends, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Huang Junlang could only passively endure the assault, unable to retaliate or even attempt to evade. However, since Liu Xiaoxiao and her friends were young girls, their blows lacked the strength to inflict significant harm. Nevertheless, Huang Junlang cried out in despair, hoping that his pitiful display would elicit sympathy from the young ladies and spare him further punishment. After a few strikes, Liu Xiaoxiao's hands began to ache, still feeling unsatisfied. She glanced around and then walked to the center of the room, picking up a wine bottle, preparing to smash it over Huang Junlang's head. Stop! Lu Xiaoxiao. What are you doing? Lin Dong called out. The bottle was full of wine, and its thickness meant that a blow could severely injure Huang Junlang. For someone so young, Lu Xiaoxiao's willingness to act so recklessly was alarming. Are you really going to smash a bottle over his head just because he insulted you? Lin Dong questioned. Do you realize the consequences of such an act? Sometimes, resolving issues requires more than just violence. Put the bottle down. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly lowered the bottle. And from now on, you're not to come to places like this during school hours. Look at yourself. What kind of student do you appear to be? If I see you like this again, I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother. Lin Dong expressed his discomfort with Lu Xiaoxiao's attire, which he found quite unseemly for a student. Had his sister dressed like that, he would have reprimanded her long ago. He wondered why Lu Chun had not intervened. At Lin Dong's words, everyone present was astonished. Moments ago, Huang Junlang had suggested he would discipline Lu Xiaoxiao's parents, and now he was kneeling on the ground. Lin Dong had just asserted that he would discipline Lu Xiaoxiao on behalf of her brother. Even Lu Xiaoxiao's friends looked at Lin Dong with amusement, curious as to why so many people wanted to chastise Lu Xiaoxiao today. They awaited the ensuing storm from Lu Xiaoxiao. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao merely lowered her head, speaking in a somewhat aggrieved tone. Oh, I understand, Lin Dong. Instantly, their expressions shifted from mockery to shock. When had the notorious troublemaker from the Lu family become so compliant? Even within her own family, Lu Xiaoxiao had never listened to anyone like this. Although her tone was slightly forlorn, she felt a surge of happiness inside, ever since Lin Dong had appeared beside her. Stopping Qin Zhang's sword from piercing her chest with just 2 fingers, his image had become exalted in her mind, even surpassing that of her brother, Lu Chun. The sudden emergence of someone in a moment of despair is often the most memorable. As a member of SCC, she was well aware of the significance of the 8 kings of the Tsi party. Even her brother was not their match. So Lin Dong's victory over Qin Zhang marked him as a formidable figure. Lu Xiaoxiao had always admired strength, especially that of someone who had saved her life. Lin Dong's words brought her joy, for they affirmed that he still cared for her. She then asked, Lin Dong, can I come to see you during my break? You may come during your break, but you must remove that outrageous hairstyle, those large earrings, and all that heavy makeup. A student should have the appearance of a student. Very well. By the way, Lin Dong, when you have time, my grandfather wishes to meet you and express his gratitude. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before replying. This week is not feasible. I will contact your brother when I have time. The Lu family's reputation must be upheld, but it would have to wait until next week. All right, Lin Dong. We'll take our leave now. Lu Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to her friends as they prepared to exit. However, before leaving, she turned to Huang Junlang and remarked, Huang Junlang, was it? I shall remember you. I hope you can still maintain your status as a second-generation wealthy heir tomorrow. Huang Junlang sat frozen in fear on the ground. It was over. Everything was over. He had successfully incited the wrath of the Lu family. How could he continue to exist in Jiangxing? He could hardly bear to contemplate the life that awaited him should his family go bankrupt. Chapter 68. Are you really incapable? Lu Xiaoxiao departed with her companions, leaving only the individuals who had dined together in the private room. Huang Junlang slumped on the floor, his gaze vacant. Zheng Yong, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. Han Shiyun gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was not just Han Shiyun. The other women in the room looked at Lin Dong with similar awe. They were astonished to discover that Lin Dong was such a formidable figure, hidden beneath a veil of modesty. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny, Lin Dong stammered, Han, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. You all carry on. Han Shiyun, however, was not inclined to let him go. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his, and declared, Lin Dong, you can't leave. Today is my birthday, and you haven't given me a gift yet. Lin Dong, feeling bashful as he sensed Han Shiyun's softness, attempted to extricate himself. But her grip was tenacious, leaving him with no chance to escape. Han, how about I make it up to you with a gift another time? I genuinely didn't realize today was your birthday. No way. It has to be today, Han Shiyun insisted, tightening her hold on Lin Dong's arm and rubbing against her ample bosom, which caused Lin Dong's face to flush. Despite having been in a relationship with Jiang Shan for several years, he was still quite inexperienced and found it challenging to withstand Han Shiyun's flirtation. A few audacious girls gathered around Lin Dong, tugging at his clothing, each eager to forge a connection with him. Ultimately, Lin Dong, feeling cornered, acquiesced to staying for a while longer. Since Huang Junlang was still present, they switched to another private room to continue their revelry. Zheng Yong and the other boys hesitated, feeling intimidated by Lin Dong and eager to leave, lest they face a fate akin to Huang Junlang's. The festivities continued until nearly midnight. When Han Shiyun went to settle the bill, she was informed that all expenses incurred by Lin Dong at the luxurious establishment would be waived, prompting gasps of astonishment from the group. Such a mysterious identity Lin Dong possessed. How had they not recognized such a notable figure before? Lin Dong, where do you reside? Han Shiyun inquired as they reached the entrance of the club. I live in the suburbs, Lin Dong replied. Didn't you drive here? Why not give us a ride? One girl suggested. Yes, please take us back to school. It's unsafe for us to take a taxi at this hour, another chimed in. My car can't accommodate that many people, Lin Dong explained. With around 10 girls remaining, his vehicle could only fit one. We can squeeze in. You can make 2 trips. How else are we supposed to get home at this late hour? They insisted. Exactly. Upon reaching Lin Dong's Bugatti Chiron, he patted the car and said, This is my vehicle. If I were to take you all, it would require 10 trips. The sight of the magnificent Bugatti left everyone momentarily dazed. It was stunningly beautiful. Indeed, women often found it hard to resist such supercars. Wow, Lin Dong, is this your car? It's breathtaking. This is a dream car. What kind of cars did Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong drive? They paled in comparison. Quick, look it up. The Bugatti Chiron, a globally limited edition sports car, was truly impressive. Everyone began searching for information on their phones. Wow, this is the Bugatti Chiron limited edition with an official price of 60 million? One girl stammered after finding the details. 60 million was an astronomical figure for these students. Even for wealthy heirs like Zheng Yong and Huang Junlang, the price of such a vehicle was merely a distant dream. Apologies. I can't take you all tonight. You'll have to take a taxi back. I can reimburse the fare. Farewell, Lin Dong said, unlocking the car and preparing to leave. After a night surrounded by an array of beautiful women, he was feeling overwhelmed. After all, he was a normal man, and the occasional flirtation had left him feeling disconcerted. Just as he settled into his seat, the passenger door swung open, and Han Shiyun entered. It was not a moment for politeness. If she wanted to win Lin Dong over, she needed to seize every second they had together. Seeing Han Shiyun take the passenger's seat, the other girls outside were filled with frustration, lamenting why they hadn't thought to sit there. It was a splendid opportunity, not only to ride in such a fantastic car, but also to have Lin Dong all to herself. Lin Dong was taken aback and said, Han, I'm not heading back to school. Wherever you want to take me is fine. I'm going with you tonight, Han Shiyun declared. Anywhere is fine, Lin Dong pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it mean going to a hotel? He glanced at Han Shiyun, who was blushing as she looked at him. Truth be told, it would be a lie to claim that Lin Dong was indifferent to a goddess like Han Shiyun. As one of the 3 campus beauties, she possessed undeniable allure, both in looks and figure, and her fiery enthusiasm was captivating. If she decided to pursue him, few men could withstand her charm. However, Lin Dong was different. He had his principles. Unlike Huang Junlang, who only thought with his lower half, Lin Dong had respected Jiang Shan's wishes during their 4-year relationship and had never crossed her boundaries. Han, this seems inappropriate. There is nothing wrong with it. Last time, you claimed the top spot for me. I'm destined to be yours. If Huang Junlang had gotten to me first, I would have been helpless to escape. So I owe you my thanks. Her candidness left Lin Dong at a loss for words. Han, I believe that if 2 people are to engage in that sort of relationship, it's essential to cultivate feelings first. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and animals? Don't you think? But aren't humans animals too? You men are all just animals that think with your lower halves. Han, I must disagree. I'm not like those other men. Lin Dong retorted with conviction. Han Shuyun regarded him with a teasing smile and said, "Is that so? Or are you truly incapable?" This was utterly intolerable. "Han Shiyun, you're insulting my character. Revoke your previous statement, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll regret it tonight." Lin Dong's tone shifted, clearly offended. "Lin Dong, I merely wish to see if you are genuinely incapable or if you're being wrongfully accused. I'm here to vindicate you." Han Shiyun insisted, unwavering in her intent to provoke him. "That is what you said. Don't regret it," Lin Dong replied, igniting the engine and accelerating away, disappearing from sight. The soundproofing of the $60 million sports car was remarkably effective. Their conversation had gone unheard by those outside. Chapter 69. Injured Lin Dong drove his Bugatti Chiron, escorting Han Shuyun to the Jiangnan International Mansion. He parked the car at the entrance, turned to Han Shuyun, and said, "Han, if you regret it now, I can still take you back to school." Who regrets it?" Han Shuyun replied, forcing herself to respektiven. She truly did not regret it. But her heart raced with anxiety. After all, this was a significant event for a girl. She had always been a self-respecting young lady. Despite having employed certain means to improve her family's circumstances using her intelligence, she remained devoted to her own dignity. She often dreamed of finding her Prince Charming, to whom she could wholly surrender herself. At this moment, Lin Dong embodied that prince in her heart. The first time she heard Lin Dong's name was during Jiang Shan's breakup, which had caused her to be so furious she nearly fainted. As Huang Junlang spread the news across various groups and social media at Jiang University. Then, to spite Huang Junlang, Lin Dong had stolen her top ranking, and they met at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was there she discovered that Lin Dong was in fact a super wealthy heir, far surpassing the likes of Huang Junlang. However, what truly captivated her was not merely Lin Dong's affluent background. While she yearned for wealth to improve her family situation, she was not a superficial gold digger. It was Lin Dong's ability to remain devoted to Jiang Shan for 4 years without crossing any lines, his profound love that inspired remarkable songs like Boy, and his consistently composed demeanor that drew her in the most. She often navigated the world of wealthy heirs and had her own understanding of men. Men like Huang Junlang pursued her merely for novelty and the thrill of conquering one of Jiang University's 3 goddesses, seeking to bolster their sense of achievement and become the envy of others. Perhaps once the novelty wore off, he would seek to conquer Su Yingxue and Shangwan Mingwen instead. Such men would never be satisfied. But Lin Dong was different. Once a substantial relationship was established, he would remain committed. As Lin Dong's identity and talents began to surface, the number of girls pursuing him would undoubtedly increase, necessitating her swift action. Thus, this evening's bold move was born. Lin Dong fell silent, slowly driving into the community, his own anxiety palpable as he gripped the steering wheel, his palms slightly sweaty. Once parked, they ascended the stairs together, both enveloped in a tense silence. Upon entering the room, Han Shuyun found herself too nervous to appreciate its luxury, which would have left her speechless at any other time. She sat on the sofa in a daze, while Lin Dong stood beside her, unsure of what to say. Han, why don't you go take a shower first?" Lin Dong suggested cautiously. "Huh? Oh, sure," Han Shuyun replied, nervously standing to prepare for her shower. But as it was her first visit, she was unsure of the bathroom's location and felt too embarrassed to ask, merely standing there. The bathroom is over there." Lin Dong pointed in a direction. Blushing, Han Shuyun hurried over, opened the bathroom door, and locked it tightly from the inside. After Han Shuyun went to shower, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, still feeling the weight of tension. He took out his phone, hoping to distract himself. Upon unlocking it, he was met with a series of missed calls, 7 or 8 in total. He quickly checked, realizing that since 8 o'clock, his cousin Wang Li had been trying to reach him. His phone had somehow been set to silent, and amidst the raucous atmosphere of the Golden Leaf, he had not noticed. A sense of urgency washed over him. Could it be that danger had struck again? He promptly called back. "Hello, Lin Dong Yi." Wang Li's voice brought him a slight relief. "Wang Xiaomei, why have you been calling me incessantly? What's wrong?" "I have my phone on silent," Lin Dong inquired. "Lin Dong, go, my mom has been attacked." "What? Anne has been attacked?" If Lin Dong were to rank the people he cared most about in this world, excluding his deceased parents, his aunt Liu Yanmei would undoubtedly take the top spot, alongside his elder aunt Lin Guoying. Ever since his parents' tragic accident, he had only felt warmth at his aunt and elder aunt's homes. The news that his aunt had been harmed ignited a furious blaze within him. He knew his aunt would never provoke anyone. Who attacked her? Is she seriously injured? Lin Dong pressed on. It was your cousin Lin Quan. The injuries aren't severe. The doctor said she should be fine after a few days of rest, Wang Li replied. How could Lin Quan attack aunt? Did she confront them regarding the compensation again? Oh, Lin Dong, go. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. You need to come back quickly. My brother is planning to seek revenge tomorrow. Lin Dong was infuriated. Although Wang Li hadn't stated it outright, he could surmise the situation. His aunt likely attempted to secure the compensation for their parents' accident, which had led to a dispute with his second aunt, prompting Lin Quan to side with his mother against Aunt Liu. This little brat would regret it once I return. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also dared to resort to violence. What kind of family are they? Initially, he had no intention of pursuing that compensation. He had more than enough money of his own. But now, he felt compelled to claim it. Better to toss it to a beggar than to hand it over to them. Wang Xiaomei, didn't I give you a substantial amount of money? Wasn't it to help you, an aunt? Why did you go asking for that money? Brother, how could I say anything? You didn't want aunt to worry about your affairs, did you? As a girl, if I suddenly had so much money, my mom might suspect I wasn't studying well and was getting involved with wealthy figures. Lin Dong found himself speechless in the face of Wang Li's logic. Fine, I will return immediately. I'll be there before dawn. Keep an eye on Wang Chao. Don't let him act recklessly. Okay, hurry. After hanging up with Wang Li, Lin Dong called Wei Yong and the others, asking them to pick him up. The Bugatti Chiron wouldn't be suitable in their small county. Its low chassis made it impractical, so he would take a Mercedes back. Once finished with the calls, he glanced at the bathroom, where Han Shiyun was still showering. He chose not to inform her of his departure and went downstairs. On his way, he sent her a message explaining that he had an urgent matter to attend to and that she should stay the night. After a moment's thought, he added another message. Han, I truly have something important to attend to. It is absolutely not an escape, nor is it an inability. I will prove this to you upon my return. If Han Shiyun misconstrued his departure as a lack of capability, it would be the gravest insult to his character. However, would she believe him? He doubted it. If he were in her position, he wouldn't believe it either. Alas, this could ruin his reputation. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to return and resolve the situation at hand. Chapter 70. The Last-Minute Escape. Lin Dong did not wait long at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion before Wei Yong and Li Kubing arrived in a luxurious Benz. Once in the car, Lin Dong provided Wei Yong with a coordinate for navigation. His home was also in Jiangnan Province, albeit in a remote county approximately 500 to 600 kilometers away. If they set off now, they would arrive by morning. Han Shiyun spent over half an hour in the bathroom, hesitantly emerging afterward, fully aware that she was on the brink of a momentous occasion in her life. Draped in a bath towel, her damp hair accentuated her figure, creating a stunning vision reminiscent of a beautiful maiden emerging from a bath, an image so alluring it could make any young man's heart race. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already departed, and this captivating sight was lost on him. Upon exiting the bathroom and finding Lin Dong absent, Han Shiyun assumed he had gone upstairs and took a seat on the sofa to wait. After a considerable period with no sign of him, boredom set in, prompting her to check her phone, where she discovered 2 messages from Lin Dong. After reading them, she found herself momentarily dazed before bursting into laughter. Was Lin Dong truly backing out at the last moment? Family matters? Surely, that was hard to believe. What time was it? Indeed, he was not the type to act frivolously. Ugh, as if she were a woman of loose morals, when in fact, she was still pure. She had merely encountered someone she admired and was bravely pursuing her own happiness. With Lin Dong gone, Han Shiyun relaxed and began to wander about the opulent home, which she had initially overlooked in her anxiety. Only now, in a state of calm, did she recognize the lavishness of her surroundings. She had never encountered such extravagance before, not even online. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, She gazed at the night view of the riverside, feeling as though she were in a dream. After taking several photographs of the enchanting scenery, she ascended to the 28th floor. To her astonishment, there was a private swimming pool. Above the pool was transparent glass, allowing a view of the starry sky. Imagining herself lounging in the pool while gazing at the stars was a delightful thought. Without hesitation, she took a floating cushion, placed it in the water, and reclined, drifting to the center as she admired the celestial display. How perfect it would be if Lin Dong were beside her, holding her close, perhaps with a glass of red wine. Glancing down at her body wrapped in the towel, she decided to discard it. With such an enticing form, how could Lin Dong bear to leave? What a man devoid of romance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was hastily making his way to his aunt's home. Her injury was a serious matter. Although not grave, it weighed heavily on his heart, especially since she was injured while trying to secure compensation on his behalf. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Shuqing, it was already past 6 in the morning. He had managed to catch a brief nap in the early hours while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. Upon arriving in Shuqing, he took over the wheel, as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the routes, and he knew he could drive much faster. Once at his aunt's residence, he instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car and proceeded inside. His cousin, Wang Li, opened the door. "Brother, come in quickly. What's the situation?" "Where's aunt? Where's Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired. "They're all home. Dad is watching over Wang Chao. He worried he might go looking for that Lin Quan," Wang Li replied. Upon entering, Lin Dong saw his uncle, Wang Yongfu, seated on the sofa watching television. "Uncle," Lin Dong called out, "Xiao Dong has arrived. Go check on your aunt," Wang Yongfu urged. "At your age, you still cause trouble. Now look what you've done. She can't even get out of bed." Lin Dong's uncle, Wang Yongfu, was a minor official, generally reliable and calm in handling affairs. While he was particularly close to Lin Dong, he had treated him decently during his 2 years living there. "Can't get out of bed? Didn't my cousin say she just needed a few days' rest? This sounds serious." Lin Dong hurried to his aunt's room, where he found her asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, he quietly closed the door and returned to the living room to sit with his uncle and cousin. "Uncle, what exactly happened?" Lin Dong asked. Wang Yongfu recounted the details, which aligned closely with Lin Dong's assumptions. Years ago, following a tragic accident involving his parents, a compensation sum of nearly 2 million had been awarded. Since Lin Dong was not yet 10, this money required guardianship. Ultimately, he chose to live with his second uncle, Lin Guobang, who repeatedly assured that the funds would be released to Lin Dong upon reaching adulthood. However, his aunt and older aunt remained skeptical, leading to an agreement that had been preserved by his aunt. After Lin Guobang received the money, Lin Dong's life became increasingly difficult until he moved in with his aunt during high school, when his circumstances began to improve. Now, at 21 and nearing graduation, Lin Guobang showed no intentions of releasing the funds. Just yesterday, his aunt Lu Yanmei had taken the agreement to confront Lin Guobang, seeking to reclaim the money for Lin Dong or face legal action. In the ensuing confrontation, Lin Quan intervened, pushing Lu Yanmei and causing her to injure her back. "And Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired again. "He has been yelling about seeking revenge on Lin Quan since this morning. I stopped him, and now he is locked in his room sulking," Wang Yongfu replied. "Uncle, I will handle this matter. Rest assured, I will ensure my aunt receives justice. Xiao Dong, always remember to act with reason. If necessary, we shall use legal means to protect ourselves. Do not act impulsively." "I understand, uncle. Now, I will go check on Wang Chao." Lin Dong approached the door to Wang Chao's room, which had once been his own. His aunt's home was a 3-bedroom apartment, and during his 2 years there, he had shared a room with Wang Chao, enjoying a close bond. Chapter 71. Taking my aunt back to Jiangxing, Lin Dong arrived at his cousin Wang Chao's bedroom and pushed the door forcefully, but it was locked from the inside. He knocked twice and called out, "Xiao Chao, it's me. Open the door." Soon after, he heard the lock being undone, yet the door remained closed. Lin Dong pushed the door open and found Wang Chao sitting on the bed, visibly agitated. At 16, Wang Chao was a first-year high school student in Sioux City. His father, Wang Yongfu, had made considerable efforts to ensure he could attend a better school. Being at an age of rebellion, Upon learning that his mother had been harmed, he was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Confined at home by his father, his mood was understandably sour. Xiao Chao, what's the matter? Talk to me. Lin Dong approached and gently patted Wang Chao's shoulder. Lin Dong Ye, that bastard Lin Quan actually dared to hit my mom. I want to kill him, but my dad won't let me. He is such a coward and want me to be one too. Wang Chao exclaimed angrily. Lin Dong lightly tapped the back of Wang Chao's head. What are you saying, kid? How can you speak about your own father like that? That's exactly how it is. Wang Chao retorted defiantly. Your dad isn't being cowardly. He is being rational. If something were to happen to him, what would you, your sister, and your mom do? Your aunt already has a bad back and can't do heavy work. This family has always relied on your dad. He is already exhausted, and you still speak of him like this. And if he can't go, can I? Wang Chao asked. Stop with this talk of killing. If something happens to you, it would hurt your mom more than death itself. This situation arose because of me, so let me handle it. I promise to help you get your revenge. Really? Wang Chao inquired. Of course. Just wait and see. Once we get your aunt's back treated, we'll go together to settle this score. All right, Lin Dong, I'll listen to you. Lin Dong took Wang Chao out, and they sat together in the living room as Wang Li went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong shared his intention to take his aunt to Jiangsheng for treatment with Wang Yongfu. After some contemplation, Wang Yongfu agreed and called his superior to request leave. He had long wished to take Lu Yanmei to the major hospital in Jiangsheng, but she had always hesitated. In truth, Lu Yanmei was reluctant to spend too much money, as the family relied solely on Wang Yongfu's income, which barely sufficed. Soon, Lu Yanmei awoke. Lin Dong hurried inside and asked Aunt, how are you feeling? Xiao Dong, why are you back? Lu Yanmei queried. Aunt, something so serious has happened. How can I not come back? Lin Dong replied. It's nothing too serious. My back is an old issue. A few days of rest will suffice. Aunt, why do you keep asking Lin Guobang for money? You know what kind of person he is, don't you? That as compensation left by your parents. You're about to graduate from university. That money is meant for your future. How can you let it go? Besides, we have the original agreement. If necessary, we can sue him. Fine. We will discuss this later. The priority now is to get your back treated. I've already arranged for the hospital in Jiangsheng. We'll leave shortly. Go to Jiangsheng? I want to go. I don't have any serious problems. A few days of rest will do. It's just an old ailment. Going would be pointless. Lu Yanmei refused. At that moment, Lu Yanmei was preoccupied with thoughts of how much the treatment in Jiangsheng would cost. The family was not affluent. They relied heavily on Wang Yongfu's income to support everyone. With 2 children, one in university and the other in high school, Lin Dong's tuition was a shared burden between her and Lin Dong's aunt. There were hardly any savings, and spending money on her treatment would only deepen the family's struggles. Wang Yongfu had urged her several times to seek treatment in the big city, but she had always declined. This time would be no different. Aunt, I know you're worried about the expenses, but rest assured, I'm earning money now. Let us get you treated first, and you can enjoy life later. Lin Dong encouraged. You're just a university student. What kind of money can you possibly earn? Listen, Xiao Dong, you must focus on your studies, graduate, and find a good job. Don't stray into any shady dealings. Otherwise, how can you face your parents? Or me and your aunt? Lu Yanmei said sternly. Aunt, I truly haven't done anything wrong. You know me well enough since childhood. Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. He had refrained from revealing his newfound wealth to avoid her worrying. He had originally planned to gradually hint at it through his cousin Wang Li, but to his surprise, Wang Li was also hesitant to speak. With no other choice, he decided to be straightforward. However, Lu Yanmei was evidently skeptical, and despite Lin Dong's reassurances, she remained resistant to the idea of treatment in Jiangsheng. Even Wang Yongfu and Wang Li's efforts to persuade her proved futile. At a loss, Lin Dong said, Aunt, my car is downstairs. If you don't believe me, come down and see for yourself. Finally, with the support of several people, Lu Yanmei made her way downstairs, where she beheld the luxurious Benz G-Class that Lin Dong had driven. Lu Yanmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Chao all stared wide-eyed at the impressive vehicle, rendered speechless by its grandeur. Wang Li had seen Lin Dong's 80 million car before, so this 3 million Benz hardly impressed her. Moreover, She still had 100 million in her bank account from Lin Dong's last gift, which, if mentioned, would surely astonish the three of them. Wang Yongfu, being a public servant, had some knowledge of cars and could tell that this Benz was not cheap. It must cost at least $1 million. Where had Lin Dong acquired such wealth to afford such a luxurious vehicle? It seemed he had made quite a name for himself. Lin Dong's success brought Wang Yongfu joy, as he considered him to be like a son. During the 2 years Lin Dong had stayed with them, Wang Yongfu believed he had treated him fairly. The G-Class, a timeless model, was undoubtedly a dream for many men. Wang Chao was utterly captivated. He had always dreamed of owning such a luxury car. How magnificent! How stylish! If he drove this to school, just imagine how envious his classmates would be. Yet, this was Lin Dong's car. He would surely have a chance to drive in the future. Xiaodong, is this your car? Lu Yinmei finally regained her senses and asked. Yes, Aunt, this is my car. I assure you, I've never done anything illegal. All this is earned by my own efforts, Lin Dong responded. You're just a university student. How could you possibly earn so much money? Lu Yinmei still seemed unconvinced. Aunt, I'll explain everything to you later. For now, let us just get in the car and go get your treatment. Seeing Lin Dong's insistence, Lu Yinmei relented. To her, he was like her eldest son. If her son had achieved success, she deserved to enjoy the fruits of it. With Lin Dong and Wang Yongfu's assistance, Lu Yinmei was helped into the car. Wei Yong and Li Guobing, whom Lin Dong had called earlier, had already found a hotel to rest. Having barely slept the previous night, Lin Dong planned to drive Lu Yinmei and the others to Jiangxing himself. First, they would ensure her health, and then he would return to settle scores with Lin Guobing and that kid Lin Quan. Chapter 72. Gratitude. Lin Dong was driving, with Wang Chao seated excitedly in the passenger seat, while Lu Yinmei and her family occupied the back. The luxury vehicle, worth over $3 million, certainly justified its price. Had it been a standard car, someone like Lu Yinmei, who suffered from a back injury, would likely find the ride quite uncomfortable. However, within the confines of this grand G-Class, she felt no jarring motions, only a serene and comfortable journey. En route, Lin Dong made a phone call to Lu Chun, requesting him to notify Jiangxing First Hospital. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the hospital's entrance, where the hospital director, Lu Chuan, had been waiting for some time, aware of the importance of Lu's request. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lu Chuan greeted as Lin Dong stepped out of the car. Director Lu, I must trouble you once more, Lin Dong replied courteously. Not all, Mr. Lin. It is our duty, Lu Chuan assured him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to an expert consultation, followed by surgery scheduled for 4 o'clock. In the interim, Lin Dong checked on Xiao Pejun, advising him to take care during his recovery. By the time the surgery concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Although the hospital had arranged for Lu Yinmei to stay in the finest room, she preferred to leave, prompting Lin Dong to take her back to Jiangnan International Mansion. I suppose Han Shiyun has left? If not, it would be quite the quandary. Upon their return, Lin Dong was relieved to find that Han Shiyun had indeed departed. He then called Jinyi Hotel to arrange for some meals to be delivered to Jiangnan International Mansion, as his aunt needed rest and was not in a condition to be uprooted. Although Jinyi Hotel, an 8-star establishment, typically did not offer delivery, they complied with the chairman's request, as refusal would be unthinkable. Upon entering Jiangnan International Mansion, Lu Yinmei and her family were taken aback by the opulence. They struggled to fathom how a junior student like Lin Dong could afford such luxury. In a city as grand as Jiangxing, how much could such a residence cost? Hundreds of thousands? Or even millions? The thought of residing in such lavish quarters was beyond their wildest dreams. Wang Chao, brimming with excitement, wasted no time in exploring Lin Dong's home. Having shared a room with him for 2 years, he leapt straight into the swimming pool for a refreshing dip. Auntie, uncle, please make yourselves comfortable and consider this your home while you recover, Lin Dong said to Lu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu. Xiaodong, did you purchase this house? Lu Yinmei inquired. Indeed. Be honest with me. Where did you acquire such wealth? Annie, I started a company with some classmates and earn a bit of money, Lin Dong explained. Is that so? You must promise me you've not engaged in any illegal activities, Lu Yinmei insisted, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Rest assured, Auntie, I assure you I'm not involved in anything unlawful, Lin Dong replied, somewhat exasperated. But Liu Yinmei hesitated, only to be interrupted by Wang Yongfu. Enough, Xiao Dong is no longer a child. He is an adult with his own discernment. I trust him, Wang Yongfu interjected. Upon hearing her husband's words, Liu Yinmei ceased her inquiries. Now that you are aware of my circumstances, I hope you will consider relocating to Jiangqing. This way, Xiao Chao can receive a superior education, Lin Dong proposed. Liu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu exchanged glances, each feeling a tug at their hearts. Wang Chao often mingled with unsavory characters in Shucheng, making it difficult for them to enforce discipline, and he showed little interest in his studies. His enrollment in high school was solely due to Wang Yongfu's relentless efforts over several days, which not only incurred debts of gratitude, but also cost them a significant sum. If they were to move to Jiangsheng, a new environment might encourage Xiao Chao to focus, especially given the educational advantages that Jiangsheng offered compared to the small town of Shucheng. Their greatest concern remained their youngest son. Xiao Dong, we know you're doing well now, but we have lived in Shucheng for decades, and your uncle's job is there as well. We would be starting anew here, Liu Yinmei expressed. Auntie, you need only come here. You won't have to do anything. If you truly feel restless, I can arrange light work for you to help look after Xiao Chao. What do you think? Lin Dong offered. Mom, Dad, please listen to Lin Dong. If Xiao Chao continues to linger at home, he will be led astray. Even if you don't think of yourselves, think of him. Wing Li Ding. Well, we shall discuss it further, Liu Yinmei responded hesitantly. Very well. However, I genuinely hope you will consider moving here. You have done so much for me, and it is time for me to repay your kindness. I also have a hotel that requires trustworthy individuals. I would like you to oversee it, Lin Dong continued. You have opened a hotel? Yes. Currently, it is being managed by external staff, but I'm still attending school and lack the time for oversight. I hope you can help me keep an eye on things to prevent any misconduct. Lin Dong did not care about the hotel's profits. In fact, he preferred it to incur losses, accumulating more godly rich points. His aim was to convince his aunt and uncle to move in, and he also wished to persuade his eldest aunt's family to join them. For those who treated him well, Lin Dong was generous. For those who did not, he remained unmoved. Just as Lin Dong contemplated this, his phone rang. It was notification of the food delivery from Jin Yi Hotel. He called the property management to allow entry and assist with the delivery. For affluent homeowners, the management philosophy was to accommodate as much as possible, ensuring no offense was taken. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Dong opened the door to find over a dozen elegantly attired servers, each bearing a platter. Liu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu were momentarily stunned by the spectacle, realizing how the wealthy indulged in life. A lavish spread of exquisite dishes filled the table, tantalizing their senses. Lin Dong called for Wang Chao to join them for dinner, who was still reveling in the pool. Brother Lin Dong, can I come here to swim often? Wang Chao inquired as he emerged from the water. If you can persuade your parents to relocate to Jiangsheng, you may stay here as often as you wish. Lin Dong chuckled. Really? Wang Chao exclaimed with delight. Have I ever deceived you? All right, I will convince them. Then I can swim here every day. The meal was a resounding success, leaving Liu Yinmei's family yearning for more. This is exquisite. In my lifetime, I have never tasted anything so delightful. Auntie, this food is prepared at my hotel. You can help me manage it and enjoy these delicacies every day. Lin Dong tempted. Mom, let us move here. I want to attend school in this area. Wang Chao added eagerly. The thought of indulging in such delectable food daily and swimming made it hard for him to consider returning home. Liu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu exchanged glances once more. Very well then, we shall move. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will arrange for Xiao Chao's school enrollment, Lin Dong declared. Brother, can we delay a few days? Wang Chao asked. Absolutely not. Liu Yinmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Li responded in unison. Chapter 73. Liu Xiaoxiao's transformation the following day. Lin Dong called Liu Xiaoxiao, requesting her assistance in arranging Wang Chao's enrollment at her high school. Although Lin Dong was now affluent, he had yet to establish a formidable influence. His name circulated only within SCC and the T faction. The common populace remained largely unaware of him, rendering his status ineffective. As the second daughter of the Liu family, however, this minor task was effortlessly managed. Within minutes, she informed Lin Dong that he could accompany Wang Chao to complete the enrollment process. Lin Dong drove Wang Chao directly to Jiangshan No. 1 High School, a prestigious academy renowned throughout Jiangnan province. Despite being a private institution, it boasted a robust faculty and was backed by the influential Liu family, earning it a formidable reputation. Students fortunate enough to attend were either top scholars, receiving full scholarships covering all expenses, or hailing from affluent backgrounds. Upon arrival at the school's entrance, Lin Dong found Liu Xiaoxiao waiting for them. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe the transformation before him. Just the previous evening, she had appeared as a typical rebellious teenager, but today she radiated an entirely new persona. Her voluminous hair was styled into 2 ponytails. Her oversized earrings and heavy makeup had vanished, replaced by a crisp school uniform that accentuated her youthful charm. Standing before Lin Dong was a veritable vision of youthful innocence. At 17, Liu Xiaoxiao was a second-year student, yet her petite stature made her resemble a much younger girl. In fact, even her family members, including her parents' grandfather and older brother Liu Chun, struggled to recognize her in this new guise. They even speculated whether she had undergone some sort of emotional upheaval, as her appearance had dramatically changed alongside her previously foul-mouthed demeanor. Liu Chun had inquired several times, but had failed to uncover the reason behind her metamorphosis. Naturally, Liu Xiaoxiao would not divulge that Lin Dong was the catalyst for her transformation. The faculty and students at the school were equally astonished. The notorious rebellious girl of the Liu family had suddenly morphed into a model student, leaving everyone in disbelief. Lin Dong Yi, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Liu Xiaoxiao teased, waving her hand in front of him. Lin Dong snapped back to reality, remarking, "Indeed, your transformation is remarkable. It's somewhat hard to recognize you, but it suits you well. Now you truly resemble a student. All right, I shall heed Lin Dong Ji's advice and maintain this look from now on," she replied, playfully linking her arm with his. Liu Xiaoxiao's affectionate gesture rendered Lin Dong momentarily awkward. After all, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and such close contact inevitably led to sensitive encounters. Perhaps she indeed viewed him as an older brother, he reassured himself. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Liu Xiaoxiao had not been this affectionate since childhood, having grown more reserved during her middle school years. He was the first to experience this newfound intimacy. Fortunately, classes were in session, for had other students witnessed the notorious Liu Xiaoxiao so intimately entwined with a young man, it would have surely caused a stir. Meanwhile, upon seeing Liu Xiaoxiao, Wang Chao felt as though his very soul had been struck. His heart raced, blood surged, and every organ in his body seemed to operate at an accelerated pace. This was an experience unlike any he had encountered in his 16 years of existence. Bewildered yet captivated, he found himself utterly enchanted by Liu Xiaoxiao, who was not only close in age, but also exceptionally remarkable. However, witnessing her intimate interaction with Lin Dong, he quickly suppressed his burgeoning feelings. "Xiaoxiao, allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Chao." "Wang Chao, this is Liu Xiaoxiao, the sister of a close friend of mine." Lin Dong facilitated the introductions. "Hello, I am Liu Xiaoxiao," she greeted, her arms still entwined with Lin Dong's, extending her free hand toward Wang Chao. Why you? Hello, I am Wang Chao," he stammered, his face flushing as he shook her hand. The mere touch of her palm sent warmth coursing through him. Liu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Wang Chao's discomposure, released his hand almost immediately, her attention primarily focused on Lin Dong. Noticing Wang Chao's flustered demeanor, Lin Dong observed the telltale signs of a young man experiencing the stirrings of infatuation. Glancing back at Liu Xiaoxiao, he noted how her school uniform and delicate features radiated a vibrant youthful energy, starkly contrasting the lavish persona she had exhibited just days prior. It was clear that her presence held an irresistible allure for someone like Wang Chao, who was still navigating the complexities of adolescence. "I should have a word with this young man soon," Lin Dong mused, recognizing that Liu Xiaoxiao was not someone easily managed. He ought to temper his affections before he finds himself emotionally bruised. First love. My own 4-year endeavor had ultimately left me with scars. Lin Dong, I have already coordinated with the school. You can take your cousin inside to finalize his enrollment. Lu Xiaoxiao announced. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong replied graciously. Lin Dong, please refrain from being so formal with me. She pouted, feigning irritation. All right. Lin Dong affectionately ruffled her hair. Shall we proceed? Yes. Let's go, Lin Dong, go, she exclaimed, taking the lead with an air of delight in his indulgence. Wang Chao followed quietly behind them. Lu Xiaoxiao led Lin Dong directly to the administrative office, and within 10 minutes, all necessary paperwork was completed. Wang Chao was escorted to his designated class, while Lu Xiaoxiao accompanied Lin Dong to the school gate. Xiaoxiao, hurry to class, he urged. Lin Dong, go, when will you visit my home? She asked reluctantly. Perhaps in a while. I'm currently quite busy. I will come once I am free, Lin Dong replied thoughtfully. All right, you must come after you finish, she insisted. Certainly, he affirmed. Now go on to class. Goodbye. I will study hard, she called back, glancing over her shoulder as she walked away, taking several backward glances. As Lin Dong returned to his car, he pondered Lu Xiaoxiao's recent behavior, increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? It seems quite likely. After all, she readily complied with my request to change her appearance, a feat her family could not accomplish. What am I to do, while I possess charm, wealth, and capabilities? Perhaps it is the memory of rescuing her during a moment of despair that has left an indelible mark. Surely, this phase will pass. It may be best to limit our interactions for the time being. Chapter 74. Zhao Shidao in Kyoto in a tranquil courtyard. An elderly man and a young man were engaged in a game of chess. The elder, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s despite his advanced age, possessed a youthful complexion and a vigorous spirit, devoid of any signs of decline associated with old age. The young man, though referred to as such, was at least 30 years old. However, in comparison to the elder, he could only be considered a youth. Shidao, your chess skills have improved remarkably, the elder said with a cheerful smile. Grandfather Zhou, my abilities in chess are still far from your level, Zhao Shidao humbly replied. The young man was none other than Zhao Shidao, a prominent figure in the Tsi faction of Kyoto. His name resonated not only among the younger generation, but was also esteemed by the older generation as an exceptional talent. Shidao, playing chess is akin to navigating life. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. I've noticed a hint of hesitation in your recent moves, the elder remarked. Grandfather Zhou, your insight is as sharp as ever. I have indeed been feeling somewhat lost lately. I am aware that the 10-year agreement among the three of you is drawing near, and that young lady from the Murong family will soon return after her decade-long absence. Grandfather Zhou, once we were like brothers, yet we find ourselves at odds over a woman. I am uncertain if our actions were right or wrong. A graceful lady is indeed a prize for a gentleman. In ancient times, it was said that one should cherish fleeting moments together, and the ruler need not rise early for court. Moreover, the young lady from the Murong family truly deserves to be described as exceptional. You need not become entangled in this. Following your heart is of utmost importance. Yes, Grandfather Zhou, I will remember that. At that moment, Zhao Shidao's phone rang. It was Qin Zheng requesting to meet him. Having just returned to Kyoto after attending to matters in Jiangbei province, Qin Zheng's exploits in Jiangcheng had reached Zhao Shidao's ears. However, rumors are merely whispers, and he was eager to hear Qin Zheng's account firsthand. With the 10-year pact with Murong Qinga nearing its conclusion, the emergence of such a formidable figure in the SCC compelled Zhao Shidao to take notice. They arranged to meet at the Great Wall Club, one of the 3 premier clubs in Kyoto, a hub for the elite and the stronghold of the Tsi faction. Grandfather Zhou, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall visit you again soon. Go on. You young ones are at the prime of your lives. There is no need to waste time on this old man. Upon arriving at the Great Wall Club, everyone who saw Zhao Shidao bowed in respect. Pushing open the door to the top private room, he found Qin Zheng already awaiting his arrival. Zhao! Qin Zheng exclaimed, rising to greet him. Qin Zheng, enlighten me about the situation, Zhao Shidao inquired as he took a seat. Zhao, I went to Jiangbei province for business and took the opportunity to visit Jiangsheng to check on Mingyue's situation, hoping to see her as well. To my surprise, I was discovered by Lu Chun. Qin Zheng recounted the events in detail. Oh, are you saying that Lin Dong has an ally capable of contending with Qiu Shan and possesses formidable strength himself? Indeed, he can catch my sword between two fingers and even shatter it with a snap. Uncle Shan doubts he is anything less than at the pinnacle of the tiger rankings, if not even higher. With a crack, Zhao Shidao crushed the cup in his hand. The pinnacle of the tiger rankings, or even greater. He understood the implications of this. According to Qin Zheng, Lin Dong, at around 20 years of age, had achieved such prowess, a talent so rare it was almost unparalleled. It seemed that Lin Dong was undoubtedly an heir of a concealed family, and certainly among the foremost tier of heirs. As the 10-year agreement approached its climax, to have such a powerful ally emerge was indeed remarkable. In Jiangcheng, after sending Wang Chao to attend school, Lin Dong arrived at the Jinya Hotel. He made a call to Wei Yong and Li Gubing, instructing them to return from Shuqing on their own. He would not return to Shuqing just yet. He needed to wait for his aunt Lu Yanmei to recover from her injuries before dealing with the moving arrangements and retrieving his parents' compensation from Lin Gubing. He also wished to persuade his elder aunt's family to relocate to Jiangcheng as well. Just as Lin Dong managed to rest briefly in his office, his phone rang, waking him from his reverie. Upon answering, he heard Yi Hong's voice on the line. "Lin, my dear brother, you truly are a person of importance who forgets easily. It's been ages since we last spoke. Brother Yi, you flatter me. I've been quite busy myself." Lin Dong replied, "I understand you're busy. Your exploits have spread throughout the SCC. I never imagined you had such hidden depths, managing to drive the Qi faction's 8 great kings, including Qin Zheng, out of Jiangcheng." Yi Hong remarked, astonished by Lin Dong's abilities. He had not expected Lin Dong to possess such strength. Although Li Bin had mentioned Lin Dong as an heir to a hidden family when selling the Jinya Hotel, it was understood that there were varying levels among heirs. Some large families had heirs of 3 or 4 tiers, with each level bearing significant differences in treatment. Initially, they believed Lin Dong to be at most a second-tier heir, but his displayed prowess was undoubtedly that of a first-tier heir and from a super family at that. Such an identity was no less significant than that of the 3 bosses of the SCC. He now felt immensely grateful for maintaining a good relationship with Lin Dong. With Lin Dong's achievements gaining recognition, he had received the boss's approval, marking the final piece in his ascension within the Yi family. "Brother Yi, please do not elevate me," Lin Dong humbly replied. "This is no flattery. To stand toe-to-toe with Qin Zheng is a rarity in the SCC, let alone to send him back to the north in defeat. By the way, are you currently in Jiangcheng? Someone wishes to meet you." "Who?" Lin Dong inquired. "You'll find out once you meet them." "Very well. I shall be in Jiangcheng for the time being. I will reach out once we finalize the time." After ending the call, Lin Dong fell into contemplation. As his strength gradually surfaced, he began to encounter genuine, influential figures. Yet, he felt he was still insufficiently strong, lacking the establishment of his own power, and needed to find ways to invest more resources. Why has Sister Xian been gone for so long without a word? Can't she figure out how to spend money? Lin Dong mused, never imagining that he would one day be troubled by how to spend money. Chapter 75. Settling in the afternoon, Lin Dong reached out to Cui Jia, a real estate agent at Jiangnan International Mansion, inquiring whether there were any available units. He intended to purchase a set for both his aunt and his elder aunt, subsequently arranging for them to work at the Jinya Hotel. Even if they possessed no particular skills, he planned to assign them to leisurely positions, providing them with a modest annual income that would suffice for their expenses. This way, they would have a foothold in Jiangcheng. Cui Jia was naturally elated. She had recently earned several million from Lin Dong, a sum she had never previously imagined. The prospect of another sale was exhilarating. Indeed, he was a significant client. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lin Dong's presence rekindled painful memories among the other saleswomen. They recalled how, during his last visit, he had stood for several minutes without anyone approaching him, only to have Cui Jia, the newcomer, seize the opportunity. That was a commission worth millions. The thought of it made their hearts ache. As soon as Lin Dong appeared, the other saleswomen rushed to him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Sir, are you looking to purchase a property? I will be delighted to accompany you. Sir, here is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime. Excuse me, ladies. I have already arranged to meet Miss Chui. Lin Dong interjected, squeezing through the throng. At that moment, Chui Jiao approached with keys in hand. Mr. Lin, I have the keys ready. Shall we view the property? The two exited together, prompting whispers to circulate in the lobby. That girl must have slept with him. Indeed, how else could she sell such expensive properties? Despite their disdainful remarks, their tone revealed a tinge of envy and jealousy. The first building had no available units, so Lin Dong casually looked at the second and third buildings, purchasing one unit in each, both valued at around 100 million. Upon returning to the lobby, he promptly paid a 10% deposit and left, stating he would return later to finalize the paperwork. This transaction added another 200 million to the sales figures. Combined with the previous 400 million, Chui Jia's commission from Lin Dong alone amounted to 6 million. This achievement stirred envy not only among the other saleswomen, but even the manager. The other saleswomen lamented their missed opportunities. Lin Dong returned to the first building, bringing his aunt, her husband, and cousin Wang Li to view the property. Although his aunt had recently undergone surgery, the doctor had assured her was a minor issue that would improve with movement over the course of a week. They arrived at the second building, which, while not quite as grand as Lin Dong's own, was still exquisitely luxurious, being a property worth 100 million. Xiaodong, why have you brought us here? Liu Yinmei asked after a cursory glance. Aunt, uncle, what do you think of this property? Lin Dong replied, deflecting her question. This place is lovely. However, we cannot afford something like this. Liu Yinmei responded. Although unaware of the price, the opulence was evident, and their family had only barely managed to get by over the years. Purchasing a home was out of the question. Aunt, I have already bought this property, Lin Dong declared. However, the paperwork is not yet completed. You just need to bring your ID to finalize it, and this home will be yours. Liu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu were taken aback to learn that Lin Dong intended to gift them the property, while they had sensed his intentions during the visit. Hearing him state it outright shocked them. This is too much. Xiaodong, you've worked hard for your earnings. We cannot accept this. Liu Yinmei protested. Yes, this property is far too precious. We simply cannot. Wang Yongfu added. Only Wang Li stood by the window, admiring the view, envisioning her future in such a luxurious abode. Since it was a gift from her brother Lin Dong, she felt there was no reason to refuse, especially given that she had yet to disclose her own wealth of 100 million to her parents. Aunt, uncle, this is my way of honoring you. Had I not lived with you, I might have remained with Lin Guobang, enduring his mistreatment. I cannot fathom how twisted my character would have become. When I first arrived at your home, I was silent and cold, but your warmth helped me transform into who I am today. Now that I have the means, I wish to repay you. If you do not accept this home, I will carry the burden of guilt forever, Lin Dong said, his voice low and earnest. Indeed, had it not been for the 2 years spent with his aunt Liu Yinmei's family, allowing him to experience the warmth of a home, he might have long since abandoned his studies and chosen a path of no return. Hearing Lin Dong's heartfelt words, Liu Yinmei began to quietly weep. Xiaodong, you have achieved so much. It is a pity your sister and brother-in-law cannot witness this. They will be so proud of you. Wang Yongfu reflected, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Initially reluctant to welcome Lin Dong into their home, he had eventually accepted the situation, believing in treating him as one of their own. Now, faced with Lin Dong's heartfelt declaration, Liu Yinmei and her husband could no longer refuse. Lin Dong escorted Wang Yongfu to the sales office to complete the necessary formalities, while Liu Yinmei and Wang Li remained in their newly acquired home. This luxurious, fully furnished residence was ready for them to move into. It would be their new home. After finalizing the paperwork and successfully transferring 100 million, Lin Dong's status as a wealthy benefactor increased further. Satisfied that his aunt's family was settled, he went to Jiangshan High School to pick up Wang Chao and bring him to his new home before returning to his own residence. Chapter 76. Shengwan Mingyue. The following day was Sunday. Lin Dong had anticipated that Yi Hong would reach out to him, yet he waited in vain throughout the day. In the evening, he received a call from Sun Siyu, inquiring why he had not visited her home as promised. After 2 days of waiting for his call, Lin Dong suddenly recalled that he had indeed committed to visiting Sun Siyu this week, but due to matters concerning his aunt, he had to postpone until another time. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received some encouraging news. Zhao Xian called to inform him that the foundation of their team had been largely established. Tempted by financial incentives, she had managed to recruit several talented individuals. Lin Dong urged her to invest in any promising project she encountered, disregarding monetary concerns, and advised her to contact Wang Chong, who had access to an investment of 50 billion. Securing those funds would provide him with 50 God points, which he desperately needed to enhance his system. He believed that his physical and mental capabilities had not yet reached their limits. According to Xiao Pejun, there were still several hidden masters who could potentially surpass him. Despite having extraordinary abilities, I still cannot claim invincibility in this world. How can I tolerate this? I must upgrade my system. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? Given the extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon him, he knew he must seize it diligently. A week slipped by, and a new one dawned. On Monday, Lin Dong attended classes in the morning. In the afternoon, he arrived at the school's martial arts club, eager to learn from others. Currently, he relied solely on his self-enhanced physical and mental prowess, which he interpreted as strength and reflexes, lacking any formal techniques. He wished to acquire some techniques for exerting force or various boxing styles to bolster his combat abilities. After his failed attempt to acquire Dragon, subduing 18 palms, which cost him 10 God points, Lin Dong had become cautious about adding skills, especially martial arts ones. He pondered whether such a technique even existed. If it did not, he would incur another deduction of 10 God points. With only a few remaining, he lamented his financial woes. Arriving at a large building designated for club activities, he found that it required rental fees. Most of the larger clubs were located there. Upon reaching the martial arts club's floor, Lin Dong entered to find a vast hall filled with several hundred individuals, a mix of both genders, although the males were in the majority, all seated cross-legged. Lin Dong was taken aback. Are they practicing? He wondered. Isn't the martial arts club supposed to focus on physical combat? Upon closer inspection, it seemed they were not practicing, as most were engaged in quiet conversations. He found a seat at the back and nudged a nearby student. "Excuse me, what are you all doing?" he inquired. The student glanced at Lin Dong and replied, "Aren't you a member of our martial arts club?" "Ah, I just came today, planning to join." "Well, you picked a great time. Today is the lecture by our club president, Shengwan Mingwei, one of the 3 goddesses of the academy." Shengwan Mingwei? Isn't she the most enigmatic of the 3 goddesses? She is the president of the martial arts club? A woman leading the martial arts club? Are you joking? Are all these men just idly sitting by? Hey, is Shengwan Mingwei really that impressive? Of course. No one in our Jiangda martial arts club has been able to withstand even 3 of her moves. Really? Will she ever get married? Are you serious? President Shangwan is the foremost among the 3 goddesses. The line of suitors stretches all the way to the Media University. To the Media University? You cannot be serious. Can all the boys in Jiangda even line up to that extent? Lin Dong chose not to inquire further and sat quietly, curious to see what this martial arts club president would present. Soon, a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a crisp white training outfit, stepped onto the stage. She settled cross-legged on the floor, and Lin Dong realized this must be Shangwan Mingwei. Although Lin Dong had been at Jiangda for 3 years, he had primarily worked part-time jobs during his spare time to alleviate the burdens on his aunts and elder aunts' families and to buy small gifts for Jiangshan. Thus, he had never truly acquainted himself with the mysterious Shangwan Mingwei, while he was more familiar with Su Yingxue, having shared a class with her. Despite sitting at the back, Lin Dong's keen eyesight allowed him to observe Shangwan Mingwei clearly. She appeared to be at least 175 meters tall, nearly matching his own height, placing her among the top tier of female students. Her exquisite oval face, large expressive eyes, elegantly arched brows, and high nose formed a flawless visage, completely devoid of makeup, showcasing her natural beauty. Her skin was remarkably flawless, almost delicate, truly embodying the essence of being the foremost among the 3 goddesses. As Lin Dong surveyed the drooling male students around him, he questioned whether they were there to learn martial arts or merely to admire the beauty of Shangwan Mingwei. At that moment, she addressed the audience. "Hello, fellow students." Her voice was clear and crisp. "President," echoed several hundred voices in unison, startling Lin Dong. It feels like a formal address from a leader, he thought. Today, I will talk about what martial arts truly entail. Martial arts can strengthen the body and prolong life. I have seen centenarians who can still move with remarkable agility. This is the longevity granted to us through martial arts practice. To train in martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by establishing the right mindset can one achieve success in martial arts. Of course, to progress further in martial arts, innate talent is of utmost importance. Some possess extraordinary talent and can reach heights in 3 years that ordinary individuals may never attain in a lifetime. However, I do not wish to discourage anyone. Even if you do not achieve great things, you can at least enhance your physical health. The spirit of martial arts is to resolve conflict and foster unity from discord. Martial strength is not synonymous with violence. It is not about killing for the sake of killing or fighting for the sake of fighting. Rather, it is about swiftly stopping violence and conflict, protecting all living beings. When necessary, one must act with empathy, turning enmity into kinship, harmonizing oneself with the universe. Following this, she continued with a barrage of philosophical statements. Lin Dong found himself lost in confusion. What on earth is she talking about? I came here to learn techniques, boxing styles, and skills, not to listen to a lecture filled with grandiose rhetoric. After all this talk, I've gained no practical knowledge. Chapter 77. Lin Xiao. I am sorry, Shangwan Mingyue spoke for nearly half an hour before concluding her discourse. The audience, much like Lin Dong, remained in a state of bewilderment. These men, undoubtedly drawn by the illustrious reputation of the Academy's foremost goddess, seemed less interested in martial arts. In this era, financial gain appears far more reliable. Lin Dong harbored a genuine admiration for Shangwan Mingyue. Despite her efforts seemingly falling on deaf ears, she spoke with such dedication and for so long. Truly extraordinary. Next came the time for questions. She invited inquiries, promising to address any concerns on the spot. President Shangwan, may I ask if there are still martial arts masters in this age? Aren't they merely figments of television and novels? A male student inquired boldly. The distinction between real martial arts masters and their fictional counterparts can only be grasped once you reach a certain level of martial arts cultivation. Telling you now would be futile, Shangwan Mingyue replied. President Shangwan, is it still possible for individuals like us to attain a high level of martial arts cultivation? Another student questioned. It is challenging. Martial arts requires a lifelong commitment, and even those with exceptional talent can find their achievements limited if they miss the optimal training period. She explained, President Shangwan, it is rumored that you are in a relationship with the Academy's first male deity, President Zhou, who has declared that no man may approach you. Can you confirm this relationship? A daring male student asked. The atmosphere fell silent as the audience awaited Shangwan Mingyue's response, clearly intrigued by the question. Apologies, but I prefer to answer only inquiries related to martial arts. If there are no further questions, I will proceed to demonstrate practical application, she stated, eliciting murmurs of dissatisfaction from the crowd. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the hall, 1 male and 1 female. After hurriedly scanning the room, they approached Lin Dong. The male, bending his legs, knelt beside Lin Dong. Lin Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I should not have offended you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and intercede on my behalf with the Liu family, Huang Junlang pleaded, since offending Liu Xiaoxiao that fateful Friday night. His family's enterprises have been ruthlessly targeted by the Liu family. With the Liu family's substantial influence in Jiangsheng, his family's assets have been decimated almost overnight. Despite his parents' desperate attempts to leverage connections, they remained oblivious to their son's transgression against the Liu family's second daughter. He dared not disclose the truth to them, fearing their reaction. His family situation had deteriorated drastically. They had sold nearly all valuable possessions and even lost their home. Their lives had become more miserable than that of beggars, and his parents had aged overnight, contemplating despairing solutions. Remembering Liu Xiaoxiao's respectful demeanor towards Lin Dong, he believed only Lin Dong could salvage his family. If Lin Dong intervened with the Liu family, they would be spared from ruin. Thus, he brought Jiang Shan along. promising her that if Lin Dong could assist in resolving their crisis, he would marry her. At this point, appearances mattered little to him. All he desired was to alleviate his family's plight. Failing that, they faced a fate worse than that of beggars. Huang Junlang's act of kneeling before Lin Dong stirred curiosity among the crowd, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that Huang Xiao? Someone recognized him. Huang Junlang held a modicum of fame at Jiang University as a second-generation wealthy heir. Though not the most powerful, he was certainly the most arrogant. Wow, Huang Xiao is actually kneeling in front of someone. The crowd gasped, their attention shifting to Lin Dong, eager to discover the identity of the individual commanding such respect. Huang Junlang felt a flush of embarrassment as he recognized the spectacle he had become. Never had he faced such humiliation before, but his family's fate lay in Lin Dong's hands. Huang Junlang, have I done anything to you? What purpose does your kneeling serve? Lin Dong inquired, rising leisurely. With the crowd closing in, Lin Dong had little choice but to stand. Lin Xiao, I implore you to intercede with the Liu family and spare my family. Huang Junlang insisted. The Liu family targets you because of your offense against Liu Xiao. How is that my concern? Besides, are we even on good terms? Why should I advocate for you? Lin Dong retorted. Huang Junlang was momentarily at a loss for words. Were they on good terms? He had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, insulted him, and even shared humiliating photos online, turning Lin Dong into a laughingstock. It was more akin to a vendetta than a friendship. Jiang Shan observed Lin Dong, sensing a transformation since their breakup. Once the person who understood him best, she now realized she knew nothing of him. How could one's character shift so dramatically? Moreover, Lin Dong possessed the capability to assist Huang Junlang. What had he been concealing? Had he been testing their relationship all along? Rumor had it that some wealthy heirs disguised themselves as commoners to seek true love. If that were the case, what had she done? In pursuit of designer clothes and handbags, had she overlooked a hidden affluent suitor who genuinely cherished her? In that moment, Jiang Shan felt dizzy, realizing she had forsaken an entire forest for a mere blade of grass. Huang Junlang tugged at her sleeve, urging her to regain her composure. Lin Dong, Jiang Shan began, only to be interrupted by Lin Dong. Jiang Shan, do you wish to plead for his family as well? Lin Dong asked, his gaze piercing. Lin Dong, I hope you can assist Junlang. Jiang Shan summoned her courage to declare. She felt cornered. The forest had drifted away from her. If she failed to grasp Huang Junlang, she would be left with nothing. You hope? By what right do you plead? As a former girlfriend? A high school classmate? Or as Huang Junlang's current girlfriend? Lin Dong scoffed. At this point, the onlookers began to piece together the narrative. Lin Dong had been the one whose girlfriend was taken from him, leading to his humiliation. In mere days, Huang Junlang was now kneeling before Lin Dong, begging for assistance. The swift reversal of fortunes was astonishing, as if scripted for a television drama. Chapter 78. Lin, I'm sorry, Lin Dong. I implore you, can you help me just this once, considering our years of friendship? Jiang Shan's voice quivered, filled with desperation. At this moment, her only recourse was to seek Lin Dong's assistance. If the crisis at Huang Junlang's home could be resolved, she would be free to marry him and indulge in the luxurious life she had always envisioned. Even during her time with Lin Dong, this dream lingered in her heart, though Lin Dong's kindness made it difficult for her to let go. Otherwise, she would not have so readily cast Lin Dong aside the moment Huang Junlang began to pursue her. Jiang Shan, you have no right to ask me. Lin Dong retorted fiercely. Anyone else may plead for my help, but you cannot. All my years of dedication mean nothing compared to a few garments and handbags. I misjudged you, and I cannot assist you with your troubles. Farewell. With that, Lin Dong turned to leave, but Huang Junlang clung to his feet. Lin, it's my fault. Everything is my fault. Please help me just this once. You are my only hope. If you refuse, my family will be doomed. Huang Junlang cried, tears streaming down his face. Lin Dong was his last glimmer of hope. As Lin Dong prepared to shake Huang Junlang off, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. A figure emerged, trailed by a throng of admirers. The president of the Jiangnan University Student Council, the esteemed Zhou Huili, also known as the university's heartthrob and recognized as Shangguan Mingyue's boyfriend. Wow, President Zhou is here. He must be looking for President Shangwan, the school's golden couple. Let us hurry and see. The crowd surrounding Lin Dong and Huang Junlang dispersed, rushing to witness the encounter. Lin Dong, with a casual motion, shrugged Huang Junlang off and followed suit, eager to observe how Shangwan Mingyue would perform. The altercation between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had little impact on the spectacle unfolding around Shangwan Mingyue. Among the hundreds gathered, only a handful remained to watch the drama, while the majority were captivated by the martial display on stage. On stage, Shangwan Mingyue was engaged in a sparring session with a senior member of the martial arts club. The audience eagerly anticipated this moment, craving the chance to witness their goddess up close. However, Zhou Huili ascended the stage, addressing the senior member sharply. Didn't I instruct you to keep all men away from Mingyue? Were my words mere air to you? Why, yes, I'm sorry. I'll step down immediately. The trembling member stammered, realizing his error. He had rushed to the front as soon as Shangwan Mingyue sought a partner, hoping for a brief encounter with her. Yet, Zhou Huili's arrival cast a shadow of fear over him. As the president of the student council, with a powerful family background, he was not someone to be trifled with. Stop right there. Who told you to leave? Zhou Huili called out, halting the member's retreat. Zhou, president. The member stuttered, but before he could continue, Zhou Huili struck him sharply across the face. The sound echoed through the hall. Another slap followed, and then another, until Zhou Huili had delivered 4 or 5 blows in quick succession, only to be halted by Shangwan Mingyue. Zhou Huili, cease this at once, she commanded. Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin instructed me to protect you from any man approaching. He has dared to defy my orders, and he deserves punishment, Zhou Huili asserted, delivering a forceful kick to the member, who felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he flew off the stage, teetering dangerously close to a severe fall. The crowd below scrambled to avoid injury as the member hurtled toward them, leaving Lin Dong standing calmly, unperturbed. Just as the member was about to collide with him, Lin Dong extended his hand, catching him gently and setting him down safely. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Huili turned, incredulous at the lack of a scream. His gaze fell upon Lin Dong, and his heart raced in shock. Wasn't he this Lin Dong? The very person he could never forget, the one who had effortlessly defeated Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party, leaving him to retreat in disgrace. Now, faced with Lin Dong, Zhou Huili grappled with his dilemma. Should he apologize before the crowd? Yet, doing so would shatter the image he had built at Jiangnan University. But to remain silent might provoke Lin Dong's wrath, a risk he could hardly afford, especially given the power Lin Dong wielded. Ultimately, Zhou Huili decided that pride paled in comparison to his own safety. After all, this was Lin Dong's territory. With this clarity, he approached Lin Dong, descending from the platform. As the audience braced for a confrontation, Zhou Huili, with hands clasped, bowed deeply to Lin Dong and declared, Lin, I apologize sincerely for my earlier actions. I failed to notice your presence. Please, show mercy on a mere mortal such as myself. Chapter 79. The first person of Jiang University what? Nanny? What? Everyone around, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, was utterly bewildered. Even Shangwan Mingyue stood, momentarily frozen in place. Who is Zhou Huili? The president of the Jiang University Student Union, the most handsome man at Jiang University. His family background is rumored to be exceptionally formidable. The likes of Huang Junlang and other wealthy second-generation heirs are not even worthy to carry his shoes. At Jiang University, his words command respect, and even the institution must heed them. To think such a figure would bow and apologize to Lin Dong. What sort of identity does Lin Dong possess? It would be one thing for Huang Junlang to kneel before him, but even a person of Zhou Huili's stature cannot provoke him. This is simply alarming. When did Jiang University produce such a powerful figure? Shangwan Mingyue was also taken aback. Zhou Huili is one of Qin Zheng's associates, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party. Even in the hidden and competitive environment of Kyoto, he is a significant figure, being recognized and taken under Qin Zheng's wing. Zhou Huili is certainly not an ordinary person. It seemed that during the years he was dispatched by Qin Zheng to monitor her, he had never shown such deference to anyone else. This suggests that the individual before her is of the same caliber as Qin Zheng. Shangguan Mingyue was not particularly concerned about the internal affairs of the Tsi party. Otherwise, she would have heard that Qin Zheng was recently driven out of Jiang City in disgrace. Connecting this with the current scene, it becomes evident that Lin Dong is the one who expelled Qin Zheng. The Shangguan family, being a hidden clan, now intends to emerge and seek collaboration with a powerful family, targeting the Qin family in Kyoto. The Qin family, having reached a developmental bottleneck, urgently requires external assistance. Hence, the two parties are in perfect alignment. The most solid relationship in such collaborations is through marriage. Thus, both families intend for Shangguan Mingyue to unite with Qin Zheng to maintain this strong partnership. Shangguan Mingyue harbors disdain for a marriage founded on interests. Yet she is merely a girl without the power to choose, compelled to accept her family's arrangements. The first time Qin Zheng beheld Shangguan Mingyue, he was utterly captivated. Coupled with the matchmaking of their families, he directly designated her as his future wife. Fortunately, being still young, Shangguan Mingyue chose to study at Jiang University, seeking to evade Qin Zheng. However, she did not anticipate that he would send someone to surveil her. Lin Dong was equally astonished that Zhou Huili would bow and apologize to him. He had prepared for a confrontation, ready to temper his strength to avoid causing undue harm. After all, they belonged to opposing factions, SCC and Tsi party, and had recently clashed. He thought that even if Zhou Huili dared not engage, he would at least exchange some harsh words, as is customary in such rivalries. When has it ever happened that adversaries meet and immediately bow an apology? How is he to respond to such an unexpected gesture? In truth, Lin Dong had underestimated his own strength. He had long thought himself insufficiently powerful. Yet the prowess he displayed was indeed formidable enough to instill fear in many. Otherwise, Qin Zheng would not have remained inactive for so long after suffering such a significant loss, which is uncharacteristic of his status as one of the Tsi party's 8 kings. It was likely that he felt uncertain about regaining his standing, hence his absence. While the Tsi party and SCC are somewhat adversarial, it does not mean that individuals from either side cannot enter the territory of the other. This is a matter of face for the upper echelons, particularly among the 8 kings of the Tsi party and core members of SCC. When one side's high-ranking official appears, the other side will send a corresponding individual to meet. Ordinary members are free to roam without oversight. Had it not been for Lu Chen's urgent desire to ascend to core membership and reverse his family's decline, he could have easily feigned ignorance. After all, the status of Qin Zheng, as one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party, is not something a mere senior member of SCC can compare to. What he sought was to attract the attention of the 3 boss figures of SCC. Thus, those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Zhou Huili saw no wrongdoing in his actions, knowing that even if word spread, no one would ridicule him. At most, those unaware of Lin Dong's identity would perceive him as somewhat timid. Furthermore, he was nearing graduation. Ordinary students would never reach his level. Zhou Huili bowed deeply to Lin Dong, not daring to rise until he heard response. At that moment, Lin Dong regained his composure and said, "Senior Zhou, it is better to remain low-key. That student did not offend you greatly. Was it necessary to take such severe action? Had I not caught him, his fall could have resulted in serious injury. Here is Jiang University in Jiang City, not Kyoto. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Zhou Huili's unexpected behavior of bowing and apologizing left Lin Dong feeling somewhat embarrassed. There were no deep-seated grievances between them. "Indeed, young Master Lin, I shall remember that." Zhou Huili straightened up, yet his tone remained exceedingly respectful. Lin Dong, feeling a sense of disinterest, turned and departed. He had initially hoped to learn some techniques and refine his control over his strength, yet he ended up learning nothing and felt like a spectacle for others to gawk at. The crowd automatically parted to create a path for Lin Dong. Expecting a thrilling scene, they were instead met with a calm conclusion. Observing Lin Dong's retreating figure, curiosity mingled with respect filled the spectators. It seemed that from this day forth, the title of Jiang University's foremost individual was set to change hands. Lin Dong, once an inconspicuous figure, had rapidly ascended to the top in a mere half-month, a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. Shangguan Mingwei gazed at Lin Dong's departing silhouette, lost in thought. As Lin Dong passed by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan attempted to utter something, only to realize that she no longer had any connection to Lin Dong. Any words felt futile. Upon seeing Lin Dong leave, Zhou Huili felt relieved, having not pressed him further. Since witnessing Lin Dong's strength that night, the psychological pressure of facing him had been immense. Those without any foundation in martial arts cannot comprehend such pressure, akin to an ordinary person facing a superior, causing a deep-seated fear. Miss Mingwei, young Master Qin has instructed me to keep an eye on you. I hope you can maintain your self-respect. Otherwise, when young Master Qin comes personally, he will not be as easy to converse with as I am. Zhou Huili concluded before departing the hall. Zhou Huili, what right do you have to speak to me? Go tell Qin Zheng that I am not yet married to him. He has no authority over me. Shangguan Mingwei retorted angrily as Zhou Huili walked away. However, their final exchange sparked speculation among the onlookers in the hall. What does that mean? It appears Zhou Huili is merely a pawn sent by that young Master Qin to surveil Shangguan Mingwei. Does this imply that she truly has an owner? A person whom Zhou Huili refers to as young Master Qin must be extraordinary. It left many wondering who was more formidable, Lin Dong or him. Most were left with the thought, if Lin Dong were to become romantically involved with Shangguan Mingwei, and that young Master Qin were to confront him at Jiang University, it would be quite a spectacle. Nevertheless, from Lin Dong's recent demeanor, it appeared he held little interest in Shangguan Mingwei, the foremost among Jiang University's three goddesses. Chapter 80. A condition. Lin Dong exited the building, aimlessly wandering without a destination in mind, choosing instead to retreat to the small grove beside the playground. He gazed at the students on the field, drenched in sweat, lost in thought. Reflecting on the past half-month of experiences, it felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. Once an underachiever, his life had transformed entirely due to a system that altered everything. Time passed and a bright, melodious voice broke through his reverie. Are you Lin Dong? Turning his head, he was surprised to see Shangguan Mingwei. What would she possibly want from him? Nevertheless, he replied, Yes. Do you know Qin Zheng? She inquired further. Acquaintances, I suppose, he responded. Are you friends? Adversaries. Oh, for someone to be an enemy of Qin Zheng, you must be quite remarkable. No wonder Zhou Huili fears you so much. You're mistaken. I'm just an ordinary person, Lin Dong insisted. Shangguan Mingwei, undeterred by his assertion, asked, Do you wish to join the martial arts society? Initially, he did consider joining, but now he was disinterested. Why would I? There's nothing to learn. Her irritation was palpable at his dismissive tone. Did Lin Dong's disdain for the martial arts society reflect his contempt for her as president? Do you think the martial arts society is merely a fade? Is there no genuine skill involved? You mentioned it's too late to start practicing martial arts now. Lin Dong, since Zhou Huili fears you, and since you are regarded as an enemy by Qin Zheng, your abilities must be noteworthy. How about becoming the vice president of the martial arts society? Shangguan Mingwei proposed. Apologies. I'm not interested. Look for someone else. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong, I am the designated wife of Qin Zheng. Since you are his enemy, wouldn't you want to make him uncomfortable? Embarrass him? Lin Dong turned to face Shangguan Mingwei. Are you out of your mind? Your desire to avoid marrying him has nothing to do with me. You want to use me as a pawn, a shield? I'm not that foolish. I might end up with nothing but trouble. I merely got lucky once. If it comes to competing with Qin Zheng's background, I would be thrown far behind. Without responding further, Lin Dong stood and walked away. Shangguan Mingwei was momentarily taken aback by his departure. Aren't you enemies? She had hoped that her words would draw Lin Dong into the martial arts society. She was eager to see if Zhou Huili would dare to intervene then. Given Zhou Huili's recent attitude, Lin Dong's background must at least rival Qin Zheng's. Even if Qin Zheng showed up, it would surely lead to a fierce rivalry, potentially resulting in mutual destruction. As Lin Dong was about to leave her vicinity, a sense of urgency struck her, prompting Shangguan Mingwei to launch an attack on him. She believed Lin Dong possessed some strength, and since she was not using her full power, he should be able to defend himself. On one hand, she aimed to test Lin Dong's abilities. On the other, she wished to demonstrate that the martial arts society was not merely showmanship, but rather substantive skill. Just as Lin Dong passed by her, he felt a gust of wind at his back. Was someone attacking him? His senses were acutely heightened. Due to the suddenness of the situation and his still developing control over his own strength, his body instinctively reacted, unleashing a force he could not fully manage. The magnitude of his unleashed power was terrifying. Shangguan Mingyue felt as though the aura emanating from Lin Dong crashed upon her like a tempest, rendering her akin to a fragile boat amid a raging sea, on the brink of being engulfed by tumultuous waves. In her panic, she had no time to react before a hand, like an iron claw, gripped her delicate neck. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Realizing he had grasped Shangguan Mingyue's neck, Lin Dong quickly released his hold. She crouched on the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently, tears streaming down her face. Lin Dong stood there, feeling somewhat awkward. His reaction had been purely instinctual. How could she attack him without warning? Was that his fault? After a moment, Lin Dong crouched down beside her, gently patting her back in an attempt to provide some comfort. After a minute or two, Shangguan Mingyue finally calmed down and ceased coughing. Turning to face Lin Dong, her beautiful face and large eyes flushed with color. Miss Shangguan, I didn't mean to. It was your sneak attack that provoked my reaction, Lin Dong awkwardly explained. Are you suggesting it's all my fault? Even if you'd kill me just now, I would have deserved it? Shangguan Mingyue questioned, her voice hoarse, lacking its earlier clarity. Well, it kind of is, Lin Dong thought, but dare not voice that sentiment. No, I overreacted. My fault. He quickly corrected. Since it's your fault, what do you propose we do about it? You could have easily harmed me with just a little exertion, while I merely intended to convey that the martial arts society is not all for show. And I had no intention of hurting you. And what do you wish to do? Lin Dong asked. Join the martial arts society as vice president. But you must agree to one condition, Shangguan Mingyue stated. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Joining the martial arts society is acceptable, but agreeing to a condition is non-negotiable. If you later demand I put myself in harm's way, I refuse. Rest assured, I won't compel you against your will. You will have the choice to participate or not. And even if you choose not to, I won't say a word. Really? Yes. All right then. Just to clarify, I will do what I wish when I wish, and if I don't want to, I won't. Agreed. Deal. Shangguan Mingyue smiled brightly. As Lin Dong beheld her smile, he sensed that he might have been outwitted. However, it was indeed true that had he applied even a slight force earlier, such a beautiful woman could have been in serious peril. It appeared he needed to gain better control over his strength quickly. Lin Dong departed, aware that their encounter had drawn the attention of several classmates, and he wished to avoid becoming a spectacle once more. Shangguan Mingyue watched him leave, her face still a bit shaken but adorned with an enchanting smile. Chapter 81. The core member of SCC, Lin Dong, departed. However, Shangguan Mingyue remained rooted in place, her face still displaying a captivating smile amidst her lingering shock. It appeared that to extricate herself from the fate dictated by her family, she would need Lin Dong's assistance. Was it merely a desire to alter the family's plans? Perhaps she could strive for more. With this thought, Shangguan Mingyue felt her breath quicken. After so many years, she had long abandoned such unrealistic aspirations. She had even acquiesced to the family's arrangements for a marriage alliance, feeling both reluctant and yearning to escape the shadow cast upon her since childhood by that individual. Yet at this pivotal moment, on the brink of graduation and a marriage alliance, she had met Lin Dong. His sudden display of strength had left her breathless. She had never encountered such a formidable presence even among the family elders. An unparalleled prodigy, a term sprang to her mind. Despite being of the same age, the disparity in strength between them was akin to a chasm. Lin Dong was undoubtedly the heir cultivated by a superpower, while she was merely the second-tier heir of the Shangguan family. With the support of a first-tier heir from superpower, she might still have a chance to contend. Shangguan Weiwei, do you think you've secured victory? Perhaps not. I shall prepare a grand surprise for you. Shangguan Mingyue silently vowed. 2 days passed. Lin Dong had become the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. However, he maintained a respectful distance from Shangguan Mingyue, fully aware of her intentions to leverage him against Qinzhong. He felt indifferent, as he too was an adversary of Qin Zheng. It was possible that Qin Zheng would seek vengeance against him one day. Lin Dong's acceptance of the vice presidency was spurred by a flicker of guilt. After all, though Shangguan Mingyue had initiated the conflict, her intent had not been to harm him. He had nearly killed her due to his inability to control his strength. For someone like him, an exemplary youth in society, the notion of taking a life was hard to fathom. Thus, he regarded this vice presidency as a means of atonement. As for any requests, he would entertain them based on his mood. On that day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong, indicating that a core member of SCC wished to meet him. They had arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong took the afternoon off to head to the hotel. Upon reaching the opulent presidential suite where Yi Hong was staying, he knocked twice on the door. Shortly, Yi Hong opened it. "Come in, my brother Lin," he said cordially. There was no room for formality, as Lin Dong's reputation had spread throughout the SCC, and he was indeed a benefactor to Yi Hong. Inviting Lin Dong into the SCC was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had ever made, providing him with an additional layer of security for his future inheritance of the Yi family. "You're too kind, brother Yi," Lin Dong replied as he entered the room. A man was seated on the living room sofa, who rose to greet Lin Dong upon his arrival. "Brother Lin Dong, I have long admired your name." He introduced himself. "I am Li Bin, a core member of SCC and a good friend of Brother Yi. I also held some shares in this Golden Leaf Hotel when it was initially acquired." Li Bin smiled, appraising Lin Dong with keen interest. He appeared to be in his early 30s, exuding an air of refinement and gentility, reminiscent of a suave gentleman. Lin Dong did not sense any oppressive aura from him, instead feeling a refreshing and pleasant ambience. The three took their seats. Li Bin poured Lin Dong a cup of tea. "Brother Lin Dong, do savor this tea," he urged. Lin Dong, feeling a bit awkward, lifted the cup and took a sip, noting the subtle sweetness and fragrance. Quite delightful." He feigned appreciation. In truth, he had no discernment for tea. He had learned about it from television. Having spent his vacation working, he had never indulged in such high-quality tea. He had only tasted regular beverages like black and green tea, which all seemed rather similar to him. If the tea aficionados knew his sentiments, they would likely be infuriated. This tea is no ordinary brew. Its annual production is limited, reserved for significant figures. Today, I have the privilege of enjoying it thanks to Brother Lin. The big boss knew I was meeting you and insisted I bring along for you to taste," Li Bin said with a smile. "The big boss? Who might that be? The founder of SCC?" Lin Dong pondered internally, though he refrained from asking. If Li Bin had gone to the trouble of bringing such expensive tea for him, it was undoubtedly more than a mere casual mention. Indeed, it is remarkable. Lin Dong pretended to sip a couple more small mouthfuls. "Brother Lin, could you recount the events of that day? We are all quite curious about how you managed to put Qin Zheng in his place." Yi Hong interjected. Li Bin paused to savor his tea, looking at Lin Dong with interest, genuinely eager to hear the story. "Actually, there is not much to recount," Lin Dong replied, briefly summarizing the events of that day while omitting the part where he shattered the sword with a mere snap of his fingers. He felt a bit embarrassed to boast about himself. "Brother Lin Dong, you are not being entirely truthful. Why omit the most spectacular part? I have heard that you pinched Qin Zheng's sword between 2 fingers and shattered his long-coveted alloy sword with a snap. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals." Li Bin remarked. "How could you know that and still ask me to recount it?" "I truly do not comprehend the thoughts of these prominent figures," Lin Dong mused internally. "Brother Li, you are mistaken. The most thrilling part was the battle between Pijun and that mountain uncle. I merely added a touch of flair at the end," Lin Dong humbly replied. Li Bin fascinant. He was aware of Qiu Shan, a seasoned expert on the Tiger List. However, he had never heard of Pijun, a master also on the Tiger List. The clash between the 2 Tiger List experts was indeed captivating. Yet, could Qiu Shan shatter Qin Zheng's alloy sword with a snap? Probably not. That material was developed using the most advanced technology. This was precisely why they valued Lin Dong so highly. Had he merely been a subordinate of a Tiger List expert, they would not have mobilized such resources to send a core member to meet him. The fact that Qin Zheng had yet to retaliate further underscored Lin Dong's formidable strength and exceptional background. In this world, there were no miraculous encounters as depicted in martial arts novels or dramas. where one suddenly acquires a technique to achieve unparalleled prowess or receives a legacy from an elder, instantly gaining decades of cultivation. Such notions were mere fabrications. True strength is cultivated step by step, and to nurture a prodigy like Lin Dong, only the most powerful forces could suffice. Chapter 82. A woman who dazzled and Era the Three engaged in numerous trivial conversations, all in an effort to foster a good rapport with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's currently displayed prowess, even Li Bin, a core member of the SCC, felt a twinge of apprehension, as he believed that directly confronting Qin Zheng would yield little chance of success. Among the core members, he ranked quite high, yet most of them could not compare to the 8 kings of the Tea Party. Lin Dong found the atmosphere somewhat dull. He was not accustomed to mingling with such prominent figures. Despite others viewing him as a significant individual, he had yet to see himself in that light. Sensing that the time was ripe, Li Bin turned to Lin Dong and said, "Brother Lin Dong, my visit is not solely to meet you. I also come bearing instructions from the big boss." Indeed, it had arrived. Lin Dong knew that Li Bin's mention of the big boss was not without purpose. "Oh, may I inquire who this big boss is and what the matter entails?" "Ego is aware that I have just joined the SCC and am rather uninformed about such matters," Lin Dong inquired. The big boss's true name is Zhuge Zhangqiang, one of the 3 founders of the SCC, and he is the most powerful and esteemed among them. Li Bin proceeded to elaborate on the significance of Zhuge Zhangqiang. In essence, Zhuge Zhangqiang seeks Lin Dong's assistance, though the specifics of the aid and the timeline remain uncertain, likely to unfold in 6 months. Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao of the Tea Party were once close companions, having grown up together in the same institution. Both were top-tier figures in their circle, akin to brothers, and jointly established the Tea Party, basking in a period of immense prestige. However, the arrival of a woman shattered their bond entirely. Murong Qingge, a woman of unparalleled beauty, a woman who dazzled an era, a woman capable of captivating both Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao, 2 pinnacle figures of the younger generation. Murong Qingge was the youngest daughter of the Murong family in Kyoto, but due to congenital deficiencies, she was predicted not to live beyond 18. Later, she was taken under the wing of a notable figure. At the age of 22, she returned to Kyoto, and her mere appearance sparked admiration among the younger generation. Even the illustrious Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao were no exceptions. The 2 agreed to compete fairly, regardless of whom Murong Qingge chose in the end. The other would willingly concede. Should Murong Qingge select one of them or none at all, neither would harbor resentment. However, Murong Qingge established a decade-long commitment with both. She would depart for 10 years, and upon her return, the man she chose must surely be the foremost among the younger generation. Subsequently, Zhuge Zhangqiang failed in his quest for power within the Tea Party and ventured to the Magic City, where he joined forces with the 2 heroes of the Magic City to establish the SCC, thus creating a division of power with the Tea Party. Zhuge Zhangqiang was unaware of how the title of the foremost among the younger generation would be determined. However, the Tea Party was now wholly under Zhao Shidao's dominion, while the SCC was governed by 3, placing him at a disadvantage in this regard. As the decade-long agreement approached its conclusion, Zhuge Zhangqiang hoped Lin Dong could assist him. With Lin Dong's displayed strength and the hidden forces behind him, he could undoubtedly become Zhuge Zhangqiang's right-hand ally. After grasping the intricacies of the situation, Lin Dong was taken aback. Not only was Zhuge Zhangqiang a founder of the SCC, but he was also a founder of the Tea Party, and these 2 titans had become adversaries over a woman. Such a melodramatic narrative truly existed in reality? He had thought such tales were confined to television dramas. What sort of woman could incite 2 top-tier magnates to such extremes? Curiosity piqued, Lin Dong wondered what Murong Qingge looked like. Could she truly be as ethereal as a celestial being? Li Go, have you ever encountered Murong Qingge? What manner of woman is she? Able to enchant 2 prominent figures of the younger generation to the point of rivalry? Lin Dong asked with genuine intrigue. Regrettably, during my time in the Magic City, Murong Qingge's stay in Kyoto was fleeting, so I never had the pleasure of meeting her, which remains a significant regret. Even Li Bin was curious about the true nature of Murong Qingge. But how precisely am I to assist? There are no clear guidelines to follow, Lin Dong queried. Brother Lin Dong, there's no need for concern. Competing for the title of the foremost among the younger generation entails a contest of influence and personal strength. Perhaps Murong Chinga will request a duel between the two, in which case it would be the big boss's affair, and you need not intervene. Asking for your assistance is merely a precautionary measure, Li Bin reassured. That sounds agreeable. I wouldn't need to intervene. Yet I'd witness Murong Chinga and the two peak figures in confrontation. Very well. I shall accept this task. Just notify me when the time comes, Lin Dong replied. As a senior member of the SCC, it was essential to honor the big boss's wishes, especially as he needed this identity to expand his influence. Brother Lin Dong, indeed, you are quite agreeable. From this moment forth, you are officially a core member of the SCC. This is the big boss's decree, and shortly, I shall impart to you the rights and responsibilities of core members. Unlike senior members, core members are part of the SCC's upper echelon and can partake in significant decision-making. Is this what it means to be promoted to core member? So swift? No fees involved. Lin Dong was somewhat eager to spend some money. After all, a lavish lifestyle should not go unrewarded. Zhao Xian's financial contributions were also lacking, which troubled him greatly. Meanwhile, Yihong observed Lin Dong with envy. A core member? How many senior SCC members languished at this threshold? He was not particularly invested in ascending to senior member status. As a businessman, the efforts required for such a promotion often outweighed the rewards. However, attaining core member status was a dream he fervently aspired to. Why did Lu Chun, fully aware that he was no match for Qin Zheng, still charge ahead? Was it not to impress the three bosses? Was it not a bid for core member promotion? Even if it meant risking severe injury or death, he would still press on. This was the allure of core membership. Once one attained it, they could leverage the SCC's power, a privilege that could alleviate personal crises. Even in the absence of his grandfather, no one would dare challenge the Lu family or Jiangcheng. For to do so would be to oppose the entire SCC, and no one would be foolish enough to take that risk. Senior members did not enjoy such protections. Even among SCC members, if one's family fell, there would be those eager to seize a piece of the pie. SCC did not prohibit internal strife. Survival of the fittest had always been a fundamental truth. The same held true within the Tea Party. It was not the case that all SCC members were allies. Many would gladly stab you in the back. Only when facing the Tea Party would they unite as one, a rule instituted by the three bosses. Lin Dong had only recently joined the SCC, yet he was already elevated to core member status. If word got out, it would surely spark envy among many senior members still trapped at this juncture. Chapter 83. Core members before departing. Li Bin added Lin Dong to a group comprised of merely 15 individuals. This group represented the core members of SCC, which included 3 founders and 12 pivotal members. With Lin Dong's inclusion, the count of core members rose to 13. These core members held paramount significance within SCC, as many critical decisions required their collective vote. The stark contrast between SCC and the Tea Party lay in the latter's singular authority held by Zhao Shidao, whose words were beyond reproach, even by the 8 kings. In contrast, SCC, governed by 3 leaders, necessitated a vote among core members when divergent opinions arose, thereby highlighting their value. However, harmony was not the prevailing atmosphere within SCC. Upon Lin Dong's entrance into the group, a question was posed by Lu Meng, a local from Magic City and one of the 12 core members, who was also a prominent figure among the city's elite. Li Bin, we have a new member? How come I wasn't informed? Lu Meng inquired directly of Li Bin, since he was the one who had added Lin Dong. This is the decision of the big boss. Must we inform you beforehand? Lu Meng, who do you think you are? Li Bin retorted. Oh, the decision of the big boss? Who might that be to exercise such privilege? Lu Meng probed. Jiangcheng's Lin Dong. Li Bin declared. Jiangcheng's Lin Dong? The one who stood up to Qin Zheng and drove him out of Jiangcheng? Lu Meng exclaimed. Is there an alternative? Li Bin shot back. Impressive. Lin Dong then sent a message. This is Lin Dong. I look forward to your guidance. Liu Mang zet ponde. So it's Lin Dong. We can't be of much help to you. Your reputation precedes you in our circle. What a world. Who did I offend? It appeared that SCC was not a bastion of camaraderie. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. Lin Dong felt as though he had unwittingly become embroiled in SCC's internal conflicts. His first utterance was met with hostility. Lin Dong, ignore him. He is merely a rabid dog, biting anyone within reach. Li Bin advised. Say that again, Li Bin. Lu Meng challenged. Rabid dog, Li Bin repeated. Why, just as tensions were about to escalate, someone intervened. All right, we're all family here. Why the hostility? Let us not give the newcomer a spectacle. Lin Dong, welcome to our family. Many voices chimed in, welcoming Lin Dong, though the sincerity of their sentiments remained questionable. Welcome. Unfamiliar with anyone, Lin Dong chose silence to avoid further confrontation. Li Bin refrained from enlightening him about the internal dynamics of SCC. Before long, the weekend arrived. With little on his agenda and his aunt still recovering, it seemed she wouldn't return to Sioux City until the following week. Lin Dong had initially promised Sun Siyu a visit, but had been delayed by his aunt's situation. With a free weekend, he decided to honor that promise. Though reluctant, Lin Dong felt obligated to fulfill commitments. Such a visit would likely lead to misunderstandings with Sun Siyu's family, and she was aware that her invitation was somewhat inappropriate, hinting at her feelings towards him. The troubles of an exceptionally talented man. Lin Dong realized he needed to learn to refuse requests, as he found himself increasingly surrounded by women, each drawn to his burgeoning prowess. Han Shiyun, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xian, and Sun Siyu. 4 extraordinary women, each harboring interest in him. How could he possibly choose? Such dilemmas were typically reserved for children. He could only take one step at a time. His greatest flaw was his inability to refuse. For instance, with Shangwan Mingyue, it was evident that not all blame rested on him. He merely reacted to her provocations, yet he still found himself apologizing. Upon reflection, he recognized that this tendency stemmed from his time with Jiang Shan, during which he would strive to meet her every request without hesitation. This habit, cultivated over 4 years of adoration, would require time to alter. As for women, particularly striking ones, Lin Dong struggled to assert himself. Did he possess the makings of a rogue? Setting aside his inner turmoil, he dialed Sun Siyu's number to inform her he would accompany her home the following day. Naturally, Sun Siyu was overjoyed. The next morning, while still enveloped in dreams, Lin Dong received a call from her, inquiring about their departure time. Gazing at the clock, he noted it was barely 6 o'clock. Had she truly been awake all night? Indeed, she had. Upon receiving Lin Dong's call, excitement had kept her awake. To her, he was akin to a heroic figure descending upon her family on a rainbow. By 7 in the morning, Lin Dong rose and drove to the entrance of the Media University, where Sun Siyu awaited him. It was Saturday, and numerous luxurious cars lined the street as students flowed in and out. Most of the drivers were middle-aged men, with few young faces among them, likely the fathers of the students, though whether they were biological or stepfathers remained a mystery known only to them. Sun Siyu stood at the university's entrance, an undeniable beacon of beauty amidst a sea of goddesses. Tall, stunning, and clad in a pristine white dress, she drew the gaze of those around her. Today, she had meticulously prepared, even applying a touch of makeup to leave a favorable impression on Lin Dong. Several affluent drivers, upon spotting her, suddenly felt their own passengers pale in comparison. A few even approached her, offering rides, though she declined each one. As she observed her peers enter the vehicles of these wealthy men, she felt a wave of disgust at the thought of them engaging in sordid transactions for a mere pittance. The more she witnessed this, the more she appreciated Lin Dong's goodness. Had it not been for his substantial assistance, she might have found herself on a similar path. Lost in thoughts of Lin Dong, she was startled when a voice called from behind, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. "See you. Who are you waiting for?" Recognizing the voice, she turned to see her close friend, Yu Mujuan, a fellow classmate in the performing arts, who was known as one of the 4 rising stars of their department. Though shorter than Sun Siyu, Yu Mujuan possessed a charming and petite demeanor that evoked a protective instinct in those around her. "Waiting for anyone in particular?" Sun Siyu asked. "I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up. Are you heading home?" Yu Mujuan replied. "Yes, I'm waiting for a friend to come and get me." "Boyfriend?" "No, not at all. Just a very good friend," Sun Si replied with a hint of nervousness. Look at you getting so anxious. I'm not trying to steal your boyfriend, Yu Mujun said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 84. The Moon family of Jiangcheng as Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of the Communication University. A wave of excitement ensued. Look, what kind of sports car is that? It's so flashy. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? Unbelievable. Jiangcheng has such a car? Incredible. Who is it here to pick up? How fortunate. If only it were for me, I'd love to sit in the passenger seat and bask in the spotlight. Is it here for Sun Siyu and Yu Mujun? They're waiting over there. Oh no, my heart is breaking. Yet another goddess has been swept away. How do you know it's a pig? I believe it must be a strikingly handsome man. The power of the Bugatti Chiron is unparalleled compared to it. The luxury cars parked at the entrance look like mere bicycles. The disparity between a few million yuan and a car worth nearly 100 million is stark. Lin Dong parked directly in front of Sun Siyu and Yu Mujun. The window rolled down. Siyu, let us go. Lin Dong called out from inside the car. Upon seeing the dazzling sports car, Sun Siyu initially thought it was another wealthy patron trying to flirt until Lin Dong addressed her, and realization dawned. It was only fitting that he, who could easily lend her family a fortune, drove such a vehicle. Oh, I'm coming. Just as Sun Siyu prepared to enter the car, Yu Mujun grabbed her hand and leaned toward the passenger window. What's your name? Are you Siyu's boyfriend? Why haven't I heard her mention you before. How long have you been together? Lin Dong noticed the cute girl leaning against the window, bombarding him with questions. I'm just a good friend of CUS. I'm heading home this weekend and offered her a ride. A good friend? I know what you wealthy second-generation types are like. Let me tell you, CU is my best friend. If you dare to bully her, I want to let you off easily, Yu Mujun declared, shaking her small fist playfully. Jun, we really are just good friends. Sun Siyu interjected from behind. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. But Siyu, as a girl, you must learn to protect yourself. Always maintain your boundaries until you truly understand someone. All right? Yu Mujun advised, her words sounding somewhat awkward coming from her petite form. Sun Siyu's face flushed crimson from Yu Mujun's remarks. I understand. Jun, I'm off now, bye. She quickly hopped into Lin Dong's car, anxious to escape any further peculiar comments. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Bugatti Chiron kicked up a cloud of dust and vanished from the university entrance. Oh no, the goddess has been whisked away by the Bugatti Chiron. Did you see who was driving that Bugatti? How old did he seem? Looks like a middle-aged man. And bald. That's it. The goddess has truly been taken by a pig. Nonsense. I clearly saw a young, handsome guy behind the wheel. Yu Mujun gazed intently in the direction Sun Siyu had departed. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before her. The arrival of the Phantom garnered little attention from the students, as only a few car enthusiasts recognized the model, although it also started at a price in the millions. Its understated appearance lacked the flamboyance of the Bugatti Chiron. Yu Mujun opened the door and entered. Inside sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dad, she exclaimed. Jun, do you know the owner of that car? Yu Chuanxiong, her father, inquired. I don't know him, but my best friend does. He must be her new boyfriend. Why? Do you know him, Dad? Is he a scoundrel? If so, I can't allow CU to fall into a trap. I don't know him, but I'd like to meet him. We should invite your friend and her boyfriend for a meal sometime. Yu Chuanxiong replied. Why would you want to know him? Isn't he just another wealthy second generation? Yu Mujun asked, puzzled. Jun, one must not judge solely by appearances. That car is extraordinary, a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 in the world. Its current value is over 80 million. How much? 80 million? That's so expensive. Yu Mujun was taken aback. Despite her family's wealth, the price was hard to fathom. Thus, knowing him could be advantageous. In business, more connections can lead to more opportunities. Dad, can't you refrain from business talk for just one day? You come to pick me up and still manage to discuss business with my classmates. You show no concern for me. Yu Mujun expressed her displeasure. All right. I want to talk business. Let me see if you've lost weight. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled away. I just saw a middle-aged man in the car that CU got into. Is that true? Absolutely. I would stake my reputation on it. Get a rest. You still have a reputation? Really? I swear. Now 2 of the 4 flower goddesses from the drama department have been taken. How is one to survive? Young man, keep striving. You never know. Your girlfriend might still be in kindergarten. Inside the Bugatti Chiron, Lin Dong remarked, "Please don't take offense. Jun is just my best friend who enjoys joking around." Offended? Am I the type to hold grudges? Lin Dong replied with a smile. "Thank you for accompanying me home today, Lin Dong. And thank you for lending me that billion. Without it, I truly don't know what would have become of my family." Sun Siyu said, her voice softening into quiet sobs. "Hey, Siyu, please don't cry." Lin Dong, feeling helpless, dreaded the sight of a woman crying, especially a beautiful one. "Lin Dong, what if I can't repay that money?" Sun Siyu suddenly asked. "Actually, that money is nothing to me. If you truly can't repay it, how about you offer yourself instead?" Lin Dong joked, attempting to lighten the mood. "Really?" Sun Siyu lifted her head, her expression serious. Lin Dong. Chapter 85. The arrival of the son-in-law. Subsequently, the two fell into a silence, with Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. Lin Dong initially intended to lighten the mood, yet the atmosphere grew even more somber. How could he continue the conversation? It was impossible. Further dialogue would only lead to complications. Yangcheng, a city of considerable standing, though not as grand as Jiangcheng, a provincial capital, was undoubtedly far more prosperous than Lin Dong's hometown, Shuqing, a mere county-level city. After a journey exceeding 2 hours, Lin Dong arrived in Yangcheng, feeling somewhat uneasy about arriving empty-handed, given it was his first visit. Thus, he wandered around Yangcheng, purchasing numerous items before finally following Sun Siyu's directions to her residential community. Sun Siyu resided in an upscale neighborhood in Yangcheng. Thanks to Lin Dong's substantial investment of 100 million, Sun Weicheng had managed to settle all his debts and return to his original home. Upon entering the community, Lin Dong's vehicle caught the attention of the 2 security guards in the guardhouse. Although they had never seen Lin Dong's car before, they did not impede his entry, instead granting him passage. "Brother Zhang, this car doesn't seem to belong to our community, does it? Shouldn't we inquire and register it?" a young security guard asked. "Xiao Chun, you've just arrived. One must possess discernment in our line of work," the older guard replied, accepting a cigarette. "Please enlighten me, Brother Zhang. Here, have a smoke." The older guard took a drag and said, "Today, I will teach you a thing or two. To excel in this job, I've specifically studied vehicle recognition. We are in a high-end community. Any car valued over 500,000 is allowed entry without question. Only those under 500,000 require registration." "Why is that?" the young guard inquired. "Are you foolish? This is a high-end community. Just purchasing a unit costs millions, even tens of millions. Who would buy a multi-million-dollar home and drive a modestly priced car worth only 100,000 or 200,000? Cars valued over 500,000 are a different story. If we inadvertently offend some ill-tempered rich heir, do you still wish to keep your job? I understand. That car earlier was so stunning. It must surely exceed 500,000, which is why Brother Zhang let it through." "Exceed 500,000? Do you even know what brand that car was?" "I don't, but it seemed incredibly cool. Could it be worth over $1 million? I've seen it online. It's a world-renowned automobile, a Bugatti Chiron. Do you know its starting price?" "How much?" "30 million. The older guard signaled with 3 fingers. 30 million? The young guard exclaimed, his jaw dropping in shock. "Yes. And that's merely the base price. Some limited editions start at 50 million or more. Scared now? Who would dare to stop such a vehicle? If you encounter a temperamental owner, a scolding would be mild. A slap or 2 might be your fate, and you could very well lose your job." Yes. Brother Zhang is right. I have learned a valuable lesson today. Please continue to guide me in the future," the young guard said, handing over the entire pack of cigarettes. After parking the car, Sun Siyu led Lin Dong into one of the buildings and took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Having received Lin Dong's call the previous day, Sun Siyu had already informed her parents of his arrival, so they were likely at home. As they approached the door, she took out her keys to unlock it, only to be taken aback upon entering. "What is going on? Why are there so many people?" Lin Dong, following closely behind, was equally astonished. The living room was filled with about a dozen people engaged in conversation, while sounds emanated from the kitchen. These individuals were all relatives of the Sun family, including uncles, aunts, and other close kin gathered for the occasion. "See, he is back." Sun Weicheng, Sun Siyu's father, stood up from the sofa to greet them, positioned perfectly to face the entrance. "Father, what is all this?" Sun Siyu asked. Without answering his daughter's question, Sun Weicheng turned to Lin Dong. You must be Lin Dong. Come in and have a seat. What is with all the items you brought? We have enough at home. Hello, uncle. Lin Dong greeted. Sun Weicheng sized up Lin Dong casually. A fine young man indeed. Polite and well-mannered. Not to mention his family's background is impressive. Devoid of the arrogance typical of wealthy heirs. Carrying gifts, Lin Dong followed Sun Weicheng into the living room, leaving Sun Siyu standing at the entrance, her thoughts in disarray. She had a hunch about her parents' intentions. They surely believed Lin Dong was her boyfriend, and she had indeed implied as much. Knowing that she had brought Lin Dong home today, they called upon these familiar relatives, partly to introduce him as her partner and partly to indulge in a bit of boasting. After all, it was no small feat for Lin Dong to readily offer 100 million to assist their family. Sun Siyu stepped into the living room, still pondering how to explain the situation to Lin Dong. Initially, she had thought it would be a simple family dinner with her parents and younger sister as a gesture of gratitude. Now, however, a crowd had gathered. Would Lin Dong be displeased? Would he leave in a fit of anger? Feeling a surge of anxiety, she reflected on her limited time spent with Lin Dong. Uncertain of how this affluent heir might react to such a gathering. He generally appeared polite. Surely he wouldn't mind such a scene. But if he found it uncomfortable and chose to depart, how would she handle the situation? With so many relatives present, how could she gracefully exit? In the meantime, Lin Dong found himself enduring a barrage of inquiries from Sun Siyu's relatives. What did he study? How many family members were there? What did his parents do? How many siblings did he have? Evidently, they were unaware that it was Lin Dong's generous 100 million that had rescued Sun Weicheng from his predicament. Otherwise, they would not have dared to bombard him with questions. A young man capable of casually offering such a sum must come from an extraordinary family. They assumed it was Sun Weicheng's own prowess that allowed him to recover from such substantial losses. Lin Dong felt overwhelmed, realizing that they had genuinely accepted him as Sun Siyu's boyfriend. He hesitated to reveal the truth and merely stated that his family ran a small business. Upon hearing that Lin Dong's family was involved in a modest enterprise, their interest waned, and they regarded him with a hint of disdain, for the Sun family was engaged in substantial business ventures. To them, a small business implied trivial endeavors like fruit stands or convenience stores. Incapable of comparing with the Sun family stature, Lin Dong sensed that he was perceived as someone attempting to climb the social ladder through the Sun family. Just then, the door to Sun Siyu's sister, Sun Xing's room opened, and 5 or 6 youngsters emerged, the eldest around 17 or 18 years old, while the youngest appeared to be merely 12 or 13. These were Sun Siyu's cousins and younger relatives. Sister, Sun Xing called out. See. The others chimed in. Sun Siyu greeted each of them in turn. Once they emerged, they scrutinized Lin Dong with curious eyes. Fortunately, the Sun family's residence was spacious enough, with a living room spanning 50 to 60 square meters. Even with nearly 20 individuals gathered, it did not feel cramped. Chapter 86. Playing with fire again? Sun Weicheng observed Lin Dong as he faced the inquiries of numerous relatives without a hint of impatience, nodding to himself in approval. Although Lin Dong had lent them 100 million to help them through a crisis, Sun Weicheng would have hesitated to entrust his daughter to him if Lin Dong were merely a wealthy, arrogant, and ignorant scion. After all, this decision pertained to his daughter's lifelong happiness. However, he found himself in a quandary, unable to swiftly repay the sum, and worried about what might happen if Lin Dong truly were an uneducated rich kid. Thankfully, he was quite pleased with Lin Dong's demeanor. A super-rich heir who could respond humbly and appropriately to so many questions was a testament to his character, granting Sun Weicheng a sense of reassurance. Lin Dong felt utterly exhausted. If he had anticipated such a situation, he would have never come. Those unfamiliar with the power of these relatives could not understand. Lin Dong felt that even a physical altercation with Qin Zheng would be less taxing. Each person chimed in, and he felt his head buzzing. What was worse, some of them subtly looked down on him, leaving him feeling rather helpless. He wanted to declare, "I am the richest person in the world," but he knew no one would believe him. After enduring the relentless questioning in the living room, 4 or 5 middle-aged women emerged from the kitchen. beckoning everyone to prepare for dinner, initiating yet another round of inquiries directed at Lin Dong. The meal was a torturous affair for him, as everyone fussed over the esteemed son-in-law of the Sun family, toasting and serving dishes. Sun Siyu watched from another table, captivated as Lin Dong faced the onslaught of his relatives with a smile. How wonderful it would be if this were all true. She fervently wished that Lin Dong was genuinely her boyfriend. Then she would be the happiest woman in the world. Finally, the meal concluded. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, Lin Dong, thanks to his improved physique, felt no inebriation. In contrast, many of those who had toasted him were now quite incapacitated. Lin Dong had intended to leave in the afternoon, but the Sun family insisted he stay due to his alcohol consumption. Reluctantly, he pretended to be somewhat tipsy and was eventually led to Sun Siyu's room for an afternoon nap. He genuinely feared a repeat of the earlier questioning. It would surely drive him to madness. That evening, Sun Siyu woke Lin Dong, informing him it was time for dinner. Lin Dong noticed that apart from them, the house was empty. Dinner is ordered at the hotel. They have already gone ahead, leaving just the two of us. Sun Siyu remarked. Then let us go. Lin Dong responded, preparing to exit. Lin Dong, Sun Siyu suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned to her. Thank you for today. She whispered. Why are you thanking me? I should be the one grateful. Your family was very warm, and I seldom get to enjoy such home-cooked meals. Lin Dong replied with a smile. I know you are comforting me. As a wealthy heir, you must find it uncomfortable being surrounded by inquiries, especially when they look down on you. Yet you tolerated it for my sake, and I truly appreciate it. Hearing her words made Lin Dong feel somewhat bashful. Well, it's no trouble, Sunday. We are friends. After all, friends should help each other. Sun Siyu embraced Lin Dong from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, sobbing softly. Lin Dong, why are you so kind to me? What if I really fall for you? Lin Dong felt a surge of emotions as he experienced her softness. As Sun, he stammered, fearing he might lose control. The last encounter with Han Shuryan had already stirred his passions, and now Sun Siyu was doing the same. I am not a saint. Why does everyone enjoy playing with fire? Lin Dong, may I hold you closely for a moment? Please don't speak. Just let me embrace you quietly. As she spoke, Lin Dong's agitation began to wane, and he remained silent, simply absorbing the warmth of her presence. After about 10 minutes, Sun Siyu released him, wiping her face. Thank you. Lin Dong, let us go. My father and the others will start to worry soon. With that, she walked ahead, while Lin Dong followed with a bittersweet smile. Upon descending, Lin Dong drove Sun Siyu to the hotel, the only five-star establishment in Yanshan. Dining there was reserved for the city's elite, representing the highest level of hospitality. They arrived at the private room reserved by Sun Weicheng, which comfortably accommodated 3 tables without feeling cramped. Everyone was already seated, waiting for Lin Dong and Sun Siyu. Siyu, why did you take so long? Everyone has been waiting for you too, Sun Siyu's second aunt remarked. Although Lin Dong had performed admirably, his humble background drew disdain from many. Consequently, their tardiness was met with some irritation. With this new son-in-law, Sun Weicheng's future assistance to his relatives might diminish, which was why they were less than welcoming to Lin Dong. Despite his good looks and prestigious university background, if Sun Weicheng were to take him in as a son-in-law, their interests would undoubtedly suffer. Apologies, second aunt, we were caught in traffic. Chen Suilian interjected. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu sat down closely together. The waitstaff soon began serving the dishes, and finally, no one attempted to toast Lin Dong again, likely intimidated by his earlier alcohol tolerance. As the meal progressed, Sun Weicheng stood with a glass in hand, declaring, Tonight, I wish to toast Lin Dong. Lin Dong quickly rose, saying, Uncle, you are too kind. I should be toasting you. Please sit, Lin Dong, and allow me to finish. As you all know, I, Sun Weicheng, was recently deceived, and my swift recovery is largely due to Lin Dong's assistance. Without his generous loan of 100 million, I fear I would never have had the chance to rise again. Thus, I must toast you, Lin Dong. You have saved our family. Thank you. Chapter 87. Uninvited guest. As Sun Weicheng's words fell, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at Lin Dong, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that it was Lin Dong who had financially supported son Wei-chung through his crisis, and to the staggering tune of 100 million. These relatives, who had managed to accumulate modest fortunes over the years thanks to son Wei-chung, were flabbergasted. The more astute among them had 3 to 5 million, while the less fortunate still boasted 1 to 2 million. But 100 million was an astronomical figure for them. Did son Wei-chung even possess that much wealth? It seemed highly unlikely. They had been aware of son Wei-chung's recent betrayal by a business partner and had been actively seeking ways to assist him, knowing that his downfall would adversely affect them all. They were all interconnected in their fortunes and misfortunes. Yet here stood Lin Dong, a dashing and courteous university student, capable of producing 100 million to aid son Wei-chung. How old could he be? He appeared to be merely 21 or 22. Such youth, and yet he possessed a fortune that was likely not self-earned but rather bestowed upon him by his family. What kind of family could effortlessly offer their child 100 million without even inquiring about its purpose? How affluent must they be? Lin Dong had casually referred to it as his family small business. If that was a small enterprise, what did that make the rest of them? Mere scavengers? A few relatives who had previously mocked Lin Dong felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They had even worried that if Lin Dong became the son-in-law of the Sun family, their own benefits might diminish. It was utterly ludicrous. Would a scion of such wealth ever consider becoming a son-in-law? Furthermore, if the Sun family could ally with such an illustrious lineage, wouldn't they, too, bask in reflected glory? Perhaps one day they might also find themselves with millions, thanks to the union of Lin Dong and son Siyu. In that moment, the way everyone regarded Lin Dong shifted dramatically, transforming from disdain and derision to sycophancy. This was the power of wealth. In their eyes, Lin Dong had metamorphosed from a mere opportunist seeking to climb the Sun family tree into a towering figure that even the Suns wished to affiliate with. Naturally, his status had undergone a profound change. At this juncture, Lin Dong, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "Uncle, there is no need for formality. Siyu and I are good friends, and 100 million is, in truth, not a significant sum for me." The attendees were momentarily numbed. To speak of 100 million as if it were merely 10,000, such audacity could only belong to a super-rich heir like Lin Dong. While this sum might be trivial for him, it bore monumental significance for the Sun family. Without it, they would face disintegration. Everyone present should be grateful to him. Son Wei-chung cast a glance over the assembled relatives, fully aware of their attitudes towards Lin Dong. He refrained from admonishing them, wishing to observe their reactions once the truth was revealed. How dare they look down upon Lin Dong? Had they considered that without his assistance, they might not be so joyfully gathered here to feast? They should return home and weep. Indeed, young Master Lin, thank you for rescuing our entire family. This toast is for you. I will drink to your health, and you are free to partake as you wish," Sun Siyu's second aunt exclaimed, rising to offer her drink to Lin Dong. Since noon, she had been the most vociferous in her criticisms of him. Son Wei-chung, lacking a son to carry on the family legacy, found himself overshadowed by his relatives who had sons. Thus, despite being the most accomplished member of the Sun family, he remained in the elders' favor primarily due to his lineage. Son Wei-chung was a filial son, and as a result, the family benefited greatly from his second uncle's household. With Lin Dong's identity as a super-rich heir now unveiled, the second aunt could hardly contain her excitement. Lin Dong would certainly not covet son Wei-chung's wealth. Rather, he would assist the Sun family in expanding their fortune. Perhaps one day, her own household could also boast of billions in assets, freeing her from her burdensome existence and allowing her the life of a wealthy matron. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her smile radiated warmth towards Lin Dong, akin to a mother-in-law beaming at her son-in-law, her admiration growing with every glance. "Young Master Lin, we owe you our deepest gratitude for your generosity, which will allow the Sun family to rise again. This toast is also for you. I will drink to your health, and you are free to partake as you wish." The adults at both tables diligently raised their glasses to Lin Dong, a transformation evident in their manner of address. Where they had once called him Lin Dong or Little Lin, they now referred to him as Young Master Lin. Previously, they insisted he finish every drink they offered. But now, It was they who downed their glasses while Lin Dong was allowed to sip or abstain without objection. This was the shift in status and identity. The banquet proceeded, with Lin Dong now the focal point of attention. The guests, consciously or unconsciously, honored him, ensuring that whatever dish he fancied lingered before him for an extended duration. As the meal reached its conclusion, the door swung open, and everyone anticipated a server. However, a rough voice shattered the atmosphere, clearly belonging to no server. President's son, so this is where you've been hiding. I've been searching high and low for you. Sun Weiqing's expression darkened at the sound of that voice. The newcomer bore a fierce countenance, flanked by several lackeys, clearly not of good character. Upon entering, he slapped Sun Weiqing's shoulder with such force that the chopsticks in Sun Weiqing's right hand clattered to the floor. Lu Yong, what are you doing? This is our family gathering. Do not disrupt it. Sun Weiqing retorted angrily. Disrupt? If you had resolved our matters, would I still be troubling you? Now that you're wealthy and rising again, becoming the renowned president's son, you can afford to look down on me? Lu Yong narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Lu Yong, this is a matter between you and Yang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with me or the company. Sun Weiqing insisted. Yang Xiaoming was Sun Weiqing's former business partner, who had absconded with the company's assets and incurred substantial debts in the company's name. Sun Weiqing had repaid these debts since they were incurred under the company's auspices, and as its legal representative, he bore the responsibility. It was a testament to his poor judgment in choosing partners. However, the dispute with Lu Yong was personal, stemming from a loan between Lu Yong and Yang Xiaoming, and thus should not fall upon Sun Weiqing. Lu Yong, unable to find Yang Xiaoming, sought out Sun Weiqing and leveraged his local notoriety as a bully with numerous subordinates. For days, troublemakers had plagued Sun Weiqing's company, demanding repayment. Whenever Sun Weiqing called the police, they would disperse, only to return once the officers left. The old adage, better to offend a gentleman than a rogue, encapsulated the situation. Lu Yong's relentless pursuit left Sun Weiqing feeling helpless. He had considered settling the debt, but Lu Yong was demanding $500,000 in principal, plus $1 million in interest, a total of $1.5 million. Faced with such extortion, Sun Weiqing abandoned the idea of simply paying to resolve the matter. Lu Yong was the kind of individual who, once rewarded, would cling like a cat drawn to the scent of fish, making it impossible to shake him off. Chapter 88. How about being your son-in-law? Mr. Sun, your words lack meaning. Lu Yong exclaimed. Yang Xiaoming is your brother and a shareholder of your company. Now that you have risen again, who knows if you two are conspiring against me? Lu Yong was well aware of Yang Xiaoming's embezzlement of company funds. It was highly improbable that it was a mere fabrication. However, he needed a scapegoat. Otherwise, what would become of his money? Coincidentally, as Sun Weiqing's company suddenly regained its footing, Lu Yong set his sights on him. Lu Yong, do not play the rogue here. Yang Xiaoming has absconded with all the company's assets. I have already reported this to the police, and a case has been filed. You may inquire whether we have deceived you. I don't care about that. I only want money. If you do not pay, I will come to your company every day and see who has more time to waste, Lu Yong retorted, casting a glance at the assembled crowd. Upon spotting Sun Siyu, his eyes could not tear away from her. She was stunning, with an exceptional figure that, even while seated, suggested she stood no less than 7 meters tall. Over the years, he had been with numerous women, but none could compare to Sun Siyu, not even a third of her caliber. His greatest passion in life was women, of all types. The moment he laid eyes on Sun Siyu, he resolved to possess her. Lu Yong, do not go too far, Sun Weiqing exclaimed, standing up in anger. If you dare to touch my family, I will ensure a bitter end for both of us. Sun Weiqing was furious. He knew Lu Yong's nature all too well. The thought of Lu Yong attempting to lay hands on his daughter was intolerable. If he could not protect his family, what worth did he have as a man? Moreover, his future son-in-law, Lin Dong, was present as well. He had never considered asking Lin Dong for assistance. Despite being from a prominent family, Lin Dong's influence did not reach this territory. Otherwise, it would disrupt the established order. Lu Yong dismissed Sun Weiqing's threats, squinting with a smile. Oh, family? So, she is your daughter? Mr. Sun, I had no idea you had such a beautiful daughter. Why did you not mention it earlier? Had you done so, we might not have arrived at this impasse. As for the threats Lu Yong uttered, he paid them no mind. A bitter end? What qualifications did Sun Weicheng have to threaten him? He was merely a small-time boss, one of many in Yangqing. But how many individuals like Lu Yong existed in Yangqing? In the underground world, Lu Yong might not rule at all, but he certainly ranked among the top 5. He regarded Sun Weicheng with disdain. Sun Weicheng inhaled deeply, stating, "Lu Yong, I will pay you the amount you demand, but please leave at once." Yet Lu Yong remained unmoved, grinning as he replied, "Mr. Sun, I no longer desire money. If you grant me your daughter's hand, I assure you that your company will flourish in Yangqing. What do you say?" "You." Sun Weicheng was rendered speechless with fury. "If you continue this way, we will call the police." Chun Suoyan, Sun Siyu's mother, declared, pulling out her phone to report, "If you dare to call the police, I guarantee your company will never operate in Yangqing again. And not just your company, your residents will face repercussions as well. I am certain you do not wish to wake up to find excrement at your doorstep or be splattered with filth by strangers on the street," Lu Yong warned ominously. At this, Chun Suoyan was taken aback. Her hand, poised to dial, froze mid-action. She feared that her decision might jeopardize her husband's affairs. The surrounding onlookers were equally terrified. Lu Yong was notorious for such tactics. He was cunning, using underhanded methods to solidify his standing in Yangqing. "That's the spirit." Lu Yong resumed his jovial demeanor. "Lu Yong, just name your price," Sun Weicheng said, dejectedly sinking into his seat. Lu Yong's threats regarding family struck a nerve. They were his Achilles heel. He had built his empire on such intimidation. Even if they called the police, it would be futile. There were no injuries involved, and at most, he would face temporary detention. With his multitude of subordinates, he could cycle them in and out. It was a burden no one could endure. Today, Lu Yong had chosen his moment well. Otherwise, even if he had a knife to Sun Weicheng's throat, the latter would not flinch, for he did not believe Lu Yong would dare to act. Yet now, he found himself powerless, compelled to yield for the sake of his family, hoping Lu Yong would not demand an exorbitant price. "Mr. Sun, as I mentioned earlier, I no longer seek money. If you grant me your daughter, I shall be your son-in-law. I promise you a prosperous future. If you encounter any rival companies, just let me know, and I will handle them for you." "Impossible. Do not even think about it. That is absolutely out of the question," Sun Weicheng roared. "Oh, impossible? Mr. Sun, I hope you can still speak so defiantly 3 days from now," Lu Yong replied, reaching out to caress Sun Siyu's cheek. "Miss Sun, please wait for me for 2 days. I am confident your father will change his mind." Just as his hand was about to make contact, a powerful grip seized his wrist, halting him in his tracks. Chapter 89. The ruthless individual Lu Yong was about to test the smoothness of Sun Si's face when, unexpectedly, a hand seized him tightly. He struggled to break free, but that hand held him firmly, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he realized it was a young man beside Sun Si, who had him in a grip. "Kid, you'd best mind your own business, or I'll ensure you regret it." Lu Yong growled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong remained silent, yet his grip on Lu Yong only tightened. Gradually, Lu Yong began to sense the gravity of the situation. The pressure on his hand intensified, causing pain to radiate through him and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Stop, stop, stop." Lu Yong could no longer endure the pain and cried out, "Yongye, Yongye, Yongye." A few of Lu Yong's subordinates at the entrance, witnessing his distress, rushed to assist him. However, Lu Yong called out, Don't come over." They halted immediately. Little brother, you're still young. Please don't do anything foolish. Just let go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. WH. "What do you say?" Lu Yong stammered, the agony rendering him almost incoherent. He was compelled to concede, feeling as though Lin Dong might shatter his bones. Lin Dong observed Lu Yong quietly, still saying nothing. Was there any need for leniency towards such a villain? Absolutely not. The grip only grew stronger. Lu Yong let out a series of anguished cries. It hurts. Brother, please, let go." Then, the room was filled with a chilling sound. Crack! Had Lu Yong's hand just been broken? The onlookers gazed at Lin Dong with eyes wide in fear. This young man, who had appeared so courteous moments ago, had ruthlessly shattered Lu Yong's hand. Where did he find such strength? What was it like to have one's hand broken by someone else? Lu Yong was now too pained to articulate any words. Sweat had drenched his clothing. His subordinates looked at Lin Dong, their hearts trembling in horror. Too ruthless. This young man is indeed formidable, they thought, shaken by the display. Some people are not to be trifled with, Lin Dong remarked calmly. With that, he released Lu Yong's hand. Cradling his injured limb, Lu Yong squatted on the ground. Groaning feebly, his subordinates hurried to assist him. Everyone in the room stared at Lin Dong in shock, while he remained remarkably composed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. A few minutes later, Lu Yong regained some composure. Although his hand throbbed painfully, it was a relief compared to before. He glared at Lin Dong with a sinister expression. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In this city, from this day forward, your entire family will suffer. Is it, Lu Yong? I'm sitting right here. I'd like to see how you plan to make good on that threat. As for Uncle Sun's family, you can only speak such words if you make it through today. Lin Dong replied, still unfazed by Lu Yong's threats. Fine, just wait, Lu Yong said as he retrieved his phone with his other hand, beginning to dial. He intended to summon reinforcements. Clearly, this young man was not someone they could handle alone. However, no matter how formidable one might be, it was said that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. He figured calling over 30 or 50 people would surely overwhelm Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong also took out his phone and sent a message in the SCC group. Is there anyone in Jiangnan Province, Yang City? As a core member of SCC, his status was reflected in the group. Many lower, middle, and even high-ranking members were eager to connect with such a prominent figure. Soon, several replies flooded in. Boss, I'm in Luxian, very close to Yang City. What's your command? I'll rush over immediately. Boss, I'm in Yuancheng, also a neighbor to Yang City. I can come right away. Numerous messages poured in, at least 7 or 8, all indicating proximity to Yang City and readiness to assist. This demonstrated the standing of core members within SCC. If a high-ranking member had sent such a message, responses would be forthcoming, but not with such fervor. Then, one message caught Lin Dong's attention. Boss, I'm from Yang City and currently here. Where are you? I'll come right away. Lin Dong initiated a private chat. I'm Lin Dong, currently at Holiday Hotel, room 36. I'm in a bit of trouble here. Can you help? Absolutely. Don't worry. There's nothing I can't handle in Yang City. I'll be there in 20 minutes. No, 15. Great. Hurry up. I'll be waiting. Just a moment. I'm on my way. Lin Dong hung up. Beside him, Sun Si watched with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yen Hong was enjoying a foot massage with friends at a foot bath establishment. Bored, he scrolled through his phone and saw a prominent figure seeking assistance in Jiangnan Province. Yang City. Wasn't he a local of Yang City? The presence of an SCC core member in his city was astonishing. Yen Hong quickly replied in the group. Before long, they were in private conversation. After speaking with Lin Dong, Yen Hong was exhilarated. He was a local tyrant in Yang City, albeit a newly wealthy one. Although he dominated over 60% of the entertainment venues in the city, he lacked the depth and sought to ascend to higher circles within Jiangnan Province. Eventually, through various connections and expenditures, he managed to join SCC, a colossal organization in his eyes. The members ranged from his level to influential figures in provincial cities. He desired to associate with these individuals, yet they largely ignored him, leading to his waning patience and a return to guarding his own territory. Now, he had a chance to assist a core member of SCC in Yang City. How significant was a core member? There were only a handful in the entire SCC. He had never imagined he could interact with such a high-profile individual. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate, a chance to rise to prominence that he must seize. As for the trouble Lin Dong mentioned, he dismissed it entirely. There was nothing in Yang City that he could not resolve. He was already contemplating that once he helped Lin Dong, they would be acquainted, and with further interactions, he could gradually align himself with this towering figure. Chapter 90. The deterrent power of core members. Yen Hong hurriedly stood up and addressed his friends. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must step out for a moment. Hong Ye, what could possibly be so urgent that you would leave us? One of them inquired. Indeed, after such a long time apart, what does your departure signify? Yen Hong felt a twinge of embarrassment. he had organized this gathering, and these three were among his closest friends. However, he had to attend to Lin Dong without delay. Thus, he explained, a core leader of the SCC has encountered some trouble at the Holiday Inn in Yangcheng, and I must attend to it immediately. The three friends exchanged astonished glances. Although they were not members of the SCC, not for lack of desire, but rather due to a lack of connections, they were familiar with its workings through Yin Hong, who often boasted about the organization since his induction. Yin Hong was considered a low-ranking member, with intermediate and senior ranks above him. While core members comprised the leadership of the SCC, individuals of tremendous influence. According to Yin Hong, there were only a handful of core members within the entire SCC, each a towering figure in their own right. They quickly rose, eager to accompany Yin Hong and witness the prowess of the SCC's core leaders. Hong Yi, may we join you in meeting the esteemed SCC core member? One of them proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Hong acquiesced. Very well. We must hasten. We cannot keep the leader waiting. The four of them swiftly donned their attire and drove to the Holiday Inn. In room 36 of the Holiday Inn, Liu Yong's guests had begun to trickle in, with more than 20 people already present, while others lingered outside. The Sun family was huddled in a corner of the room, visibly distressed, with two young children on the verge of tears. Concern was etched on the faces of all present. None had ever witnessed such an atmosphere. The Sun family cast anxious glances at Lin Dong, who remained seated, undisturbed. After Liu Yong's guest had settled, he felt emboldened. You were quite the tough guy just a moment ago, yet now you are silent. Go on, show me your bravado once more, he taunted, jabbing a finger at Lin Dong's nose with a swagger that nearly spat on him with every word. Liu Yong, how much do you want? I will pay you to leave immediately. Sun Weicheng interjected, stepping forward to confront Liu Yong. Money? Sun Weicheng, do you truly believe that money can resolve this situation? Stay out of this. I will settle our accounts later. Right now, I must deal with this brat, Liu Yong retorted, his finger now inches from Lin Dong. Without uttering a word, Lin Dong seized Liu Yong's finger and forcefully twisted it back. A resounding crack echoed, startling everyone present. Ah! Liu Yong cried out in agony, his speed too swift for anyone to react, and his finger was broken in an instant. At that moment, Liu Yong's subordinates finally registered the events unfolding and prepared to swarm Lin Dong. A voice rang out from the doorway. I dare anyone to move. At the sound of that voice, all who had been poised to act froze. Yin Hong entered with his three companions. Liu Yong lay on the ground, howling, his hands broken, tears streaming down his face, and amidst his cries, he seemed oblivious to Yin Hong's presence. The subordinates of Liu Yong instinctively lowered their heads. They had not anticipated Yin Hong's sudden arrival. Who was Yin Hong? The tyrant of Yangcheng, known as Hong Yi. Liu Yong, a figure of such notoriety, was unworthy to even carry Yin Hong's shoes, let alone his subordinates. Offending Yin Hong in Yangcheng was akin to courting death. You must be Lin Xiao, Yin Hong said, bowing slightly in respect. I am Lin Dong. You are Yin Hong? Lin Dong replied, having seen Yin Hong's name in their SCC chat group, where members used their real names. He sized up Yin Hong, a man in his 40s, exuding authority, clearly of significant stature in Yangcheng. Indeed, I am Yin Hong. He confirmed promptly, his demeanor respectful, for he dared not show any disrespect towards Lin Dong, a core member of the SCC. Despite Lin Dong's youth, he recognized the weight of his background. Do you recognize the man on the floor, the one who just threatened my life? Lin Dong pointed at the still wailing Liu Yong. Yin Hong glanced down at the groaning figure. Isn't that Liu Yong? A man who has risen through unscrupulous means, with dozens of followers. Yin Hong approached and kicked Liu Yong, ordering, stop your wailing. If you're not dead, get up. If not, you might truly perish. His voice was calm, yet it sent a chill through Liu Yong's subordinates. Get up before you truly die. The words, spoken by Yin Hong, carried an eerie gravity. Liu Yong, gritting his teeth against the pain, glanced up at Yin Hong, nearly fainting from fear. Hong Yi, get on your feet. Yin Hong commanded. Yes, yes. I'll get up immediately. Liu Yong scrambled to rise, enduring the pain. Apologize to Lin Xiao. Yin Hong ordered, directing Liu Yong's trembling form towards Lin Dong. Lin Xiao. Liu Yong stuttered, hesitating. Yin Hong kicked Liu Yong's knee, causing him to kneel before Lin Dong. Apologize to Lin Xiao. If he forgives you, today's incident will be overlooked. If not, you know the consequences. Understanding the gravity of his error, Liu Yong realized he had offended a man he could not afford to cross. If even a notorious Hong Yi bowed to Lin Dong, the latter's connections must be immense. Lin Xiao, I am deeply sorry. I, Liu Yong, failed to recognize your worth. Please spare me. Liu Yong pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly, the sound echoing against the floor. If he failed to obtain Lin Dong's forgiveness, he feared he might not leave Yangcheng alive. Chapter 91. The moment's Grace Yin Hong observed Liu Yong kneeling before Lin Dong, his head bowing with a resounding thud. A casual glance around the room revealed the other attendees, and this fleeting look sent a wave of fear through Liu Yong's more than 20 subordinates, who hastily followed suit, kneeling and bowing to Lin Dong. The sound of their heads striking the ground echoed incessantly in the private room. The Sun family, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Liu Yong had exuded an air of menace, yet now he resembled a dog, prostrating himself in a plea for Lin Dong's forgiveness. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Uncle Sun, how should we handle Liu Yong? Lin Dong turned to Sun Weicheng, inquiring. Why you decide, Lin Xiao? Sun Weicheng stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. He had intended to address Lin Dong more casually, but considering that even Yin Hong referred to him as Lin Xiao, he hesitated to assume familiarity. Yin Hong was not someone Liu Yong could compare with. Offending Yin Hong in Yangcheng essentially severed one's own path, leaving no room for redemption. To call Lin Dong by a lesser title would imply a superiority over Yin Hong, a dangerous notion should Lin Dong choose to depart and leave Yin Hong seeking retribution. Yet, referring to him as Lin Xiao felt somewhat inappropriate, as Lin Dong was the boyfriend of his daughter. What father addresses his son-in-law as Lin Xiao? Uncle Sun, let us not be so formal. See, E and I are good friends. Just call me Lin Dong, Lin Dong suggested. In the background, Yin Hong's three companions scrutinized Lin Dong. They had initially come to witness the grandeur of a top-tier young master. Yet now they perceived that this esteemed individual was not so extraordinary. Perhaps they had simply not encountered such figures before, leading them to a false sense of familiarity. Lin Dong rose nonchalantly and stepped on a Liu Yong's already fractured hand, instantly unleashing his formidable mental force. In that moment, a chill swept through the room, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Liu Yong, overwhelmed by both physical and psychological torment, succumbed to unconsciousness without a sound. Yin Hong and his friend stiffened, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual terror. In that instant, Lin Dong showcased the true charisma befitting a top-tier young master. Only those of considerable stature could exude such pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Lin Dong retracted his mental force almost immediately, having intended primarily to instill fear. He worried that his status as an SCC Corps member might not suffice to intimidate Yin Hong, hence the display. After all, the Sun family was to continue living in Yangcheng, and if he was to assist them, it should be done thoroughly. In truth, Lin Dong's perception stemmed from his recent induction into the SCC, demonstrating a lack of familiarity with its dynamics. The identity of a Corps member was vastly different from that of mid-level members. For Yin Hong, a low-ranking member, it was more than sufficient to instill trepidation, leaving no room for rebellious thoughts. Yin Hong, that is my Uncle Sun, the father of my good friend. I hope you will look after him in Yangcheng. Lin Dong gestured towards Sun Weicheng and Yin Hong. It appeared that Yin Hong held a significant position in Yangcheng, and his support would likely ensure the Sun family's well-being. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, from now on, your Uncle Sun's matters will be my responsibility. While I cannot guarantee elsewhere, in Yangcheng, Yin will ensure he sails smoothly, Yin Hong pledged, thumping his chest in affirmation. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Lin Dong was something he ardently sought, and in Yangcheng, he could easily manage the affairs of those he chose to protect. Very well. Yin Hong, I will remember you. Feel free to reach out should any matters arise. Lin Dong remarked, patting Yin Hong on the shoulder. Yes, Lin Xiao, Yin Hong replied, his excitement palpable. Uncle Sun, we shall take our leave. I leave everything in Yin Hong's capable hands. Lin Dong informed the Sun family. With that, Lin Dong led the way out, and the Sun family hurried to follow. Upon exiting into the corridor, they encountered a line of Liu Yong's subordinates, who were now trembling and kneeling on the ground. Their fear was not of Lin Dong, who seemed too distant. Rather, they feared Yin Hong. The notorious reputation of the Yangshan tyrant was not mere bravado, it was built upon tangible actions. Upon leaving the holiday hotel, Lin Dong expressed his desire to return to Jiangsheng, as it was not far, just over 2 hours. Departing now would still allow ample time to arrive in Jiangxing. The Sun family hoped Lin Dong would stay the night, eager to cultivate a relationship with the formidable figure they had just encountered. They wished to mend any offense caused during the earlier encounter, especially from those who had been somewhat mocking. Had they known Lin Dong possessed such power, they would have sought to ingratiate themselves rather than dismiss him. Yet, after witnessing the fierce side of Lin Dong, a sense of trepidation lingered, preventing them from approaching him directly. Their gazes shifted towards Sun Ce. Sun Weicheng subtly tugged at Sun Ce's sleeve, signaling her to persuade Lin Dong to stay. Lin Dong was just about to open the car door when Sun Ce called out, "Lin Dong." Lin Dong turned to look at her. "Could you stay the night?" Sun Ce asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Dong hesitated, initially intending to decline. But upon seeing Sun Ce's vibrant expression and hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to say no. It was never easy to refuse someone with whom he shared a good rapport, especially a charming woman. However, this did not imply that he was a womanizer. In truth, despite being surrounded by many exceptional women since his breakup with Jiang Shan, no substantial relationships had materialized. The most recent instance with Han Shiyin might have led to something had it not been for an intervening incident with his aunt. Nonetheless, Han Shiyin had insulted his dignity as a man, prompting his reaction despite knowing her provocation. Lin Dong believed that he should be resolute against adversaries, but could afford to be lenient with friends. "All right then, but I must leave early tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to." Lin Dong finally conceded. "Great!" Sun Ce exclaimed, joyfully linking her arm with his. The Sun family shared in their delight at Lin Dong's decision to stay. The younger children, drawn by the allure of Lin Dong's sports car, yearned to ride in it. But their parents swiftly intervened. It was no surprise to them that Lin Dong could drive such a vehicle. It was fitting for someone of his status. Yet they lamented not realizing his true caliber sooner. Had they recognized his prowess from the start, their initial dismissiveness would have been avoided. Thus, Lin Dong, accompanied by Sun Ce, returned once more to her family home. Chapter 92. The cone of influence. Lin Dong and Sun Weicheng departed as a family. In the VIP room 36 of the Holiday Hotel remained Yin Hong and his 3 companions, alongside the unconscious Liu Yong and his numerous subordinates kneeling on the floor. "How do you feel?" Yin Hong inquired of the trio. Initially, there was little sensation, but just as he stood, he felt as though he was confronting a mountain. The pressure was formidable. I felt it too. In that fleeting moment, a chill swept through me. This young master seems quite extraordinary. To become a core member of the SCC, one cannot be an ordinary person. Let us not jump to conclusions. We should focus on tidying up this mess. Brother Hong, if we truly get in touch with this big shot, don't forget us brothers. Rest assured, if I do manage to connect, I will certainly not forget you." Yin Hong replied. From the sudden pressure Lin Dong had just exerted, it appeared he had called Yin Hong solely to ensure that people like Liu Yong did not tarnish his hands. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong returned to Jiangxing. Sun Ce opted to rest at home for an additional day before heading back, leaving him to travel alone. The previous night had not witnessed any scenes of beautiful women throwing themselves at him, aside from some relatives of Sun Ce flattering Lin Dong. Nothing else transpired until late into the night. As days passed, 3 days later, Lin Dong finally received a call from Zhao Xian, who mentioned she had identified a promising project. Based on her team's assessment, it held significant investment value. However, the asking price was somewhat steep, and she sought Lin Dong's opinion. Without hesitation, Lin Dong transferred the funds. He had no real opinion. He actually hoped the asking price would be even higher. He felt there were hardly any opportunities to spend his money. A couple of properties for his aunt and grandaunt had already cost him 2 billion, with 1 billion still unpaid. Moreover, he had grown disinterested in 1 or 2 luxury points. To see a quicker rise in his luxury points, he needed to invest recklessly. However, investments had to be prudent. If he acted recklessly, it would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Since he lacked the means to protect his assets, which was why he maintained a low profile. In terms of influence, he was still in the nascent stages of establishment, far from figures like C. Party-S, Zhao, Shi Dao, and Zhuge Sanqiu. Even compared to Qin Zheng and Lu Chun, he was not their match. Regarding strength, Pajun had once remarked that he was merely the strongest among the younger generation he had encountered, implying that many from the older generation could easily surpass him. Thus, he aspired to cultivate his own influence, dreaming of a day when he would hold substantial shares in 800 of the world's top 1,000 enterprises. At that time, a mere wave of his hand could set the global economy trembling. What impressive ambition! What grandiosity! As for why he chose Zhao Xian for such a significant role, it was partly because she was originally an underdog, lacking anyone in her circle with comparable capabilities. From their interactions, he recognized her worth. She was competent and principled. Another reason was due to Zhao Xian's family seeking her out, which allowed him to learn more about her situation. She was undoubtedly someone who valued gratitude. Despite her parents' harshness, she still thought of her family after earning her own living. Throughout her years of work, she had scarcely saved a penny aside for maintaining her own life. For Lin Dong, capability was secondary. Earning money was of little concern to him, as he was already financially secure. Character was paramount. He would never engage with someone of poor moral fiber, regardless of their abilities. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xian's character that captured his attention. Lin Dong was confident that once her initial anger subsided, she would continue to support her family, the manner of which would depend on her own choices. When he first acquired the system, Lin Dong had discreetly resolved not to reveal his full strength until he felt secure in his own protection. Keeping a low profile was key. It was his unique strategy for success. His current aim was to accumulate luxury points and see if the system would upgrade. An exceptional physique and mental fortitude were clearly insufficient. After transferring 20 billion to Zhao Xian, his luxury points did not immediately increase. It was only the following day that he saw an addition of 20 points, bringing the total to 110. This validated Lin Dong's suspicion that the funds within the super luxury system had to be spent to increase luxury points. Donations and similar maneuvers would not suffice. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful for Lin Dong to simply transfer 1 trillion into his corporate account? The system, in essence, merely required Lin Dong to spend money to elevate his luxury points and enhance himself. Meanwhile, Lin Dong established a security department, tasking Xiao Pajun with contacting some mercenaries he had met abroad. Whether domestic or international, those willing to join would receive favorable treatment. But they had to possess commendable character. Individuals with heinous pasts who had fled abroad to become mercenaries were strictly unwelcome. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also instructed to assist Xiao Pajun in setting up the security department. Given his current strength, few could threaten him. If they could not even contend with him, Wei Yong and Li Guobing would merely be fodder. In recent days, due to various commitments, Lin Dong had not attended school. His homeroom teacher called, urging him to return to class. Lin Dong was puzzled. Wasn't it said that after the May Day Gala, he could take leave as he pleased? Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had directly approached the school leadership, claiming Lin Dong's frequent absences were unbecoming of a student and detrimental to the reputation of Jiang University, ultimately leading to a reprimand for his homeroom teacher. After receiving the call from his teacher, Lin Dong proceeded to the principal's office. Knock, knock. He rapped twice on the door. Come in, came a stern voice from within. Upon entering, he found Principal Zhou Limin seated at his desk, reviewing materials. After Lin Dong entered, Zhou Limin glanced up and asked, "What can I do for you, student?" "Hello, Principal Zhou. I am Lin Dong, a third-year student in the Business Administration Department." Lin Dong replied, taking a seat across from Zhou Huaimin understood. And then, Zhou Limin inquired. He sensed that Lin Dong was somewhat different. Unlike previous students who appeared nervous in his presence, Lin Dong's demeanor was far too casual, creating a stark contrast. Communication code 762141949. The protagonist's power is gradually building. Everyone be patient, as we will soon delve into the grand narrative. featuring the climactic showdown between Zhao Shidao and Zhuge Sangqiong, and the emergence of Murong Qingge. How will the protagonist continue to flaunt his prowess? Chapter 93. 100 million donation principal Zhou. I may need to take leave at any time due to some matters outside of school, and I hope you can grant me this privilege. Lin Dong stated. Oh, you desire the privilege of taking leave at will? May I inquire as to why? Zhou Limin inquired with a smile, intrigued by Lin Dong's audacity in approaching him with such a request. It seemed as though Lin Dong was confident that he would agree. It's because I have been engaged in some business outside of school, which may keep me quite busy. Business? Lin Dong, our institution supports entrepreneurial endeavors among university students. As long as you submit the relevant materials for review and everything checks out, we can certainly facilitate your request. However, I would prefer not to go through that process, which is why I came directly to you. Lin Dong replied. Oh, do you truly believe I would grant such a request? Zhou Limin challenged. I have faith that you, Principal Zhou, would not refuse. Your reasoning? Zhou Limin pressed. Because I intend to donate 100 million to Jian University. Of that amount, 50 million will establish a scholarship fund for underprivileged students demonstrating academic excellence, while the remaining 50 million will be allocated for the enhancement of the school's facilities. What do you think, Principal Zhou? Lin Dong proposed with a smile. Zhou Limin was taken aback by Lin Dong's declaration. 100 million donation to Jian University? Such a sum had never been witnessed in the institution's history. Not even among the nation's prestigious universities had there been a precedent for such a donation. Jian University, being ranked among the top 10 universities nationally, had produced numerous distinguished alumni over the years, with donations typically ranging in the hundreds of thousands to millions. The largest donation thus far came from a former student turned business mogul who had contributed merely 20 million. Now, a junior student claimed he would donate 100 million? Who could possibly believe it? Lin Dong, are you certain that you wish to donate such a sum? You are not jesting with me, are you? Zhou Limin straightened his posture, scrutinizing Lin Dong. Of course. Why else would I come to speak with you? Am I here for idle chit-chat? If I wanted to converse, I would seek out my seniors or juniors. Lin Dong replied cheerfully. Zhou Limin examined Lin Dong closely. He displayed no signs of the typical timidity exhibited by other students. Rather, he exuded an air of irreverence, suggesting he was unafraid. Could he be from a distinguished family? It was certainly possible. A junior student accumulating such wealth through entrepreneurship? Zhou Limin found that hard to believe. Moreover, if Lin Dong were indeed making a 100 million donation, how much wealth did he possess? 1 billion? Or perhaps 10 billion? If Lin Dong was not here to mock him, he must undoubtedly be from an affluent family. The prospect of an additional 100 million in funding could enable the university to achieve many ambitions, perhaps even attract top provincial scholars. This would significantly enhance the university's reputation, fulfilling Zhou Limin's lifelong dream of elevating Jian University to one of the top 3 institutions in the country. Very well, Lin Dong. If you truly intend to donate 100 million to the university, I shall grant you this privilege and express our gratitude for your contribution. However, should this be a jest, do not blame me for treating this matter with formality. Agreed, Principal Zhou, but I prefer to remain anonymous. I do not wish to be the center of attention on campus. Not a problem. With that, Lin Dong was escorted by Principal Zhou to the university's finance department, where several leaders were summoned. Once the donation was finalized and the 100 million transferred, the university officials were left in a state of disbelief. Previously, any donation of a few hundred thousand warranted a grand ceremony. Yet this 100 million had been completed with astonishing simplicity. Lin Dong's name was added to their list of benefactors. He was undoubtedly a wealthy individual, and they were keen to avoid offending him. Lin Dong, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your contribution to Jian University. On behalf of all faculty and students, I sincerely thank you. Principal Zhou exclaimed, shaking Lin Dong's hand firmly. A 100 million donation was an unprecedented historical milestone. Lin Dong, still a student, wished to remain inconspicuous and avoid the limelight. Once he graduated, he could publicize this event, which would elevate the university's reputation even further. A junior student who had successfully ventured into business and donated such a considerable sum to his alma mater. How profound a sense of belonging that must reflect. Furthermore, Such entrepreneurial success at this stage illustrated the effectiveness of the university's educational philosophy. Zhou Limin felt elated. The university would benefit immensely, enhancing its prestige and attracting more students, a dual victory. Principal Zhou, you are too kind. Jiang University is my alma mater, the place that nurtured my growth. Contributing to Jiang University is something I believe every student would aspire to do, Lin Dong replied graciously. Following further expressions of gratitude from various school officials, Lin Dong reciprocated their thanks politely. As he wished to keep a low profile, the university did not hold any formal donation ceremony. After completing the donation, Lin Dong departed from the school, continuing his leave, as his academic pursuits no longer held paramount importance for him. With his limited mental resources, he could learn anything at an astonishing pace and felt confident he would not fail any courses. Attending the crucial classes sufficed. Even if he did encounter failure, he believed the university would still pass him. The weekend arrived swiftly. Liu Yinmei, after half a month of recuperation, was nearly fully recovered. This weekend, they planned to return to Xuqing to retrieve some necessary items. Lin Dong also intended to pick up his aunt's family, hoping to persuade them to relocate to Jiang City, while also recovering his parents' compensation. Once his family was settled, Lin Dong felt he could then focus on his endeavors. Wang Li had returned to school 2 weeks prior. The party of 6, Liu Yinmei and her family, along with Lin Dong, Wei Yong, and Li Guobing as drivers, set out for Xuqing on Friday evening. Lin Dong had purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Wei Yong and Li Guobing each drove one. For these former mercenaries, going without sleep for a few days was entirely manageable, let alone a mere few hours of driving. They departed at 6 in the evening and arrived in Xuqing just past midnight. After dropping off his aunt's family, Lin Dong and his companions found a hotel to stay in the county. Liu Yinmei had initially hoped Lin Dong would stay at their home, as he had lived there for 2 years. However, Lin Dong felt that both he and Wang Chao had matured and deserved their privacy. He preferred the comfort of solitary accommodation. Staying in Wang Li's room seemed inappropriate, so he insisted on sharing a hotel room with Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Before leaving, Lin Dong obtained a signed agreement bearing his uncle Lin Guobang's name. Xiao Dong, while that compensation may seem trivial given your capabilities, your aunt understands your frustrations. Lin Guobang's actions have indeed been questionable, but he is still your uncle who raised you for several years. Your aunt hopes you will not go too far. Liu Yinmei advised earnestly as she handed the agreement to Lin Dong. I understand, aunt. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, Lin Dong responded. Very well. Your aunt believes in you. Go forth. Chapter 94. Uncle Lin Guobang. The following day, Lin Dong, accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing, made his way to the residence of his uncle, Lin Guobang. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of both his uncle and his aunt, Zhang Guifang, it was evident they would never willingly hand over the compensation funds. Thus, the night before, Lin Dong had already contacted the finest lawyer in Jiangxing and sent the agreement over to him. Given the agreement in hand, the lawyer indicated that the outcome of the lawsuit was virtually predetermined. He should already be en route to Xuqing. Furthermore, through certain connections, he had reached out to someone from F Institute, who assured him that as long as the evidence was compelling, they would expedite the process. Uncle Lin Guobang's residence was situated on the outskirts of Xuqing, comprising a self-built 3-story house, constructed collaboratively by Lin Dong's father and his uncle many years ago. This meant that Lin Dong technically owned half of the property. However, following the custody agreement that granted Lin Guobang guardianship, the house naturally became his uncle's possession. The trio arrived at Lin Guobang's home. Upon entering the yard, they found Aunt Zhang Guifang watering the flowers. Upon noticing Lin Dong, she scoffed and retreated into the house, clearly unwelcoming of his presence. Lin Dong, along with Wei Yong and Li Guobing, proceeded into the living room. As it happened to be Saturday, Lin Guobang's family of 4 was present. Uncle Lin Guobang, Aunt Zhang Guifang, cousin Lin Fei, and cousin Lin Quan. However, upon Lin Dong's arrival, none of them showed any inclination to acknowledge him, engrossed as they were in their television programs. Lin Dong, unfazed, chuckled lightly and placed the agreement he held onto the coffee table, addressing Lin Guobang. Uncle Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed years ago. Now, Swiftly return my parents' compensation funds. I shall not make things difficult for you. I want to even claim the house, considering it merely is payment for my years of residence here. Lin Dong referred to him simply as Lin Guobang, a reflection of the shadows cast upon him during his years of living there. What agreement? What compensation funds? I know nothing of it. Lin Guobang vehemently denied. Lin Guobang, do you truly believe your denial holds any merit? This is a matter of black and white, and the court has it on record. You cannot evade responsibility. Lin Dong pressed. Lin Guobang fell silent, but Zhang Guifang interjected loudly. Lin Dong, you ungrateful wretch. Did you not consume our food, wear our clothes, and utilize our belongings during your years here? I tell you, your parents' compensation has all been spent on you. Not a penny remains. Lin Dong took a seat on a nearby stool and replied, Come now. Help me calculate how a mere child could possibly spend 200,000? If you can account for that, I shall forfeit the funds. Were you not fed, clothed, and housed? Zhang Guifang retorted loudly. I recall eating your leftovers and wearing Lin Fei's hand-me-downs. You expect me, a boy, to wear girls' clothes to school? And as for my education, did you ever contribute a single cent? It was entirely my aunt and my elder aunt who supported me. Lin Dong countered, leaving Zhang Guifang momentarily speechless. In a resigned tone, she muttered, Regardless, your parents' money has already been spent on you, and you shall receive nothing now. Lin Dong picked up the agreement from the coffee table and stated, You both must see clearly. This document is explicit, and Lin Guobang signed it. F Institute has it on record. Should you refuse to comply, I will proceed to court without hesitation. Go ahead and sue. We are not afraid. The money is already gone. Zhang Guifang replied defiantly. Well, you ought to consider carefully. With this evidence, coupled with the court's records, the outcome is nearly inevitable. You will bear the reputation of a debtor, and not only will your assets be frozen, but it will also adversely affect Lin Fei's employment. Lin Dong stated with a smile. As Lin Dong was aware, his cousin Lin Fei worked at a bank in Shuqing, a position secured through Lin Guobang's considerable efforts and connections. Should they acquire the label of debtors, this would undoubtedly jeopardize Lin Fei's job, prompting Lin Dong to make such a statement. Indeed, Lin Dong's word struck fear into Lin Guobang's family. Their daughter's employment at the bank, a hard-won achievement, had brought them considerable pride. If this issue jeopardized her job, the consequences could be dire. Lin Fei felt a pang of anxiety. Banks highly valued their credibility, and if her parents were labeled as debtors, it could very well lead to her dismissal. Securing a position at the bank was quite prestigious in their small county, and she had boasted about it among her peers. The thought of losing it was unbearable. With this in mind, Lin Fei cast a reproachful glance at her parents. Lin Dong, do not act recklessly. If you dare jeopardize Fei Fei's job, I will not spare you. Lin Guobang threatened. Lin Dong, having been subjected to his uncle's bullying since childhood, felt a tinge of fear even in high school when confronted by him. Though uncertain of Lin Dong's newfound audacity, he still held a psychological advantage. Lin Guobang, how do you intend to spare me? I am quite curious. Will you revert to your old ways of chasing me around a yard? You may attempt that now, Lin Dong retorted, his previously cheerful demeanor shifting to a serious expression. Lin Guobang's words triggered painful memories of Lin Dong's childhood. Whenever Lin Guobang made a mistake, it was Lin Dong who bore the brunt of the punishment, often suffering brutal beatings. They would vent their frustrations on him, using thin rods that left him bruised and battered. It was a common occurrence for him to be left in agony. Only when he voluntarily requested to board at school in middle school did things improve slightly. During his holidays, he seldom returned home, alternating between his aunt's and his elder aunt's houses. It wasn't until high school that he finally moved in with his aunt, liberating himself from the home that had haunted him for so long. Chapter 95. Intimidation as Lin Dong's words were uttered. The smile on his face transformed into a serious expression, instantly imposing a tremendous pressure on Lin Guobang and his family, who looked at him in bewilderment. Although they had not seen Lin Dong for a considerable time, he had always been perceived as a submissive individual in their eyes. The sight of Lin Guobang and his wife made him feel akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Even when facing Lin Fei and Lin Quan, the siblings, He was overly cautious. This was the result of years of mistreatment that had left a psychological scar on Lin Dong. In the past, he would never have dared to counter Lin Guobang's words, for any act of defiance would result in a severe beating. Upon their first encounter today, they instinctively placed him back into their old impressions of him. Even with two companions by his side, they dismissed them entirely, unable to believe that someone as timid as Lin Dong would dare to confront them. However, now Lin Dong not only had the audacity to retort, but did so with a tone laced with sarcasm, leaving Lin Guobang unable to accept such a stark contrast. Feeling a loss of face, he slammed his hand down on the coffee table and stood up, pointing at Lin Dong, exclaiming, "Lin Dong, do not think that because you've grown some wings, I won't dare to strike you. Lin Guobang is not a name to be taken lightly. I am your second uncle, your guardian. I used to chase you around when you were little, and I could do the same now." At this moment, Lin Quan also glared at Lin Dong, his expression hostile. Having grown up alongside Lin Dong, he was just a year younger and had often bullied Lin Dong with the support of his parents. He would shift the blame onto Lin Dong, making him a scapegoat to take the punishment. Now, at 20 years old, having failed to enter university after high school and having drifted through society, he fancied himself quite impressive after mingling with various unsavory characters. The audacity of Lin Dong to come to their home, demanding money, and to mock them was infuriating. That money was promised by his mother for Lin Quan's future marriage and home, and had no relevance to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, if you continue to disrespect my father, calling him Lin Guobang, do not blame me for being impolite." Ilayana Quan interjecta. Lin Dong turned his head to Lin Quan. Speaking in a calm tone, "Lin Quan, hold your tongue for now. I will settle accounts with you shortly." "How dare you speak to me like that? You must be itching for trouble," Lin Quan retorted, leaping up from the sofa, intending to confront Lin Dong. Yet as he stood, a powerful hand pressed him back down into the sofa, rendering him immobile. "Who are you? Let me go, or I swear I won't let you leave Sioux City." Lin Quan struggled in vain, the strength of the grip unyielding. Li Guobing, the one holding him down, remained silent, merely applying a bit more pressure, causing Lin Quan to feel breathless, unable to utter a sound, flailing his arms in desperation. Li Guobing, a former mercenary, needed little effort to subdue someone like Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan incapacitated, Zhang Guifang, sitting nearby, quickly rose to assist, but was abruptly pushed down by Wei Yong, who appeared before her, sending her tumbling back onto the sofa. Lin Guobang, witnessing this turn of events, was enraged, rising to fetch a weapon. How could his wife and son be bullied in such a manner? Or could he save face? "Lin Guobang, it would be wise for you to remain seated. These two gentlemen are seasoned mercenaries, veterans of battle who have tasted blood. Do you truly believe you can confront them?" Lin Dong warned Lin Guobang. Just as Lin Guobang was about to retrieve a weapon, he paused upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, turning to glance at Wei Yong and Li Guobing. At that moment, they subtly released an aura of bloodlust cultivated on the battlefield, which sent a chill through the Lin family, their eyes filled with dread. The Lin family were mere commoners, utterly unprepared to withstand the imposing presence radiating from veterans like Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Lin Guobang slumped back down, asking Lin Dong, "What on earth do you want?" "I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine, to receive my parents' compensation funds. As for this house, consider it as a gesture of gratitude for not having been killed all those years ago. Had you and your family acted with more cruelty back then, perhaps Lin Dong would not exist today." Lin Dong retorted derisively. "No money. You may have your life, but do not think you can threaten us," Zhang Guifang shouted. The money was meant for her son Lin Quan's future marriage and home. Giving it to Lin Dong would jeopardize Lin Quan, who was still unemployed. The interest accrued on that compensation was significant. Without it, their family would face hardship. Thus, they were resolute in denying Lin Dong any funds. Lin Guobang had almost conceded, recognizing the overwhelming strength of Lin Dong's allies. Yet upon hearing Zhang Guifang's words, he quickly realized the implications. Indeed, even if they refused to give Lin Dong money, what could he truly do to them? Even if he had been a mercenary abroad, they were now on home soil. Did he dare to kill? "Lin Dong, the money has already been spent. You cannot have it. I am your second uncle, your guardian, and I have the right to manage it." Lin Guobang asserted. Lin Dong nearly laughed at the absurdity. Your title of second uncle? Guardian? Lin Guobang, do you truly understand what a guardian is? Do you think you are worthy? Regardless, I am now of age. Your role as my guardian has long expired. As for your financial situation, it is irrelevant to me. The agreement is clear in black and white, which you signed. The funds will be given to me upon my 18th birthday. I shall waive any interest. I have no money, Lin Guobang insisted firmly. Very well. I have retained the finest lawyer in Jiangcheng. They should be on their way. You can expect a summons from the F court this afternoon. So think carefully, Lin Dong declared. Lin Guobang was momentarily at a loss. If he paid, it would threaten his son Lin Quan's future. If he did not pay, and Lin Dong followed through with his lawsuit, armed with the evidence in his possession, they would undoubtedly lose, which would jeopardize Lin Fei's hard-won job. Caught between securing his son's future and protecting his daughter's career, both Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang found themselves in a quandary. Chapter 96. All over the living room fell into a profound silence. Lin Dong did not urge anyone, remaining leisurely seated, seemingly awaiting the other party's decision. Lin Dong, you have no money. Sue wherever you wish. Even if you win, we still do not have the funds. If not, just kill me. Ultimately, it was Zhang Guifang who made the decision. To utter those words was essentially to choose money, forsaking the future of her daughter, Lin Fei. Lin Guobang sighed in relief. Since Zhang Guifang had made her choice, so be it. Mom, how could you do this? Lin Fei cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Guifang. However, Zhang Guifang did not respond to her. After all, a daughter would eventually marry off, while a son was intended to support them in their old age. Hence, choosing money was inevitable. Since you have decided not to give this money, prepare for the court summons this afternoon from F Court. I can't be bothered to waste words with you, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. The couple's decision was, in fact, anticipated by Lin Dong, so he was not particularly surprised. He had already foreseen this outcome and had arranged for a lawyer to come swiftly. Next came another matter. Lin Dong rose and approached Lin Quan and Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been restraining Lin Quan by the chest, seized him by the collar and lifted him off the sofa. Lin Quan had already been terrified to the point of paralysis. Most of the bloodlust emanating from Li Guobing was directed at him. A small thug in a mere county town, though you've had some fights. How can you withstand the aura of a master like Li Guobing? Lin Dong at de Lin Quan. I don't want to dwell on childhood grievances, but how dare you touch my aunt? I will settle this account with you. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, let me call someone. I guarantee you won't be able to leave Sioux City, Lin Quan said weakly. At this point, he still threatened Lin Dong, believing that his connections in Sioux City would allow him to act with impunity. Slap. Lin Dong delivered a slap to Lin Quan's face, although it lacked force. Lin Dong's physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, causing Lin Quan's face to swell instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong, don't be reckless. What you're doing is illegal. Lin Guobang shouted from the side. Oh, you know it's illegal? Yet you withhold my parents' compensation. Doesn't that count as illegal? Lin Dong retorted. Witnessing his son's face swell from Lin Dong's slap, Zhang Guifang prepared to call the police. But Wei Yong snatched her phone and threw it to the ground. Slap. Ignoring the others, Lin Dong delivered another slap to Lin Quan's face, leaving both sides of his visage swollen like a pig's head. Tears streamed down Lin Quan's face from the pain. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang looked on, deeply pained, but rendered powerless by their circumstances. Come, let me hear more threats, Lin Dong challenged. Lin Quan, tears in his eyes, fell silent. What is the matter? Lost your courage? Then tell me why you struck my aunt? Lin Dong pressed further. Lin Quan remained silent. Speak, Lin Dong bellowed, sending chills down Lin Guobang's family. I didn't hit her, I just pushed her gently. A couple of times? Lin Quan stammered. Now, genuinely frightened, he found Lin Dong transformed after 2 to 3 years, becoming someone he both feared and dreaded. Just a gentle push. Then how did she injure her back and remain bedridden for half a month? Lin Dong's eyes glinted with coldness as he questioned Lin Quan. I don't know. Don't know? Lin Dong Godip Lin Quan Shetin. I truly don't. No. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Lin Quan cried, utterly helpless. The pressure Lin Dong exerted was overwhelming. Lin Dong chuckled softly and released Lin Quan, who collapsed back onto the sofa, gasping for air. Turning to Lin Guobang, Lin Dong said, Lin Guobang, to be honest, this sum of money is insignificant to me. I had no intention of claiming it, but since Lin Quan dared to harm my aunt, you should blame him. Remember to transfer the money promptly. If you can manage that, by this afternoon, F Court will freeze all your family's assets. We shall meet at F Court. With that, Lin Dong turned and exited the living room, followed by Li Guobing and Wei Yong. In the living room, Lin Guobang's family exchanged shocked glances, realizing the transformation in Lin Dong over the past 2 years. The once submissive Lin Dong had become formidable and assertive. What do we do? Zhang Guifang inquired, clearly shaken by Lin Dong's intimidation. Let us go. Quickly borrow a card from your parents. We must transfer the funds immediately, or it will truly be frozen, Lin Guobang urged. The family hastily made their way to Zhang Guifang's family home, with Lin Quan disregarding his injuries. As long as the money remained, these wounds were trivial. For years, Lin Guobang's family had lived comfortably on the $2 million in compensation from Lin Dong's parents. They had rented out Lin Dong's former house, and the annual interest combined with rental income sufficed for their living expenses, allowing them to avoid work. Now, that money was all they had left, and if it were truly frozen, their lives would become unbearable. When they finally obtained the card and arrived at the bank to transfer the funds, they discovered their bank card was flagged for unusual activity and temporarily unusable. This was, of course, the handiwork of Lin Dong, providing them with a glimmer of hope before gradually plunging them into despair. Lin Guobang's family caused a commotion at the bank. This was their last financial lifeline, and they were unwilling to relinquish it, despite it never truly belonging to them. However, the bank was not a place where they could throw a tantrum. Ultimately, they were reported to the authorities, and the entire family was taken to the police station. At the police station, Lin Guobang's family received a summons from a court, which also announced the freezing of all their assets. In that moment, the family realized they were doomed. Chapter 97. After Lin Dong departed from Lin Guobang's residence, Wei Yong and Li Guobing accompanied him in a car to his aunt's home to assist with moving. Meanwhile, he drove alone to his elder aunt Lin Guoying's house. His intention was to devise a way to relocate his elder aunt's family to Jiangcheng, akin to his younger aunt. The accommodations had already been arranged. They merely needed to secure positions at the Golden Leaf Hotel to enjoy a comfortable life. Lin Guobang's affairs had been entrusted entirely to a lawyer, and he had made the necessary connections to ensure everything was handled, rendering it unnecessary for him to concern himself further, as he was not genuinely in need of that little money. Lin Guing represented a beacon of hope in Lin Dong's life, second only to his younger aunt Liu Yanmei, and she had always treated him with kindness. Since middle school, Lin Guobang had ceased to provide any financial support for Lin Dong. His living and educational expenses were primarily covered by the two aunts. During his senior year, due to the heavy academic workload and the cramped living conditions at his younger aunt's home, he had moved into Lin Guoying's household for a year to intensively prepare for the college entrance examination. Now that he had the means, he felt an obligation to ensure the well-being of both families, which would afford him some peace of mind. Lin Guoying resided in an old neighborhood in Shuqing, where both she and her husband worked in a nearby factory. They had a single daughter, Zhu Zhu, who was 4 years older than Lin Dong, making her his cousin. Lin Dong drove directly to the familiar neighborhood, which had aged considerably. There was no one at the gate, so he parked beneath his aunt's building and ascended the stairs. As he walked through the hallway where he had resided for a year, nostalgia washed over him. Since entering university, his visits had become infrequent, not out of ingratitude, but rather due to his summer and winter breaks being spent working part-time jobs to alleviate the financial burden on his aunts. The circumstances at his elder aunt's home differed slightly from those at his younger aunt's. When Zhu Zhu was born, complications arose that prevented her parents from having any more children. This issue strained their marriage for several years, even leading to threats of divorce, until they gradually reconciled. Additionally, following the departure of Lin Dong's parents, His elder aunt and her husband had sought to gain custody of him, but Lin Dong had chosen not to live with them, resulting in some tension, particularly with his uncle Zhu Huagui, who had never fully accepted him. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Lin Dong knocked on the door of his aunt's home. The old security door creaked open, revealing the familiar face of Lin Guoying. "Xiao Dong, aren't you attending university in Jiangshan? What brings you back? Come in," she exclaimed, her tone laced with genuine joy. Lin Guoying regarded Lin Dong as her own son due to her own childlessness. "Aunt, isn't it the weekend? I just came to see you," Lin Dong replied. Come in. Don't just stand outside," Lin Guoying exclaimed, pulling him inside. Upon entering, Lin Dong was surprised to find 7 or 8 people seated in the living room, besides his uncle Zhu Huagui and cousin Zhu Zhu. His fourth uncle Lin Guowei was also present, along with several unfamiliar faces. Uncle, fourth uncle, sister. Lin Dong greeted each of them in turn, receiving nods in response. His relationship with fourth uncle Lin Guowei was cordial. While there was no real support from him, there were also no grievances. The bond between Lin Guoying's family and fourth uncles was strong, in stark contrast to the estrangement from second uncle Lin Guobang due to Lin Dong's circumstances. "Xiao Dong, let me introduce you. This is your sister's boyfriend, Chen Hui, and these are his parents, as well as his aunt and cousin," Lin Guoying said, gesturing towards the unfamiliar group. "Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunts. Hello, cousin." Lin Dong greeted them, though they did not acknowledge him. It was then that Lin Dong sensed the atmosphere was unusually tense. Zhu Zhu's eyes were slightly red, indicating she had been crying, and his uncle Zhu Huagui sat there, visibly upset. "Father-in-law, this is my nephew, the son of my third brother. He is currently attending university in Jiangshan." Lin Guoying introduced him to the group. After the introductions, Lin Dong followed his aunt into the kitchen to assist, wanting to escape the heavy atmosphere in the living room. However, Lin Guoying ushered him back out, as his fourth aunt Yulian was already in the kitchen, indicating his help was unnecessary. With no other option, Lin Dong sat in the living room, feigning interest in the television. He had initially intended to broach the subject of relocating both families to Jiangshan directly with his aunt, but the presence of additional guests complicated matters, and he resolved to seek another opportunity. At that moment, Zhu Zhu's future father-in-law began to speak. "In-laws, what do you think of our suggestion?" "Not much," Zhu Huagui muttered sullenly. "What do you propose? Do you truly expect my son to live in such a dilapidated house? Look at how long you've lived here. There isn't even a decent school nearby. How will their children receive an education? If it weren't for the genuine affection between the young couple, I would have insisted they part ways long ago." Chen Hui's mother interjected. "Mom, what are you saying?" Chen Hui protested. "Shall we? Don't speak. Do you truly want to spend your life in a place like this? We only have one son. The idea of him moving in is absolutely out of the question," Chen Hui's mother asserted firmly. Chen Hui fell silent, clearly not wishing to remain in that environment. Zhu Huagui was seething with anger, wanting to retort, but struggling to find the words. Their family's financial situation was indeed substantially inferior to that of Chen Hui's. Expecting Chen Hui to become a son-in-law in such conditions was certainly unreasonable, yet with only one daughter, what could they do? Who wouldn't desire the joy of grandchildren in their twilight years? If their daughter were to marry and leave, they would face a lonely retirement. At this juncture, Lin Guoying stepped forward, saying, "Mother-in-law, we're actually in the process of purchasing a house. We are currently looking at options, so you need not worry about the children's education. Buying a house. Don't think I'm unaware of your circumstances. You and your husband are ordinary workers. What house could you possibly afford? Have you seen the current housing prices? Don't tell me you're considering a second-hand house. How could a second-hand house be suitable for a wedding?" Lin Guoying fell silent at this, as they were indeed only planning to buy an old second-hand house in a school district. They could not afford new property. At this moment, Zhu Zhu began to quietly sob again. Her parents wished for her boyfriend, Chen Hui, to move in after marriage, but her in-laws were adamantly opposed. The crux of the issue was that their family's circumstances were indeed not as favorable, and she yearned to provide her future children with a good educational environment. Yet she did not wish to disappoint her parents. Furthermore, she was already pregnant, making it imperative to expedite the marriage plans. Chen Hui could only silently comfort her, feeling helpless to find a solution that would satisfy everyone involved. Chapter 98. A win-win situation. Lin Dong sat in the living room, finally grasping the intricacies of the situation after listening for quite some time. His cousin, Zhu Zhu, was pregnant and in urgent need of a wedding. However, their uncle hoped that after the marriage, they would move in with him, which was opposed by the other family due to concerns about the poor conditions potentially affecting the child's future education. The two families had been at an impasse for nearly a month, and with Zhu Zhu's pregnancy advancing, the wedding could no longer be postponed. Yet, no solution seemed satisfactory to both sides. Lin Dong pondered this dilemma and realized it was serendipitous. He had been troubled about how to persuade his uncle's family to move to Jiangsheng, given that they had lived in their current location for decades. If it weren't for his cousin Wang Chao, his aunt's family would likely be reluctant to agree. Was this not the perfect opportunity? The other family claimed that a second-hand house could not serve as a wedding residence. What about a first-hand property worth 100 million at Jiangnan International Mansion? Surely, that would qualify. They feared the child's educational environment would suffer. Nonsense. Jiangnan International Mansion was surrounded by the finest schools in the province, catering to all levels from kindergarten to university. With this, what could they possibly say? Lin Dong's mood brightened considerably. During lunch, he indulged heartily, relishing his aunt's cooking after a long absence, and his increased appetite, due to improved health, led him to eat quite a bit. His voraciousness elicited disapproving glances from Chun Hui's family, who suspected he had come merely to mooch off their meal. Apart from Lin Dong, the others barely touched their food, as the unresolved matter overshadowed their appetites, particularly Zhu Zhu, who could not eat a single bite. After lunch, they reconvened to discuss the situation, but after much deliberation, they still failed to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Sensing an opportune moment, Lin Dong stood and declared, "I have a solution that will satisfy both families." At his words, all eyes turned to him, and Zhu Zhu's gaze sparkled with hope. "What plan do you propose?" Lin Guoying inquired. "How about your family moves to Jiangsheng? The environment is excellent, the education level is commendable, and there are abundant opportunities for development," Lin Dong suggested. Before Lin Guoying could respond, Chun Hui's mother interjected. "Move to Jiangsheng? Do you have any idea how expensive housing is there? We can't even afford a new house in Shuqing School District. And you think we can move to Jiangsheng? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Guoying had initially thought Lin Dong might possess a viable plan, but upon hearing the suggestion, he felt it was implausible. If they could genuinely relocate to Jiangsheng, would they still be embroiled in this argument? The glimmer of hope in Zhu Zhu's eyes extinguished instantly. "Aunt, I actually came here to discuss something with you. I hope you can move to Jiangsheng. I want to show my gratitude for your years of care. I have already prepared a house for you there," Lin Dong stated earnestly. Despite his sincerity, none of the listeners took him seriously. Lin Guoying and Zhu Hua thought Lin Dong was merely boasting, while Chun Hui's family openly mocked him. "You're Lin Dong, right? Some boasts should not be made lightly. You think you can buy a house in Jiangsheng and gift it to your aunt? As a university student, where would you get the money for that? Have your studies scrambled your brain?" Chun Hui's mother scoffed. "Exactly. Do you even know how expensive housing is in Jiangsheng? You think you can buy a house there? You're just a university student, and yet you're inflating your own importance without a hint of shame. I wonder how you even got into university," added Chun Hui's aunt. "Whether I'm exaggerating or not, let us put that aside. If I truly have a house prepared for my aunt in Jiangsheng, will you allow my sister and her husband to live with her after their wedding? And will their first child take her surname?" Lin Dong countered. "Fine. If you can genuinely secure them a home in Jiangsheng, I will agree to your terms," Chun Hui's mother replied. She then added, "However, even in Jiangsheng, it cannot be in a remote area. There must be schools nearby, and the house must be no less than 200 square meters." She naturally doubted that a university student like Lin Dong could actually afford a house in Jiangsheng, let alone gift one. But she wanted to ensure he didn't attempt to deceive her with a subpar property in a secluded location. "Very well. Did you drive here?" Lin Dong asked. "Of course. What era is this? A car is a standard necessity," they replied. "Great. Come with me then," Lin Dong said. He then turned to Lin Guoying and said, "Aunt, come with me to Jiangsheng to view the house." "Xiao Dong," Lin Guoying called out. "Aunt, trust me." Lin Dong looked at her earnestly. After a long pause, Lin Guing finally relented. All right, I trust that you won't deceive me. Uncle and Zhu Zhu, you should join us as well. Lin Dong urged Zhu Huagua and Zhu Zhu. The group of about 10 descended the stairs, with Chun Hui's family trailing behind, eager to see how Lin Dong would extricate himself from this elaborate fabrication. They believed that after this, they would no longer be pressured to have their son visit. However, as they exited the building, witnessing Lin Dong open the door to a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the entire Chun family was instantly taken aback. While they considered themselves a moderately well-off family in Shuqing, their vehicle was merely a budget model worth over 100,000. A Mercedes was a distant dream for them. The sight of the G-Class, a pinnacle of luxury, left them dumbfounded. Having just ridiculed Lin Dong for boasting, they were now thoroughly embarrassed. The Chun family's faces flushed with disbelief. Chapter 99. The Grand Feast. It was not only Chun Hui's family who felt astonished, but even Lin Dong's aunt and uncle were equally taken aback. In a small county like Sioux City, a Benz is considered a luxury vehicle. While they might not recognize a Porsche or a Ferrari, they certainly knew the prestige of a Benz or a BMW. These brands were ingrained in their very being. They never anticipated that Lin Dong would return driving such an exquisite car. Thus, Lin Dong's recent property purchase in Jiang City became less implausible. Aunt, Gulme, get in the car, Lin Dong said as he opened the passenger door for Lin Guiying. Xiaodong, is this your car? Lin Guiying inquired, still incredulous that Lin Dong had driven such a luxury vehicle back. Indeed, Lin Dong replied. Where did you get the money? Aunt, don't worry about that for now. Just get in. I'll explain later. My aunt and her family have agreed to move to Jiang City, and I prepared a house for you all in the same community. Rest assured, I have not engaged in any unlawful activities, Lin Dong assured her. Lin Guiying chose not to press further and took her seat in the passenger seat of the Benz G-Class. Since Lin Dong promised to explain later, she decided to leave it for another time. She had been genuinely concerned about Lin Dong's well-being. Zhu Huagua, his daughter Zhu Zhu, and Chun Hui settled into the back seat while Chun Hui's parents drove their own vehicle. Lin Dong's uncle Lin Guowei and Aunt Yulian stood nearby, feeling somewhat out of place. They too wished to experience Lin Dong's luxury vehicle and see the house he had prepared for Lin Guiying. But since Lin Dong did not invite them, they felt awkward about intruding. Lin Dong entered the driver's seat, disregarding Lin Guowei and his wife's presence. Them, they were mere acquaintances, someone he would greet if they crossed paths. During his time of need, only his aunt and his elder aunt had reached out to help him, which solidified his bond with their families. Starting the engine, preparing to leave, Lin Guiying called out to Lin Guowei, Guowei, you two head back first. Before Lin Guowei could respond, Lin Dong pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving the couple awkwardly standing there, despite their rightful claim to be in the vehicle. Lin Guiying opened her mouth to say something on behalf of Lin Guowei, but ultimately refrained. Xiaodong had grown up. He had developed his own thoughts, and he could discern who treated him well and who did not. Speaking further would be futile. On the way, Lin Dong called his aunt to inform her that he and his family were heading ahead. He drove in front, while Chun Hui's parents followed closely behind, both vehicles making their way to Jiang City. They set off from Sioux City just past 1 in the afternoon, arriving in Jiang City around 7. Lin Dong brought them directly to the Golden Leaf Hotel, where a lavish feast awaited them. Upon entering the hotel, four elegant receptionists bowed in unison to welcome them, making everyone except Lin Dong feel quite uneasy. As they stepped into the hotel, they were awestruck by the opulent decor. Coming from a small county, they had never set foot in such a lavish 8-star establishment, as even Sioux City lacked a 3-star hotel. Xiaodong, why are we here? Lin Guiying asked, with everyone else turning to Lin Dong for answers. Weren't we supposed to look at houses in Jiang City? Why are we at a luxury hotel? Aunt, after a few hours in the car, everyone is tired and hungry. Let's eat first. After our meal, we can go see the houses. Lin Dong explained. But eating here must be expensive. Shouldn't we consider another place? Lin Guiying suggested. Aunt, don't worry. Just trust my arrangements. Lin Dong reassured her. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Lin Guiying fell silent. She noticed a significant change in Lin Dong. He was no longer the timid and indecisive person he once was. Xiaodong had matured and succeeded. which brought her immense comfort. Shortly after their arrival in the hotel lobby, the newly appointed beautiful lobby manager hurried down from upstairs to greet them. Having just escorted a group of distinguished guests, she rushed to meet Lin Dong upon receiving the news of his arrival. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Your reserved dinner is ready. Please follow me." The manager addressed Lin Dong. Initially, she was about to refer to him as Director Lin, but his glance prompted her to modify her address to Mr. Lin. The group followed the manager to their exclusive private room. Upon entering, Lin Guoying's family and Chun Hui's family were utterly astonished by the sight before them. A grand table filled with the finest delicacies awaited them, shrouded in mist, resembling a dreamlike feast. Enormous lobsters and king crabs were the most prominent, accompanied by a variety of unfamiliar, yet evidently delectable dishes that far surpassed anything seen on television. Having already been quite hungry, both families could not help but swallow nervously. Lin Dong pulled out a chair for Lin Guoying to sit first, then encouraged the others to join him at the table. Although everyone was seated, they felt somewhat restrained, hesitant to start eating until Lin Dong served Lin Guoying and began eating himself. The younger trio, Chen Hui, his cousin, and Zhu Zhu, were not preoccupied with dining. Instead, they took out their phones to capture the moment and share it on social media. They certainly would not miss such an opportunity to showcase their experience. Before long, their posted pictures prompted a wave of astonishment in their respective social circles, filled with various comments, all tinged with envy. Such exquisite cuisine was irresistible, likely appealing to everyone except those afflicted with anorexia, providing a tremendous boost to the vanity of the young. Zhu Zhu's post included not only a few images, but also a caption. "Thanks to my cousin for the warm hospitality." Chapter 100. Regrets of the past. Inside Lin Guowei's home, he and his wife sat in the living room, engrossed in a television program. Their son, Lin Su, had made plans to play basketball with friends on this weekend and thus did not visit his great-aunt Lin Guoying. He was absorbed in his phone when he stumbled upon a post on social media by his cousin, Zhu Zhu. He was instantly taken aback by the lavish dishes displayed in the images, most of which he had never even seen before, including gigantic lobsters and imperial crabs that looked utterly delectable. He hurried into the living room. "Dad, Mom, weren't you supposed to visit Gray Tan's house today? Didn't you say Zhu Zhu's boyfriend's family would be coming over to discuss marriage? How could you enjoy such delicious food without inviting me?" Lin Su exclaimed, a hint of jealousy in his voice, mistakenly believing that his parents had dined with their relatives. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread, Lin Guowei and Yu Lian exchanged uneasy glances. They had only seen such delicacies on television. The feast before them must have cost a small fortune. Coupled with Zhu Zhu's accompanying caption, it was evident that Lin Dong had treated them to this meal. It seemed Lin Dong had indeed made a name for himself. He had even mentioned plans to purchase a house for Lin Guoying's family in Jiangxing. Regrettably, none of this concerned their family anymore. As Lin Dong's fourth uncle, Lin Guowei could have fostered a close relationship with Lin Dong, akin to Lin Guoying's, reaping the benefits of Lin Dong's success. However, after failing to secure custody of Lin Dong and the accompanying compensation of 2 million, Lin Guowei had ceased to show any interest in him. Feeling disheartened, Lin Guowei cast his phone aside, stating, "We did not dine on such delicacies. We simply had a casual meal at your great aunt's house." "Then why didn't you invite us for dinner? Aren't you and great aunt on good terms? I've never tasted such exquisite food in my life." "I don't care. I want to go." Lin Su Vito, visibly upset. Lin Guowei, already agitated by Lin Dong's situation, found himself further irritated by Lin Su's petulance. Frustrated, he snapped, "All you think about is food. Hurry back to your room and finish your homework. If you don't get into college, you'll be eating dirt." Taken aback by his father's sudden outburst, Lin Su turned and ran to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. "Look at you. This was a decision you made years ago. What does this have to do with the child? Always taking your frustrations out on him. I've told you time and again to treat Xiao Dong better. After all, he's your own nephew. But you wouldn't listen, insisting that whoever took the money should take responsibility. And now look where we are." Yu Lian chimed in, her voice filled with discontent. Lin Guowei remained silent, reclining on the sofa. Ever since Lin Dong had chosen to stay with his second uncle, Lin Wabang, he had not shown any concern for Lin Dong. He had only heard from his elder sister, Lin Guang, that Lin Dong was living poorly and showing signs of mistreatment, and she hoped they could intervene. But he had dismissed her concerns, claiming it was Lin Dong's own choice. Now that Lin Dong had achieved success, driving luxury cars and planning to buy houses for his family, Lin Guowei felt a mixture of envy and regret. Had he only shown a little more care for Lin Dong, perhaps their situation wouldn't be so dismal. Yet, it was too late for lamentations now. Alas, regrets of the past. Yu Yan, choosing not to provoke her husband further, refrained from admonishing him. Although she had previously urged him to treat Lin Dong better, her words had lacked actionable substance. Now, witnessing Lin Dong's rise in status, she felt a pang of jealousy as her elder sister, once the most financially disadvantaged, was poised to become the wealthiest. The lavish banquet, comprising dozens of dishes, was consumed by the 9 of them over the course of 2 hours. Lin Dong, possessing a robust constitution, ate the most, a result of his enhanced physique that had significantly increased his appetite. He was astonished to discover that the ordinary individuals around him could consume such vast quantities of food, which opened his eyes to their capacity. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals had never experienced such opulence before, making them reluctant to waste anything. They took breaks only to continue indulging, pausing only when they were nearly full. During a break, Chun Hui and his 2 companions took out their phones to search for the prices of the dishes they had just devoured. After calculating, they realized that the meal was worth a staggering sum of nearly $1 million. This revelation only intensified their reluctance to waste any of it. After the meal, and a brief intermission, Lin Dong arranged for the hotel manager to reserve several top-tier suites for them to rest for the night. It was too late to view the houses, as the sales office had closed. They would have to wait until the next day. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong led the group to Jiangnan International Mansion. He drove his luxurious G-Class SUV directly into the premises, while Chun Hui's family, in their modest vehicle worth just over 100,000, found themselves stopped at the entrance by security. The guard, having worked there for 2 to 3 years, had never seen such an inexpensive car enter the upscale community, and even Lin Dong's G-Class was considered one of the more economical vehicles among the affluent residents. "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here. This isn't a place for people like you," a security guard barked at Chun Hui's parents. The guard didn't bother to be polite. Although he couldn't afford such luxury himself, his experiences had elevated his standards significantly. "Brother, here, have a cigarette. We're with the car in front," Chun's father replied courteously, offering a cigarette to the guard. In this unfamiliar and bustling city, he felt somewhat uneasy. After accepting the cigarette, the guard spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Unit 6, a Bentley G-Class just entered. Have the owner bring their property certificate to the gate for verification." "Roger that," came the response over the radio. Turning back to Chun's father, the guard added, "You'll need to park your car aside and wait. Don't wander around. This isn't a place you can enter freely." At this, Chun Hui's mother and aunt bristled. Having never experienced such indignity in Sioux City, they were incensed by the guard's arrogance. "What do you mean we can't enter? You're just a lowly guard," Chun's mother retorted angrily. "Exactly. Who do you think you are?" Chun Hui's aunt chimed in. "Huh, you think you can become residents here? You wanted to leave? Do you even know where you are? This is the most expensive community in Jiangnan province, with prices starting at 50 million per unit, going up to 400 million. You think you'll become residents here? Dream on." The guard scoffed mercilessly. His words left the occupants of the vehicle astounded. 50 million to start? 400 million at the top? It shattered their previous perceptions. The houses in Sioux City only cost around 4 to 500,000, and even the most luxurious ones didn't exceed $1 million. The disparity was staggering. Seeing the shock on their faces, the guard reveled in his assumption that they were simply country folk. "Hurry up and move your car to the side. Don't block the entrance. Only important people can come and go here. If you delay someone's time, can you take responsibility for that?" Chun's father promptly moved the car to the side, awaiting Lin Dong's arrival. As they sat in the car, they simultaneously recalled that their relative, Lin Dong, had mentioned taking them to view properties. Could it be here? A house valued at 50 million, gifted to their in-laws? essentially bestowed upon their son as a marital residence. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and delight in the other's eyes. It was as if a pie had fallen from the heavens, leaving them utterly bewildered.